Ranger's Oath, Blackmoon Wars, Book 1, written by J.T. Williams. Copyright 2023 by J.T. Williams and Dwemhar Realms. Prologue, The Moonfall Syndicate. Moonrise upon the northern coasts of Taria revealed many things. As the glacial seas rolled against the rocky cliffs, the air was warm and the starflowers fragrant. A walk shared between lovers would be just at home here, as would thieves seeking to rob a lone traveling bard. This night, however, a hooded man returned to a place that he had been to many, many years ago. Then he was fleeing a now-dead maniacal king. But that was years ago, and the new menace was different and far more dangerous. But he knew danger. This was no mere hooded man. This was Fadis, leader of the Rangers of the North. For years he had shared in adventures on the high seas. But as the black moon rose over his home, his duty was here. He would not fall away from it. But his business was specific, and he hoped he could perhaps not visit this tavern and end up making a mess. There was something about taverns. Few places could see such merriment and tragedy, witness love and loss, whispers of betrayal. But Fadis truly loved the smell. He opened the door and lowered his hood, catching the eye of a red-haired woman sweeping the floor. "Evening," he said, giving her a slight nod. "Evening to you." She winked. He had always enjoyed the welcoming nature of taverns. He took a seat to the left of the bar itself at a table with 2 chairs. He had with him a sackcloth sack that he carefully set beneath the table. Off to the far right beside the fire was another figure smoking a pipe. The barkeep noticed Fadis and approached. "Food tonight, just a drink?" "Oh, just one. Can't have my love getting angry." She wouldn't actually get angry. Kurla, a rogue he had met only a few months ago, was busy seeing to their headquarters, Castle Taria. But deposing a king made many enemies, and that was who Fadis sought this night. The barkeep brought over his drink. "I hate to tell you this, but we're actually going to be closing in about 10 to 15 minutes. I've got a private gathering. You know, lots of happenings with the vampires and demon creatures. Important ranger meetings need to happen. After the king and all that, they're in control and, well, they make me do it." Sad, sad situation. I'm sure it makes business difficult when the rangers do that. The barkeep stared at him for a few moments. "Do I know you? You look familiar. I'm a hooded man having an ale in a tavern. Don't we all look alike?" The barkeep chuckled. "I guess you do have a point. Anyway, thank you. Enjoy." The barkeep's chuckling seemed to become a nervous laugh as he hurried away. Dumb man. As the woman continued to move about the tavern, sweeping, the other figure near the fire rolled his neck, sending a cracking sound across the room. He stood up and went to a door on the other side of the tavern. A few moments passed, and he returned with a box, going back to his seat. The door of the tavern opened, and 2 individuals came in. They kept their hoods up and looked at one another as they noticed Fadis sitting there. The barkeep hurried over to them. "Just a minute. We'll get it all closed up. No problems." The barkeep turned to Fadis. "It is a bit earlier than I thought, but I know you'll understand. Ranger business. Really important if you want to keep you and your woman at home safe." Fadis finished his ale. "Of course. Ranger business in these trying times is important. I'd hate to disrupt that." He stood up, clearing his throat. The barkeep smiled. He picked up the sackcloth bag. "My payment and a gift. Give it to the Rangers. They have a hard job, especially when their numbers are wavering." The figures, still hooded, looked over toward him as he said that. The barkeep stared at him, baffled. He took the bag and seemed to grimace a bit at the weight. "You have a good night, okay?" "Oh, I'll have a night." The barkeep stepped back, turning toward the 3 figures on the other side. Fadis smirked, going behind the bar and pulling out a bottle of liquor. The barkeep noticed, dropping the sack next to these figures and hurrying back over. "I'll say, the nerve you have! Get out! Get out of my tavern!" The woman was now standing near the door as Fadis noticed the figures looking into the bag. They stood up, taking down their hoods and drawing their blades. "Oh, Fadis said, pushing past the barkeep. Rangers these days? Seems you're missing some of your party. Oh wait, you're all there. Fadis, King Killer? To be fair, I didn't actually do that. That was my lovely love. But he had it coming. What do I actually call you fools? We're fighting a war against fanged monsters, and you decide to try to kill random elves. My son, actually, was in that group. Your son is no elf! Right you are, another voice said. Fadis' son was just entering the tavern, having been waiting outside. But we know of the mysterious nobles of the lands, your benefactors. I tell you what, we won't even kill you three if you can just get a message to them. Tell them we will accept their surrender and allow you and your ilk to join in the defense of the realm, and we can put these petty issues aside. Fight for rangers, one man said. We were knights of the realm. Not some criminal fodder. We had honor. How much honor? How are those heads I gave you? Rather easy to defeat a knight these days, I guess. He looked to Every. I don't know. Might be more fun to kill these of the... What did you say they called themselves? Moonfall Syndicate. The three figures' eyes widened. How do you know such things? Do you realize what I was doing before I was here, debating with miscreant men of no honor? I was legitimately fighting evil beyond any of you. Now, I feel like I downgraded. Your entire Ranger Brotherhood is a degenerate mob. Those were good men you killed. You will pay. The price on your head will be so high. Wait, Fadis said, lifting his finger. I never said I killed them. Those heads were provided to me by someone else. I'd hate to drag that person into this. They are already rather upset they had to be gone from their home for so long. You really don't want to push this one. I swear, I've been back from sea for a month, and while I'm trying to organize all of the living to fight, you fools try to fight us? Have you not seen the vampires, the demon men? The man lifted his sword, pointing at Fadis' face. There are 3 of us, 2 of you, and our blades are already out. The woman was now behind the men, sweeping as she had been. The barkeep nervously polished a glass. You don't want to mess here. Your barkeep already works a lot. The man spat on the ground. He doesn't do the cleaning. That bitch there does. Ooh, poor choice of words. Well, as steward of Castle Taria, I feel I know much of what goes on. But in particular, that woman has only been working here for the past week. Isn't that right, barkeep? The barkeep didn't say anything. Fadis looked over. What? Remembering who I am? They've already said my name. Might want to tell these boys here what I did last time I was in here. Now answer my question. He stuttered. She is a new assistant. Cleans up the mess. I let her take patrons, your guys, actually. Fadis smiled, turning his head away from the man. See, you're wrong about what you think you know, and you have 2 options. Take my message or make a mess in here. I've still got you outnumbered, King Killer. Fadis shook his head. You are not a smart man. I guess the gig is up. Mirian? The woman sweeping took 2 of the men by surprise, swinging the handle of the broom directly toward their heads and throwing them down to the ground. Every drew his sword, parrying the final man's blade down, as Fadis swung the bottle of liquor, fracturing the man's jaw and shattering the bottle. The man fell to the ground as Fadis took the broken bottle and forced it just into his neck, enough to draw blood. The man struggled to talk but could barely move his mouth. As he grunted garbled words, Fadis tossed the broken bottle away and grabbed him, lifting and slamming him onto the bar top. You will return to your masters only because I wish it. You will tell them to meet with the Rangers of Taria in exactly 2 days at Castle Taria. They can bring a guard if they wish, but none of the old king's men will be permitted into the keep. They will be treated fairly and respectfully, but these are the lands of the Rangers now, and I'll have none of that old king's wretches attacking elves, men, dwarves, or anyone else. So we unite, or I waste time killing every last one of you with arrows and keen blades that should be in the throats of our true foe. Every was standing with his blade at the head of the man he had attacked. Mirian had her boot on the other's head. Her broom was no mere broom, but her custom-crafted bladed bow staff. "Do we have an understanding? And will you deliver my demand to the leaders of your little syndicate?" The man nodded. Fadis released him and backed up, drawing his sword as the man stumbled toward the door. "Let him go," Fadis said. Every stepped back and Mirian shrugged. The man looked up at her as he carefully stood up. "What? You want a kiss? Get out, before I have to remove your head, too." At those words, he hurried out. Fadis tossed the barkeep a small bag of gold. "Thank you for your hospitality. Enjoyed my time as normal. Just a bit of blood this time, no bodies. That's a win, right?" The three of them walked outside and Fadis exhaled. "Do you think that'll work?" Every asked. "Well, the rest of the Rangers are rallying. I've made contact with the Riverlands, and Mirian said the Southern Rangers are more than willing to fight. The issue is our forces are divided." Mirian smirked. "Well, we are leagues away from one another. The defensive wall is taking a while and keeping our supply lines steady, and ilk like that picking off our lines isn't helping." "Did you really kill all those men? How?" Every asked. "By taking off their heads. Pop them like crawfish. Simple, hun. Getting them to follow me out of this tavern was as easy as winking with a little smile. Damn fools." "She's brutal," Every said. "That's how we are in the South. Sweet and brutal." They went into the woods just outside the tavern, where Every had tied up Fadis's and his horse, along with an extra for Mirian. "I'll be at the castle in 2 days. I need to get home. I'm going to owe those dwarves a bit more gold," she told them. "Well, thank you for doing this. I just hope it is worth it. Your son enjoying that bow?" "Still prefers a staff. Can't make him into one of you Northern Rangers, no matter what you try." "Worth a try." Fadis laughed. They mounted up. 2 days. I'll bring the rest of the leadership. We've got a prince who sent some of them to seek out his mother or something, hoping they can make it. Otherwise, you've just got me." "That'll be good too," Every said. She smirked and turned her horse, galloping away. "Really?" Fadis asked him, laughing. "What?" "Oh, nothing at all." "I wonder what a crawfish is," Every asked. "Ask her when you see her again. You're going to end up missing your head too if you're not careful." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The emergence of vampires does not have a set beginning that any know. Elven scholars point to the emergence of Lord Elria Sonia, a creation of magic and forbidden arts of a moon cult rumored to be from Keva, though such a fact was denied by the Rusis who called that place their home. Under the power of the ancient Blackmoon, Elria supposedly had the greatest hand in forming the first vampire sanctum under a spider queen of a forgotten name. Here they weaved their powers and brood until a supreme lineage of vampire lords began. Slowly, these Vadir High Lords spread their influence, taking the willing and unwilling alike. Thus rose also the demon men, creatures of death brought back not with necromancy, but with blood magic. When the wood elves of Varmark first met the vampires, a parley turned into a massacre, and thus began the first shimmering war. The elves called for aid from their kin across the living realms, but the orc wars and the long fighting against that created scourge was still heavy on their brethren. None save the high elves of Urlus from the glacial seas came, them and the dwarves of Micronach. Still, the war took the northeastern kingdoms of Baradoc and sacked multiple elven settlements in northern Taria. But the stubbornness of elves and dwarves against the Vadir High Lords was constant. The elves held back a complete annihilation, choosing instead to keep their creed to their gods and not destroy another creation completely. Thus, a pact was made, and the vampires given their own realm away from the living one. They were forbidden to ever return to the living realm, save in very small numbers to take a few souls as needed to keep up their hierarchy. But the vampires felt this an eternal purgatory of such, for they were a creation of raw power and desire, and to be imprisoned in a constant state of wanting was torture. But they waited and did as they were told. The oldest of their order knew that the ancient Blackmoon would return, and though it was thought to be only a passing night, The vampires knew different. For thousands of years, the vampire lords slept in the realm given to them by the wood elves of the western lands of Taria. A pact, a stalemate to an endless war. But with the coming of the Blackmoon, they broke from their sanctum and returned to the living realm. The elves of the west and the rangers of the north tried and failed to stop their reemergence. The vampires returned to the lands and lakes between the Crescent Mountains. Their blight spread out across the lands, choking the forests, as more of their twisted kin awakened. The woods were ever dangerous. Now, with the strange fall of a mist upon the borders of the lands, rangers across all of Taria rallied to protect their homes and people. All the while, the elves of the Varmark woodlands, the men in the riverlands, and the dwarves of Micronach all take their part in preparing for a new war. While shadows fall to a darker shade, creeping in the already dark places of the world, great mirrors of fire and light created in the dwarven mountains are mounted one by one across Taria. But it will take every soul, sword, and bow that can be mustered if they are to stop their enemy, and actions taken in defense and a quest for knowledge will ultimately lead to exactly what the Vadir High Lords, elder vampires of Elria Sonia, seek. Such begins the tale of the Blackmoon Wars. Chapter 1. Beginning. He had reached the Eastern Valley. After traveling a long distance and being so far away from the nearest village, he did not expect good things. The sky was dark, the clouds rolling over the distant mountains and to the sea. At least here the sun was still shining. As he looked out to the south, over the crags of the other side of the valley, for a moment he thought he could see the ocean, but at this point his eyes were just looking for something to encourage him. It was a single long road that twisted back and forth down the mountain. Though this particular valley was considered to be the Badlands of the mountain regions, it had not always been this way. He sniffed the air and checked behind him, and then down the narrow gorges to his right. No one. As a force of habit, he kept his right hand gripped upon his longsword, making a point to jog down the mountain itself, moving with haste, as he knew the sun, yet still upon his neck, was falling. I should have left earlier, but that had its risk as well. Dorian wasn't the only ranger headed this way after the distressing news at what had happened at the rock village. He did not know where his kinsmen were. Traveling in these lands had become much riskier, though it was no Taria. The valley itself was strangely wooded for such an otherwise dry landscape, fed by a great river northeast of where he was. He could see the blue ribbon coming out of the mountains and down into the valley below. The pine trees dotting the area stretched all the way down to the valley floor, and it was there, surrounded by great meadows and the ruins of a dwarven forge, he could see a small cottage. This was odd work for him. But if a lord wished to seek and discover if his mother was well, Dorian guessed the common practice was to pay someone else to go check on them. The old road had led him down to a stone bridgeway crossing over a creek just on the edge of the woods. He went to the railing of the bridge, obviously dwarven in design from the intricate patterns and square shapes, searching for any ruins or other notations of spellcraft. Not that it was commonplace for dwarves to set some kind of trap on a bridge, but dwarves were not the primary wanderers in these regions. He had heard of undead cultists, necromancers, other vile users of death magic, but necromancers and their undead summonings were better than what was feared to have taken this lord's dear mother. As he began across the bridge, he caught the sound of an owl hooting some distance away. Great. I definitely should have left sooner. He began to jog again, happy there was some form of path through the woods, and he wouldn't have to continue pathfinding on his own. But it didn't change the encroaching darkness behind him. Still, it wasn't Taria. Ever since the rise of the Blackmoon, it wasn't possible to go out alone. Though he had been a ranger since he was a young boy, dealing with vagabonds and would-be thieves on the highway, or the occasional troll that wandered out of his cave and needed coercing to stay away, those foes were nothing compared to the new ones. Vampires, spiders, and a swarm of accursed men and women. The latter were those who had been taken by the powers of the vampire lords, forced into service. Though there were some places where Taria still held strong, it was folly in his mind to try to hold in the way they were. Construction had begun several weeks ago on a long wall, a project agreed upon by men, elves, and dwarves to defend against their enemies. He didn't care to have a part of it. Back home, he had his love and his daughter. They were on the eastern edge of Taria, and thus far they had been safe. As the sun dipped behind the mountains and its back turned the sky deep red and orange, he had come to the cottage. He saw no signs of light or candle in any form, no smoke rising from the chimney. A portion of thatch was missing off the roof, but in truth that could just be the result of not having someone younger to repair it. Good-for-nothing son leaves his mother out here while he's living in a tower with maids, servants, and whores. What kind of son leaves their mother in the middle of nowhere? He went up to the door and found it locked. He levied a strong kick against it, breaking the hinges and swinging it open. Dorian drew his sword partially out, entering the residence to find that nothing seemed out of place. The bed was made, the kitchen, though of course small and part of the single room that made up the cabin, was well put together, with herbs tied in bundles hanging over a cooking hearth, and several fresh potatoes and carrots sitting on the table. He looked to his left and found a single 3-shelf bookcase. Though there were several different journals, a few rolled parchments looked to be nothing of particular note. A book was left open and sitting on the shelf. He picked it up, expecting to see some random recipes this old woman had scribbled down, but then he saw that the book was in Elvish script. Normally, he could read Elvish and Dwarvish, but perhaps it was a dialect. The word usage was off. It wasn't what he had expected. Furthermore, he realized that either this woman found this book and just happened to put it on her shelf, or she seemed to be trying to translate portions of the text. There were ink marks on several of the pages, and though he could not read the exact words that were being translated, he could read the translated text. It's about this valley. Looks like before the dwarves had a forge here, there was an elven ruin. It spoke of a power that seems to have no direct translation. Or perhaps, if the old woman is doing the translating, she didn't find it. He heard several leaves crunch outside the cottage. He set the book down and drew out his sword, moving against the doorway with the blade angled toward the opening. There was a small whistle in the air like a northern bird, a small finch-like creature that lived in the cliffs just south of the glacial seas. A bird not native to this region. Dorian whistled back. "Dorian? Is that you, Zeno?" Dorian stepped out to the opening to see a fellow ranger with an arrow set to his bow. He loosened the tension as he caught sight of Dorian. "Did you find the hag?" Zeno asked. "No, not alive or dead." Zeno looked around. There doesn't seem to be a struggle. If she's as the Lord described, I wouldn't expect her to be wandering around at dark. I wouldn't expect us to be wandering around in this dark. Any sign of bloodsuckers? Zeno shrugged. They don't normally leave signs, you know. Only signs I've ever seen of a bloodsucker are the marks on the victims' necks. Zeno was right. Vampires were masters of remaining unseen, even to the keen eyes and senses of a ranger. Zeno, especially. He was elven, only a quarter or so. Too little to be properly respected among elves. I came this way with Amy, but when we got to the headwaters at the northern point of the valley, she crossed over, said that she wanted to take a wider path and come around from the other side. Well, if any would be good out here, it would be Amy. She once outdrank a whole tavern of dwarves. Zeno laughed. Is that where she got that fancy axe from? No idea, Dorian snickered. Dorian walked around the outside of the cottage, making sure he had not missed any signs. Though there were no signs of a struggle or trouble around the cottage, he did notice a lamp, a very small stone tower no more than waist-high with a single orange flame. The sun was almost completely gone, and now, looking out from the cottage, he could see several other flames in the distant dark woods. Oh, come on, you do not expect that she went that way? Zeno asked. Dorian noticed a bit of mud, and he made a point to walk over and kneel at it. They were fresh tracks of a small foot. He stood up. Yes, I do. This is what we're getting paid gold for. Let's go. Dorian and Zeno followed the tracks and the torches, passing a total of 8 torches as they went deeper into the woods. You know, after all of this, I'm thinking I might go work on that wall. They say it's rather strong and has already been attacked several times and withstood. Good old dwarven ingenuity, aye? Dorian shook his head. I'm going home. I'm not doing this anymore. I feel sorry for this old lady, but she shouldn't be living out here alone anyway. And what about this lord? What is his name? Lord Jaren of Valak. What kind of name is Lord Jaren? Zeno laughed. Apparently he helped foster the alliance between the dwarves and the rangers of Taria, or so I'm told. Though I don't particularly believe it. The dwarves had a better working relationship with the rangers of the Riverlands. The lord likely just had more gold. The Riverland Rangers spent too much time drinking salty ales on the coast. It must be nice to protect the land that essentially will never be attacked, considering it is surrounded by castles. Are there that few of us rangers left? Zeno tapped him on the shoulder. I think you're right. I am the only real ranger left. Dorian laughed. Let's spread out. Keep sight of the torches at the center and watch for tracks. We at least have going for us the fact that the scent of this valley is good. The vampires and the spiders, when they lay their webs across the ground, lay a stench that I don't care for. Right. Well, I haven't seen any. But you don't have a full elf with you, you know? You've got the eyes. I've got the nose. Maybe you should concentrate on learning some other skills besides just bow work. Put a little time into developing your sense of smell. Well, guess that means I'm not a real ranger after all, Zeno teased. As the two rangers split off from one another, Dorian turned his attention to the ground. Though he was still off the path a little bit, he could tell the soil and leaves had been disturbed, almost as if someone or something was following the one on the path. He kneeled for a moment, measuring the stride. He was thankful that at least it did not appear to be a vampire or one of their evil servants, but some type of creature. Still, its stride was too small to be a wolf or dog, but it was clearly following the woman. He moved through the thickening brush, keeping an eye out for Zeno off to his right, and for any movement at all to his left. He could see just over a distant hill that rose in the woods that there was light beyond. Something more than the small torches that were like tiny beacons through the woods. Even stranger, he could hear the distinct sound of hammering. As they came to the pinnacle of the hill, both Zeno and Dorian came together. What in the realms is that hammering sound? Zeno asked. Dorian shook his head. I don't know, but I have to wonder if they didn't cause trouble for our little lady. As they came up to the top of the hill, looking down into a clearing, fire rose from a stone structure, an old ruin as it were. It was a dwarven forge that he'd known was in this valley, but he did not know of any dwarves here to run it. He scanned the furnace itself. It was a simple enough structure surrounded by stone walls that completely enclosed the furnace itself, along with the smithing rock, which they could still hear being rhythmically pounded. He couldn't see anyone moving around the forge, be it a random vandal or dwarf, but with all the hammering and smoke, if there were vampires anywhere near, they would be coming this way. I don't see anyone there, Dorian said. Circle around the right as I approach directly. Keep watch for anyone trying to escape out the back. This lady's been studying elvish text, so perhaps they captured her. Whoever these are at the forge, they could be using her for her knowledge. Aside from that, we have to quiet this damn place down before we are crawling with bloodsuckers. Why do I always have to run around the backside of places to check from the vantage point of the trees? Elf, remember? Yes? You know what? Screw you, friend. Zeno laughed. Zeno moved with haste, taking the path around to the right, leaving Dorian to the forward approach. Dorian pulled his bow from his back and strung it. As he put an arrow to string and laid it over the bow itself, he began to creep forward, keeping a kneeling stance as he tried to stay in cover as long as possible. Rangers like him did not survive charging straight into battle like the king's men or some dwarven horde, though it was a bit rough to consider dwarves a horde. It just wasn't a common quality of Eastern Rangers. Dorian himself had a good working relationship with dwarves, and they had a battle prowess that he could only respect. Besides, before the vampires, approximately 15 years ago, they were at war with the elves. A rather stupid time made worse by a stupid king. But that was a long time ago now, and much to his surprise, he had only found out recently that the king of Taria had been killed. Ironically, in his opinion, the rumors were it was a ranger who had killed him. As he approached the dwarven forge and the great walls that went around it, he came to a split between two pillars, and though he had expected a sentry of some form, he did not expect a gray cat to be sitting atop one of the pillars and cleaning itself. He didn't pay it much mind, moving forward with his bow half drawn and looking down the corridor going into the forge, a gateway of sorts considering the forge itself was open to the air. The cat meowed above him, and he looked up before seeing movement ahead. He'd come to a void, a passageway to his left. He peeked around, noticing it was nothing more than empty space with a few random buckets strewn about. There was no bound old lady or otherwise signs of habitation. He moved forward, going through yet another void that opened up to the grand forge. The fire here was hot. The coals of the center forge were bright red. He had seen movement, but now he didn't. Then came the hammering again. As he stepped forward, he heard another cat meow and jerked to the right to see an orange one. I swear, the number of cats! He could see the sparks from whoever was here at the forge, but as the cat meowed again, the sparks ceased. Whatever you are, whatever you're here for, is it worth your fingers? The voice was raspy and hurried, not the sound of some vandal or criminal. At least not one he had heard. You've already been spotted, filth. It's my valley. I'll add you as fertilizer like I did the rest of the ones who came by. As the ranger came around the corner, he realized that the threatening voice was not at all what he'd expected. He lowered his bow as a short and rather plump, angry old woman stared at him. She was still holding her small hammer, and with a slightly hunched back, she lifted it at him. Damn rangers as useless as my son. They had found the old lady they had been sent for. Chapter 2. Ikinidor Ranger. The Emerald Hills was a region once teeming with life, and more importantly with the pickaxes of dwarven miners. It was already a near-enchanted region, graced by the flowing river Vidu that ran from the springs in the mountains out all the way through elven lands and to the Vindus Sea. Its ore was valuable, but it was from emerald itself that the land was named, for many old treasures were crafted from the labor and toil of dwarven hands. Now, a long earthen wall in the rock shored up the hills, long devoid of mining and industry. It was of value now as a defensive position. The long reach of the Crescent Mountains had returned. Their enemy was plentiful, and the song of battle filled the air. The sun sank beyond the mountains, but the lands north of Micronach were not at rest. While they had worked to build the great mirrors to cast light against their enemy, it was not done yet. Their enemy was weak to light, but the ingenuity of the mirrors was that flame could find focus, and their enemy would be pressed back, or would perish. Josmus Sand stood with his hand on his bow, looking out over the barren landscape. Fire, rock, and weeks of battle had scarred the region, to where the once grand forest was nothing but a handful of broken spires jabbing up upon broken bones and the waste of their enemy across the river. They need help. Go with the High Guard and do what you can to aid them, his king had told him. He was far from here, dwelling in Ikinidor, the dwarven hall of King Turgan near the western deserts. 2 weeks ago, all focus had been on the dwarven wall that once stood in the mountain pass west of here. But the elves and the men of Taria had insisted on a stronger position closer to the river. Now, they were there. But with the fall of night, they had come again and in much larger numbers. Give 'em a wee volley, Captain Rediol said. More fire on my mark. The catapults clicked, launching boulders from the elevated position above the river, slamming down onto the grounds that had become a desolate and broken region of battered corpses, one on top of another. The demon men, the Ikarn as they were called now, were relentless. Now at night, they had yet another ally as the swarms of vampire summonings joined them. The dwarven High Guard of Micronach cranked back the catapults as ballista bolts were readied with burning pitch and flame. Mark! The arms of the ballista sang, sending the bolts streaking through the dark battleground and striking all over the distant trees. The armies of the enemy seemed innumerable, pushing toward the river with every second that night was upon them. "Signal advance! Do not let them step upon our ground!" Drums and horns sounded, and the banners of Micronach went up. The High Guard marched, the dwarven battle line moving with heavy shields and axes toward the rocky shoreline. Captain Rediol kept up the barrage as the High Guard marched, his only goal: hold the western shore. His king had charged him with that solitary task, and with it gave him every tool the dwarves had to hold them back. Josmus fought with his dwarven allies. They were waiting on allies from afar. Dwarven armor? What kind of ranger would wear such garb? Always felt they were more elf than man anyway. I never thought I'd see such a sight, they had said upon first seeing him. But once it was known he was a thane of King Turgon, no further words were needed. As Josmus approached, restoring his stock of arrows, Captain Rediol laughed. "I'd be shaving my beard before I expect a ranger to be a thane to a dwarf. What kind of lunacy must have happened to lead to such a title given out like that?" "Plenty," Josmus said. "Plenty." "Well," Rediol said, "we've got soft skulls creeping in water, rock skulls on shore. They're going to press the nighttime advantage again." Josmus pulled back his bowstring, holding it for a moment before sending an arrow directly across the river. The Icarn were cursed fiends, a strange summoning twist of near-necromantic figures, mindless in some ways. The dwarves had named the simplest versions of them, soft skulls, with the ones that wore at least some armor, rock skulls. With them, the White Hand, a priest-like figure to the Icarn cultists. A well-placed arrow could disrupt several lines of Icarn at once, and so Josmus had his ideal targets. If he could see them, that was. Smoke rose with the fires from the dwarven artillery into the blackened sky. For 2 weeks he had fought with the dwarves of Micronach. Soon his friends would be here. A promise kept, as it were. The Icarn were not as skilled as some he had fought, but they weren't to be ignored, especially in large groups. The dwarves had made the mistake once and nearly ended up with Icarn within Micronach itself. It was a mistake that the king of Micronach would not allow again, and now with the forward positions held, the workers toiled to build the great wall that would stretch from the mountains all the way across elven lands toward northern Taria. A good plan. But for the past 2 nights the Icarn had become more daring, and it seemed tonight was going to be the pinnacle of such attempts. They were amassing across the river, and they had absorbed elves into their ranks. The Icarn were like an infection, blotted out with fire but ensnaring the near-dead and keeping them in a perpetual state of torture and servitude. At least it isn't necromancy. I've dealt with that. At least it isn't that. Arrows plunked into the dwarven lines as they began to buckle. Hammersong charged into the gap, resounding blasts of energy throwing their enemy back. But the enemy was endless, and still, moment by moment, they slid in the mud, forced back, and finally falling over the constructed bridgeway. The river here went north and west, through the capital city of Sailmark, and out to the ocean. They had called upon the elves, but, as of yet, they had not come. They all thought they had more time. The watchers in the woods were supposed to give them warning, but their enemy had struck out like a bolt of lightning. They still held for now. Josmus stood upon the center rock of the bridge. Dwarves struggled to cross the water to the other side as 2 Hammersong fought back to back, cut off from escape. An arrow sliced through the air from somewhere in the darkness, piercing through the open slit in one of the Hammersong's helmets. He fell face first into the water. Now, the Icarn were jumping from the far shore to the body of the dwarf and to the middle ground. "Fall back!" Captain Rediol shouted. Horns followed, and though Josmus thought to do as commanded, the last standing Hammersong remained. He was Telnor, a Hammersong from the Far East. Though he served beneath the king, he was loyal to Haradar, and was rather single-minded in his tasks, if not a bit thick-headed with listening to anyone beyond himself. As the dwarf had explained to Josmus before, We've got the middle ground in the river. They push us to there. That's a good spot to give them a good hammering. You better be with me there, boy." His golden hammer swung in the darkness, only darkening from the sheer amount of demon men flesh impacting with it with every swing. There was a flash of white in the blackness. Josmus saw it. A white hand. He drew back on his bowstring. He knew the distance would allow him to adjust to just above the head of the entity to land a barb where he wanted. Josmus exhaled and released, the arrow flying over Telnor, crossing the river, through several Icarn, and landing in the priest's throat. In a sudden explosion across the Icarn lines, many of the resurrected warriors collapsed into dust. As their summoner fell to the ranger's deadly arrow, their power was gone. The hammer song shouted, a battle cry thundering across the river. "Let dwarven hammers and axes fall upon our foes!" Horns sounded again, and the high guard of Micronach clamored back across the waterway, only for multiple large trolls to thunder out of the woods. "Volley! Volley!" Josmus could hear the captain's orders and then the sudden twang of ballista bolts. The wind shifted over him, and 3 of the 7 trolls fell, but the others slammed into the dwarves. Many of the lines were crushed, but jumping upon one of the fallen ones, Telnor looked back at him. "Come on, boy. You want to die back there or something?" But the Icarn returned in a massive wave, forcing even the hammer song to fall back, and while Telnor was brave, he wasn't stupid. Josmus loosed 3 more arrows before he and Telnor ran for the western shore. The trolls began throwing demon men above them. Now the captain himself was engaged. Josmus looked back to see their enemy swarming. He looked toward the north, hoping for the elves. "Send word to Micronach," the captain shouted. "Send word they are breaking here. Signal retreat." Telnor grabbed hold of the dwarves near him. "You hold your ground with me, brothers and sisters of Micronach." Some dwarves stayed. Others followed their captain's orders. Josmus reached for another arrow and found he only had 2 more. He pulled himself up, getting to a better vantage point. Telnor and his group of dwarves raised shields to cover the retreat of the others. The river was covered in the Icarn warriors, but then there was a flash to the north. At first, Josmus had thought it elves, but it was not elves at all. He turned to see the banners of his home coming around the bend of the river. It was his king and his king's ship, the Hammer of Ikinidor. Most importantly, the mighty cannons of the ship were singing in the midnight hour. The cannons were of ancient dwarven technology, a lost weapon that allowed the dwarves an unprecedented advantage, and that was greatly needed at the moment. Upon the deck of the capital ship of Ikinidor, Josmus saw King Turgon and the high priest of Ikinidor, Silra. With them were dozens of his own soldiers. The captain Gurki had a firm heading, and the silver construct sent a flurry of energy at the Icarn. "Rally! Rally!" Telnor shouted. 3 other vessels were coming with the Hammer of Ikinidor. Each of them unleashed an undulated storm of energy from their advanced dwarven weaponry that obliterated the Icarn in the river and even up into the hills of the eastern shore. As the ships continued their barrage, King Turgon was the first to jump into the mud and began the march toward the dwarven position. "Sire," Josmus said in a bow. "Josmus," Turgon said, rubbing one of the golden lockets in his beard. "Where is the command line?" "Broken. Kept us busy. We were breaking here too, but thankfully you arrived." Turgon nodded. "I'll make contact with King Verdar and sort out a way to stabilize this flank. Silra and the others will tend to the wounded." Josmus nodded. "Very well." About that time, the hammer-song Telnor clambered his way past them, going for Captain Rediol, who was approaching Turgon. "Next time you want to cede your ground, run," Telnor said. "Leave your dwarves with me. What's better, to die with an arrow in your back or some gremlin chewing on your armor? If your command was with Haradar, the High Guard would send you to me and I'd deal with you." "Unhand me, Hammersong, or I'll send you there myself on a slab," the captain snapped back. "Stop," Turgon said. "While I'd almost want to see the 2 of you go at it, I'd rather not have to explain to anyone why a captain of the Micronach High Guard was torn apart by Telnor of the Hammersong. Really, sire? You side with the Hammersong? Rediol asked. Turgon leaned into him. Come now, Rediol. His bicep is the size of your head. It'd barely be a fight. Rediol shrugged. Now, tend to your line. The ships will stay to secure this riverhead. Get the battlements built and finish the mirror. That light should help with the vampire's thralls. Come now, Josmus. He followed his king. Doing good? Turgon asked. Good as can be, Josmus said. Good timing. Wasn't timed, but I'm happy we got here. They made their way up from the river into the tents of the encampment. Here, the many injured and the dead were scattered about in disarray. What madness is this? Turgon asked. Defensive line, Josmus said. They're building a system of walls and towers with mirrors. Some old elven trick or something. Not a trick, Silra said, pulling at his own beard. They used this tactic decades before. I read of it. Keeps the vampires where they want them. But back then they had a much stronger presence in this region, primarily amongst dwarves. The Empire is in decay. You're in decay, Master Telnor said from behind them. Is Haradar gifting any more of your fine kind to these troubled lands? Turgon asked. No, haven't heard much. Reports say it is difficult to get messages to the east. I'm not too sure of it. King Ukrio gave me a good place in Micronach, so I cannot complain too much. The Hammersong out of this region were decimated. Seems they went sour, tried to attack Sailmark. Of that I'm not too sure, Turgon said. Harkonnen, as I understand it, was under elven control for a time. Telnor nodded. Yes, once the war began, though the forges were released back into dwarven control. It's far enough north that it hasn't fallen under attack like the eastern reaches here. Micronach was struck seemingly out of nowhere, so focus has been to keep up construction here. Silra tapped Turgon on the shoulder. I don't like the lack of attention to all the wounded. I'll take care of that with the others. Okay, Turgon said. We're headed for Tower Halfiron. Oh? Telnor asked. Yes, the other kings plan to have an impromptu meeting before we head further north. Some matters should stay amongst dwarves. Telnor nodded. Yes, indeed. Don't need elves getting involved with our personal dealings. I'll join you. They won't attack again here for some time. Chapter 3. Dwarven Talks. Josmus, Turgon, and Telnor had come to the outer road, and before them was Tower Halfiron, a dwarf tower built into the highlands far above the river valley, and a strong point that had watched over the great road leading as far north as the glacial seas and as far south as the southern seas. But this was in the days long gone by, when dwarven stone erected by their forefathers was yet new and still had fresh chisel marks. While it was not a massive fortification with sprawling walls, it had a formidable keep, and the high guard of Micronach manned it. Even from afar, Josmus could see their tall helms with the fashioning of a hogshead. The guards here were attentive. The trio were approached, but immediately bowed as they seemingly recognized King Turgon. Sire, our king awaits you. Josmus and the others passed through the high gate and into the keep of the tower. The massive structure reached high into the starry sky, and lit only with a few torches was rather dark. But the inner portion of the keep had many large smelting pots, and the fires beneath them gave off a warm glow. I like hot oil, Telnor said. Warms the bones, well, they're bones, the crackle of them becoming brittle. He smacked his hand. Almost as good as salted pork. When was the last time you met with the elves? Turgon asked Josmus. Initially, I passed through Sailmark and was questioned by Ruach, elf captain of Sailmark's Starfall legions. It seems he was put in charge of controlling the river passage, but upon mentioning my purpose, I had no issues. I did not expect to. Why? Because I see their garb upon those horses, King Turgon said. Josmus noticed what his king spoke about. Directly next to the large wooden door at the base of the tower were two horses with the typical elven cloth and saddles of the woodland folk. Thought we were keeping this to dwarves, Telnor said. They entered the tower and ahead, seated at a large square table, was a rather large dwarf with a golden crown atop his head. Josmus had only met the king once before this, and this time the dwarf wasn't in the robes he'd seen him in before at Micronach, but heavy black armor with sapphire jewels on his shoulders. "King Turgon of Ikinidor!" he shouted, holding a large mug of ale. "King Ukrio," Turgon said, embracing him. "How goes the sandy deserts?" Ukrio asked. "Sandy? And these lands? Damn the mothers of vampires. I squish every spider that I see creepy crawling around. Bunch of buggers, I say, but we're holding. Drink food," he shouted. Attendants came out from a side kitchen and bowed, bringing them all prepared meat trays and blocks of cheese. Josmus took a pint of ale and sat down as the kings were quick to pull out a large parchment. Telnor sat next to them and packed his pipe. "Nearly took the outer walls of Micronach," Ukrio said. "Damn vampire lords were fast. Took out 2 towers, cut off our attack path, and entered the western mountains. They then swarmed the entire pass, erupting from beneath the ground. Found they had spider tunnels weaved all underneath. Fired the tunnels, but it took us a while to fight them back out. Part of the reason we've pushed them east of here. They struggled to tunnel under the river, so we and the elves have been keeping the western shoreline free." "You've lost a lot on that riverbank," Turgon said. "We have, but we've held it." An attendant came in. "King Ukrio, King Vurdar has arrived." "Go on, send him in," Ukrio said. But there was no need for that, for the doors to the tower opened and a dwarf in golden armor trudged in. "What kind of rabble have we assembled here?" He laughed. The kings all embraced, and Vurdar looked over to Telnor. "Hammer Song of Haradar! We really are letting the place go to the rats," he teased. "Well, if we've got 3 kings here, I can go get fat and drunk, and Micronach and you 3 can decide the fate of the empires." Now, Ukrio said. "It is of dwarven need we must talk." "Dwarven need? I saw 2 elf ponies out there. What is that?" Ukrio nodded. "Guests, not of Sailmark." At that moment Josmus noticed movement at the far wall, and 2 hooded figures emerged. He had not seen them before now, so their sight was beyond unexpected. Both of them lowered their hoods, revealing long and flowing blonde hair. They kneeled in unison, keeping the hilts of their swords nearly hidden behind their cloaks. Rosur and Geran, high elves, traveling through, they found themselves unable to return home. Thus, they have chosen to stay amongst us. "An elf chooses dwarf kind over their own?" Turgon asked. "The ale is better," one of them said. They both stood. The one who had spoken had stark blue eyes. "I am Geran," he said. The other looked at his kin, then to the rest of them. "Rosur." This one not only had the same blue eyes, but was distinctly taller. "Never have I heard of a tree fairy or high elf choosing dwarves," Vurdar said. "Can you not reach Narisond?" Telnor asked. "I also am from the east. It has been difficult." "I believe there to be a sundering spell not seen since the times of early birth in these lands," Geran said. "But we are not of Narisond." "What other high elven city is yet not known in our lands?" Turgon asked. "Urlas," Rosur said. "We are blades of Urlas," Geran went on. "We were journeying through the lands when the Blackmoon rose. As it seems we cannot return home, we shall help you defend these regions. We are known by King Suvasel, and while we are elves, we do not swear fealty to any master here. We must defeat our enemy, a shared enemy." "I don't care for high elves," Vurdar said. "If you have no master, how can you be trusted? I'd rather not deal with elven rabble, and would just as well have it removed from my sight." Geran flashed up his blade. A rolling red flame lit up the room. In near sequence, Rosur had his own blade out and angled. "Ruinite blades crave not dwarven blood or lands, but enemies that threaten those who cannot protect themselves. Beyond that, we seek any who would wish us harm, be it elf, man, or dwarf." A host of guards had come in, but King Ukrio waved them off. Both of the elves sheathed their blades, and the dazzling light from before was gone. But to us, no enemy is within these walls, nor would we see such a duel as honorable. My brother and I do not seek anything from you but the ability to fight. We will protect dwarven and elven lands alike. And they are my guests, Ukrio stated again. We need allies we can trust, and blades of Urlus are not of the stock of wood elves. It was blades who fought beside our grandfathers in the Orc Wars. Verdar grumbled to himself, but Turgon motioned. Welcome to dwarf lands, elves. With the excitement gone, the two blades sat across from Josmus as the dwarf king spoke. They've been hitting us since they've crawled back from the Crescent Mountains, Ukrio said. I have to believe they are going for our energy sources, and thus we will work to rebuild the outer walls along this tower and connect it back to the mountains. Such a task can be completed as quickly as needed? Verdar asked. It can be, Turgon said. I have brought the first load of ballerite from my land. It is highly explosive, and with our Starforge, I've been able to create a much larger amount. My High Priest's daughter will be bringing more, but the small amount I brought can get us started. What is ballerite? Verdar asked. An explosive used by our ancient kin, highly volatile, but if focused with shaping rocks, it can blast tunnels in no time. More potent than dwarven dust in all uses, Turgon said. So we make new defenses in the mountains here. And what of the jagged peaks? Another line from your own defenses up the great road to link up to Mikronkok, Ukrio said. These mirrors, Turgon said. They can turn the vampires? Yes, these were used by the elves before. They used them to focus sunlight and starlight into the vampire hordes. Then using stormancers, they chased them back into the Crescent Mountains, where they forced a surrender. Should have killed them, Turgon said. Yes, Ukrio nodded. And what of this ranger of the north, Fadis? He and his kin fought against us. They deposed the king of Taria, Ukrio said. Then the elves took Harkinok. The leadership of the city was killed. And yet we work with them as we do? Verdar asked. Harkinok acted alone, paid a significant sum by the king of Taria and the lords in league with him. We understand that not only was the king killed and the lords chased off, but that the cities of Locum and Fenar had some hand in things. We already know of the rumors coming from there, and of the race of men. What rumors? Josmus asked. There are men and a sect within them who wish to turn all their kind against dwarves and elves, and any others who align with us. They are forming an alliance of some kind. Even the Riverland kingdoms have been approached about it. Why would men turn against us? Josmus asked. I know not rangers who would do this. Not rangers or any of those within our borders, but further east. They are different. Telnor nodded. I can attest to some talk of such things, but it always seems like whispers. Nothing official, as far as I've witnessed. But our focus should be in maintaining dwarven borders and keeping our own hands strong in the coming plays with any enemies. Fadis was a ranger who fought against elves. In some ways, I trust him more than King Suvasel, Ukrio said. But even Suvasel seems much more focused on winning a war versus holding on to the grasps of elven culture and pompousness. A nice change for our woodland kin. The rangers of the north, the pines and the riverlands are and have been allies of dwarves, even if their means are not the best or sensible by our standards. As it seems, being that no dwarven holds remain near the Crescent Mountains, we must work to ensure that we all keep open communication with the wildland folks. And Volek? Verdar asked. There are the rumors of vampires there. Volek is our eastern spear. Their forces have long been friends of the dwarves. We must stand ready to defend there if needed. I do feel that the tunnels that allowed them to overwhelm our defenses link up all beneath the entirety of the southern Taria region. It is why we must be ready. Council is to be held, Turgon said. So we go. See what those of northern Taria seek to do. Yes, Ukrio said. But I will send you two in my stead. I will attend to defenses and work with my engineers to utilize this ballerite you have brought. The priests of Ikinidor know how to use it. They will teach you. But of council, is there anything else? Dwarves must hold the line, Ukrio said. No matter what, the future of our kingdoms rests in our choices now. The dwarf kings were to depart. As the hour grew later, Silra arrived and spoke with Turgon at length in private. After some time, they returned. "I go north with King Vurdar," Turgon said. "Watch the eastern shoreline with Silra. I will hurry back as soon as I can." Josmus nodded. While a small host of guards of King Vurdar had accompanied them back to the shoreline, it was the two blades of Urlas who caused the most ruckus returning to the front. "I've been given no word or elven forces here," Captain Rediel said. "They are with us," Telnor said. "Now, if you're done with your rambling, we'll prepare a force to look for those tunnels on the opposite shore. I know they're there." "We will go with you, Master Hammersong," Duran said. Both of the blades bowed. "Good," Telnor said. "I will too," Josmus said. "Well, get some sleep. We need it. We go at first light." Chapter 4. Child of the Hunters. Snow. There was always so much snow. The mountain village of Paradon sat deep within the peaks, high above the eastern Taria valleys. The windswept peaks blew ice all across the greater expanse that ran from the east side of Crescent Lake over the Tychen Mountains that ran north to south, from the Great Bay of the North to the Vindus Sea. This was the home of Reardon, a young boy with hopes of doing more than simply being just another person in his village. "It's time to get up," a voice said. Reardon knew that his mother needed him up to help with the hides outside. "I told you that you were staying up too late," she said. "Hurry now, they'll be home soon." Reardon sat up, rubbing his eyes as he watched his mom move things from one side of the small house to the next. He used the term house rather loosely. This was one of their forward camps away from the village. This time of year, as winter was fast approaching, they would chase after herds of mountain sheep coming up from the valleys. Generally speaking, the winter seemed to bring out the cave trolls. Goats that would normally be in the lower valley in the upper hills would flee the trolls and come up the mountainside. There were several well-known paths the goats would take, and his family made a point to harvest as many as they could. But this was one of the last harvest times before winter would set in for good, making passages through the passes nearly impossible. Reardon had not known many winters as of yet. He could remember 7. He was still under 10 winters old, but he had a bit of hope in his own mind. Life so far had not given him much. He was smaller than the other kids, supposedly being born a bit earlier and nearly dying at birth. He'd struggled in his early years, but had always kept trying, kept pushing to do just as much as everyone else in the village. He enjoyed wood carving, using a knife with different pieces of wood to whittle many interesting and intricate pieces of wood, in his opinion. But ultimately, in a village such as his, he did not have a great place or use. Furthermore, other kids his age would go out with their father's help to take down the goats, or at the least drag the carcasses and skin them. While he was good with a knife and able to skin the animal, he frequently felt too cold out in the elements and wasn't strong enough to carry the heavy packs across the mountainous terrain. "We'll get things ready for dawn," his mother said. "Then we'll begin packing everything up to get going back home. That sounds good, doesn't it, Reardon?" He hopped out of bed and began assisting his mother by getting a fire going in the stove and preparing their mountain tea. He was somewhat relieved he didn't have to go out and actually deal with hides. Tea was easy. "Almost out of cinnamon, Mother," he said. He was working to prepare the mountain tea, a mix of black tea and cinnamon bark. They had a very low supply of mint, another ingredient in mountain tea. He liked mint, but he could not stand cinnamon. "Well, thankfully we have a good supply in Paradun, plus the last paths will likely close up in the next 3 weeks. We can make another trip to Tarsol, I hope." "But what about the other?" His mother paused for a moment, glancing at him before turning her attention back to her whetstone, where scrape after scrape she worked, sharpening a knife. "He's coming," she said. "I expect them here before the pass closes. Your father is rather excited, but no one is forcing you to do this. You don't have to worry, and you're still young to be going about such a task." "I want to be more useful, Mother," he said, an unintentional pout coming to his voice. "I don't do enough. You and Father are always working hard, providing things for you to prepare, and even supporting the other families. But I can't even carry a heavy pack. I still struggle with my bow. I can sometimes pull it all the way back, but then I can't properly aim. You told me when I was little that Father could do it when he was 5. Yet when I was 5, I was barely able to hold up the bow. His mother turned to him, gripping him into her, kissing him on the side of his head. You can't go constantly comparing yourself to every single other person, much less your father. But your uncle is an old friend of your father's. These things you worry about right now are nothing to fear. Why do you call him uncle if he's not my father's brother? Well, he is like a brother to your father. He still cares deeply for you despite their lives taking very different paths. There's not a ranger in all of Taria whom your father and I would want you to be an apprentice under other than him. Besides, it'd be nice to see him again considering the open wars and other trouble in Taria. That was years ago, far beyond this now. We had a comfortable peace for some time, and I very much like to think that will continue. At that moment there was rumbling beneath her feet. Then came a bright flash. At first, Reardon and his mother hid their eyes, but then as the lights began to lessen, they both opened the door of the hut and stood just outside it with mouths agape. West of them, a massive fireball rose into the clouds. It was outshining the slim veil of light from the sunrise in the east. The fireball rose into the clouds, crackling and thundering like a great storm before the bright light slowly dimmed. "What was that?" Reardon asked. "I have no idea," she said. As the light from the foreign flash diminished, his mother ran to welcome back their father, and the others left to prepare the camp to move. His mother wouldn't tell him anything, and he wasn't sure if it was because she truly didn't know what had happened or she just wasn't saying. Now, they were packing up the camp as the sun was rising, painting the mountain with light. His father and others crested up one of the lower paths, headed for them. He listened, trying to see what they were talking about. "Where is everyone? Where is Amia? Where are Bulio and Toman?" his mother asked. His father was bleeding from his right arm. Didn't look too serious, but his father's expression seemed strange. "We were attacked quite suddenly. First it was trolls, a trio of trolls," his father said. "They chased us down the mountain into the valley. But down there," he paused, "down there was something else. I'm not even sure what the monstrous beasts were. They looked like you or me, but there was something wrong with them. We need to get back to Paridon. I believe we'll be safer in numbers. We cannot delay here. We are far too exposed." His father saw him staring. "You have been doing good here?" he asked. "I have. Are we not going to be tending to the hides?" His father laughed. "No, but it's okay. We'll get back to Paridon and explain what happened. A bit of trouble out there. What I need from you now is to do everything your mother and I tell you. Let's get the camp packed up quickly." "What happened to the others?" "Don't worry about that right now," his father said. "Besides, your uncle will be here soon, and when he is, you'll have a lot more to be worried about. You've got training ahead." He smiled at him. "Just know this. Sometimes bad or sad things happen in life, and the only thing we can do is keep moving, right?" Reardon nodded. "Okay, good," his father said, patting his shoulder. "Now let's get packed." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. As they made their way back to the village, Reardon picked up on snippets of conversation about the bright flash. He concluded that it was not a natural phenomenon, but no one in the camp, not even his parents, could identify it. It didn't take much for him to understand the trolls had killed the others, and that was why they hadn't come back. He also thought of what his father had said of his uncle being there soon, and he knew what that meant. His uncle was a ranger of Taria. He had fought in the Elven Wars, but was a ranger even before that. The one thing Reardon had wanted from the time he was very little, from simply hearing stories of his father's adventures before he'd met his mother, was to be a ranger. That was where his father learned to be so good with a bow, to track, to catch all kinds of fish and other animals. Even the ability to vanish into the woods if need be. But his father had been injured just before the onset of war between Taria and the elves of the West. Even more, his father had made a name for himself, doing deeds that Riordan only heard in passing, and never from his mother and father. Apparently, it wasn't safe for his father in the Low Country. There were those who would want to kill him if they knew he was alive. Riordan couldn't understand why that would be the case. He had never seen his father angry, never seen his father hurt anyone. It just didn't make sense to him. It took them the greater part of 3/4 of a day to get back to Paradun. They had been at the upper mountain camp for 3 weeks, and normally due to heavy snowfall, it would take them 2 days to get back. Unfortunately, they were returning empty-handed, and the only good that could be derived from that was that they had made better time. Paradun was built on the eastern slope of the mountains. It was home to about 300 people total. During the spring and summer, many would come across the lands to hunt and would stay in Paradun. But at this time of year, only those who called Paradun home were in sight. The Great Hall of Paradun was a grand structure built in the bones of an old world fort. It was their meeting place and had many beds during hunting season. There also weren't that many individual structures here, but instead there were several longhouses. While they weren't much to look at from the outside, they were warm and sturdy. As the other adults met for a meeting, Riordan was told to stay home. That, of course, meant he would wait for them to leave and then simply follow afterward. He gave it a full 3 minutes before he did just that, making his way from the longhouses to the Great Hall and climbing up several stacked timbers to a second-level balcony. What he didn't have in strength and endurance, he absolutely had in his ability to be sneaky and climb. He pulled open a window and threw himself to the other side. This was not his first time doing this, and as such, he knew exactly where he was headed. There was a rafter accessible through a small closet on the second story of the longhouse. After climbing up, he crawled directly over to the meeting place where the adults were talking. A thick smoke was in the air from roasted meat smoking over an open fire pit in the center of it all. Several strangers had joined his mother and father and others of Paradun. Riordan squinted, trying to see who they were beneath their hoods. He did not recognize them as anyone who had come to Paradun before. More importantly, they were not garbed as any of the men of the West or East. "Our offer remains," one of them said. "Your offer can continue to remain," his father said. "I know what I saw. I know what attacked us. That was no normal man or elf. That was something else, and of what it was I can't say because I do not know. But what you offer brings me no comfort, and those of Paradun have always stood by ourselves. What happens in Western Taria is of little concern to us. You will not find pity here." The figure stood up, reaching out with strangely elongated fingers that appeared to be clawed. It pointed at Riordan's father. "The loss was but temporary," the figure hissed. "Truly, more damage was done to the others than to those of our city. We fully expected some form of trap, and the explosion is just further proof that those you call friends are twisted. What we offer is simple. We require no weapons or shelter or any of your food. We will not change your life in any form, but we simply ask for allegiance and offerings. You worry of someone coming and taking over that which is yours. I'm here to tell you that such an occurrence will not happen. What you want is a sacrifice, and we do not sacrifice to gods no more than we will sacrifice to you," another man said. Riordan knew this was the village elder, Guli. Guli continued, "You can take yourself and your representatives and everything you wish back to the Crescent Lakes and toss yourself into the burning ruins there. We have no place for you here, nor will we beseech your kind." The 3 figures stood, each of them bowing. "Then just remember that you were offered a gift that you would not accept. Our masters do not take to those who outright refuse gifts, for how much nicer could we be? And why would we be any more giving than we are right now? You and those of the village of Paradun have refused the grand offer, and no offer will be made like this again." The 3 figures stood up and departed the hall. "We will not give in to their demands," Guli said. "I want to double the watch, triple the watch. Use fire, use arrows. If a single shadow is seen on our border, it will be struck down and then decided if it was friend or foe. None come this way for any reason, and any who come this way must be seen as an enemy. We can take no chances. Reardan could tell they were about to adjourn. He knew that the mood was beyond sour amongst the villagers. He backed off, making his way back to the window and clamoring to get back outside. As he did so, he fell off the wall of the hall and saw strange shivers of blackness rising from beyond the hall on the other side, and 3 figures appeared, somehow moving suddenly to the peaks above the village. He felt the desire to hide even more. He tucked himself against the wall, and though he could not explain it, he felt as if he could sense the figures staring directly at him. Then, as if they'd never actually been there, they vanished. He ran for home, ran to the back longhouse. He did not know what was happening, but he was scared. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Though his parents and others returned to the longhouse, they were very careful of what was said in his presence. The other children, who were younger than him, played, knowing no different from their normal, and Reardan sat there wishing it was the same for him in a way. "Reardan," his father said, holding a tankard of ale and sitting at one of the many chairs in the great table that spread the entire length of the longhouse. "Yes, father?" he asked him. His father stroked his beard, pointing to the lockbox where he kept his bow. "You get a string, and I want to work on stringing a bow by yourself. Your uncle expects it. It needs to be the minimum you can do." Once every few nights, his father would attempt to get him to string the bow. So far, he'd gotten close, but never was successful. He took out the longbow, which was a good head or 2 higher than he could stand. His father jokingly called it short, but he had no idea how such a large thing could be considered short. Taking the string in hand and lifting it under one arm, passing the arm of the bow behind his leg, and bending the other one up over his body, he did his best to get the loop twine into the notch. "Come now, boy! Come now! You've been overwhelmed in the forest. You hear the orcs coming. You must be quick!" Reardan struggled, sweat beading on his forehead, and his arms shaking as he did his best to get the string into the arm of the bow. His grip slipped, the arm slacked upward, and he nearly dropped the bow from the sudden failure. "Again," his father said calmly. About that time, one of the other villagers came and joined his father. It was one of the scouts, but Reardan didn't remember his name. They put markings, strange runes above the village on some type of stone structure. We knocked it down, but we don't think our friends liked our refusal. "I don't care," his father said. "It remains our answer to what they threaten us with." Reardan struggled again, focusing and bending the arm and pulling with all his might to get the string into place. "Come on, boy. I said your uncle will not be as nice as me. He'll want you to be able to string this bow." "Is he coming?" the other man asked his father. "He is, best I know. With everything that happened near the Crescent Lakes, I can't be sure." "I'll make sure I tell patrols to be watchful," he said. "We set a precedent of killing first." His father sighed. "Our patrols will never see him. He's good like that, not to mention his companion." "We need more like him, more like you," the man said. "I'm not what I once was, but he is." "He has never stopped," his father said. "What are we going to do?" the man asked, his tone indicating he seemed more stressed than he was. "You know we don't have the warriors. We probably should go east." Reardan failed with the bowstring again. He took a moment, trying to catch his breath and drying his sweaty hands from the second attempt. He looked up at his father, who simply stared back. "Again," he told Reardan. "Do it." Reardan nodded, attempting a final time with a greater feat of strength, passing the arm of the bow a bit further behind his leg and leaning in. "I would think you would want to go east for your boy. You've got to give him the best chance," he heard the man say. "You..." "Silence." Reardan's father cut him off. At that moment, the first time ever in his life, Reardan managed to string his father's bow. He lifted it, smiling from ear to ear. "Father! I did it! I did it!" "Nay." Reardan's father smiled at him and looked over to the scout. "I am giving him the best chance. Chapter 5. A Good Plan. First light was not too much longer than when Josmus had lain down, but he got what sleep he could before he heard Telnor shouting about. "Why can't I get a decent cup of hot tea?" the hammer song said. Josmus opened his eyes to see a sliver of light over the eastern trees. He sat up, stretching as he did. Telnor was marching about with the two blades following just behind. "I swear, lowly dwarves can't brew a cup of decent tea anywhere south of the glacial seas." He looked toward Josmus. "Ranger, you awake and ready?" Josmus waved at him, and in the pale light, that was enough. "All right, well, we've got some priests. Turgon directed them to us before he headed out a few hours ago. Best we can guess. I expect it'll be a fine morning beyond the line." Josmus sat up and pulled up his boots. They had not advanced over the line since they had started defending the riverbank. The broken down and now barren landscape, riddled with bodies and charred trees, was a wasteland. Boulders flung from the catapults, and any manner of other weapons of war, along with the dead still not fully recovered, were at the very least still within bowshot of the palisade walls. Beyond that, he had no idea. But Telnor wished to find the supposed tunnels they were using. He packed up his sleeping area as he saw the monks of Ikinidor with bags of balarite. Ikinidor was Josmus's home. Having come there as a young boy with his own ranger master, he had stayed there since that moment, so seeing so many of his friends was comforting. It wasn't that any of Micronach hadn't been good to him at any point, but something about seeing dwarves he knew was comforting. "Crap land, laddie," one of them said, adjusting his hood. "Silra says they've got good elven wine in Selmark. Doubt we'll get any of that here." "Good elven wine?" Josmus teased. The young dwarf rubbed his red beard. "I hear it's sweeter than that wine we tried making years ago." "Well, Silra would know the best wines, but you are a dwarf of the priesthood. I do expect better from you, Lario." Lario laughed. "What does Silra always say? That he's a bad priest?" Lario nodded. "He is the role model I look up to. I must do as he would." Lario and Josmus joined the other monks beside Roser and Geron, the blades of Erlas. Telnor looked them all over. "Well, I guess this is it," he said. "Come now, can't waste any of this sunrise." The small host departed the recently repaired gates of the palisade wall. Even as they did, the dwarves and the handful of elves on the walls watched nervously. "Oh, don't stare like that," Telnor said. "We'll be back before you have to finger your little bowstrings, fairy boys. Dwarves, watch your ale. You know how those elves get." He laughed, his voice carrying over the barren land and echoing off the distant hills. It was dead silent as they reached the riverbank. Telnor looked at him. "Got enough balarite to set off half a mountain." The hammer song shrugged. "We'll blast enough rock into those passages it should give us a bit of a break." The host had paused, except for Roser and Jaren, who were already moving on the opposite bank. "Dwarves! Letting those northern fairies outpace you so quickly! Go, go!" the hammer song said. As the monks went to the other side, Josmus and Telnor spoke. "They've got masons and engineers already working to build up the wall like we all talked about. With any luck, we can buy enough time to seal the way. Then, we fall back to stronger defenses, within the grip of the mountain itself. No more river shit." "Still glad you stayed here?" Josmus asked. "As opposed to what? Getting through the veil spell thing? I know better than to try, and what would I be doing in Haradar? Not getting my hammer dirty, huh?" He shook his hammer and pushed through the river ahead of Josmus. Having spent so much time with dwarves, the ranger had gotten used to being up front in most excursions, but in this case the group was staying rather close. The opposite bank of the river had many more bodies of Ekarn than he'd expected, after all the fires and the Ekarn's general focus, to take even their dead. Somehow the bodies were repurposed to be used again, but though it seemed it, it was not necromancy. Telnor whistled, making a motion to his right with his hand. It was a sign to spread out. Josmus kept his hand on his bow as he looked back across the river. They were still within range of some form of assistance. Their allies could still see them. But soon they entered the forest and began up a steep embankment. A few moments later, as the sun crested fully over the distant mountains, they passed out of sight of their allies. "Bright as a good dame in the candlelight after 3 dark draughts of Haradar's finest," Telnor said. "He-ha! You know you like that, you monk folk." About that time, the 2 blades came running up with not even a crack of twig to announce their approach. "Fuck me, northern fairies," Telnor said. "Quiet fucks." "Apologies for our approach being so loud," Roser said. "Loud? Didn't know you were even coming." Josmus was impressed by the blades, near mythical warriors of elven culture. Elves were quiet, but these elves were even quieter, if such was possible. "We have scouted ahead," Jiran said. 3 caves, one with markings of the Ekarn. We suspect they link up deeper into the mountain, but they are large. We can lead you to the largest. "Suspected you dwarves would like the caves," Roser said. "Is that a joke?" Telnor asked. "You think I like myself a cave in the woods, do you?" "Ha ha. Yes, I would. Come now, dwarves, let us make haste." The companions followed the 2 blades down into a narrow gorge of jutted rock, and then back up a muddy hill that had been well trodden from the mass of Ekarn likely using it. Josmus could smell their rot, a distinct near-decay aroma mixed with a strange amount of blood. As they climbed over multiple fallen trees, the monks used their staffs to cast a small amount of light around the area. "Not too much," Telnor said. "We don't know if they have lookouts." The 2 blades moved ahead of them now, much quicker than before. A strange call went out and there was a flash of fire. A blade cut down a guard hiding in the rocks above them. Josmus put an arrow to string, scanning the rocky outcroppings above. Another guard appeared, its bony form reaching up, and its mouth opening to begin some form of yelp to signal. Josmus's arrow struck, silencing it. He could see the 3 caves the elves had found. It was much closer to the river than he'd expected. The largest had clear markings of tribal staffs of the Ekarn. The cave opening was 4 times Josmus's height, and wide enough to lay at least 5 simple horse carts. "Likely more than just this around here," Telnor said. In a flash, Josmus saw Roser high above. His scimitar flashed red again, and 2 more Ekarn were struck down. "No time for that," Josmus said. "Get the Balarite in." The monks went to work in the largest of the caves, stacking the Balarite. They had simple fuses, and once it was set in place, they'd get a safe distance away before setting it off. Drums began rolling deep in the caves. It was a distant yet melodic sound. Telnor made his way directly in, and Josmus followed, noticing the hammer song was heading toward the sounds. "We don't need to go in," a monk said. "The Balarite will be powerful enough to block this entrance. You do your work. I'll do mine." As the monks continued their work, Josmus and Telnor made it to a narrow passage. "Stinks down here," Telnor said. The flow of warm air was staunch but strong, as if a great host was breathing and casting their rancid aroma out what was no more than a vent. Telnor realized that there were mechanisms of some kind, and a small stone door off to the side. "What do you think this is?" he asked Josmus. Josmus had seen doors such as this before, but never with the strange markings he noticed as he drew closer to it. A large fanged spider was carved into the stone. "Iska," Josmus said. "Spider queens, but I have never seen them, only heard stories." Telnor nodded. "There are Iska on the far eastern lands, just at the border of the Shadowlands, but centuries ago." He looked around. Likely during the first wars against the vampires, they spread this way. He tapped the door with his hammer. "Issue is, you can tell this isn't actually carved. This is a veiled doorway." Telnor moved his hand across the door, and Josmus did the same. While it looked like etchings, it wasn't. The imagery was glowing through the stone. "So these tunnels and many caves throughout the lands," Josmus said. "Any of them could be passages to the subterranean, where these armies move with haste, We'll have to firebomb every passage and cave from here to the glacial seas. Before the Blackmoon, I'm sure this would have looked no different from any cave wall. Josmus tapped the stone with the edge of his sword. Screw the cave opening. We put it here. Bring down the mountain on them. He felt along the edge of the door. I'll go tell them we're going to bring the Balorite deeper, the dwarf said. As Telnor left, Josmus continued to look at the door. He stared at the imagery, continuing to search for some type of lip or switch, wanting to open the way. If they were lucky, they could get even deeper. The effigy on the stone began to shift. The spider glowed black with a white outline. The drumming stopped. Thunder rumbled the cave from the outside. The bright sun and the cover of day were fading from them. Yes, it is necessary. Deeper. Always deeper, Telnor said, leading the monks toward the door. Ha! That's some advice that's useless to you, monks. There was a snapping from the ground around the rocks. A plume of fog began to roll in as webs reached up from a gap between the large wall and the floor of the cave. The inside of the cave became alight with a bright, glowing image of a single tree draped in webs. Balorite now, Telnor said. The dwarves were making trips, stacking the black and silver orbs against the walls of the cave. Jiran and Roser had come too, carrying the orbs, and Josmus went to join them when he saw something in the fog. It was about the size of a man or elf, with elongated arms and a gaping maw. It pointed toward the others. He dove with his sword, heaving the creature's head before it could do anything. Telnor jerked up, looking to Josmus. Behind you! Another had come, this one with a spear. It hissed and lunged for him. He swept the spear to the right and brought the edge of his blade down on this one's neck. Webs grew upward along the ceiling as the massive stone gateway rose, vanishing into the stone. Spiders emerged, massive beasts, their jaws snapping as they ran for Josmus. The blades were beside them, their burning swords cutting through their new foes. Go, use your bow. Protect the Balorite. We'll push, Roser said. Josmus fell back beside two of the monks who were holding out their staffs. Their glowing light was seemingly at odds with the fog, pushing it back as if it were a river split by a massive boulder. The blades had pushed in beyond the opening. The only thing Josmus could see looking down the shaft of his arrow was two fiery blades moving about in the fog. The sound of swords hacking flesh followed. Then came that of sword on metal or stone of some kind. The monks were setting the fuses and began a careful retreat. A flash of fire and an elven shout echoed throughout the cave. Telnor took his hammer in his hands, the head of it beginning to glow. Get the dwarves out. I'll go for the elves, he said to Josmus. Josmus stayed beside them as they made their way back toward the cave opening, while laying out their fuse line and preparing to set up the second part of the fuse switch. It was dark out again. A massive storm had rolled up on them. This wasn't good. They needed to hurry, or their enemy could press an attack. Balorite was different from dwarven dust. Dwarven dust was a common ingredient, useful for moving stones very quickly. Balorite, being so much more potent, needed not only a fuse system to the Balorite itself, but a switch. Then, from an even greater distance, one could set off the Balorite and ensure the relative safety of others. Josmus had heard from Silra that apparently at a time before he had joined those of Akinidor, they had used Balorite to destroy an ancient dwarven city, and Balinor, the master smithy of their home, had claimed that Balorite had an energy potential beyond anything else in the world. Personally, Josmus wasn't too sure on that, but for the time, it didn't matter. The monks signaled they were ready and they could leave the cave. Josmus whistled. Let's go, he shouted into the cave. A plume of fog rolling out from deep within was the only reply. Fall back, he shouted to the monks. Get back to the ridgeline in sight of the river. The monks did as he commanded. He kept his bow up and an arrow to string. The wind shifted and he looked to his right. An Icarn stood on a large rock, looking down at him but not moving. Josmus was just beside a tree but not hiding. The Icarn would normally have attacked him but was not at the moment. There was movement to his left, higher up the hill. Trees shook as something disturbed the ground, knocking over smaller bushes, and from all over the woods, plumes of fog rose. "Where in the pits of Vanku are you, Telnor?" A slow, rolling encroachment of webs began to emerge from the cave. Then, smaller spiders no larger than a small pebble began to spread out from the webs. Lightning flashed. A cold wind swept down, throwing the trees into turmoil as the smell of rain filled his nostrils. Another Ikarn warrior appeared in the distance, holding on to the edge of a tree with a small horn at his lips. He blew twice, and the first Ikarn that Josmus had seen replied with a coughing yelp. Their animalistic back-and-forth conversation continued before a third and a fourth actor appeared, each of them standing beside a rising plume of fog. A twig snapped nearby. Josmus gasped, jerking his bow to see a single deer that had snuck up on him. It was munching on grass not more than a few strides from him. "Careful there, friend. I almost thought you were the enemy. You should get out of here." There were other deer now, at least a dozen, all coming from the hilltop. They seemed to be struggling to walk straight, stumbling a bit as they tried to eat grass, yet their bodies seemed to not be following their heads. Their hooves rutted at the ground as they snapped their necks at strange angles, as if unseen hands directed them. Josmus heard Telnor, his distinct booming voice coming from the cave. There were flashes of red too, but the ranger couldn't see them yet. He looked back to his right, and now 4 deer stood staring at him, their snouts dripping blood. They were just out of reach, had he had his sword in hand. He pulled back on his bow, leaning against the tree, as a deer was dangerous this close if it engaged with him. He thought perhaps they had a fawn to defend, but this was different. Thick, green drool fell from their mouths. They breathed from their snouts, heavy and hot, and for the first time Josmus saw that their fur was broken and disfigured, a fact he had not realized before. He released his arrow, striking one of them directly in the neck. It wasn't phased in the least. The deer began to snarl. He slung his bow around his shoulder and drew his sword, angling it around the edge of the tree, keeping the rest of the trunk as a shield as the first deer leaped, striking just near him. Josmus circled around the other side as 2 deer tried to ram him. He pushed off the ground, dodging the first and kicking off the tree, propelling himself higher than their attack. He ran, breaking away from the cave for the time as deer hooves thundered around him. The beasts broke through small trees, lowering their heads in their charge. He swung himself around a large tree, angling his sword behind him, as one of the deer was nearly on him. He came around the other side, boots sliding in the ashen dirt as another deer growled, its accursed form and jagged teeth gleaming in the storm-tossed background of swirling trees and fogs. Josmus twisted the hilt of his blade up, piercing the creature through its upper neck and deep into its chest. He felt its heartbeat in the hilt of his weapon. Warm blood poured over him as he felled the creature. But still, even in its dying gasps, it tried to bite him. Fireballs launched from the high hill in the distance, arching flaming rocks not from the dwarven lines but from their enemy, meant to break their position on the river. The deer were upon him again, and too came more of their enemy's artillery. It seemed they had learned from their last few days of assaults, and as rocks fell short, striking the woods near Josmus, the ranger looked back to see if the dwarves or elves had emerged. He had no time to really look. The accursed deer were upon him again. Josmus spotted Akinador dwarven monks coming from the ridgeline, their glowing staffs launching fire at what appeared to be rabbits, squirrels, and all manners of creatures that had been driven mad, and now were used as fodder against them. "Josmus!" Telnor shouted, emerging through the fog with the fang of a spider and his hammer in hand. The hammer song slid to a stop, turning about and slamming his hammer down as a trio of armored Ikarn charged him with spears. 2 deer struck trees near him as a third slid in the dirt, spitting a green goo at his cloak. It began to burn through, and he threw his cape from himself at its face. "Ranger! Incoming!" Telnor shouted. Josmus turned to look as an explosion of dirt, charred wood, and pieces of the deer flew all around him. He flew through the air, striking the ground a distance away from where he had been standing. His ears were ringing. He could smell the Icarn, but he heard Telnor's shouts and felt the tremor of his hammer on the ground. "Cover! Get to cover!" he heard, though the voice was ringing. A firm hand lifted him. "Josmus, can you hear me?" The dwarf then threw him over his shoulder. "Cover! Cover!" Josmus watched as he was carried through the now burning woods. Behind him he saw flashes of ruinite swords, the two blades leaping from place to place as they reached the top of the ridge. "Ignite! Blow it!" Telnor shouted. A delay, then a flash in the distance, and a massive eruption of blue fire and mountainside. The shockwave rolled over them, but Telnor and the others were just far enough. "Burn, you spider-worshipping, hog-sucking, fang-toothed bastards!" Telnor shouted out. Josmus was now lying on the ground. Telnor stared at him. He slapped him, but Josmus could barely feel it. One of the monks began to cast on him, and he could feel his body becoming lighter. Telnor was staring at him still. "Close one. They nearly got you." He laughed, and then his wide smile disappeared. "Flanks, flanks, from the south and from the north. The bastards weren't ever planning on giving us a break. Sound horns, sound horns." He pointed toward Josmus. "Get him out of here." Josmus still couldn't move himself. Two monks grabbed him and headed for the river as the dwarven line ahead unleashed its own attack into the barren lands. Volleys of ballista bolts and rocks streaked across the sky. Dwarven horns sounded, echoing around them. The last Josmus saw of the others was Telnor with his great hammer, and the two earless blades engaging dozens of Icarn, giving the monks time to get him out. Captain Radiol and the High Guard of Micronach were advancing across the river. The monks carrying Josmus passed up the hill and beyond the palisade walls. They placed him in the healing area and then turned, lifting wards. Fire exploded around them. Josmus could feel again. He struggled to push himself up as the defensive lines faltered. Looking over at a small hand axe on the ground near him, he tried to stand. He retched, vomiting bile. Wiping his nose, he found he was bleeding. A barrage of arrows struck the ground near him, and dwarves fell to his left and right. Two Icarn warriors crested over the walls, wearing the sheen-white carapace armor of a spider, and as one lifted its long, curved spear, it was taken through the skull by a hand axe. Telnor was upon the wall, pulling their foes down. "Rally! Rally!" he shouted. A monk cast mage light, the bright light illuminating the walls and surrounding area. Telnor's glowing orange hammer smote the side of the wall, sending out a vibration that threw up dirt in a great plume around them. Josmus tried to get toward the wall but stumbled, falling to the ground. He struggled to see. A monk, a different one from before, came to him. As his vision cleared, he could see the monk was talking, but couldn't hear him. Then, a spear point pierced through the back of the monk's head. The dwarf's bone and blood splashed him in the face, and the dwarf convulsed as he collapsed into him. The Icarn behind him hissed, ripping the spear back out and rearing back again. A ruinite blade cut him from behind. The flash of red fire and blood came before Jaren pulled him up. "Retreat!" Telnor shouted. Josmus could hear again. "Give him to me!" Telnor said. Josmus's eyes became blurry. He could see dwarves fighting against the Icarn, the glow of the blades of Erla's, and the orange hue of the Hammersong's hammer. The last he saw was a flash of lightning above and the broken lines of their defensives. At this point, Josmus assumed he'd passed out for a time. For the next he knew, they were within the walls of Halfieron. He was laid up against the wall with other rangers who were being treated next to dwarves too. The walls were alive with defenders attempting to hold off the attack, and the smell of the iron smelters filled his nose. He didn't know exactly what had happened. He didn't see Telnor anywhere. He tried to move and found he could, but a hand stayed him. "Careful, brother," a ranger said. "Elven healing was necessary to stop your bleeding. You took a concussive hit from their artillery." "Where is everyone?" "You are in Halfieron. We've fallen back. Telnor is now in command." He was angry he couldn't have been more useful. but for now he just focused on breathing and regaining his own composure. "Captain Radial, the Kings?" "Captain went missing," the ranger said. "Many of Ikinidor were killed. I'm of the Riverland Rangers. We've sent word to Micronach, but the Icarn swarmed in a way we've never seen. We need sunlight. We are hours from that. It is just after dusk, though the storms kept enough cover that their attacks did not slow. It is believed they have some ability to curse the lands, call in darkness. Some claim they could see a moon in the middle of the day. No moon I could see, but there was something. Blackmoon, it's cursed. It is like a sun and moon," Josmus said. "All I know is we are cut off. You need to rest and mend. The Icarn beat out the palisade, but the stone here is thick, and their catapults are slow. We are safe here, but isolated. I have others to tend to." Josmus nodded. The ranger handed him a water pouch. The man paused for a moment, staring at him. "Drink, rest. There is plenty of fight left to be had. You are lucky you survived." Chapter 6. Mimi. Mimi was definitely not the feeble older woman Dorian had expected. At this point, he lowered his weapon and whistled for Zeno. "Now, I'm going to need both of you to stop trespassing on my land. I already have a big enough problem back home, and this isn't making it any better. I need my space outside of my son, who is always watching over me and making sure I'm doing what an old woman should. Can you imagine? Spending my entire life reading books and sewing blankets, as he would have me doing in his great estate upon the mountains and the high walls. Why can't an old woman just find some peace out in the woods alone with my cats?" At this point, Dorian and Zeno were both standing in the old woman's makeshift forge. There were at least half a dozen cats, and while the woman continued to stare at them for a few moments, she quickly returned to her work. She began to hammer. "I have long wondered if younger generations are just deaf, or perhaps I no longer speak the language they speak. Is my common tongue not that great?" As Zeno stood off to the side, his arms crossed, not really caring to deal with this woman at the moment, Dorian took the initiative. "It's a bit more difficult to explain now," he began, "but the woods are not as safe as they once were. Oh, I know about the bears. There's a really large one just to the south of here. We have an agreement. It's one of those I'll give it a fish and it'll leave me alone. Quite a nice agreement when it remembers that it's not supposed to growl at my cats. I'm afraid that it's a bit more than bears that you need to worry about," Dorian said. "Vampires have awakened far north from here and are sweeping down. Your son had lost contact with you, and when his initial tries to find you wavered, he contacted us rangers to see if we could locate you." She stopped hammering, setting the tool down and petting one of her cats. She leaned into the cat. "People just won't leave me alone. We come all this way just to be hunted down by two rather unsavory fellows. You have Mr. There are vampires trying to scare me back to that crazy city. And then Mr. Evil Glare, who seems to have an issue just with simply existing. If we're not careful, he will probably make off with one of you. He looks the type." Zeno, who had been chewing on an herb, spit and nodded. "You got me pinned. We've been searching for you for a while. The amount of time I've spent looking for you, I could have made a decent bit of gold with some fences down in Fadabrin. It's time to go. We get you back to your son, and I will be on my way." "And what makes you think I'm going?" Mimi asked. "Unfortunately," Dorian said, "this isn't something we can discuss. There have been vampires reported down this way, and while we're not sure of their intent, it is not safe." She grabbed a hold of her hammer and slammed it on a nearby bit of ore, shattering it. "And I've got more than a few swings of that strength," she said. "I will not be carried away like some kidnapped princess. Now, if we're going to do this the proper way, you're going to tell me why I should go with you. Convince me that I want to do this." "Do vampires seriously not scare you?" Zeno asked. "No scarier than anything else. And if it's gold you want, I've got some. But you're a ranger of the pines. Surely you know the problems that a happy little homestead can have. Creatures coming in the middle of the night out of the water, just wanting to make my life difficult with every other issue of alligators and snakes. Now I've got something carrying off my greatest dairy cow. Happened over 6 months ago, and my son says, well, we'll just buy you another one. I'm guessing he's just a bit confused, as I don't want another one. I want my stuff to stop going missing. It's bad enough that I misplace things all the time. In fact, I was working on a sword for 5 days straight, then misplaced it and had to start another one. Do you know where I found it? She asked, looking between the two of them. Where? Dorian asked. Right on my smithing table. As my mother used to say, getting old is truly of the pits of Vanku. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. While Dorian had expected this task to go much simpler, they were now sitting and having tea with Mimi. Zeno, who was used to doing exactly what he wanted, and being done with it, sat with arms crossed, not drinking the rather sweet mint tea. Mimi had taken off her smithing gloves and was sitting comfortably as several of her cats crisscrossed on the floor between the three of them. So why are you forging weapons out here? This has to be the most desolate area you could find. Well, you are right about that, and the fact that it is desolate. I was looking for a bit of herb that I couldn't find, and I happened to find quite a bit out here. She took out a brown leather pouch and gave it to Dorian. Dorian took the pouch and pulled out a strange bushel of long green-stemmed flowers with red tips. In all his many years wandering the wilds, he wasn't too familiar with this one. Zeno leaned over and then gasped slightly. I haven't seen such a plant in quite a long time. I spent some time in Balak once back when I gave a care for trying to learn of my elven lineage. This is a poison, a particularly virulent poison used to dip arrows in, but it's a rather rare flower. I'm surprised you were able to find something like that here, especially by yourself. Who are you wanting to poison? Whatever the creature is that took my favorite cow. I added a bit, as I can't quite pull back a bow like I would like. I learned a way to fuse the edge of the weapons using a bit of enchanting stones, and made some blessed weapons of my own. If I can't put a poisoned arrow into the creature, I'll smack it a few times and it will be just as good. I can't save my old dairy cow, but at least I can make sure it doesn't take any of my cats. At this point, Mimi went over to a small chest near a makeshift pallet where apparently the woman had been sleeping. She pulled out a small leather pack and tossed it to Dorian. I just want to make sure I have enough, she said. Currently I've got 3 good short swords and a dagger. Not much, but it's why I'm still here. I may be old, but I'm not senile. You say there are vampires, and that means I need to pack things up, she said in a reluctant tone. But if I'm going, my cats are going too, and I can smell that dog-wolf thing of yours. If it eats my cats, we're going to have a bigger issue. Brutus wouldn't eat your cats. He doesn't care for cats, but he doesn't eat them. Well, with it nearly being night and you claiming there are bloodsuckers, we can get moving if you wish. But I'm not as fast as I used to be. Dorian was rather surprised that Mimi had gone from not going at all to simply agreeing and gathering her things. And just a bit of patience and the desire to sit down and have some tea was enough to convince her that the two of them were not some weird duo of thieves or otherwise wrongdoers. She gathered up a surprising amount of baggage for just a small woman traveling by herself with her cats, but she did not ask them to help or carry anything themselves. Shouldering her own pack, she girded one of her small swords to her waist and took hold of a gnarly walking stick. Soon they departed the valley with a clear sky above them. The winds were calm, and though bugs chirped in the trees and fireflies danced over the fields, they left with haste, following the road that led northwest toward Castle Balak. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The entire time they had been journeying, the strangest thing for Dorian was that the cats kept crossing their path every so often. It wasn't just that the cats were crossing their path, but they would randomly run toward trees to the side or scurry with each other, bouncing through the brush and low-hanging bushes a handful of times, scurrying upon a few sleeping birds, and in one particular instance, somehow angering a squirrel high in a tree. Still, Dorian was surprised no owls had swooped down and attempted to grab one of the cats. It was a good night for hunting, and as Brutus had come within sight of the cats a handful of times, his wolf was staying quite a distance away. Meanwhile, Zeno was using his keen abilities as a half-elf to move into the trees themselves, a skill he had honed from years working with elven forward guards in the Badlands south of Micronach. As it was, they were moving quickly, and the rising sun would soon greet them over the mountains to the east. But the entire time, though no alarm had been sounded, nor had Brutus howled, he'd had a strange sensation that something was near. He couldn't shake it. This presence or foreboding shadow seemed to track their every move. With the rising sun, they had come to a fork in the river, and from here, they would take a road that would lead to a crossing some distance ahead. We'll take the crossing and head into the Midland region. I would like to not get too close to the swamps if possible. Why not? Maybe baby Hands will be there. I want to get that baby Hands, Mimi said. Are you referring to the swamp monster that, whatever they call it, milk demon? Zeno asked. That doesn't exist. It's just a story to scare children. Doesn't exist? How would I know it has the hands of a baby? A cursed bastard beast. They used to say it was some kind of bastard baby, but I've seen it. It lies in wait just on the edge of the shore and can make the sound of a small child crying. You get too close and it grabs you. That, or you paddle your boat out to save some child who can't swim. You get close enough. She clapped her hands. Everyone thinks it was just a gator. But I've seen it. I know it exists. And I know my old cow Daisy would do anything she could to help a small child. She loved children, and I know what happened, and I intend to plant my blade straight into its head. Dorian could tell that not only did Zeno not believe her, he was about to talk more, and Dorian just shook his head at him. The creature Mimi was talking about was one of many old legends involving the swamps. He had never seen such a thing in all his time wandering, but he had heard the stories. Folk tales such as this were always something to use to explain happenings that otherwise could not be explained, or to bring greater purpose to the deaths of those who had wandered too close to the swamps, where creatures as natural as the swamps themselves simply took advantage of someone who had become a bit too careless. Still, though he was not a particularly fond follower of simple legends, he would never say that something just didn't exist. Even amongst rangers of the pines, such stories were not unheard of, though no one had felled such a beast. For now it was clear Mimi believed it to exist, and it seemed to be driving her to the extreme case of leaving civilization, for lack of a better term, and becoming one with nature in all its glory. That was a quality he could respect, though to look at her and her rather feeble form, her scraggly gray hair, and her small group of cats, he would not have expected it of her. "Hate this, I hate this," she said randomly as they walked, coming up to the bridge crossing they had been journeying to. "What is it?" Dorian asked. "I'm getting kind of antsy. Body doesn't work like it used to. I used to avoid a lot of sweet things, but I start getting a little bit angry now. It started some time ago when I got weird aches here on my left side," she said, rubbing her upper abdomen. "Then every time I didn't have a bit of jelly on a regular basis, I'd get pretty angry and sometimes even forget what I had said. My son figured it out, and some of the best healers attempted to heal it, but apparently it's just a part of getting old sometimes. But out here I feel like it's been a bit better. Been surviving by eating basically nothing but meat. Maybe that's the problem, I don't know, but I'd really like a berry or two. Something to take the edge off. Come now. I need my medicine. Bit of berries. That's all I need." Following, of course, Dorian had thought she was simply joking. She seemed a bit paler than before. They had been walking at a rather brisk pace, he thought, but she was beginning to shake. She took a seat on a stone, and while Dorian ensured she was okay, he pointed to Zeno. "Go find some berries, something fruit-wise or otherwise, something maybe a bit sweet." "This happen a lot?" he asked, turning to her. "Weren't you listening?" she said, a bit more cross in her tone. "Berries. I forgot them. It's my best medicine. I need a bit of something sweet. You're pretty worthless." She didn't seem herself, almost as if she was bewitched. In a few minutes, Zeno returned with several different berries that were thankfully growing not too far away. The woman snapped them out of his hands and began to eat, chewing and munching. As she sat there, the color in her skin visibly returned as if she had drunk some form of health potion. It was like there was a sudden change in her face, and she looked at both Dorian and Zeno. "Why are you staring at me? Shouldn't we get going? I just needed a bit of berries. I told you." "Of course," Zeno said, putting the rest of the berries he had gathered in a small pouch and handing it to her. "And now you have a few extra." As she wiped her face and looked around, still settling herself after whatever episode she had had, Zeno motioned for Dorian to come close. "I've seen that before, normally only in the more opulent classes to come for healing in Fickmark. It doesn't afflict elves, but sometimes those of the race of man have strange ailments. In this case, some type of sweetness will normally help them snap out of it. It's rare among the poor folk, but she is quite old. As she said, bodies don't work quite as well." "Are you talking about me?" she asked. "Because I know you must be. Now, if you two chattering girls are done, we can get going. You're wasting time. Don't you need to get me back to my son?" Dorian laughed. "Feeling better then?" "Feeling better? I've been fine. Hurry up, let's go. The cats are getting annoyed." They crossed the river, leading into the Midlands and the sunny valleys of what used to be elven territory. Now, the landscape was dotted with abandoned ruins, and though there were still signs of the old roads, most were overgrown, and instead there was a rolling area that offered a rather natural-looking pathway up and down through the hills of the sparsely open region between the woods of the surrounding mountains. Dusk began to fall, and they made camp on the edge of the road. This was the first time Brutus howled at the falling of night, and seemed extremely agitated, his hair raised. Mimi's cats, at first disturbed by the howl, also seemed on edge, darting to and fro across their small camp. "There is a smell in the air, something not native to these woods," Zeno said. "I'll go take a look." As the half-elf left, Mimi continued to munch on berries and gave one to one of her cats. "Don't really want to go back now, do we?" she said to the animal. "So annoying there, everyone watching what you do. You can't be free. There have to be perks, though, with your son being who he is." "I never grew up with the perks. When my son took power, he made it to where I could be in the castle. Before, I was a huntress. Spent time with the dwarves and the elves doing exactly what I wanted. Before you rangers became more plentiful in this region, we hunters were the best." "So you were not always of the elite within Castle Balak?" "Let's just say I always had the elite of Castle Balak interested in me, and a handful of times I took advantage of such. One of those times you ended up with your Lord Bob. War is rough when even the bastard son of another lord is the only person left to claim the title. My son is not a bad person, but it was never a life that suited me. He set me up with a nice little farm, and I was happy. But something had pulled away many of my guards, and after what happened to my cow, I had to do what I needed to do. So here we are." "So, a hunter?" he said with a confident tone. "Yes, used to chase down elk. It was good fun. Can't quite do that now, but if I can get one more good kill, it will be a life worth living, in my opinion. But a hunter is never done. Even as I am now needing berries to stay calm sometimes, the biggest thrill of my life is to do what I did when I was younger. You have to understand that, right?" He nodded. "I am a ranger of the Pine, but I do not typically hold to the settlements or forts. I am no man who can be called upon at a moment's notice. I am a wanderer, so I understand the desire to be free within nature itself." At this point he saw a happy gleam in her eye. "I'm glad that you're the one my son sent. If you had been some of those uppity castle guard types, I might not have agreed. You're quite lucky." Dorian laughed, and as he did, he could already hear the light footfalls of his ranger companion. Zeno returned out of breath, and though Dorian stood up in a bit of alarm, Zeno shook him off. "Something with wings. It was high up in the trees. I thought a great owl or something of that nature at first, but it had an unnerving presence that was both repulsive yet pulled me in. Then, I could see an outline against the tree. It appeared to be a figure, but so high up, it could only be an elf. I got close, and its eyes glowed before it fled. It was no elf, I know that. We have to imagine that our escape from where we found Mimi here was absolutely not unseen, nor our journey itself to find her. We should absolutely keep watch if we are to sleep, but I do not recommend we stay here. All this when I was considering us trying to get a bit of rest." He looked over to Mimi. He didn't want to have to push her so hard. "Are you both dumb?" Mimi said. "You know something is hunting you. It knows where you are and you want to rest? You're lucky I'm here. You have a lot of luck, I guess. We need to get going. We can rest when we've put some distance between us and whatever's trying to find us. To sleep now would just be inviting that which hunts us to prey upon us. Come now, Rangers of the Pine. My fellow hunters would have laughed at me if such an idea was had." Of course, Dorian knew she was right, but he didn't expect her to have the ability or desire to continue journeying. The journey had already been much quicker than he'd expected, and he wanted her to get some rest. "I know that look," she said. "My son gets it. We just talked. You know where I came from? And I'll tell you too," she said, pointing at Zeno. "I was a hunter and was running these mountains and valleys before either of you were alive. At this rate, I'll keep doing it after you're both dead. Now, we break camp and get going." At this, she stood up, clicking her tongue to her cats. "Come now. Need to be on guard. At this point, I expect the wolf will not know how to bite. We'll need you out there, my lovely cats." "Are we getting paid enough for this?" Zeno asked. Dorian laughed, hitting him on the arm. "Come now, it's a bit fun." Chapter 7. Fadis. Fadis awoke at Castle Taria. He sat up and looked over to the other side of the bed. Curlo was already gone. He and Every had gotten in late last night, and she had already been fast asleep. Sometimes I do question if she actually worries when I'm gone. He'd been gone quite a bit the last few days, but for the first time in a very long time he felt like he had a home. It was a castle, oddly enough. A turn of events in his life that he had never quite expected. Fadis had been a ranger for years. First, when he was younger, fighting for the king of Taria against the elves. Then he had a wife and a young son. But one thing led to another, and a series of events meant losing his wife, and his son went to live with the elves of Sailmark. He'd promised he would become better, and after many, many years, he eventually joined the crew of Valrin and Edenos, starting an adventure unlike any other. That had brought him to Sailmark and back to his son. But the rise of the vampires had come quickly. He had taken part in usurping the king of Taria and stopping the malevolence happening within the castle, much to the dismay of many with gold and power in the region. Now, instead of a king, the Rangers of the North had established a stronghold in what was once a centerpiece of power in Taria. Elves had built their structures in the woods just nearby, a happening that would have never come to pass under the king. Sure, they had their problems with the Moonfall Syndicate, but as he stood up and walked over to the window, he looked down at the many ships at anchor offshore. Here in Taria, they were building something new. He wasn't quite sure of what it was, but given his status and time as a ranger, he was put over all the rangers of the north. King Suvasail, High King of Fikmark and the Varmark woodlands, had decreed he the master of the region. Fadis never wanted this. In fact, he would much rather be left alone to build a cabin in the woods with Kirla, if he was being honest. But the vampires and their thralls, the Ikarn, were disrupting life across all of Taria. Tomorrow, he thought. Tomorrow we'll agree on a plan. There already was part of a plan in the works. A massive wall stretching from the dwarven mountains near Harkinach and Mikranach all the way across the plains east of Sailmark, linking up with a defensive line in southern Taria. But a wall was not a true solution. He knew they had to strike deeper. While the rangers were gathering and consolidating their power, he had word that 2 rangers, Andok and Badur, had found something of use. He was supposed to meet with them this morning. Kurla came into their bedroom. Fadis turned and noticed she had a carafe of hot water and 2 mugs. "Ha! I tried to be quiet. I didn't want to wake you up." "I must have woken just after you left," he said. She set the carafe and cups down before going over to him. He kissed her. You smell of blood. Tell me you didn't lie down and get something bloody again," she said. "Again? He laughed. That last time at least the blood was mine. He smelled himself. I should get cleaned up. Well, have a bit of tea and then get to that. There is news from the south. He poured the hot water into the mug, the herbal mixture rising in a warm aroma. Valak, the prince is supposed to meet us tomorrow. No. She shook her head before sitting down on the bed. She put a random strand of her red-brown hair behind her ear. King Vurdar, the dwarves have been fighting for several days. A force came out of the east and enveloped their outer line nearly to the walls of Micronach. They've pushed them back and sent for allies from the southwest. Have the elves responded? He asked. Not from what the dwarf said, but they're not likely to give much credit to Suvasel as it is. He slurped his tea. Elves and dwarves need to knock it off, both of them. They share an entire flank and make up the western defense. It's part of why I sent for them to come here. Did the letter say anything of that? The king is coming, or more so, it said nothing against the original raven. Anything from Rungar? No, but he should be back tomorrow. Fadis nodded. Any allies he can reach would be great. That is if he can remember them. Rungar was a Rusis who had been under the mind control of the king of Taria. The elemental casters of the Rusis empire were some of the most potent magic users of all the realms, and Rungar was one of the greatest of his time. For hundreds of years, however, it was unknown exactly what had happened to him. Now, slowly free from his enslavement, he worked to remember that which he knew as his life. While Fadis was not the most trusting of strangers, Rungar was the only reason they still held Castle Taria. After coming under attack by men loyal to the king and then vampires and their thralls, Rungar had used his powers to protect all of them. Now he was working to sort out the meaning of the strange happenings of the moon over Taria. Fadis and Kurla left their room, ascending the stairwell to the top of the castle. Here they not only had the best view, but the freshest air without the constant annoyances of requests and problems from being in front of others down below. Fadis stared up at the astral mystery above them. The Blackmoon had risen nights ago, and while all had believed it would simply rise and fall, as it was just a powerful phase, or so the elves had expected, the moon remained and ceased its celestial journey. It's weird, he told her. Kurla shrugged. Well, I've rarely heard of elves being wrong about something, but even they seemed stumped by it. I've heard of elves being wrong, he laughed, but Rungar seems to think it isn't the same moon at all. I'm not sure how the sky gains a moon, though. The Black Moon was an occurrence several nights ago upon the eruption of vampires near the Crescent Mountains. It had shifted its hue and color many times that night. Elves reported that more stars had recently fallen from the heavens than they had in 1,000 years. Then, it vanished, or so they'd thought. After several days of cloud cover, when the skies cleared, the moon had kept its place. The fallen stars were another thing entirely. Something the priestesses from the island of Iaclo had taken a particular interest in. Did Kalia continue her plans to gather the starstones? Fadis asked. She did, Kurla said. Telvius also kept to his plan, and they sailed along the coasts, securing the stones left on the beaches. And she thinks she can use them? They have been in the Sanctum Temple, attempting something-ish. Fadis snickered. Wait, we have a Sanctum Temple here? Yes, a temple to the goddess Etha herself, if you can believe it. It was in a state of disrepair, for lack of a better phrase, meaning the priestess was a skeletal heap in a back room. But Kalia and the other priestesses have taken to it. Following the rise of the Black Moon and the beginning of the events in Taria, Fadis and Kurla had journeyed to an island in the glacial seas called Iaclo. While the events there served to free many from other rings of power similar to what had enslaved Rungar, it also meant that a coven of priestesses, as well as a race of bear-like bipedal creatures, had joined them. The bear-like creatures, the Delkians, had been taken into the elven territories, but the priestesses had remained with the rangers in Taria. Okay, I had some tea. Let me know if any more ravens come in. Where are you off to so quick? She asked, raising one brow. Andok and Badur, they found something that might be useful. Can't you take a moment here longer? She looked around. I mean, you did say we'd get some time alone up here. She smirked. About that time, the roving patrol came up the opposite stairwell. Fadis laughed. Yes, eventually. Maybe we can try at night. I'll hold you to that. He made his way back downstairs and took a second stairwell down to the main hall. He saw Nana at once, who was busy sweeping. She had set out several new bouquets of flowers, right next to a set of dirty boots. Oh heavens, at least the last lord of this place didn't leave much and didn't leave muddy boots everywhere, she said to herself aloud. What is it, Nana? Fadis asked. These damn kids, apprentices, whatever. Ever since the rangers set up here, all the kids are everywhere. Caught 3 of them in the apple barrel in the kitchen. I threatened to toss them out the back door if I saw them in there again. I'll make sure to say something to their masters. No sense in them leaving anything out of place. She laughed. Well, kids will be kids. But with all the guests coming, I want the place to look good. I'll see to it that the apprentices report to you for duties. They may as well be cleaning and serving with the others coming. There will be dwarves, so I suspect they'll bring their own mess. Oh, dwarves! I don't think we've got the ale for that. Fadis laughed and Nana shook her head. Very well, we'll have the elves bring more wine. Make sure you have some for yourself. Don't you worry. He exited the hall, seeing a brute of a man standing just outside. It was Hafnar, a ranger of the north from the eastern reaches of Taria. Fadis! He boomed. Good to see you! They embraced. Hafnar, it's been what? A dozen years? Have you grown even taller? Ha! I think you've gotten smaller. How's Clur these days? Hafnar whistled, and a flock of chickens scurried away from a massive white cat that Fadis had known from during the Elven War when he was younger. Clur was a mighty beast with white and black fur and more than one scar on her pelt. She is mighty fine. Took a chicken or two. Hafnar rubbed his hands together. I do think I owe that farmer a duck as well, but Clur is good. The cat was no mere house cat, but a white tiger from near the swamps in the Shadowlands to the east, or so Hafnar claimed. Fadis rubbed her behind the ears and she nuzzled him. Thank you for making your way here, Fadis said. You were one of the ones I wasn't sure could make it. I sent out ravens, but rangers make a point to not be findable. Well, I did hear about events in the Crescent Mountains, and I wasn't too sure you were involved. I was making my way east. Got a friend I owe a favor to. His son wants to be a ranger. I'm supposed to get there and take him under my watch for a few months. If nothing else, it can help his family hunt a bit more before winter. An apprentice? Fadis asked, crossing his arms. You must be getting old. Old? Hafnar asked. No, I just need someone to make fun of a bit more often. You're the old one. That boy of yours is an elfkin. What is that about? Years ago, when I got home, Fadis said, she had remarried. He didn't know me. This bastard king we killed here, he motioned toward the castle, back then had more friends. Tried to kill me and Every. I sent Every to the elves. At the time, all of us who'd left the war were just criminals. You had to stay to have any honor. Hard to call it honor, Hafnar said. Then we got routed a few weeks later at the Battle of Twin Rivers. Lost a lot of good brothers and sisters. Rangers of the Pine told the king to go suck a crawfish tail and left. War ended soon thereafter. And now we're back at war, Fadis said. Hafnar shrugged. At least it's work. I was getting kind of bored. Started pestering the snow dwarves in Elenathrond. Do you ever not pester people? Fadis teased. Only when I'm with a woman, but even then. Fadis shook his head. I know. Anyway, have you seen Andok and Badur? Aren't they, 10? No, strangely not. They are the reason we knew these vampires were coming. Weird, Hafnar said. Maybe we are getting old. You, not me. They shook hands. I'll see you tomorrow. Get some food in the hall. You have a room in the castle if you're not already aware. Oh, I am. Nana already fixed me up with a pie. I'll see you. Fadis headed to the lower town. Here he knew many rangers had chosen to stay at the inn. While Andok and Badur were of course welcome in the castle, it was a bit more of a quieter place, and not as lively as the inn in any form. Most of this area of Taria had been recent additions to what was essentially a playground for the most affluent and wealthy. After the battle and the takeover, the new village of Avaria was slowly built in place of what was before. Fadis approached the Broken Bow Tavern, and while there was still work being done on the sign itself, the building was the first thing the builders had completed. Fadis paused for a moment, looking out at the outer wall reinforced with elven towers that complemented the new torches of Etha. The torches were an elven design, meant to detract the approach of vampires and their many thralls. So far it had been working, for no vampire or any other threat had come toward Avaria. None that Fadis knew of, at least. He pushed open the door and entered the tavern. "Fadis, our Lord Commander!" Andok shouted. "Good of you to join us in this rather wondrous establishment." "Andok, do not call him the Lord Commander. He isn't that officially," Badur said. The ranger made a place at the bar for Fadis, moving a large stack of parchments. "Light reading?" Fadis asked, taking the seat. "You know, just a bit," Badur said, trying to sort out a bit of prospecting in the southern mines. "So Brooke and the others are keeping things moving like you want even with the attacks?" "Yes," he nodded. "Good dwarven ingenuity keeps the business moving. Fresh labor from Valak contracted to us for a good price. I'll keep all the furnaces burning for you." Andok had vanished from the main room. "And where has your fearless companion gone off to?" About that time, Andok appeared again, holding a barrel of wine. "Left this here," he said to the barkeep. Barman, did you hear me?" "Oh, I hear you. I try not to, though." The barkeep was a short man named Burer, a dwarf with a bit of a gimp. He wobbled down the bar and turned over a mug for Fadis. "No, nothing to drink. Just a bit of tea," he said. "How are you liking this building?" "Just thankful the dwarves with these two aren't still here. I can actually keep a supply of ale." Andok laughed. Now, Burer. You know your kin. You're lucky they didn't carry off every barrel." Burer sighed. "Well, the gold coin is well worth it. Made an investment in some of my own brewing materials, hoping to make a Taria stout, or maybe I'll call it Avaria Ale. Who knows, but it'll be a fine drink." "Didn't know you could brew," Fadis said. We'll see. Don't go planning the party yet." Badur gathered up his parchments as several more patrons came in. "Let's go upstairs so we can talk more in private." They went up to the upper level where Kurla had done her thing with making a rather nice area for reading and generally being left alone in what would otherwise be a busy and smoky tavern scene. Passing through a closed double door, they shut the way behind them and went up to the second level. Fadis had not yet been back to it since Kurla had finished. Andok opened the doors, and the light coming in through the skylights above the table gave a warm glow to the room. There was a large wooden table set in the center, and wooden chairs along one side. Opposite of this was a large set of bookcases, and just nearby, a fireplace. Badr laid out the map as they gathered around the table. The light from the skylights likely would not have been enough, but Fadis realized there was some form of elven glass contraption hanging just above the table. This strange thing was unlike anything in the rest of the castle or the village. A gift, he guessed. Kurla likely had told him about it, but sometimes he wasn't the best at listening, a point she wouldn't argue in the least bit. He smirked to himself and then realized that the parchment laid out in front of him had writing he had never seen before. "Another treasure map?" "Something more," Badur said. "We think." "You think?" Fadis looked to Andok. Badur tapped his finger on the table and seemed to struggle to speak. "It could be something much more." "Well, I'm listening," Fadis said. "Okay, well, we've been looking for treasure of any kind. A few months back we came across an empty chamber in a mountain hole directly to the east of this castle. We thought it was an incomplete hold of some kind. It lacked the ornate dwarven or dwemhar carvings, and it wasn't elven. Yes, Andok said. We've come across these before in Taria, unfinished rooms or corridors. Dwarves sometimes started projects and left them incomplete, so we thought this was that. But then Blackmoon, Badur said. We were looking at using it as a storehouse for weapons, and as a possible rally point for mercenaries of other lands. We were going to use it as an eastern lookout, or fortress. It doesn't matter what it was going to be for, Andok said, cutting him off. Just tell him. The entire room that we had thought was abandoned is now glowing with bright inscriptions just like this, he said, tapping the parchment. And what is this parchment? Fadis asked. A Rusis incantation, or so Rungar has told us. We saw it before in our own studies. The writing, I mean. And what has Rungar said of what you've told me? We didn't tell him. He seemed a bit weird about the parchment. Well, Rungar may not have his memory about him, but I have to imagine that would tell you what you need. What can I do for you? I've got a war to fight against vampires. There's a door, Andok said. Where? In the chamber, and there's a weapon of some kind. How do you know this? Hadi Keva Ula Surla, Badur said. And that is supposed to mean something to me. It is Rusis. It means Guardian of Keva of the South. Keva was their capital region, Andok said. If there is a weapon here, it would be of utmost importance to what we are doing. And what if it's something else? We can't ignore this, Badur said. Fadis leaned back in his chair. It's a chance of something great, Badur said. Rusis weaponry. Even if Rungar can only use it. Rusis fought Dwemhar, and we know they were powerful. They also lost to the Dwemhar, Fadis said. We need to check this. We can do it. No one else has to. A small group, me, Andok, 2 or so others. Fadis sighed, staring down at the parchment. You know nothing else about it? No, Badur said. Fadis nodded. Tomorrow some of the oldest and wisest of these regions will be gathered in the castle. We will bring it up to minds with more knowledge than the 3 of us combined. I'd rather us not go blindly into something like this. But what of the elves? What if they want to steal it? Andok said. A risk we will take, but we cannot take chances with everything else. I would really like Rungar's blessing, if nothing else. Chapter 8. Starfall Council. The assembly of the Council of Starfall, as it was named, had come to pass. While Fadis and Kirla had already taken their place in the lower hall, the other guests arrived as Nana and many of the ranger apprentices now working with her attended foods of many kinds and copious amounts of ale. First to arrive was Suvasel, king of the Varmark elves. With him was Ruach and his owl, Citra, on his shoulder. Fadis and Suvasel embraced. War is constant, my friend, but rangers do well to augment our lines. The leaves of Sailmark miss you, he said, looking to Every. I will join them again in time, though I hear it isn't Sailmark that is threatened. No, they have been hitting the dwarven lines much harder, but I have it under good word that the dwarves too will be here. Sometime later, Mirian of the Rangers of the Pines arrived, as did a strange cloaked figure who at first Fadis thought might be her child. She motioned for Fadis. He and Kurla both went to her. Mirian, I trust your travels were good? Kurla asked. Well, yes, but I've got a little issue, she said, pointing to the figure with her. Fadis looked at the cloaked individual and realized that they did not have hands but paws. Might be a bit shocking. He's been following me. He's an ally. Took down several trolls on his own before I got to him. Fadis motioned for them to follow him, and they went to a side room out of sight of the others. Okay, who are you? The figure threw down his hood, revealing none other than the face of a cat with white and black stripes. Fadis said. What is it? Kurla asked. Well, a cat, Marian said, that can walk on his back paws, and from the look of him, maybe a ranger or something. He's got a bow and can use it, but I can't get nothing out of him. Do you understand me? Fadis asked. The cat nodded. Can you talk? He shook his head. Where did you come across him? Kurla asked. Down between Valak and here. He isn't a vampire and he seems to be friendly, but... About that time, Evri opened the door. Father, dwarves are arriving. What in the gods is that? Come in, Fadis said. Shut the door. Evri did so slowly, staring at the catman before them. It's like a dwarven half-breed furry thing, Evri said. The cat hissed. Whoa, no insults. He's a friend, ally. Yours? Evri asked Marian. He came with me. I'll take him along back to the south. But considering we need allies of any kind, he's here with me for now anyway. I've heard of this, Evri said. You've heard of this? Fadis asked, his tone showing his clear doubt of Evri's words. It's an old story, old for even elves. The art of magical transference where a wizard turned an unsuspecting man into a cat. The cat meowed. Wait, you know the story? The cat meowed twice. I've taken that as yes, Mirian said. So you were a man, but you were turned into a cat? Fadis asked. The cat meowed twice again. Are you a friend of vampires? The cat hissed. Well, that's enough for me, Mirian said. Might be someone in Sailmark who can help him communicate better. Something to think about, Evri said. Well, Suvasel is here. For now, just stay with Mirian, Fadis told him. Welcome to Castle Taria. They returned to the room, and Fadis saw many he did not know, mostly dwarves. Two of them approached him under the direction of Hafnar. Lord Commander Fadis, Hafnar said, introducing them. The dwarves did not bow, but stood instead with their hands on their weapons. No open hostilities here, Master Dwarves, Fadis said, bowing slightly. There are elves, and no dwarf would be found without a weapon in close hand when there are elves. Even supposed allies, a dwarf with long hair said. It was twisted in great braids with silver and red clasps. I am King Verdar of the Jagged Peaks. Turgon of Ikinidor, the other dwarf said. Not a kingdom I'm familiar with, Fadis said. To the south. Well, thank you for coming. Could Mikronach not come? We took the fastest route this way, Turgon said. King Ukrio sends his regards and a request. He needs more warriors. That is what this is about, Fadis said. So we'll work to ensure you get what you need. Verdar nodded. So far the buggers have pushed into us non-stop. Must be thinking they can break dwarven resolve where they couldn't break elves. Perhaps. But your people are the heavy shield of Taria. I thank you for holding what you have and under such circumstances. Turgon said something to Verdar in Dwarvish, a language Fadis didn't know. The two dwarves laughed. You just make sure your elven friends keep their bows directed where they should be, Verdar said. The dwarf departed. Turgon remained. I have heard much of the rangers of the north. My thane is a ranger, Josmus of the Sands. Ever heard of him? No, Fadis said. Well, if you need something from Verdar, go through me. I got my experience dealing with the stubbornness of my own race. Fadis smirked. Hardly heard of a dwarf admitting such a thing on their own. I've been rather busy in my last 30 years trying to defend our lands against all manners of evil and dark things. These vampires are just another annoyance at this point. I've got allies coming from the south to reinforce all along Sailmark, down the river to the southern reaches of this land. If Ikinidor can assist, we will. Thank you, Turgon. It is good to know that. Now where's the ale? The dwarf laughed. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. As night fell upon the council room and food was done, the priestesses of Etha, led by Kalia, came with several elven archons and dwarves of Ikinidor. These dwarves were not wearing heavy armor like the others who were seemingly a part of a priestly class. Friends and allies, Fadis said, welcome to Castle Taria. Lord Commander! Andok shouted out, his mug of ale held high. The dwarves were busy tapping another keg, as a long line of them now held recently emptied mugs. I do hope the ale is good. But if you are not part of the Council of Starfall, I trust you can see yourself out." There was an immediate uproar, with inebriated dwarves and elves pointing at one another before both Suvasel and Turgan stood. Neither said a thing as their respective soldiers, even in a drunken state, noticed their own kin. Soon, those left within the castle hall were all seated, and the boisterous drinkers had seen themselves toward the tavern in town. Fadis lifted his hand. "We are gathered to answer the call of oaths amongst our kin. Taria and the greater regions face a calamity like no other. Most of you know the others here, so we'll pass from that to Suvasel and Vurdar to speak of their defenses. I understand the mirrors of Micronach are working." "Working, yes," Suvasel said. "The blending of dwarven constructions with that of elven magic continues to deter our enemy. I have it under good understanding that the priestesses of Etha from the island of Ayaklo have their own beliefs confirmed with that of my own archons. The stars of Etha are powerful objects, but they know of the Blackmoon itself. Were your initial attempts successful, Kalia of Ayaklo?" "They were, King Suvasel," she said. Another elf, an archon with long white brows, lifted his staff. "I confirm that the stars of Etha now channels the energy of the Blackmoon, a much more potent and violent power that, from our early tests, is able to not only deter our enemy but eviscerate them to their smallest parts. The Blackstones of Etha are rare, but my kin and I have found them washing ashore along the beach," Kalia said. "With more searching, I believe we can find more. The stones are necessary for channeling that of the Blackmoon, and normally are impossible to tell from other stones, but under the light of the Blackmoon, we can find and utilize them." "And these Blackstones are from where exactly?" Suvasel asked. "From Aiklo, our ancient home of all priestesses of Etha and my line." "I did not know Aiklo to be a place of Etha," Suvasel said. "As the stories go, that is a place of an evil of the Dwemhar, the Scourge Siren. Excuse your knowledge in this matter, but my priestess and I were enslaved by those who wished to use the powers of Ayaklo against the world. Of that I cannot say more, for I do not know it, but all within my order serve Etha in completeness. While we may have had origins in the order loyal to the one you call the Scourge Siren, those still loyal to her memory fled to the Shadowlands long ago. They hide in the wakened mists, awaiting their own place in the world again. We are loyal to those of Taria, who would stand against the evils that come from the Blackmoon. As best we can see, that is those gathered in this room." Suvasel nodded slowly. "Such truths will come to complete view in time, no doubt, but the preservation of the ancient woodlands of the elves is of utmost importance." "But our enemy strikes dwarven lines," Vurdar said. "We need these stones she speaks of there. Sounds like more of a defense than mere annoying mirrors." "What do they seek within the dwarven lands? Why attack Micronach?" Fadis asked. "We believe it is the Mithril Heart, held deep within Micronach," Suvasel said. "Aye, for once I agree with the elf," Vurdar said. "We have believed such cause too." "With the loss of their city in the Crescent Lakes," Suvasel said, "they no doubt do not find the webs of the Spider Queens as comfortable or as useful to their kind. That said, we only are guessing. There have been more frequent attacks all along the lines from the Dwarven land up to southern Taria. They seem to be testing our defenses, not to mention the burrowing spiders and the attacks on the walled defenses we're attempting to build across the greater tracts of land. The vampires must not take Micronach. As it stands, Haradar has yet to respond to requests for assistance," Turgon said. "It is up to us to defend the capital of dwarves in this region." "I do not believe they do not communicate with us from mere denial of wanting to," Rungar said suddenly, appearing from the shadows. He had arrived. "Rungar of Rinagaris," Fadis announced. "Thank you," Rungar said. "What do you mean, Rusis?" Suvasel asked. Rungar took a seat near Fadis, crossing his arms and staring at the rest of the council. "I have been to the edge of the lands and found this mist thick and confusing. I believe that a shroud of shimmering has been cast, and though clearly some have managed to get through it via the sea, such as Turgon of Ikinidor, others may find it difficult, and even the sea lanes may fail. What is this you speak of? Fadis asked. The Shroud of Shimmering is a spell from an ancient spider queen. It devours light itself, and in a form creates a realm break between one place and another, Suvasel said. But that would mean the creature known as Nagalukia, or one of her kin, survived the ancient purge led by our forebears. Nagalukia was struck down by high elves not seen in these lands since the Orc Wars some several thousand years ago, and that was before they called Urlos home. Back before the second great flood that formed the glacial seas, Halnal said. You sure she is dead? Hafnar asked. Sure. That was the reason her brood lost control of Demonhead to orcs in the first place. No spiders would retreat from a position of power such as that unless they were in disarray. Her lair was deep within the flood passages that now hold the bodies of dead orcs. What power she had faded and passed on to the Iska of the Shadowlands and the Spider Queens there. Though she was not a queen like the form they are, holding both a body of a spider and an elvenoid form. She was a shape-shifting monster, a leviathan of broods. None saw her upon the surface of the lands, but it was said that wherever her webs went, the life of all things was drawn out, and with it, the light. Though the belief of her power with the Shroud of Shimmering was a bit overstated. So says an Archon of Selmark? Rungar asked. While your very city sits upon a Dwemhar vault of ancient knowledge? You speak of such in mixed company such as those of the race of men? I've been to that place, Fadis reminded him. It was my kin and the Stormborn who brought you the information you first received of the Blackmoon. The two rangers here, Andok and Badur, gave us warning of the attack. Do not attempt to deceive us. Okay, enough, Suvasel said. I hold dominion now over the entire Varmark woodlands, and as such, Feekmark has given up its title as my home, and I assure you that all the tidings and comings and goings of Selmark are within my mind. As such, I even question, my dear Halnal, if perhaps Nagalukia could have survived. At this point, we cannot discount it as a possibility. There was a moment of silence between everyone gathered. Rungar cleared his throat. If it is a Shroud of Shimmering, we must assume that finding the creator of such a shroud will be dealt with. The Blackmoon has many powers outside of our own understanding, and while we all come with wisdom of our own, those of Elria Sonia and the Vadir High Lords will seek to re-establish their hold in this realm. But beyond defending dwarven lands, what is needed? Turgon asked. They need their blight lands, Suvasel said. The wall to protect our lands is a primary focus, and while rudimentary, with the combination of dwarven and elven magics, it will be completed. Combine that with the work of Kalia and the priestesses of Etha, we can buy more time. The vampires can be killed. We should hunt down the Vadir High Lords as they are revealed, but as of now they do not have a central place of power that we can ascertain. Castle Balak is the closest of old world powers to the Crescent Lakes. What words from the Rangers of the Pine? Suvasel asked. All quiet in the eastern woods, Mirian said. While there have been sporadic attacks and whispers, no grand assault such as reported by the dwarves. My rangers hold all woods north of the swamps, and we have watches further south. And of the Lord of Balak, where is he? He has been more withdrawn, Mirian said. Less and less has he been out and about. Some say he is ill. We should reinforce Balak, Suvasel said. I have to imagine there must be a subterranean passage from the Crescent Mountains to the borders of dwarven lands. But to think they will not attempt to take the surface between those two regions would be folly. Agreed, said Fadis. Your allies will be most welcome, Mirian said. But what did the vampires want last time? Nana, who was on the edge of the council, asked. Who speaks from the shadows? Suvasel asked. This is Nana, head maid of Castle Taria. I'm an old woman who has seen many a fool sit in this hall and ask the wrong questions. They're all dead. I'm alive, so I may as well throw my question out there. This woman cannot speak to us like this, Halnal said. Let her talk, Turgon said. At one time I had no status at all. I stood up, and now I am where I am. Let her speak. Fadis nodded as Hafnar stood up, offering her his seat. No, thank you. After all my pies you ate, I'm sure you're tired, she teased. The ranger laughed and sat back down as Nana stood on the edge of the circle of chairs. I'm no warrior or wizard, but I hear you all talking of now. What of before? What happened before? What did this elbow song? She looked to Fadis, who corrected her. Elria Sonia, he said. Elria Sonia, she said. What did he want before? What was his fate? Destroyed, Suvasel said, but of what he wanted. The king motioned to Halnel. He sought dominion over all life in this region, destroyed the dwarven kingdom founded east of here, destroyed vast elven lands in the valleys east of Crescent Lake. But he wanted access to Sulmark, to the Dwemhar vaults and rumored treasure. For what end? I cannot guess. But his form was destroyed, decimating the rockland region south of Demonhead. It is why nothing grows there. It is said he too sought the powers of such as Nagalukia, but by then, as I stated before, the passages and her brooding grounds were flooded with orc bodies. But what if that spider woman escaped, or maybe some loyal to Elria Sonia did their master's will? The Vadir lords were chased into their sanctums after Elria's fall, Suvasel said. From there, Stormancer's archons formed during the Orc Wars took control of the clouds above the realms, and nearly killed every vampire within the Crescent Mountains, but stopped just short of complete annihilation due to their previous paths and absolute decimation of the orcs. Though creatures of vile creation, they were of the living world, and as thus were allowed some aspect of life by divine reckoning. Not wishing further curse our own people with the conscience of a second genocide of another species, the vampires were allowed to live in a realm beyond our own. Now we deal with that as it has returned. But what this Nana expresses is that somehow we missed a Vadir lord, that Nagalukia survived. We are wood elves of Varmark, and the mere thought that we could have allowed such... Suvasel raised his hand. I speak as king of the woodland elves of the West. We must not let our understanding of the past cloud our current situation. These are not the orcs. These are not mindless creatures. Those of the Vadir bloodline are powerful vampires, and they have had long to plan their moves. For now it seems they seek to establish a second dominion in dwarven lands. That must be stopped, and our assets will move to protect those borders just as in Valak. Once we retake the lands west of Valak, we will move into direct encirclement, and perhaps by then, a spokesperson of these creatures will make themselves known. As of now, Icarn and vampire thralls attack us. A lord or two has been seen, but lords are rare. None, however, have seen those of the Vadir lords. That is the most direct action we can take for now. What of the wizards in Fadabrin? What words have they had of this all? Fadis asked. They have consulted with us archons, Halnel said. They can offer no guidance in such things, or they are cowards. Likely both, in my experience. It is said the fogs from our land reach the sea there, so they are tied into this with us. But they have their own spellcraft to protect them. Perhaps in time they will have more to say of happenings, but in my theories we must sort out a solution to this. Hunt down the Vadir lords? Hafnar asked. Again, none have been seen. Until they emerge, they can't be killed, and no attack into the subterranean region would be fruitful as of now. We must hold the surface, Suvasel said. Now's time for our idea, then? Andok questioned. Your counsel has been useful, Suvasel said. Fadis exhaled slowly, unsure if this was the moment. But now in such company, and with words already said, there was no hiding it. My kin and I have found a weapon. Might be useful, might not, Andok said. A weapon? Verdar asked. Rusis, Andok told them. But we need time. Time to seek it. Tell us, Rangers, where is it? Andok paused, looking to Badur and then to Fadis. Go on, Fadis said. Andok delayed a bit longer, staring at the many stern faces looking at him. It's in a chamber to the far south. A Rusis structure. He lied, Fadis thought. I know of no such place, Verdar said. Such place exists, Rungar said. I have some knowledge of such, but I would not have us going into Rusis places that were locked away. Hold such weaponry in reserve for yourself? Verdar asked. I seek no weapon or power, but as I understand it, This place became active with the emergence of the Blackmoon, and as such, I doubt it has anything of power. Rungar's gaze cut to Andok and back to the others. The glory of Rinagares is all but extinguished, Suvasel said. I know of some things that the Rusis toyed with, and of their wishes to supersede the Dwemhar. My memory does not serve me as well as I would wish, but if the Rusis would have had such power as needed here, perhaps we would not be such a broken race. Put it from mind. I say it should be explored, Halnel said. Andok and Badur, we shall form a small group and explore this. Agreed, Verdar said. Agreed, Suvasel added. Fadis paused, looking to the two rangers. They had lied, and he didn't know why. He couldn't guess it. Rungar, too, wanted nothing to do with this place. Well, what does the Lord Commander of the Rangers of the North say? Hafnar asked. Suddenly the door to the hall swung open. Word from the south. Southern lines have broken, and they fall back once again to the walls of Harkinok. They say the city is barely holding. The council was in instant commotion. I will not see the dwarven city fall. We must make haste, King Verdar announced, rising from his seat with King Turgon by his side. It was a long ride, and while the fighting had been continuous, none expected news such as this. Regardless of the end of the council or not, the dwarves were done. Are we not still in discussion? Halnel asked. Suvasel motioned to Ruach, his captain. Send owls to forces holding in the valley. Send the moon battalions of Fickmark directly south. You wish to move our army from position? The auxiliary will hold for now. Starfall legions can be called from Suvasel to hold if needed. But of this Rusis place, Halnel interrupted him. No. We can chase treasure when we have the ability to do so, Suvasel announced. Rangers of the North will continue to hold the line as they have, and will send forces that can be spared south to Valak. I will speak to my captains and have them join your forces. Agreed, he said to Fadis. Fadis nodded. We will hold and reinforce, as we typically have. At least you're not fighting elves this time, Suvasel said. Halnel grabbed Suvasel's cloak. Sire, you ignore a potential great treasure. My treasure is in the lives that yet draw pure breath beneath the stars and moon, not in relics from a troubled past, Suvasel said. Tend to treasures yourself with your own archons if you must, but the sons and daughters of Etha are called home and to help our allies. Suvasel pushed him away, revealing a dagger he had been holding to the archon's belly. Touch me again like that, and see yourself to no more trouble under my rule. He sheathed his dagger and left. The archons departed, but Fadis knew they'd be more than likely returning to speak to Andok and Badur. That went strange, Kurla said. There has to be more that we can do than just fight them. In a war of attrition, we're outmatched, Fadis said. I don't know about that, Hafnar said. We have a lot. They just have what they can turn. Then, if we take out a lord, they say the ones beneath it fall. Not so easy, Kalia said. No? Fadis asked. The elves and dwarves will fight, but I sense beyond them. When Nana asked what she did, she asked right. The vampires have not suddenly returned in their own minds. They seek what they did before. They use you and your kin against each other. Yet I question what you two rangers have found, she said to Andok and Bedur. We don't know, Andok said. For good or ill, paths must be taken, Kalia said. Many hidden things are something else in plain sight. Rifts come about. In Iaclo we had many hidden secrets, both good and evil. I wish to see the good transcend that which grows under the power of the Blackmoon. Etha would have us seek the light. So you think we should seek what Andok and Badur have found? Ignoring such an emergence would be folly in my mind. Fadis looked to Rungar. This is of your people. What do you think? I will think on it, but I would not trust it to the elves, and at least their king does not seem to care. That's a good thing. Let me sleep and meditate on it, and speak to you in the morning. Chapter 9. Nothing quiet on the eastern bank. Josmus had fallen asleep for some time. But be it simply time or the medicine itself, he awoke with a renewed vigor. There was a still to the fighting. The dwarves, elves, and men atop the walls looked beaten and tired. While a handful kept watch, others rested lying up next to the battlements. Most were bleeding. It was obvious from even down in the inner keep where all the other more injured people were. A trio of Ikinidor monks slept with backs against one another and their staffs across their legs. As he made his way into the tower, he saw the hammer-song Telnor looking over several letters. "Josmus," he said without looking up, "you weren't the lightest thing to carry all the way to the river." He tossed the parchment down. "But you did survive." "Thank you," Josmus said. "No thanks required. From one soldier to another, you know. You kept the enemy busy. Heard from one of the monks myself. They've driven the natural world mad. Hares, deer, everything. Next, the damned trees themselves will go to war against us." Telnor took a deep mouthful of ale and set the tankard back down. "A drink?" Josmus shook his head. "Well, I take it you're good now. I managed to get your sword, but your bow is broken," he said. "Here." He tossed him a cloth-covered scabbard. "Still dirty. Haven't had time to clean anything. Are you in command?" "Damn Throka, I hope not," the hammer-song said. "But as it is, we've lost contact with Micronach outside of the parchment sent there. They know we're alive, but can't get to us." "And them?" Josmus picked up the letter. "To garrison at Halfiren, brothers and sisters, the enemy has unveiled a massive army on our border. We intend to fire the Elroar way to forge a path to you, but it takes time. We have called for aid from allies across Taria. Hold in the name of Throka. May your hammers be strong and your axes keen." "So we're alone," Josmus said with a sigh. "For now, 35 souls here, many injured. We believe we have warriors who didn't make it here and weren't killed. Last I saw of the two blades, they had a group of high guard they were going to help down the river. The enemy swarm cut us off from them." "They had catapults," Josmus said. "That, and many more heavier armored Icarn. And beasts. I didn't fight them, but they were like armored trolls, yet disfigured. No vampire lords, not one." Josmus took the sword, unsheathed it, and then sheathed it back. He fastened it to his waist. Now we hold this keep. That's it. They had to have been planning this. We didn't encourage this with our attack. No, not at all. In fact, I believe they had many of their spider kind that were going to join them. The Blades and I saw at least 3 of those bitches down in the cave. Massive beasts with legs of spiders, but the bodies of women, they stand 3 times my size. Roser took the head off one, but not the other 2. I assume they died in the explosion. But they had broods of their kind coming. Spiders could assail this place quickly. And we even saw 2 of them early on trying to take the gatehouse. We burned them off. 3 short horn calls went out. Well, they gave us a full hour this time. Telnor shrugged. The dwarf finished his ale and motioned for Josmus to follow him. They did not go out the main door that Josmus had come through, but instead went to a corridor off to the right. Here there was a circular stairwell that led up 1 level and to another door. Josmus looked out as Telnor opened it. The walls of Halfiren were alive with activity. Dwarven engineers ran with hot oil as rangers plinked the Icarn far below. A blast of blue fire struck the battlements directly in front of them, throwing back 2 rangers. Telnor ran to them, pulling them further from the wall. I'll take these 2 down. A few casters have appeared. Not sure if they're Icarn wizards or not, but I found you a bow. Telnor motioned for one of the bows that the ranger the dwarf was now carrying had been using. As Telnor evacuated the 2 rangers, Josmus took the bow and a quiver of arrows. They had plenty of supplies, but warriors able to use them were in extreme high demand. He looked over the wall, seeing the mass of Icarn holding off in a small group. They were waiting for a line of ladders coming from the river. Josmus drew back, sending a bolt toward one of the soldiers carrying a ladder. Then, a second one toward another ladder. A blast of blue fire struck just near him, but a bit low. The caster was in the trees. It was an Ekarn, but it seemed much more in control of its own mind. In fact, even from afar, it looked elven. Much like necromancy, the Ekarn were divided between those who retained much of their intelligence based on their race. The aforementioned demon men moniker was given to the more brutish and feral form of the Ekarn, the grunts, the fodder. While the more heavily armored forms were likely beyond this, they had not been able to prove that they were elves yet. But this one, this caster who now was Josmus's target, had to have been at one time. The actual organization and formation of the Ekarn was truly an unknown in this war so far. To Josmus it didn't matter so much as did him being able to take out this imminent threat to the defense of Halfiren. Halfiren's circular defense was simple enough, but it didn't allow many overarching covering points. There was little cover, aside from the battlements. Seeing so many dwarves attempting to use bows was different for him. Thankfully, there were a few short bows. Still, most of the original defenders of the tower seemed to be either injured or dead. There were many spears in the defenders' supplies on the walls, but few good targets beneath them. Felling a random Ekarn did little, so the focus was on the oil, and the vast amount of damage it could do with very little accuracy required. Another blast of blue fire. This one shot pieces of stone across the wall itself. Josmus saw his target crouched behind a tree in the darkness. He drew back an arrow and his foe hid. The ranger kneeled, peering over the edge of the parapet. He could see the glow of his adversary's staff. He moved forward, away from the spot, just as the caster stepped out to release his spell. Josmus stood, released the arrow, and ducked back down. The spell struck the wall where he had been, and Josmus checked for his arrow's accuracy. The caster staggered about, rolling on the ground before the tree. He pulled another arrow to cheek. Releasing, he watched the arrow plunk into the caster. "Halfiren!" a voice shouted from below. "Rally to Halfiren! We see it, boys! Go!" A host of dwarves came not from the river but from the west. Josmus ran along the wall as stones began to pelt the gatehouse from slingers now moving through the woods. "Shields! Shields!" Telnor shouted from below. A shield wall formed on the ground level with Telnor at their fore. "Open the gates and form up." The dwarves were stonemasons, cut off guard by the sudden attack, and thankfully, using their skills, they had survived long enough to get to some form of safety. Josmus watched the path behind them for targets of particular regard, casters or otherwise. The gates opened and the dwarves were attacked from all sides from Ekarn. In a shimmering blast of orange and red, Telnor leaped from his position and brought his hammer down upon the grounds beyond the stonemasons, throwing back their foes. "Hammer song! Hammers high!" dwarves shouted. Telnor was a beast of a dwarf. In circular concentric motions he slammed his hammer around, throwing back wave after wave of Ekarn as the stonemasons retreated into the walls. "Tell your fangmasters that there are dwarves of Haradar, descendants of the great Dissi, sons of hammer and axe. Send your greatest, and I'll throw them back. Ah ha ha." "Telnor! Telnor!" dwarves on the wall shouted. Whether it was a planned assault or an answer to Telnor's request, something moved through the woods with great haste. The trees shook, the ground trembled, and a shadowy form emerged in the bleak light on the outskirts of Halfiren. Telnor saw it. He lifted his hammer. His stance shifted as he looked at his new foe. "Come now. Hide not in the trees, you fool," Telnor said. The creature, as it appeared from a distance, crept forward, revealing that it was crawling on all fours before stopping, and then standing up. It was 3 times the height of the hammer song, and while it had not been holding any weapon, upon standing, it reached to its back. The Ekarn that had been slowly coming toward the gatehouse had fallen away. Now, surrounded by the dead Ekarn, the 2 warriors faced off. The hammer song spun his hammer, moving forward ahead of his foe. In a flash, his foe drew 2 blades and shot up into the air, breaking through the trees. Josmus drew back, waiting for the moment it landed. Telnor looked up and spun, arcing his hammer upward just as his foe struck like a hawk upon its prey. The ground exploded as a series of sword slashes and hammer falls went back and forth. There was no clear path for arrows, though Josmus kept looking. Thump, thump, thump. The hammer falls continued, and the corresponding flashes of silver swords answered, with the two warriors pushing back and forth between the walls of Halfiron and the dark woods and lines of Icarn. Then Telnor made a tornadic series of swings, clearing the air to reveal not only his own form, but his foe's. Telnor landed a hit with a resounding crack that threw one of his adversary's weapons clanging against the wall. Josmus released his arrow, striking just beneath the armpit of the bipedal creature. It snarled, looking up at the wall where Josmus was. It turned its gaze back at Telnor and laughed. "I am a son of the Most High Lords. You may draw blood," it said, flinging blood from its right arm. Telnor had broken the arm, and its bone had been sheared out of its skin. "But you are all nothing under the growing power of my masters, and me beneath the Blackmoon of Elria Sonia." "Your master Elria Sonia is dead," Telnor said. "Throw down your weapons, and I'll entertain your terms for your own surrender." The creature laughed and stepped back. "No such terms shall be had with the liars of Taria, and all ilk that align with them. The highborn shall do as the Lords command." It fell back into the woods, defeated by the hammer song, but with a shrill horn call, the attack returned in vigor, and Telnor returned to the keep. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. While the attack after the battle between Telnor and the beast returned, it did not last long. There was another lull, and the many on the walls rested as the stonemasons who had come worked to reinforce the walls as best they could. Josmus joined Telnor and the master of the stonemasons, Ulior, in the tower. "We needed a few more hours," the dwarf Ulior said. "We could have sealed the lower wall." "They plan to flood Elror Way with molten metal," Telnor told him. "Burn a path to us." "Micronach will do what is necessary. It will not change our overall tactic, but that will seal both the tunnels that the enemy used and what we used. We knew they were delving. We could see readings on our own boring equipment that there were more tremors beneath us. How they are doing it, I do not know." Josmus had realized that the side of Telnor's face was swollen. "You've been checked out?" Josmus asked. "That?" he said, rubbing his face. "Hilt strike by the highborn." "So it was a highborn for sure?" Ulior asked. "Yes, though its name I do not know." "Highborn have names?" Josmus asked. "Yes, but I for once will admit that the elves know and remember that better. Some of them fought them in the war before. Most of the dwarves who can claim that went on to die later. Quite rude." Telnor's dry sense of humor did nothing but bring silence to the room. "By now, our messages have been received and aid should be coming. Dawn, too, approaches. Josmus, I suggest you get rest if you need it. I'll do the same. Perhaps they'll give us more than an hour of rest." Chapter 10. Brotherhood of the Hills. The hour had grown late. While the castle had quieted from the uproar from before, Fadis had given word for rangers to prepare to march toward the southern regions and to reinforce the rangers of the Pine and the city of Valak. Now he took time for himself. Standing on the upper parapets, he looked out toward the sea and wondered of his friends out there on the ocean somewhere. He had been at sea for so long while his son was young, and now his adult son was somewhere with the elves and rangers, living a life not too unlike his own at his age. "Valrin, I'm back here because of you. You risked much on your own to bring us to find my son." It had been only a few weeks since he had met Valrin, the Stormborn captain. As one event had led to the next, he'd learned more about himself than he had in the years he spent in the glacial seas. Then, leaving Iclo, their enemy approached, and Valrin told him to go, turning the wheel of the Aela sunrise at a new enemy coming from the north. Many owed him their lives. "I hope you and the crew are okay." Several times, Telvius, captain of the Verret Gamblers, had returned to the oceans near there and had seen no signs of Valrin or any other of the crew. Now, Fadis watched out over the ocean for any sight of his friends. So far, there had been nothing. With the possibility of the shimmering veil, or whatever it was, descending across the lands, he knew that not even the Stormborn and his crew could help them. "What are you doing?" Kurla said behind him. He went to turn when she embraced him from behind. "Just a bit of fresh air," he said. "Right, fresh air. You're a bad liar." He turned to embrace her. Pulling her against him, he kissed her head, and she wrapped her arms around his neck as she looked up at him. "So, bit of a break in all this." They kissed. Eventually, she pushed into him. "How about now?" He laughed as they kept kissing. About that time, a patrol coming up from a stairwell came atop the tower, and she bit at his neck. "I'm going to lie down." He smiled, watching her leave. He looked back out to the ocean for just a moment before he heard approaching hooves from the courtyard below. He made his way over to see a group of 6 men, wearing long black trench coats, on horses, speaking with Hafnar and a few guards. Fadis went downstairs, wishing he was going to his room at the moment, but ignoring that as best his mind could. As he made it to the door of the halls, Hafnar was walking in with the strangers. "Fadis, Lord Commander," he said, introducing him to the strangers who had arrived at a very late hour. The men were not any rangers he knew, nor were they dressed as rangers in the traditional sense, at least. With their wide-brimmed black hats and ornate silver daggers in white sheaths near their chests, they had more dwarven garb on than that of the woodland regions. They wore fine, smooth leather vests with metal inlaid, fashioned with spirals but hidden behind their heavy trench coats. Then Fadis noticed their boots were made of snakeskin. At their belts were both swords and strange metallic and wood sticks. Fadis had no idea of their purpose. "Alyan," the one in the center said, reaching out with his hand. Fadis gave it a firm shake and the man smacked his lips, looking him up and down. "Reckon you're the one we should be talking to at last," Alyan said. "And you are?" Fadis asked. "Alyan, these are the Brotherhood of the Hills. We hail from the Deep South. Folk like you would likely say we are friends with King Verdar, but we run the Badlands from there down to the South Gulf of Alrina." "You missed the council if that's what you are here for," Fadis said. "Nope," he said, looking around. "Nice castle. Care to tell me where the owners are?" "Dead," Kurla said, coming up from behind him. "Kirla, Aljan, and his Brotherhood of the Hills. They are from the Deep South." "Of Marian and her rangers?" "No," Aljan said, tipping his hat. "Greetings, ma'am. Quite a night we've had. The South is under attack. We've already committed forces with the elves and dwarves," she told him. He smiled. "I'm not here for that. I'm looking for the Moonfall Syndicate, as they are called. Hunting them. Their miscreants were delving in our lands for gods only know what, and they've got bounties from here to Vindus. They went by other names, but after fleeing our grasp, they took refuge in Taria. Have you heard of them?" "A bit," Fadis said. "Why don't we take a seat and speak more? Unless you can tell me where they are, we have no need. Just wanted to talk with who had taken up residency and see if you're the sort of man who should be here. Best I can tell, you've got a firm handshake. Means a lot from where I'm from. At least you didn't wave like those squeamish pukes to the east." "As for the Moonfall Syndicate, I dealt with some of their members a few nights ago," Fadis said. "They've been staying low, but their vast gold and ability to hire mercenaries and those loyal to the crown is a concern of ours." "Where do your loyalties lie?" Hafnar asked them. "Not in a place where gold can sway us," Aljan said. "We are the law of the South, in the grace of Kel." Fadis laughed. "I'm not the most religious, but Kel is a god of war, not law." Aljan tapped his belt. "Law comes in many forms. A well-placed blade or slug of fire-blasted metal are our preferences. But while we've rooted out the lawbreakers in the South, it seems our lands are unifying against greater evils, and we have a score to settle amongst ourselves and those we chase. We'll be on the lookout, but if you have any clues, you be sure to contact us." One of the Brotherhood pulled out a small cage. Hafnar took it. It was a songbird, pale gray with a white underbelly. "Give any parchment to it," and it'll find us, Aljan said. Y'all have a good evening. The Brotherhood of the Hills departed the hall and mounted their horses, thundering back out of the courtyard. Kind of wished they'd hung around, Hafnar said. We'll see them again, I'm sure. He looked at Hafnar. They had a strange accent, don't you think? Hafnar shrugged and belched. Got another pie that needs eating. Back to bed I go. Fadis looked at Kurla, who shrugged and smirked. Bed sounds good. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Fadis awoke to a knock at his door. Kurla jumped and looked about, disheveled. Fadis threw on his coat and cracked open the door to see Hafnar's face. Damn elves are wondering where you are, he said. I'm in bed. What time is it? About an hour past dawn. They've been standing down there since before dawn, from what Nana said, looking for Andok and Badur. And? I don't know where they went, he said. Well, they want to talk to you. Okay, he said. Tell them I'll be down. As Fadis turned around, shutting the door, Kurla got out of bed and draped a robe over herself. Elves? She asked. I don't know what it's about. Likely wanting to figure out what Andok and Badur found. Likely that Archon from last night. He seemed moody, she said. Ha, yes, moody. Fadis got dressed and left to deal with the elves in the lower hall. As he came downstairs, he noticed there were 7 of them, and none were the Archon from last night. Lord Commander, one of them said, I'm Halnal, Archon of Selmark. We've been directed to work with you and your rangers to seek out the treasure mentioned to our master. Well, that'd be something I'd have to find out about for you, Fadis said. Our master said to assure that the dwarves did not find it. Fair, but I'm not sure what else to say other than only 2 rangers know of it, and I'm not sure where they are. I just woke up. Care to make yourself comfortable here? Nana can get you something to eat. Send word to Fenari Tower. We will rest with our own kin. We can set off from there. Fadis nodded. Okay, well, I'll forward that info to Andok and Badur when I find them. The elves bowed and departed. A few moments later, Rungar entered the room. Elves looking for Andok and Badur? He asked. Yes, Fadis said. How did you... They left before dawn, not with my approval, but Every is preparing to follow after them. Where are they going? To where they wanted. My advice is not to wake that which sleeps, and even with morning I do not have better memory or advice, but it seems that the 2 rangers have their own plans. I'll go south, Kurla said, coming downstairs. You sure? Fadis asked. Yes, you go with Every. Figure out what they found and make sure they don't do anything worse. I'll lead our forces to Balik. Mirian and that cat person left earlier, Hafnar said. Actually, I think it was before I fell asleep. Well, we need to get ourselves to the south, and we can't leave Andok and Badur to their own devices. Catch up to me afterward. Fadis and Kirla went back up to their room and both prepared, but Fadis was to leave much sooner. While Hafnar went to let Every know his father was going with him, Fadis kissed Kirla. Be careful, he said. Never. She smiled jokingly. Don't let them blow up a mountain or anything. With those 2, who knows? I'll follow you south as soon as I can. Don't take too long, she said. They kissed again, and Fadis departed. He made his way outside and toward the stables. Here he saw Hafnar smoking a pipe and 2 horses standing nearby. Every went to get more arrows. Told him we have arrows. He said he wanted elven arrows. What kind of boy did you raise? Kind of the issue, wasn't there? Well, you are now. Boy needs to learn our arrows are better. Elven arrows do fly better, Fadis joked. What kind of arrows do you have? Mine fly better than any fairies. Hafnar puffed his pipe. Guess I'll head out soon, too. So, not going south with the others? He asked. Hafnar shook his head. Got a friend to visit in the east, picking up an apprentice for a bit. Then I'll go that way. I assume the war can be without one bow for a while. Clur wants to find some mountain goats, so it works for now. Fadis embraced him. Well, we need your bow. Don't wait too long. Hafnar laughed. I'm not the one looking for a treasure. At this point, Evri returned, and Hafnar looked him up and down. Elven arrows, elven garb. Just missing those ears, Hafnar said, motioning to his own ears. Not wanting to join us? Evri asked. No, but you two have fun. Hafnar departed. Fadis and Evri mounted up, trotting out of the courtyard and passing through the town. They exited the eastern gate to the wide-open green fields with storm clouds high above them. They made for the east hills and then headed upward. I assume there is a mountain trail. Shouldn't be too hard to find them. Fadis nodded, looking behind them. We have elves who want to go with us. That Archon Halnal? He can go comb a squirrel. I know his master just wants a hand in all of this. I get why Andok and Badur don't trust anyone. But not even us? We were supposed to talk about it this morning. I think it was the plan, but Andok heard the elves were looking for them, and they stalked out of the castle. I ran into them quite by accident, and they told me what they were doing. Wouldn't tell me where. I followed them, then talked to Hafnar. Well, Andok and Badur won't hate us for showing up, but they'll sure be surprised when they see us. Chapter 11. Ghost. Mirian and her cat friend headed south. The news of such an attack in dwarven lands reiterated the fact that being up north was not exactly a mistake, but not where she needed to be. Her home, her life, and her son were in the south. Come now, Whiskers, she said, talking to her otherwise quiet companion. The ranger cat running through the fogs of the early night looked almost like a ghost in the shadows of the trees. Ghost cat, she said. I'll go with that for now. Ghost cat, how do you like that? Ghost got to the edge of a bend in the road, and his ears perked up. He pointed to an area ahead. What is it? Mirian asked. He hissed. She took her staff in both of her hands, moving along the road. Ghost followed just behind with his bow bent. They were well away from the overall protection of the Rangers of the North, at least in her mind. The Balara Road was a southernmost road that was generally safe in normal times, but questionable as of now. For her and Ghost, they had dealt with trolls on their journey north, but that was still a good deal further south from here. Ghost stopped, sniffing the air. Well? She asked him. He motioned for her to be quiet and squatted low, moving with almost no sound at all. She went to follow and he turned, telling her to stop with his hand up. Okay, she whispered. Mirian watched as he moved away from the road and up a slight embankment before he vanished from sight. She rolled her fingers on her staff, looking up at the clouds wisping in the dark night. It was colder here than she was used to. She shivered as the wind blew over the tall grasses lining the road. Ghost came back a few moments later, motioning for her to follow. His hair was standing up, and he had his bow bent. They went from the road up to a large tree. He pulled her toward him and showed a single finger before pointing at his eyes, and then around the left side of the tree. She looked around the corner and into a glade of 4 slender trees. There, in the pale light, a figure was standing. She went to say something to Ghost when she realized bodies lay on the ground near it. A bat flew in from somewhere east of them, landing before the figure, receiving something, and flying off. The air became still. Mirian could hear sniffing, and it was not Ghost. Then the figure looked directly toward them. She fell back beside the tree, grasping her staff. Ghost leaned out, loosing an arrow, but it flew no more than a few paces before it was halted midair and fell to the ground. Mirian spun around with her staff just as the creature grabbed hold of it. Taria has many this night, it hissed. Even in the little light above them, she could make out her foe's glistening fangs and made a point to push against her attacker. Sliding in the loose dirt near the tree, she moved around the tree, arching her staff from the grip of the vampire and moving to attack with her momentum. It jumped away, landing in the crux of a nearby tree. So alone, my young one. Why do you wander as such? It asked. Mirian looked about. Ghost had vanished. So alone, the vampire teased. I prefer it, she said. Less to worry about. Every single bit of time with any man has been worthless. Oh, and I'm not looking for anyone as it is, in case you were wondering. You are of little value to me except to feed, the vampire said. But soon I shall seek others, as I will be able to give them more, give them a choice. An arrow struck the vampire in the shoulder, and he turned, hissing. Mirian ran, leaping up and striking him from the tree with the end of her staff. The vampire landed in the bushes, but a moment later was on his feet again. You lie! You're just slow! She shouted. He hissed, leaping toward her as Ghost tackled him, claws first. The vampire threw him just as Mirian landed another hit directly in his skull, sending blood flying from his nose and cheek. Ghost threw a vial of something on the ground, creating a bright spark of crackling orange flame. The vampire recoiled, fleeing into the darkness. The light from the vial kept glowing as Mirian and Ghost spread out from its light, looking for where it had gone but not seeing it anywhere. I think he's gone, Mirian said. They went over to the many bodies lying out on the ground, but they were all disfigured by the beasts feeding. Let's go. I'd rather avoid being anywhere where those creatures know we are. It might come back and in greater numbers. They returned to the road and kept journeying south. Chapter 12. Rusis' secret. Fadis and Evri ascended into the mountains of East Arik, finding a goat path that showed some signs of once being something quite a bit different. Evri took note of broken tree limbs at about their chest level, and other signs that the path had been recently taken by other horses. Either we'll run into bandits or we'll find them. About a chance for either, he joked. Fadis looked at the sunken gray clouds rolling off the glacial seas and shuddered at the cold. The further they went up, the colder it seemed to get. The only break in the winds was when the goat path took them between boulders and high walls, hewed in decades before now. There was a distinct aura about this path, one he had not felt since he was much further north, delving into a Dwemhar ruin. But this was different from that. He noticed etchings in the stone that, while runic, were not of the dwarvish language. It was script not too unlike the parchment Andok and Badur had. Rusis, Evri said, noticing Fadis slowing, trying to read it. Can you read it? Fadis asked. No, but it isn't too uncommon near the base of ruins of Rusis structures. Though I was on a small island the last time I saw them. It was on a river not too far from Mikronok. Fadis nodded. Though he himself had seen his fair share of ruins and lost places, as some would call them, none were Rusis in this sense. Surla, Evri said, touching a spot of rock and then pointing above them. And there again. What was it they said? Fadis asked as they followed the twisting path to an opening up ahead. Hadi Keva Sur. Hadi Keva Ula Surla, Evri said. Is that what they said? Yes, Fadis said. Evri laughed to himself and shook his head. So it is real? I had heard of a guardian as a young boy, but it was not a thing or creature but a stone, meant to protect the lands, or so the stories go. One of the Archons used to tell stories about many lost artifacts and rumors, how so many legends are simply lost stories, especially to our race. For elves, it simply became distant memories, and sometimes a bit more than that. What do you mean? Evri stopped just short of the opening, peering around before looking back at his father to answer. I mean, even the wise are made to forget the purpose of such objects or legends. They don't like to admit it, but it is a truth nonetheless. Inconvenient truths are frequently made to be forgotten by elves, but there are always some who remember. Kings, however, are not always that person. The High Archon? Fadis asked. He might. He'd be one I'd suspect. But their secrets are rarely held in an adverse meaning. It's just a reality of an evil world, just like that bow of yours. A Eula bow in the hands of a man of Taria is a rather large tragedy for the elves. I'm surprised they gave it back. Fadis moved his hand back to touch the arm of the bow. So much of his life and the way things had gone was related to that object, and the pure fact of this remained in his mind. Had he not stolen it, then the bounty would not have been on his head and upon his family. His then wife would not have been killed. Every likely would not have ever been around elves, and most definitely not in the capacity he had been for his teen years. And now, Every was leading them forward and coming to a turn again. He leaned up against the rock. Placing his hand out, he closed his eyes as Fadis came beside him. The moss grows away in a circular pattern moving upward on the rock. Fadis looked up, seeing the moss as his son said, but unable to see where it went above them. Beyond our sight, it vanishes into the stone above, but the circular pattern comes from energy beneath our feet. We are close. They continued on. That is without a doubt something he learned from the elves. Fadis followed, thinking that somehow they were both exactly where they were supposed to be now. That fate, though cruel, had put them in this position together, and in a way, there was no other fate he'd even want. Every was like him in many ways, and unlike him in the good ways. He hadn't taken to drinking as Fadis had, especially at his age. He was more careful of his words. He was much more focused in his convictions, and that surely made a big difference between the two of them. It was good, though. They had come to a long chasm that vanished into the mountain. The goat path turned suddenly left and up a large boulder, vanishing above them into high paths and likely patches of grass and shrubs that any goat would like. They could have, of course, gone that way, but it was all too clear they were where they were trying to get to. From the point of the dirt path, stars covered in broken stone shone from above, and a sheer wall with a slight glow was just evident in the pale light upon the mountain passage. "Andok! Baldur!" Fadis shouted. Nothing. "If they're here, I'm sure they're deeper," Every said, drawing his sword. "Or something else followed them here." Fadis drew his own blade and took the lead. "Come on, Every." The passage was dry and sandy. Most caves in this part of the world would be cold and muddy. The frequent rains and otherwise icy winds from the glacial seas could mean that some places might even be icy, and if it was dark, any moisture would have been frozen. But not here. They progressed into the passage, taking the stairwell to a flat yet almost rounded pathway that went on and into the mountain itself. Every cracked an elven fire starter and lit 2 torches from his pack. Fadis took one and looked at the walls. Some form of light coursed through the stone itself, almost as if it were fluid, moving from the light of the torch into darker areas, yet leaving a luminescent glow where it had been. As his eyes adjusted and they kept walking further in, the faint glow became more pronounced as the passage turned completely, leading away from the goat path and the outside world. Still, there was no sign of Andok or Baldur. "This place is not at all elven or dwarven," Every said. "I dare say it is unlike any place I have been before." Fadis was inclined to agree. "Yes, it has a particular feeling that I can't quite figure out. Old, but not in the way that makes sense. It's familiar, yet the way the stone is here," he said, rubbing it with his finger. "It seems like we have walked our way into a book and are looking at the past." "Huh?" Fadis shook his head. "Imagine being in a book." The passage went on until, to their surprise, they reached a stone bridge flanked at both their side and the opposite by statues. Each of the statues was different figures in robes. Each held orbs of some kind. "Elements," Every said. "Each of them holds what looks like flame, a wave, lightning, and—" He paused. "I'm not sure on the last one." They proceeded across the bridge, the air here shifting, a clear sign to Fadis that the cavernous reach beneath them had its own secrets. Upon reaching the opposite side, they stopped at the statue Every could not discern from afar. The orb it held was twisted with cyclones and some other sparkling attribution. "I don't know," Every said. "Rusis do not command winds." "Oh, now come on," a sudden voice said. It was Andok. Fadis and Evri both jumped at the sudden emergence of the ranger from the passage ahead of them. "Don't be so jumpy," another said. It was Badur. "Don't make us need to chase you down," Fadis said. "Meh, you did good finding us. Didn't need those elves poking around," Andok said. "Not to offend you, Evri." "I'm not so easily offended. Just don't talk about the black-haired ones." "Ooh, yes," Andok said. "I've seen the eastern ones you fancy so much." "I don't just fancy them, and it's not all of them. Just one." "There's a one for you?" Fadis asked. "Of course," Evri said. Fadis stared at him. "What? Say you haven't ever... I dare you." "Lucky the one I saw you flirting with a few nights back does it back just the same." "Feisty rangers," Evri said. "I'm feisty." Andok nodded. "Not for the likes of you two. But are we here to discuss sexual fantasies, of which I have many, or to take you to what we're all here for?" "Please, please don't encourage him," Badur said. "Lead on," Fadis said. They followed the two rangers forward as Fadis tried to go through his mind, thinking of black-haired elves. Most of the wood elves had lighter hair. "Has it been long?" Fadis asked Evri. "What, Valilia? Are you talking of her?" "I guess." Evri laughed. "Just the last 7 years. We met upon a grassy knoll in Fickmark. She is the most beautiful, but our time is always short. She dwells in a moon realm, a bit hidden away." Andok shuddered. "Talking of other realms isn't my thing," he said. "Dealt with vampires in another realm. But Fadis, you should be proud. I'd do that elf over a barrel in a single drop of desire from her to me." "Not her as in Valilia," Andok said. "Just in general." "That's true for most females," Badur said. "At least with you. There's more to women than what you delve into." True, but the smart ones avoid me. And in turn, me. I really need to find a new friend." Fadis realized they no longer needed the torches at all. A growing light ahead of them that, as a contrast to the darker areas before, looked almost as if they were headed back out of the mountain itself. But they were going deeper. The rock above them rose from just over their heads to where it was now 2.5, almost 3 times as tall as before. At the highest points, blocks of glowing crystal and a clear, intricate design of undulating silver decorated the passage. As they came to the source of the light, they found small lanterns that Andok and Badur had used, with a handful of spent wicks and extra oil. A large column of runes emitted almost all the light, and Fadis found a sheer stone much deeper into the mountain than he had originally been led to believe. "So this is it?" Fadis asked. "The second one. The first one was before the bridge. We figured that one out after a bit of cross-referencing some runic writings we bought off a traveling merchant." "Did you tell this merchant of your find?" Evri asked. "No," Badur said. "We want to control who knows of this, and that wouldn't do at all." "What merchant?" Fadis asked. "We haven't had many coming this way." "Some dark-haired broad. Thought she was a moon elf," Andok said. "But she was a bit older, patchy skin. Like really patchy. Had a few trinkets, too. The lamps, for one. Those were a big help." Evri went to the lamps. He picked one up, and oil ran out the side. "Come now!" he shouted. "Damn oil!" He wiped his hands. "Anything?" Fadis asked. "They're lamps. We don't even need them now," Andok said, motioning toward the pillar of lighted runes. "What we need is to figure this out." Evri was examining the lamp. "It isn't elven or dwarven, but it is old. Very old." "Rusis?" Badur suggested. "No," Evri went on. "It's an old form of metalworking, similar to snow dwarves if anything, but I know little of their home in the far north." He set it back down. "I don't know. What is the problem here?" "Nothing," Badur said. "The runes read not too difficult, Tedley." "That's not a word," Evri said. "What does it say?" Fadis asked. "Havi Sorla, House of the South." "Was not Hadi guardian?" Evri asked. "Hadi, yes. Havi's house." Or hold," Badur said. "The translation is lacking." The translator is lacking. Andok poked him. It's a dead language. I'm doing my best. Fadis rubbed his fingers along the stone in the runes. Hold or House of the South. So a signpost or warning. It's a treasure hold, I'm telling you. I think we may even find something we don't expect at all, and is far more valuable than gold. I can't think of what could actually be the key to opening this wall, Andok said. Fadis went toward the sheen-white stone and noticed, by chance, the glint of his torch on the rocks. Here there was a small puddle of water and a trickling stream from the rocks. But the glint was not from the water, but from a metal object. He glanced toward the other side and saw another small torch-like metal protrusion coming from the stone. He took the metal from the water and realized that the years of erosion had broken it from its metal holder that was rusted into the rock. Fadis carefully positioned the metal holder back in place and set his torch to it. The ground began to glow bright white and surge up the sheer stone. Every did the same to the other one without prompting, and the door glimmered before splitting down the middle and rolling away. Before them was a passage of sheen stone and multiple flashes of torches ahead, within a strange chasm that smelled like salt. Nice, Andok said, and it doesn't even need lanterns or torches. Fadis looked to Evri, then to the rangers. Are you sure about this? We have enough to worry about beyond some locked-away dungeon in the mountains. Hold house, not dungeon. Come now. Hadi and Javi are similar. Dungeon is Akla. This isn't an Akla. Evri shrugged, following after Andok and Badur. Fadis followed, unsure of what was ahead, but pressured on regardless. Chapter 13. Soon to be apprentice. Riordan was anxious. He expected his uncle at any moment. It had been almost 3 weeks since they had gotten back to Paradin. He was eager to show him that not only could he string the bow, but he had even managed to land an arrow on a target, a feat that 3 weeks ago he thought was impossible for himself. But to say that everything within Paradun was common good would be an outright lie. And though he still didn't know exactly what had happened in the west, he understood it to be some explosion that destroyed some ancient city. His father had been working with him, looking at maps of Taria and the greater regions around. He had been memorizing the furthest off points, such as Aerin south of the Vindus Sea on the Dashran coast. Then, of course, it was Vuorik at the mouth of the Great River and of the Riverland region. Then his father told him the story of the orcs of Demonhead, and then further about the dwarves of Micronach and Harkonach. Then another night his father went on and on about the Rangers of the Pine, the southern brothers and sisters of the Rangers of the North. They are different, he said with a laugh, but didn't give him any real examples. Riordan stood with his father's bow, notching an arrow. He pulled back, aiming at a target directly ahead of him. Truly, it was a bit short for a bow compared to the other bows. Now, seeing so many others within the village made a point to have bows on them, he realized that his father's bow, which he thought was large, was indeed a shorter bow, but he could use it, and he would keep practicing. Riordan, a gift your mother got you, he heard behind him. He turned to see his mother and father holding a package wrapped in linen. He rested the arm of the bow on his arm and went to them. It isn't my birthday, he said. No, not your birthday, Riordan, his mother said, but it's a gift you have earned. Riordan took the package from his parents and began unwrapping the linens. He just about gasped when he saw what was beneath. It was a bow, but one he felt was actually his size. It was curved in the arms and significantly smaller than his father's. In the arms were etchings with a strange inlaid silver in a written script he did not know. My own bow? He asked. Really? Not just any bow, his father said. A Eula wood bow of the elves, a gift from back before the wars with the elves, he said. The elves would commonly wield such a bow when they were riding their stags to chase down wild boar. It has shorter arms and is curved differently than my longbow or even my short. You don't have to pull back nearly as far to propel the arrow forward. I was waiting for the right moment, and I wanted you to go through and see that you are capable of using a larger bow before we gave you this. He took the bow and slid it next to the other of his father's. He then went to both his parents, hugging them. Thank you, he said. You're welcome and you earned it, his father said. Now you can take this one back and I'll use the short one, and you can use the long when we go on hunts. Or maybe we can use the other one that you have in your chest. His father smiled, and then a look of sadness came upon him. I want you to keep both of these. That's what's important now. Use the shorter one now, and in the future, perhaps when you're with your uncle or on horseback, you'll grow into the long one. It's what you started with, the first bow you strung, the first bow you pulled back and landed an arrow on a target. It is yours, son. The hour grew later as the smell of the rabbit pie they had had for dinner drifted away from the longhouse. The drunken songs of the men of the longhouse singing by the fire filled the air. His mother had gone to sleep, and he lay in his bed, awake, but drifting near the realm of dreams. He listened to their song. In the mountains high, we dwell each day, to take in moments passing by, a drink in hand, some roasted deer. To find better would be a lie. The warm embrace of a woman's arms, and taking every day. To remember all who came before. Their souls in the stars now play. Paridun, Paridun, home of the hunter's hold. Paridun, Paridun, please by the gods, let us grow old. And he shut his eyes knowing there were more verses to come, but humming the tune to himself. He pulled the blanket up to his chin. He'd had the soft deerskin blanket since he was very young, and it had kept him warm for many winters. The snow was increasingly hard that night. Wind howled in the upper rafters of the longhouse. But he was warm, he was safe, and his mind was filled with thoughts of how happy he was to be an even better son for his parents. Now he could work on using his father's bow, but also his own. Though he had not even had the bow a day, he had already landed multiple arrows into a target. He still needed to do fletching, learn how to craft his own arrows. An entirely different skill, of course, from archery itself. But I'm gonna do it, he thought. I'll be a ranger. He woke to bells toiling. Then, a sharp and loud horn call that cut out mid-blow. The longhouse was in an uproar. He only saw a glimpse of his father as he ran out the door. His mother came to him, throwing his coat around him. He heard howls, snapping sounds, and then snarling. What is it? Reardon asked. Trolls? He could hear the enraged sound of a mountain troll, at least one. Then, as his mother went to speak, the wall gave way to their side and a monstrous form sent timbers splintering into the room, breaking and scattering across the floor. It was a troll, a massive one. But its form was different from what Reardon had seen before. It had a strange growth of black and green across its body, and though it was still alive, there were festering wounds from the corners of its mouth. Run! His mother shouted. Reardon clambered for his bow. He grabbed his parents' gift but couldn't find arrows fast enough. Come on! His mother commanded him. She jerked him out into the bitter cold. He looked up as he saw his breath billowing upward. It was the middle of the night, and the snow was still coming down hard. The great hall was aflame, and the dead were everywhere. While there were trolls, there was something else. Small, imp-like creatures, but strangely they looked like him too. He wondered if they were orcs, but those he always heard were destroyed by the elves long ago. They weren't orcs. They looked too much like him. His mother was taking him to the main tower, the keep, as it were, if this were an actual castle. But it was not. About that moment he saw a black shroud against the contrasted white and snow blowing atop the tower. He could see the figure that he had seen before, the one that was in the hall, the one he felt was looking at him. The strange figures had come back, and somehow they moved atop the tower as if they were made of wind. He had never seen such a thing. He had no idea what they were facing. He watched as the guards of Paridun fought the strange men-like beasts swarming their village. The defenders had already felled 2 trolls, but these men-beasts were coming up from the lower passes in an almost endless stream. Take shelter! Take shelter! Someone shouted. About that time, burning arrows twisting in through the wind struck all over the village. He had turned away, seeing now that the longhouse he had been sleeping in before was on fire as more flames swept through the village. He had no idea where his father was, and for a moment, his mother stopped. He watched as warrior after warrior fell, and more arrows came before he felt a tug on his arm. Then nothing. His mom had let go. He went forward, and then he realized his mother was lying on her side. A bolt of twisted metal and dark wood had struck her face and into her throat. Her hand trembled in his. Blood spurted out of her mouth around the shaft of the arrow. Her eyes traced to him for a moment. She seemed to try to speak, but her speech was nothing but garbled blood before she at last breathed no more and was still. "Mama!" he heard shouting again. "Get to cover!" He looked around, seeing none of those he had grown up with. He just saw the ones that were attacking them, and somehow they were ignoring him for now. He cursed himself, feeling he had delayed with his mother. She might have still been alive. Her image was in his mind, her gasping. Tears filled his eyes. I shouldn't have stopped. I did that. And now she's dead. I did that. At that moment, the tower that so many had taken shelter in crumbled and shattered into itself, as the figure standing upon it had grown to a much larger gargantuan size as great wings sprang from their bodies. "I don't know what to do," he said. He thought back to what he'd been taught by his father and his mother. His father was tough, having had been a ranger for years. He knew his father would be somewhere. Warriors still fought on the other side, near the main gates. He just knew it. Riordan gathered up some of the enemy's arrows that had fallen near him. He grabbed a total of 5 and then glanced across the village grounds, seeing nothing but the enemy. He turned, looking toward a dilapidated tower. I can go there and climb to the top. I'll have a better vantage point. He knew he couldn't fight hand to hand with any type of bladed weapon, but at least he could use his bow to help the villagers. He could make a difference. He had to. He ran toward the tower, battling against the strong winter storm winds that nearly knocked him down. The snowfall had accumulated near the base of the tower, reaching up to his chest, but he pushed through. Fighting back tears, he climbed through the broken structure and made his way up to the second level. There wasn't much inside. The structure itself wasn't sturdy enough to store anything, and though repairs had been attempted, it was mostly a simple monument to the dwarves who had been there before. He didn't know much about dwarves, but they seemed to be skilled at constructing lasting structures. He discarded the arrows onto the ground beside him before taking one and struggling to string the bow and notch the arrow. He aimed at his target, a wooden structure used for target practice surrounded by the bodies of the villagers. He had practiced shooting at this target many times before, to the point where he felt he didn't even need an enemy to hit it. He pulled back the arrow, holding it for a moment to get the right elevation. He released it, and the bolt pierced through the snow, burying itself in the ground. His second shot was released too quickly, without a proper draw, and it fell just outside the tower. I have to do this. I have to be useful, he whispered to himself. Suddenly he noticed movement in the courtyard. One of the strange creatures had spotted him. He swiftly fired a shot, hitting it in the chest. Instead of killing it, however, it attracted the creature's attention. The beast sprinted toward him, crawling on all fours through the snow. Just as it reached his level, he released another arrow, sending it directly into its snarling mouth. The beast fell backward, choking on the arrow, and collapsed into a heap. But as he killed it, his bow began to glow. He didn't understand why. The glow was now obvious on the otherwise dark mountaintop, illuminated only by the fires of his village. The strange men who had attacked them were dispersing from the village, and now 3 figures stood in the center. They were the same 3 figures he had seen before, the ones who had been speaking with the adults. Holding his bow, he didn't want the light to draw their attention. In the distance, he noticed a villager still alive, raising her hand to get the attention of one of the 3 figures. It was one of his father's fellow villagers. While his father and the others were elsewhere, likely planning a counterattack. He would be like the head of a demon when the blades of his arrows came to aid the wood elves. It was just like his father's stories. He knew it would be like that. The three figures approached the villager who seemed to be speaking to them. Two of the figures kneeled, and then suddenly the first figure seemed to attack the one on the ground. But it wasn't an attack. It was biting. Were they going to eat the villagers? That was all he could think at that moment. For some reason, these creatures were planning to eat them. A few moments passed, and the villager stood up and bowed to the three figures. The figures turned and looked in his direction, and he quickly retreated, trying to hide. In his rush, he accidentally made some noise, and now he had a clear view from the tower of the figures below. Panicking, he muttered to himself and observed the figures as they walked toward him. He still had a single bolt, so he tightly gripped it, drawing strength from it, and began to breathe faster and faster. One arrow. I have to do something, he resolved. At that moment, he heard someone running. "You come to my village!" a voice shouted out, even amidst the howling winds of the mountaintop. Riordan looked out and saw none other than his father standing just beyond the four figures. "You come to my village, kill my people, and then expect us not to fight back. The young, the old, my wife, my son. You killed them all." One of the three original figures threw back his hood, revealing a silver crown. "I am a lord of my order. I offered you protection, and you refused. You also spoke false words. I didn't kill everyone. I granted eternal life as a promise to those who were sacrificed by choice. One turned by choice is far more useful than one forced. But instead of embracing what was offered to you, you insulted us. I must hold myself to the standard of the law." "So because you have no choice in your own mind?" Riordan's father retorted. The figure, the lord, laughed. "Oh, I choose to do what I do not to simply follow the creed because it is a creed, but because I want to. Now you have lost everything. Perhaps you will take my hand and accept what is offered to you. You have a presence. Although I don't have a memory of who you are, I feel you are someone of importance." Riordan watched as his father brandished a broken spear he had brought with him, spinning it in his right hand. "I was," his father said. "I was a husband and a father. The ones you murdered, killed in the dead of night. You show no honor whatsoever. The only gift I can give you is to return you to the dead, where you belong." Riordan held tightly to his bow, with a single arrow notched. The figure turned back toward him, and it was just him and his father, although his father was unaware of his presence. He rose from the tower, drawing back his bow as the glowing elven bow revealed his location. His father seemed to sense his spirit, and immediately charged forward, spear pointing at the figure. "No!" Riordan shouted. The figures didn't understand what he said as he released the arrow from his bow, hitting one of them squarely in the chest. His father engaged the figures, but Riordan had no more arrows. "Run! Run!" his father shouted. Riordan ran forward, not following his father's advice, desperately searching for another arrow. At that moment, the lord of the figures turned and saw him. "The child!" he screeched. The villager turned to look at him, and one of the other figures did the same, just as his father grabbed hold of the lord from behind, pulling him down to the ground. "Riordan! Run, boy! Don't stop!" Riordan tried to draw back on his bow, but two figures were already closing in on him. He saw the figure known as the Lord strike his father in the face, and his father's blood sprayed upward. Both of his parents were now dead. He turned and ran, not knowing where he was going or what he would do. The figures were right behind him, but he had to get off the mountain. He fled, leaping over the side wall, clutching the elven bow tightly. He ran along the lower path that led into the woods on the east side of the village. Plunging into the snow that was nearly over his head, he used the moss on the tree's roots to pull himself forward. He dared not look back, knowing his pursuers were following closely. He had no idea how he could outrun them, but he would keep running until he couldn't run anymore, until they caught up with him. He knew there was a bridge some distance away with frozen water under it. Perhaps he could hide underneath it. He still didn't know what was chasing him, or how they possessed such superior strength and agility. He believed they were elves, or at least he assumed so. He had never heard of elves who emerged from the shadows and moved atop tall towers. For the first time, he was afraid. His body was sweating profusely, missing the determination that had driven him until now. Stark fear consumed him. All he wanted was to be back in the hall, under his blanket, with his mother nearby, his father singing songs with the other men. But all of that was gone now. Riordan finally reached the bridge, sliding on the ice and grabbing onto something to slow his momentum before striking the opposite bank. He kicked in flight and pushed up underneath the bridge, seeking shelter there. As he hid, catching his breath, his mind raced with questions and uncertainties. What can I do? What were those things? It was quiet here. Those gales tore through the frozen trees every few minutes. He could hear the sound of his own breath moving in and out of his mouth. He tried to slow his breathing. He didn't want to give himself away. The bow, which had been glowing, puzzled him. He had no idea why the bow would even glow in the first place. He tried not to think of his mother, and then his father. Instead, he focused on the strange creature he had killed, and wondered how much he had hurt the other. Then, it struck him. Mother, father, gone. His mind went back to the one image he didn't want to see. Tears fell from his eyes, but then he could hear something sniffing the air. Two somethings on either side of the bridge. Then, nothing. He neither heard them walking away nor heard them walking closer. It was as if they had simply vanished from sight and sound. He was freezing. He had no proper clothing, not even a basic cloth coat. His feet had almost lost feeling as he ran out of any gear. He knew what he needed to do. Get a fire going and find proper shelter. But he couldn't do any of that. He didn't have a hand axe for cutting wood, and he was alone. He was shivering, the cold creeping into his very being. Though he had no idea if his foe was still waiting for him, he peeked his head out. The moment he did so, he knew he had made a mistake. Standing there as if a deeper shadow than possible, the blackest of black, a pit standing on the ice, were two figures. As he stepped out, slightly trembling as he held onto the bridge, he thought they were simply sleeping and waiting for him, but it was as if his presence had awakened them, as a slow action of opening their eyes cracked ice forming on their bodies. He couldn't hide again, and they were not going to leave. "Young boy," she said, "you can speak to one from your own village here." She motioned to the woman next to her. It was the woman he had seen in the pit before. "It does not hurt. I know you. I remember you. You were right. You must not fear the gift that is offered. My body was broken, but it is new. You're cold, your body small. You were always called weak. They laughed at you. You can pull back your bow for such a long time, and you were always just extra weight. But now, you're offered a way to become stronger than you ever have been before. It is an easy gift. You will feel only the slightest of conscience, pain-free." Riordan was shivering, his hands aching as he tried to hold on to the bridge. Falling on the ice beneath, he saw two figures now standing just beside the bridge. "You cannot run from us. You could be strong with us." Thinking of his mother and father, his plans and his desire to become a ranger, he remembered how weak he'd felt having seen what these vampires were able to do with such ease. But then he remembered his mother's face, her gasping, blood pouring from her mouth. His father had fought them. No, to take their gift would mean that he would embrace weakness. He'd never do that. He pushed himself up, turning to look at them. "I will be a ranger. I won't be one of you." At that moment, the two figures rose from the ice, standing in his way on the bridge. Then both of their attention jerked behind them. Riordan felt something strike his side, forcing him down onto the bridge as he heard a massive roar. He saw nothing but white and black, sensing the snarls and slashes of some animal. Another form came upon the bridge. He heard the familiar sound of a thump. Then, the sound of a bowstring being pulled back again. Another thump. Then, a whistle. He felt himself grabbed by his shirt and turned over. Boy! He thought it was his father at first. Reardon! He blinked several times and saw that it wasn't his father at all. Clur, make a circle, make sure they stay away. Sunrise is soon. Reardon was so cold that he was carried away from the bridge and deeper into the woods by the other stranger. He struggled to have a clear thought. The person was familiar, someone he knew, but in that moment he was so cold he just couldn't remember. He must have fallen asleep or unconscious, for when his eyes opened again, he was by a warm fire. His clothes had been removed, and animal skins were layered over him. A stout man was stirring a small metal pot over the nearby fire, and he saw a massive hunting bow lying against a tree. The sun was shining above in a blue sky. The man was someone he knew. As he sat up, still with a pounding head, but with a warm body, he caught the attention of his rescuer. "Hafnar," he said. "I'm here, boy. We were lucky to survive." "You came? You came to save us?" "It was a bit of luck, I'm afraid. Not for everyone. I've gone back up and no one else is alive. At least not that I've found yet. Once you've warmed up and had a bit to eat, we're going to go back up there." "They killed my mother and father," he said. Reardon noticed that at the mention of that, Hafnar's eyes became heavy. He blinked several times before looking over at Reardon. "You're my apprentice now. Your father gave you the oldest bow. I believe the others are up there. We're going to claim them and give your parents a proper burial. Here, you need to eat." Chapter 14. Lessons. After he'd eaten a bit, a simple broth made in a pot, Reardon knew he was still asleep when it happened. Half an hour had passed, and Hafnar had given him a simple change of clothes that were a bit big but warm. "We'll see what we can scavenge. We're a bit far from the town right now, but we need to go west immediately. You can wear these boots for now. They might be a bit big, but at least your feet won't freeze." "What's west?" he asked. "West is more of the Icarn, the demon men. Your village was attacked by vampires a few weeks ago. There was a bright flash, and I know you saw it." "I did, but I'm not sure what it was." "It's a city from beyond, another realm. There was a time when a vampire lord made some form of treaty with the elves. Instead of being completely destroyed like the orcs, they were told to go into this realm and only return to our realm from time to time and in limited numbers. What emerged into our realm was a city with rangers of the north, elves and men, but ultimately their kind was allowed back into our realm. The explosion was their city. It was more of a track for our allies. While I expected your apprenticeship to be one of peace, I'm afraid I have to tell you that wars are upon these lands and you must learn quickly. Once we go back to your village, we will then head west, making for the city of man known as Blavik. From there, we will see which direction the war is taking and where we are to go." Reardon nodded. "I can pull back my bow," he said. "I've been working to get better at stringing my father's bow, and I'm able to use a bow and arrow. Okay, I was able to hit 2 of them. One of the demon men or Icarn or whatever you said," he stuttered, "and then one of the figures, one of the vampires." Hafnar whistled and nodded. "Good. More will be needed, though. You're strong like your father, but not in your size and stature yet. I understand you're still small as well." Reardon looked at this massive man who was at least a good foot taller than his father, with upper arms that were about the size of Reardon's waist. "I was a harbinger when I was born. My mother died, and I was born prematurely too. Can't let things hold you back. You can't let excuses and what people tell you dictate how your life is lived." Reardon wasn't sure what to say, and simply slid on the boots and jumped as he heard something approaching. "Are we clear to go to the village?" he asked. At that moment, a massive animal that looked almost like a mountain lion, but significantly larger with white and black fur, came walking up. Reardon realized this was the creature that had come for him at the bridge and fought back the vampires. "This is my snow tiger from the icy lands of the far south. She's why we were able to find you. You used to play with her when you were little. Do you remember?" "I remember you coming last time, but she wasn't there." Yes, but you were very little when you played with her. The last time she came to the village of Paradun, she was in a bit of a wild phase of her life and had left for a while. But she remembers you. Even with the icy snow and the smell of the burning buildings, she recognized the scent and came to get you. Clure rubbed up against him, and Reardon placed his hand on top of her head. He realized that while his memory of her was when she was a bit smaller than she is now, he could probably ride her if needed. Well, she's acting all friendly like that, Hafnar said. I assume the village is clear now. We need to go up there, claim the bodies, and give them a proper burial. Reardon was still feeling the chill, although it had improved since earlier in the morning. The camp was now in the process of being dismantled, with everything packed up and ready to go. He carried a surprisingly small amount of belongings on his back once everything was packed the way he wanted. I don't usually stay in civilized places. Not all rangers are like me. I prefer to sleep wherever I can and not worry too much about finding a comfortable bed. It's not uncommon among our kind. Many of the stories you hear about rangers are both true and untrue, he said. Reardon glanced back at their campsite. Unless you looked closely, you wouldn't notice any trace of their presence. Even the area where the fire had been was carefully extinguished and covered with snow. One of the first lessons I'll teach you is that if you treat nature well, it will treat you well in return. We only take what we need, use everything completely, and avoid wasting anything. If we are fortunate enough to continue living this way, we can find peace and harmony. Like elves? Reardon asked. Hafnar laughed. Elves, yes. They can be quite cliché at times, even the trees. Have you never seen one, boy? Reardon shook his head. Well, you will. Elves, especially the high elves, have a strong connection to nature. Every elf, dwarf, and human, however, has their own place. Come on, Hafnar said, adjusting his pack as they began the ascent up the mountainside. They arrived at the remains of Reardon's hometown, Paradun. The great halls and buildings had been reduced to burned-out shells covered in fresh snow. Only a few timbers remained, scattered among the fallen debris. There were hardly any signs of life left, as if the carrion birds had quickly picked apart the bodies, or the attacking monsters had taken them away. Reardon searched for his parents' resting place, but found that their bodies had been moved. He noticed an area where the snow and dirt had been disturbed. Hafnar led him over to that spot and motioned for him to look. This is where I prepared their burial. It is custom among your father's people to bury their dead further away. The ice and snow made it difficult, but we managed. You don't need to dig their graves. Just take a look at them and pay your respects. Reardon nodded, determined to be strong. Hafnar stepped back as the boy approached. Reardon kneeled, looking at his mother and father, who were still embracing each other as if they had fallen that way. Hafnar had already placed some flowers with them. Reardon looked at his master. Do you have more of those flowers? Hafnar reached into his bag and handed him a small white flower with streaks of blue. As Reardon held the flower and raised it to his mouth, he said, They taught me how to live, and I will honor their teachings. I will be strong, just as they always said I was. I will be strong for both of you now. He dropped the flower, watching it float and bounce as it descended toward his parents. Then, without hesitation, he pushed the dirt and snow back over them. Clure, the loyal wolf companion, helped by pushing the snow with her head. Soon they were buried, and while there were few other bodies around, Clure stayed with them as Reardon went into his own longhouse to search for anything he could find. The troll that had crashed through the building was dead, and there was not much else to say of it. While most of the interior had burned, he looked to find that not only was his chest mostly untouched by the fire, but his boots were empty and lying almost exactly where he had left them. He switched the boots he knew so well, and finally felt as if he could walk normally. Then, while he gathered a bit more warm clothes and a traveling cloak, he took hold of both of his father's bows. Now he had time to grab arrows. He stood for a moment, holding his father's weapons and thinking of his father charging forward with just a broken spear. Maybe if he'd had his bow, it could be different. Maybe it would have been better. He began to tear up and heard a gruff voice some distance away. "Rear done? You done?" He wiped the tears away and turned to Hafnar. The ranger smiled. "Tears come from pain, pain that you know your life. I'd be a lot more concerned if you were not crying at all. For me, the grief is great, and I'm here to talk to you if I can be of any comfort. Sometimes someone to speak to is just enough. Let us make our way away whenever you're ready." This would be the last time Reardon looked upon the ruins of Paradon like he did now. He smiled, almost forced, as he tried to imagine his parents waving him off as he had imagined it before, when he was leaving with their blessing to be an apprentice. But instead of just a few months, it was different now. He felt he was closing a chapter of his old life, and no matter what happened, he would never be the same again. Looking out across the valleys, they followed the roads west. He knew he had to be ready for whatever was coming. Hafnar led them on their journey, making camp each night and focusing on the basics of fire starting and finding simple shelter locations. In the past, Reardon used to assume that sleeping under a tree would suffice. With Hafnar being a ranger of the north, he was accustomed to traveling even further north. Yes, there are snow dwarves if you go far. They have their own city constructed deep within the mountains. Just outside the main gate, there is a small settlement called Elenathrond, but it's a harsh place to live. I've sought shelter there during severe storms, and I've grown accustomed to it. However, Taria in general is nice. The more northern beaches are cold, but as you reach the riverland, the land becomes quite wonderful and warm. As you continue south, but still north of the city of Fadabrin, you'll discover not only open fields and swamps, but also the humid breeze from the ocean, which can be quite sweltering. Let me simplify it for you, young boy. While the grand expanse of the mountains and the splendid hunting make the north a spectacular place, if you don't want to survive on porridge, salted meat, and whatever grows, you'll find some of the greatest foods in the south. And then there's seafood, shrimp, crabs, and various spices you can never imagine. When I'm in the southern region, I do more reading and less tracking, which is partially why I prefer staying in the north, Hafnar explained. I like the wildness of it all. They traversed the vast mountain ranges, now heading in a more southern direction toward the eastern side of the Crescent Mountains. The road was long and hilly, but they easily followed a simple path around the southwest of the eastern range. They would stay on this route, guided by Hafnar, until it was safe to return north. Their destination was a distant mountain range, and although their journey on foot was slow and cautious, they were fortunate not to encounter any other souls. As they entered a dense forest, the sun began to set, catching Clur's attention. "Okay, boy. Time to find shelter," Hafnar said. Reardon surveyed their surroundings. To the left was a fallen tree that provided easy access for shelter, but it was located near the forest entrance and lacked a suitable spot to hide a fire. It was available, however, and seemed to be the best option. He looked up further, noticing a rocky abode. Hafnar had warned him about being mindful of trolls. The sun is setting just north of this spot. It's a place where our vampire friends would appear. Imagine if they did, and how'd you pick where to camp? I need your input. Explain your thinking, Hafnar requested. Well, Reardon whispered, hesitant to voice his thoughts. Speak up. I need to hear you, Hafnar insisted. We could go to the area with the fallen tree. It's easy to make a shelter there, but it's really close to the forest edge. I was thinking we could go higher up to the rocks, away from the trolls. I want to avoid them. Hafnar nodded and added, All right, then let me share an additional fact with you. It's one thing to avoid a troll cave, but it's a different story to build your house right next to it, only to be dragged out of your sleep and taken to their den for them to capture and cook you. So considering this information, what do you suggest? The troll cave, Reardon responded. Well, that sounds like a plan. The good thing about trolls is that, while they may be big, they don't usually like to chase people. You can always outrun a troll, as they say. Besides, look at Clur here. She's so small, no troll would bother with her. We'll be fine, apprentice, Hafnar reassured, glancing over at Clur, who was cleaning herself. If there was a troll within both our sights right now, she wouldn't even catch their attention. I understand. Let's go to the troll cave, Reardon agreed, feeling more confident in his decision. Reardon guided them up to the cave, but instead of finding a troll, they discovered a narrow space that might have been home to a rooster, some birds, and a few mice. Nonetheless, it provided a simple shelter for the two rangers. Without wasting any time, Reardon set off to start a fire. He gathered kindling and gradually added larger sticks, being cautious not to make it too big. Clur quickly ran off and returned with 3 small squirrels. Yum, dinner. It's easier to find food here than in the snow. I know your father did a lot of hunting, but these squirrels will do, Hafnar remarked. Reardon nodded, admitting, well, he mostly hunted larger animals. Hafnar took the first squirrel, swiftly preparing and cooking it. Squirrels are quick and easy to prepare. Just don't do it in front of an elf. They get all moody about their cuddly woodland friends. But hey, what can you do? Reardon tried to suppress a laugh as he began working on his own squirrel. He carefully made cuts and attempted to clean the animal as best he could. What about the skins? Should we dry them and find a good use for them? He inquired. Hafnar tossed the skins to the side and said, Here, no waste. Let Clur have some fun with them. Clur eagerly grabbed the skins and started chewing on them. They settled themselves halfway inside the cave, leaning against the back wall. Reardon held a small piece of wood in his hands, ready to start his carving. You still whittle, boy? Hafnar asked. Reardon nodded. I do. Hafnar reached into a pocket where he kept his knife and pulled out a piece of wood that he had brought with him. But I never really thought I'd need it here. Not for any specific work, Reardon admitted. Hafnar responded, Work? We're always working, watching. As rangers, we never truly rest. Our eyes and ears are open, always listening and waiting. There's a change in the weather, a shift in the wind. It's a skill that takes time to master, just like cooking meat or using a bow. But play is something you should always make time for. I'm carving a flute. Hafnar showed Reardon the piece of wood he had. It was long and slender, about the size of Reardon's lower arm. Where'd you get the idea for that? Have you played one before? Reardon asked. Hafnar shook his head and said, No, I saw one once in Valak. I ventured there again and saw a dwarf who called his horse with a whistle or flute-like sound. It was strange seeing a dwarf with a horse. Most dwarves tend to prefer donkeys or hogs. We'll see if we come across any more peculiar sights as we get closer. But yes, I think I'll work on making this flute and learn how to play it. Reardon clumsily continued with his own carving. It was an unfamiliar tool, unlike the weapons and practical items he was used to handling. And what about you? Hafnar asked. Oh, it's just carving stuff. I don't really have a purpose for it, Reardon replied. Hafnar nodded. Well, in time, perhaps. But for now, just start something. We don't need to see the ending. We can simply enjoy the process. And remember, the joy is in the journey. So keep at it, and find enjoyment in what you create. Reardon took first watch. Though Clur was nearby and her sense of smell was no doubt better than any ranger apprentice in the stark darkness, he felt both safe and entrusted as he kept watch. As Reardon lay under the trees looking at the stars, his mind frequently drifted to Paradin and his parents. I'll be strong. I'll be strong. He kept repeating the mantra to himself. But then, in the strangest of happenings, he began to hear a faint sound on the air, carried by the winds from some distance away. The trees, too, were strange. There were red and orange sparks some distance away, deeper into the woods. He sat up and stuck his head out of the cave, but did not see anything around the rock. Clur had roused and was sniffing the air. She growled. What is it? Hafnar said, halfway awake after hearing Clur. Fire, somewhere. I can hear something faint. There is music, or maybe... Is that chanting? Hafnar darkened the fire, pushing dirt onto it to further veil their presence. "We can't take any risk like this. Gather your things." Within just a few moments, they left the shelter. They made their way from the cave and moved quickly to the woods. Reardon thought at first that Hafnar would avoid whatever it was, but they didn't take a path further away. Instead, he went deep into the woods. "I've made this path many times and there are no settlements here. With the emergency of so many dark things, I don't trust anything. Stick with, boy." Chapter 15. Just a quick trip. It had been a complete day and night cycle since their encounter with whatever was following them. Dorian was pleased that the weather had remained stable, and while they had clear days, they also had uneventful nights. To some small degree, it seemed that something was working in their favor. They were nearly out of the Midland region and were reaching the deeper piney woods region. Here, the massive towering trees stretched out as far as they could see, and they left behind the rolling open fields of the southern mountain regions. This territory was ancient. While before they had seen ruins here and there had a distinct feeling of their surroundings being alive and aware of them. Outside of squirrels and rabbits scurrying to and from in their paths around them, some would say that the trees themselves were conscious and aware. "The elves would say this is an ancient fortress," Zeno said. "I remember stories as a young child, whispers of tree people. They do have tree watchers in the Varmark woodlands, but I've never seen any in the pinewood forest here. You heard a tree and one of them is near? You just wish you were dead." "Tree watchers," Mimi said. "I've never seen any of those here. You'd see some strange hairy beast that would sometimes be in the mountains to the south. We like to call him the Goat Man, though I think more of the accounts could be attributed to a bit too much ale and not enough common sense. But sometimes mountain folk don't exactly have a lot of common sense. It's weird how that works. What I will tell you is, it is good that we have my cats. They say cats can see spirits of different kinds, but I guess we're far enough from the Rockland region that we shouldn't see any of the demon dogs. Now with those after you, you're telling me you're afraid of trees?" "The demon dogs of the Rockland region are neither good nor evil. Run across them and it will be a trial of your own heart and soul, and it will be they who decide if you are the enemy or if you need assistance. I'm not one for any type of maiden needing help, but if ever one was to find herself in need of a hero, and instead a demon dog was to come upon her, she would no longer need anyone. The demon dogs would devour anyone who might try to harm any innocent, so be wary of your tree people but be in fear of demon dogs." Both Dorian and Zeno stopped walking as Mimi continued on, her small group of cats following just behind her. "You think she needs some berries?" Zeno asked in a hushed tone. "No, I was thinking she knows a bit more than we do about the legends around here." He patted him on the back and shrugged, working to catch up with her. Their path seemed to slow as the way itself became more precarious. There were more hills, and while they had been following a road, it was not as well maintained here. They still hadn't come to the main road that ran north and south. Given the toil of their journey, they'd taken to expecting a few more stops. This one, however, surprised Dorian. As they did their typical routine of Mimi taking a seat, and Dorian and Zeno shrugging about and looking to see who would actually scout the area and ensure there were no unexpected surprises around the next few trees, Mimi simply lay back as several of her cats climbed onto her chest. "My ankles are hurting," she said. "Think I'll take a bit of a nap, so one of you two should probably get a fire going. The way I'm kinda achy, it might be raining soon, so this little spot here with the overhang and the large rocky prominence coming off the hill here, this would be a decent shelter." No sooner had Mimi said that than thunder rolled up on them. The wind kicked up, an icy breeze blowing in from the north. An unexpected storm was rolling in. "Brutus!" Dorian shouted, whistling just after. The wolf came running in, much to many of the cats' dismay, who hissed as he sat directly next to Dorian. "We'll get a fire going. Plan to stay here while the storm passes over." Zeno headed out to the woods. I know. The elf will go get the firewood. I've got this drift between us. You stay with the camp. I am the half-elf, so I go out to get the wood and other things that might be needed for the fire. No problem, but I don't think this storm will last for very long." Regardless of how long it was going to last, they did take shelter, and soon enough Zeno returned with what dry wood he could get before the storm had actually gotten going. Lightning flashed, and the rain came down in great sheets. Brutus was curled up nearby, and several of the cats went over to him, beginning to inspect him. At first he growled, but Dorian rubbed his head. "You know they're little. Not gonna hurt someone like you." Brutus yelped, almost as if he were mocking Dorian's words, as he stretched out more, and the cats and him seemed to almost be playing. "They are going to be getting together just like crawfish and potatoes," Mimi said. "You southern people and your crawfish," Zeno said. "I've never seen such a potentially unhealthy fascination with mud crabs." Dorian laughed. "Well, you should go to the far north. The things they do with blubber would probably disturb you." "That's just it, though. Up north, the women want to be kept warm. Much easier than in the south." "I'd say most northern women are a bit thick-headed," Mimi said. "Ha! Thick-headed women. Reason your little ranger self can't get you a good woman of the south is because we think for ourselves. We don't need your help. Those in the north are just looking for someone to make sure they got firewood. Which in all honesty, I must say, Zeno, you do get good firewood." While Zeno seemed a little perturbed by Mimi's teasing, Dorian knew that the ranger knew it was all just a fun joke. The hours went by, and while Dorian had gotten a bit of sleep as Zeno kept watch and vice versa, Mimi had been asleep for quite a while and suddenly awoke. The snoring must have disturbed her. "It's still raining?" she asked, not opening her eyes but wanting a response nonetheless. "Just a bit." I watched the trickling water coming down from the rocks above lessen and lessen. "It will be done before too long," Dorian said. "I'd rather wait until we can see a bit more to ensure none of us slip too much." "A ranger worried about slipping? You may not be a hunter, but at the very least I know you can walk on muddy ground. I get it, and I'll take it as a respectful notion that you don't want me slipping out there." She began munching on some of her berries. "Any more of those strange flying figures?" she asked, stroking one of the cats. "No," Zeno said. "Not that I saw, and even Brutus here remained calm most of the night." "Of course he did. My cats are protecting us. I can tell you, nothing like a vampire will mess with us, and they don't want to mess with cats. You know, sometimes I have thoughts about things that I wonder if it's important enough to bring up now or if it doesn't matter," Mimi said seemingly out of nowhere. At this point, Dorian and Zeno were preparing to leave as the sun was coming up, and they wanted to get back on the road as quickly as possible. "What do you mean?" Dorian asked. "I'm not sure if it's my place to say, really. I think I need to talk to my son first." "Yes, that would be right." Zeno gave Dorian a look of concern. "Well, at the rate we're going, we should be able to get to Castle Valak in the next 3 days. I'm sure we can speak to your son then." She nodded, wringing her hands a bit and standing as she looked to one of her cats. "Not like the castle is the best place to talk about this either," she said to the cat. "His family was always so strange. They lived for so long, and there were always the private meetings that I could not go to. What you think?" The cat purred. "Do you not feel it's safe for you at the castle?" Dorian asked. "No, I believe it's very safe for me there. I have my cats. My son has always been a bit of a pain at times, but he knew I loved my cats, and they were always allowed even though his father would not have allowed such a thing. I do think it's time to go. We're wasting time wondering about this old woman's wonderings. Let us go." Dorian looked at Zeno, who definitely was not convinced of Mimi's words, but they needed to get on the road immediately, and so they did. In time, the sun had risen over the mountains, and as it reached midday, they came to the road they had been looking for. This was called Balara Road, and would take them as far north as they wanted to go, even to Taria Castle and Avaria if they had wanted. Now they had a firm path to keep up a good marching pace. Even Mimi was doing such, and when Dorian was slowing up a bit to look around, it was Mimi who had encouraged him to keep up the pace. In time, they came upon others coming their way. They had the banners of a great golden eagle on a black field. It was the men of her son's city, Valak Guards. As the men on horses rode upon them, the captain of the group lifted his hand in salute to the rangers. "Rangers of the Pines, our lord has sent us to assist you as needed. There have been attacks further up the road, and there was concern that his mother was there when the attacks transpired." "Not quite. What happened up the road?" "Refugees from further west and east who had been dealing with the encroaching demon men and vampires were fleeing for the castle. They were overtaken, but it seems that you were lucky to not be there when they came." "The storm slowed us," Zeno said. The captain of the guard cocked his head, staring at the ranger. "Do I know you, Ranger? You look very familiar to me as someone who may have been in Volok no less than 6 months ago. What do you think?" "It's quite a thing I think I would remember." Zeno crossed his arms. "I think there are perhaps worse things to be thinking about than if you know me. If you're paying that much attention to men, then perhaps you should just tell me that you like me. Though you're not my type. A bit too much beard." Dorian looked over to Zeno, who kept a focused glare on the captain. There was a bit of silence, for the captain seemed to swallow his own spirit and dismount. "Must have been my mistake," he said to Zeno, looking toward Mimi. "Lord would not have me ride a horse as you walk on the ground. I'll help you up." He motioned to the horse. "I'll just walk," Mimi said firmly. "But you're welcome to walk beside me." While this wasn't the quickest way to get to where they were going, there were quite a few more here to protect Mimi than were there before. They were making the same exact pace they were making before, though now some of the guards seemed rather annoyed that they could not simply ride away. As the sun began to go down, the annoyance fell away as the guards themselves fought back thoughts of fear. Just before nightfall, they got to the site where so many had been lost. Everywhere there were broken baggage trains and burned-out carcasses. While Mimi and the others continued on with Zeno as well as Brutus, the captain held back with Dorian. They took many of them and killed others. I think most of the bodies that we see here that haven't been carried off by carrion birds or other animals are the ones that the demon men got to." "How extensive is this? I had understood that the vampires were more concentrated." "They're spreading everywhere, going after different places and seemingly testing the defenses of the larger cities. They were being meticulous and careful, and even Volok itself has seen an increase in strange happenings." Dorian looked at him. "What do you mean?" he asked, checking to see how far away the others were as they began to walk. "Well, I'm not in the exact position to speak to a ranger of the Pines of something more situated directly with our city, but there has been an increase in people being reported missing. So much it was believed that the madness had begun to infect those within the city itself. Entire areas of the city no longer have people." "What? Entire areas of the city?" "Yes, we don't know if people are fleeing or what. Plus, the main castle keep has been locked down. The Lord is becoming increasingly nervous. It's why we were sent out to ensure that his mom got to safety and wasn't part of the group that was reported killed. Even as far as up toward northern Taria, there have been reports of a similar nature. All the while, the far western provinces and the borderlands with the dwarves and elves are under constant attack. We have to be fortunate that such attacks do not come here, as we do not have the power to resist." The cloud cover above them was heavy tonight. There was no light from the moon and stars, and while their eyes could see much of their surroundings just near the road, in the deeper part of the woods was a stark darkness, and the fear of the guards who were with them was ever present to the rangers. Mimi, however, not only could sense their fear and distrust of their surroundings, she had to poke a bit of fun at it. "It must be nice to know that with everything that is going on with dark things and dark times, that most people have a nice place to be at night. Yes, most people. Anyone ever tell you the story of those called the albino dwarves?" "Anyone?" she said, looking at the guards around her as the rangers were trailing behind. "Aren't those more in the swamps?" one of the guards said at last. "Well, that's where the stories begin. There were just those who really didn't want to be a part of the good civilization we were building, who went off into the reeds to make their home in the mire. They were friendly dwarves, I heard, willing to work together and help, but they felt they just didn't have a place. They wandered off, chasing after the fairy lights, and most assumed they had just died until the stories started coming of them stalking about in the middle of the night. Never when it was clear. No, they were afraid of the moon, she said, looking up. But on nights like this, she nodded. This would be a good night to come in and take whatever might just be lying around. A few trinkets, a bit of gold, a child. Yes, it is believed that sometimes they would take the very life force of a child. Quite honestly, I cannot imagine. But it was what they would take the life force to that drew a greater fear. Yes, we really don't know. But it's something I think about frequently on overcast nights. Won't it be good when we get to the castle? Mimi seemingly loved to tease everyone, and these guards, simply hearing the potentially scary story, were clearly a bit more disturbed than they wanted to let on. The wind had increased, and Brutus's hair was standing up on the back of his body. There was a strange scent in the air, and the tall grasses on the road had begun to bend and sway as gusts overtook them. Then a shriek sounded, and the guards clamored for their weapons as something was coming upon them in the shadows. Brutus growled as the cats began to hiss and run in circles around Mimi. Arrows were of no use, for the wind would throw the shaft, and so in the rare occasion now present, Dorian drew his sword. Then, as the first guard was overtaken by something that none of them saw, Dorian flipped around to see that Zeno had drawn his own sword and a small dagger, holding both out in either direction to his left and right, and glancing about as he moved toward Mimi. But though small and feeble, she had driven out any fear and drew her own enchanted weapon. "He came for my cow," she shouted. But it was no swamp monster, and as guard after guard began to fall, their throats slit and blood spraying in the darkness, Dorian decided not to fight what they couldn't see, as guards were overtaken by snarling men emerging from the darkness. He grabbed Mimi by her clothes and then pulled her away, nearly stepping on a cat as he did so. They fled into the woods, the rangers and a handful of guards who were bleeding at random spots on their necks and arms collapsing as they ran deeper and deeper away from the road on an eastern track. Dorian looked to the road and saw a single figure standing there with wings flapping. Whatever it was pursuing them, it was still on their trail. The road to Valak was absolutely watched, and going east at this point was their only hope of being able to get Mimi to safety. Chapter 16. Unfinished. As they went into the stone passageway, Fadis looked behind him, expecting for something to close or otherwise for them to be trapped. Happily, the way stayed open. Unlike the passages before, the way ahead was clean and clear of debris. This hold, or whatever it actually was, seemed to be in pristine condition and sealed from the outside, just as the builders must have intended. The floor was white, a sheen stone of some kind. Above them were torch basins held by 3 chains, and continuing forward to a central doorway that was flanked by 2 simple black basins. "Smells strange," Every said. "Smells like nothing," Andok said. "That's why I said strange," he went on. "If I were blindfolded, I would assume I was somewhere besides a mountain keep. There seems to be a muted feeling to everything." "Not all things can be elven palaces," Badur said. "I'm well aware." "Every needs no hazing," Fadis said. "It isn't like he'd join the Rangers of the North, anyway." Good, Andok said. "I wouldn't either, but the benefits in gold are great." "There is no gold," Badur said. "Exactly. It's why we're here looking for this. Oh, and, likely useful stuff for the war. It's enough for me that the Archon was so interested. They don't get interested in much very often, so that's a good sign," Every said. They stood before the grand door. Fadis looked into the black basin, seeing a liquid of some kind. He used the end of his torch to stir it, and watching the fluid drip off, he could tell it was clear. "This door needs a key," Every said, pushing a spot of stone at eye level directly in the center of the door. "Maybe I can pick it?" Andok suggested. Fadis looked to their right and noticed a flat silver panel about half their height. If it was a door, it was a much smaller one. He went to it and knocked, hearing an echo. Looking back to the others, he found yet another passage that led to the left, away from the large white door. "Could always go that way," he said. "A bit dark, though." The others looked the way he was motioning, and using their torches illuminated the entrance. So the entire entryway is lit, but just inside there's a dark passage, Badur said. Andok said, beginning to walk in. Badur followed him. It could be a trap, Evri said. Oh, likely. But this is how it goes for us, Andok said. Fadis motioned for Evri to follow him, as he knew his son would be less inclined to spring any traps, a difference between the two of them as far as when Fadis was his age. Andok and Badur were very much like him, and Hafnar had been in what felt like a different life now. It was oddly refreshing for him. They made their way by torchlight, coming to a larger chamber than the one before, and seeing an unlit central torch basin. Evri lit it with his torch, and it roared to life, casting up a bright red flame. Then came a metal clang, and the passage they had gone down was sealed. "Damn!" Evri said. "Now you've done did it," Badur said, "and we had such hope in you." Both the rangers teased Evri as Fadis looked at now 3 passageways before them. One that was in the far corner of the room in the furthest corner from them. The other 2 were parallel to one another, directly on the right side from the initial passage. They were not locked, or so it seemed. "Well, I've never been so sure of what to do now," Andok said. "Already know which door to try?" Evri said. "He means that we have to try a door because we can't go back the way we came," Fadis said. "Don't give Andok that much credit." Andok clicked his tongue. "See, this is why being a ranger of the North was not my first choice for a career." "And what would—" Evri began, but Badur cut him off. "Don't ask him that," Badur said. "Chief bard of a brothel," Andok said. "I can sing rather well." "You're always drunk for that," Badur said, "and being a bard is not a skill that is needed in a brothel. You also lack other useful things necessary in a brothel, unless you mean those weird elves from the Far East. They might like that." "Insulting shadow elves? Amazing. I'm fairly sure they'd kill and cook you for such a comment," Evri said. "Or just go straight to cooking you." "Oh," Andok said. "Focus," Fadis said. "These doors, there are symbols." As he walked up to them, he noticed a series of both symbols and a clear elemental image of fire. Fire. Badur went to the door where Fadis stood, taking out a small notebook. "In glory fire. That is what it says," Badur said. "Same over here," Andok said. "Just like the parchment." "What does the parchment say?" "In glory, fire. In glory, water. Light and darkness, bound to shadow. Such is the stone of Kavulia, one that shall have master over all," Badur said. "A clear sign we are in the right place and on our way." "And does it say what is beyond the door?" Evri asked. No, that's the fun part," Andok said. Fadis and the company went for the fire door, as it was called, first. Pushing it open, they followed a near-straight path that began to twist up the wall as they walked. Fadis felt a bit sick, trying to stay balanced on the path and looking back, nearly jumping himself as he felt that somehow the twisted path had turned from end to another completely. He stood for a moment, trying to balance. "Fadis!" Badur shouted. "Keep walking!" Fadis felt himself floating for a moment. The others were far away. "Damn this. I'm not even drinking." He stumbled about, feeling for the walls. "Walk. It's an illusion mostly, but it is meant to disorient you. It's doing a fine job." Fadis leaned forward, almost as if he was in a drunken stupor, and was just trying to get to a comfy bed. He was nauseous, but as he swallowed the welling spit building in his mouth, he grabbed hold of Evri's hand, pulling him onto solid ground. He shook his head, looking back at the passage. It was twisted. That wasn't in his head. "A bit of a fun start," Evri said. "That's an old elven trick." "You grew up in Sailmark," Badur said. "You've seen it there?" "Yes," he said. Sailmark was a Dwemhar city. That was a Dwemhar trick. Odd that it'd be used in a Rusis temple, but perhaps it was more to be a challenge to a Rusis than anything. I do hope there are not any other Rusis-centric challenges. "Yes, we don't have one of those," Fadis said. Fadis looked around, seeing that they were now in a smaller chamber than the room before. Several torches hung from chains above their heads. The chains themselves all combined into a central chain that went up high into the cathedral-like ceiling. Then, looking at the walls around them, he could see what appeared like mine shafts on 2 tracks of raised stone, but the way was blocked. There was a pedestal in the center of the room, with a silver shard floating in the air. "I have an idea," Fadis said. "Let's not grab the silver shard floating inconspicuously on the pedestal. Not until we really look at this room." "Well," Andok said, smacking him on the arm, "isn't that just a fine idea? Do you really think I'd just jaunt over to that and pick it up?" "Yes. Yes. Yes." The other 3 spoke in unison. "Well," Andok said, "now I just want to." "This room is oddly unfinished," Every said. "If compared to what we've seen so far, the rubble," he pointed. "It's like whoever built this didn't have time to do what they wanted." The 4 of them were standing on ground just above that which the pedestal was on. The entire room was sunken in, with the collapsed mine shafts being the lowest part. "It's like there isn't anything else here," Badur said. Fadis walked away from the others, scanning the room for what its actual purpose was. There were 8 chains and 8 torches, each of the chains combining into the one chain. He looked at the closest mine shaft and realized that as he stepped close to the edge of the sunken floor, the rocks trembled. "Weapons," he said. Every drew his sword. The 2 rangers flipped their bows up with arrows to string. "What is it?" Every asked. "The room awaits us and what we do." "Look," Fadis pointed. As the others looked toward the mine shafts, he lowered his foot. "Wait, maybe don't go down there. Let us go back," Andok suggested. "It's a trigger," Fadis said. "Meant to stop us from getting to the shard, I guess." "Not sure why we need a shard," Badur said. "This room doesn't make much sense." Andok drew back his bow, taking aim at the shard. "What are you doing?" Fadis asked, holding up his hand. "You want to trigger the trap? I say we try this." "Loosing an arrow?" Every asked. "What point does that have? I can shift. Wait." Fadis looked at him. "I can shift toward the shard. Better than you setting it off or him breaking it with an arrow." Fadis nodded. "Okay, do that. Just be careful." "Shift?" Andok asked. "He is of the Leaves of Sailmark," Badur said. "They killed many in the war before." "Well," Every said, "that was back when you old men were my age. Now see it in a constructive form." Fadis didn't understand the powers of the Sailmark Leaves. His son was no elf, but using the power granted to the woodland elves, he could become as leaves flowing forward, useful for fighting and surprising your enemy, but in this case he'd use it to avoid springing the trap. At least that was what Fadis thought. Every took a deep breath before he vanished in a wisp of leaves. The green and red colors flowed over the sunken floor. Every's hand materialized on the shard before he took it. Fadis had been watching the mine shafts. While the stones shook slightly, they remained as they were. Every appeared before them, holding the shard. There was a melodic sound in the room, almost like a confirmation that unseen eyes were watching and approved. It was an odd and unsettling feeling that gave Fadis a cold chill. "Okay, that was not what I expected of this place," Badur said. The passage behind them straightened out. "One room done," Every said. "Come on." Fadis had found that far too easy, but he told himself that whoever had built this place had likely not thought of a Sailmark leaf being involved. Yes, obtaining the shard was simple, but at this point, none of them even knew what it was for. As they returned to the room with the central torch basin, the flame symbol that was on the passage they had just come from was now glowing. "Okay, next," Andok said, moving to the second door. Wait, Badur told him. "Every, let me see the shard." It was small, no larger than Badur's palm, though floating on the pedestal before, it had looked larger. "A piece of 3, he said. "It was written about in the parchment, so we're good." "There are but 2 doors," Andok said. There is a third, Fadis said, but it doesn't have a symbol like these. So into the next one? Evri asked. Fadis nodded. Badur handed the shard back to Evri. Hold on to that, he said. Evri took it and tucked it away. Now, standing before the next door, Fadis led the way. He pushed open the door to see a simple and plain corridor. The stone was polished white like the rest of the complex so far, but the walls were unfinished, it seemed. He realized there was no spell or otherwise a way to inhibit or challenge them here. They were able to make it to the next small chamber just like the first one, but without an obvious shard or mine shafts. Instead, there was a pool swirling in a clockwise circle. Rather than the large number of torches as in the previous room, there were only 2 torches in this one hanging above the pool. Fadis knelt, looking at the water. Lots of mushrooms were growing on the bank of the pool, and eels swam about deep within. This is it? Andok asked. A pool? Fadis could smell the mushrooms, and now water bugs moved across the surface of the pool. The eels swirled up, eating the bugs before diving back down. There it is, Evri said, pointing into the pool. Another shard sat in a small hooked cage at the bottom of the pool. Well, that's easy enough, Badur said, drawing his sword. I might be able to get it without getting wet. Badur lay down on the bank and slowly dipped his sword into the water. There was a flash and a snap, and both yellow flames sitting above the water shot energy into the pool. Badur let go of his sword just as the bolt curling up, it launched the blade up and into the wall behind them. It clanged and fell to the ground. Nope, that doesn't work, Andok said. Badur shook his hand. No, not at all. Are you okay? Fadis asked him. Just a small jolt. Had I hung on, though, I feel like I would have been thrown across the room, too. Gauntlets, Fadis said. Metal. So no metal? Evri asked. Well, the Rusis prize their gauntlets. It allows them to use their abilities to a higher degree. I assume this trial, for lack of a better description, was to force a Rusis to use their natural ability. Whoever made this place was trying to make it a bit more difficult. Fadis began removing his own weapons and even belts and buckles, going down to the simplest shirt and pants. You're not going to get in there with the squirmy eyes, are you? Don't ever call eels squirmy eyes again, Fadis said, laughing. What? Have you seen their eyes? Yes, he said, removing his boots and socks. I have. Let's hope I'm right about the metal thing, or you all can carry my soaking wet body all the way out of here. That's if we pull you out, Evri said. Might be a bit too dangerous. Fadis laughed again, but only half-heartedly. Yes, might be. He slid into the water, happy not to be suddenly jolted. It wasn't very deep, but was just over his head. He treaded water. All right, he said. Wish me luck. He turned, diving down and swimming just past several eels. He was nearly at the cage when he suddenly saw half a dozen cages, and then a large flower expanding out from the bottom of the pool. He looked up but did not see the surface, only a rocky mountain ledge. He spun about, feeling for the ground, and just as he touched the flower, he felt the soft soil of the bottom of the pool. The mushrooms must be causing my mind to see other things. Then it was like he took a deep breath, and the flower beneath him opened. He saw not only the cage and shard, which were within his grasp, but a grand range of mountains and a crystal-clear lake. A time before when that of Keva was yet strong. A future, a masculine voice said. Time means nothing when life is eternal, and value is in scarcity, in waning years coming to a blackened veil. That which is and shall be, yet Kavulia remains. The voice coming from seemingly his own head faded away, and the image of a strange stone twisted with silver and gold lines formed before vanishing. His fingers grasped the cage, and he looked down to see the shard. His vision returned, and he felt the need to breathe. He kicked up to the surface. Fire flashed above him. Bows twanged. Evri grabbed hold of him and pulled him out, throwing him to shore as he spun his blade, parrying one of the eels. Fadis wiped his face, clamoring for his own blade, as a tentacled beast rose from the water covered in mushrooms with the eels as its arms and legs. It had no discernible head, simply a body. "Now the trap is sprung!" Andok shouted. The creature rose out of the water, climbing up the walls as then the monstrosity floated like a ball of flesh. The many appendages snapped at them. "Old Crazy Eyes done went crazy!" Andok shouted. The ranger had switched to his sword, slashing at the biting heads as he protected Badur. Badur sent arrow after arrow into its center mass, but it wasn't having that much of an effect. Fadis was half naked and falling back with Badur with just his bow. Every spun about, his elven teaching evident. He parried and spun, striking one before stabbing another. One of the heads fell lifeless as Every ripped his blade back out. "The heads!" Fadis shouted. "Aim for the heads!" Every was doing that, but the heads were good at evading now. Rising up over the group, the creature hissed from each of its remaining heads. Andok fumbled about, taking aim with his own bow and actual elven arrows. But those weren't doing much more than the ones Badur and Fadis had planted in its center mass. Fadis leaped forward, reclaiming his sword from his piles of clothes, and made the first hard slash. He cleaved ahead in his first attempt. The creature fell back into the water, summoning up the pool in a great spinning wave. Every turned into leaves, flowing up and over the creature, and thrust his blade downward. It hissed with a snapping sound, slamming against the wall of the chamber, causing the wall to fracture and collapse. From another hidden chamber, dozens of small, fiery imps poured from the wall, falling into the water. They screamed as they were extinguished, and Every backflipped off the creature. Some of the imps had made it to dry land without being put out, and these were fierce, jumping at them. Fadis slashed one after another as the eel monster clambered about, trying to orient itself but bleeding profusely as it made it to the shore. The three rangers charged, pushing into its fleshy form and burying their blades in it over and over. It fell lifeless into the water as the imps, having lost so many of their brethren, fell back as well. "Out of here, let's get out of here," Every said, exasperated. Fadis gathered his belongings and Every made a point to take the shard from him. They stumbled about, moving out of the chamber and back to the other. They were all out of breath. Fadis tried to discern what exactly had happened back there as Every placed the shard from the cage with the other shard. There was a white flash, and the shards fused. "Okay, we've got two," he said. Badur was scratching his head, looking about the room. "This place is unfinished, I think," he said. "Unfinished?" Fadis asked. Badur nodded. "The hallways before the last chamber. It was plain, nothing there. The eel creature didn't strike the wall that hard, and what I would have guessed would be in the first chamber. A fire creature, poured out like it was some stage show. It seems contrived. Odd. Do you disagree?" Fadis thought about it. "I can say it was odd the fire imps came like they did. Most of them died in the water. And I could have seen fire imps coming from mines," Andok said. "Well, we have 2 pieces of 3, Every said. "How about we go to the third one, get what we need, and see if maybe that big door where we first came in will take us to this supposed treasure?" Fadis was still getting his clothes on and partially trying to dry up a bit. "Give us old people some time." He laughed. "Fair, fair," Every said. "So that girl?" Andok said. "You sure she's unavailable?" "I'm sure," Every told him. "And if I heard correctly from some at the tavern, you're not in it for commitment." "Ah, the question is which one told you that, because I get asked that quite a bit." Every grinned. "Well, my woman is, and so am I." Fadis smiled, working to get the rest of his clothes on. "The boy isn't like us more unscrupulous types," Fadis said. "Good on him," Badur said. "Good on him." Chapter 17. Busin. They moved through the forest. Klur had cycled away from them down to the south, though Hafnar and Rearden remained together. They were moving directly toward the source of light. The forest was dense with thick brush and tall bushes. Rearden struggled to navigate over several large fallen trees, wishing he were a bit bigger like Toluca to easily clear the massive logs as Hafnar did. The ranger, despite his massive size, displayed remarkable agility, effortlessly moving from one log to another, sometimes leaping in a single bound, or using his hand to propel himself. Reardon, on the other hand, had to be careful and nimble due to his small stature. As they approached the edge of a clearing, the flickering light of a great fire rose, casting a mesmerizing glow into the night sky. They discovered a peculiarly crafted statue in the center of the clearing. "I do believe that is a giant beaver," Hafnar remarked. "A beaver? Like the ones you find near rivers?" "That seems odd," Reardon questioned. Hafnar shrugged. "I'm not sure. There are cultures that find significance in various animals and worship them. Perhaps these people hold the giant beaver as a sacred creature, especially considering its association with rivers. It does make some sense." "Have you ever come across a religion centered around beavers in your travels?" Reardon inquired. Hafnar shook his head, replying, "No, I can't say I have. Although, now that I think about it, there is a difference between otters and beavers. Just thought I'd point that out." Reardon turned to his master, seeking guidance in deciphering the meaning behind the giant beaver statue. Hafnar sighed and shared a bit more information, indicating that even the experienced ranger was unsure of what to do next. "Look around the fire. Do you see anyone else?" Hafnar asked. Reardon observed their surroundings and realized that apart from the grand fire, which seemed to have been lit intentionally, there was no sign of any other presence except for the massive beaver statue. Suddenly, Clur let out a distant roar. Reardon felt the urge to rush and help the creature, but Hafnar placed a hand on his shoulder, cautioning him to wait. "She's just scared of something." "Patience, boy," Hafnar advised. Reardon was itching to take action, whether it was to step forward into the clearing or sprint through the woods. His heart raced in his chest and he could barely contain himself. "Apologies, Master. I'm just excited," Reardon admitted. "Excited? You really like beavers, huh? Looks like we stumbled upon the perfect gathering for you," Hafnar teased, causing Reardon to chuckle softly. Just then, a small group of figures emerged from the woods, wearing peculiar costumes adorned with what initially appeared to be random plant material. As they moved closer to the light, Reardon realized that the costumes were made entirely of beaver pelts. "I swear, when it comes to vampires, people lose their minds," Reardon remarked. Each figure that emerged from the woods donned beaver-themed attire, forming a circle around the giant statue. They held flaming branches and swayed slightly as they danced around. Reardon noticed another figure, a man dressed in vibrant purple, dancing and wielding a massive pipe emitting strange red fumes and smoke. At that moment, Hafnar stood up and walked into the clearing. Reardon quickly followed his master, realizing that Hafnar had entered the clearing and was sitting just beyond the circle. The figure in the purple attire rose and threw his hands up, while the others in strange costumes scurried away, hiding on the opposite edge like frightened animals. "Hafnar of the North," the man said. "I wondered if I would see you again soon." The man continued to dance as he walked toward them, moving his hands as if trying to balance and spinning slightly to the left and right, all the while maintaining a serious expression and staring at Reardon. "Have you come to join the Charlie gang?" the man asked. "Or perhaps the bully? Are you here to join the beavers of Busen?" The man approached, coming close to Reardon, and Hafnar stomped his foot. "Don't touch the strange thing. Last time I saw you, you were running half naked with 3 bottles of wine. I knew you would trip over your own feet and tumble down the mountain," Hafnar said sternly. The man stood up straight and tall. "And I reckon I could lift you and that drawl down there, where I found you stuck among several spiders. It was me who sucked out all the poison. Do you remember?" "Oh, I remember. The entire hut smelled like sassafras, and you claimed you were making some kind of new drink, but I saw you drinking it with an open line. You're neither an elf nor a dwarf, and you possess no magical abilities except the talent for brewing random concoctions," Hafnar retorted. "Sassafras is one of the finest drinks one can make, but I reckon you wouldn't know that," the man said mockingly. From the north, he added. Reardon, curious, asked straightforwardly, What are you? I am a man, a great man, a crafter of men, a seducer of women, the man boasted. Hafnar interjected. Well, you may have some success with the latter, but the one thing I'll give you credit for is your ability to cook random things you find in the swamps. Besides, why are you even this far east? You're never this far east. The man took a few steps back and bowed deeply once again. I am Busin, and Busin means friends. I am a friend to you, Hafnar, and a friend to you, young ranger lad. But I am this far east because you rudely asked about the beaver. Buchin lifted his hand and pointed to the massive statue made of twisted vines and wood. How much are you smoking these days? Hafnar asked. 2 bowls of tobacco? 3 bowls of mushrooms? Buchin hopped about, leaping and skipping to the left and right. 2 bowls of tobacco, 1 bowl of mushrooms. I consider myself quite well behaved. Reardon couldn't quite comprehend Buchin and the peculiar beaver worshippers. As the night progressed, he realized that Hafnar seemed to be acquainted with this strange person, while the many figures in beaver costumes lingered on the edges of the woods. Bucin led them to a small seating area near the edge of the clearing. As the fire continued to grow brighter, they took seats on overturned crates. The beaver worshippers emerged from the woods and began adding more wood to the fire. Now, Buchan said in a loud voice, I reckon we have about 4 more hours before the sun peaks over the mountains. We need to ensure our beaver feels welcome here. In response to Buchan's command, the figures in beaver attire began moving in a circle around the beaver, seemingly praising it. Buchan took out a dark bottle that was barely visible in the darkness of the night. The glimpses of fire reflected on the bottle did not reveal its contents. He poured small cups for Reardon and himself. Sassafras, it's good. Even good for kids, no alcohol, Buchan explained. Reardon sniffed the drink. It had a sweet aroma, almost like honey or molasses in a cup. He took a sip, feeling its thick and creamy texture. It's good, Reardon said, smiling. Hafnar also took a sip and leaned toward Buchan. What? Are you staring at me? What happened to your pursuit of becoming a wizard? Have you decided to forego studying magic and settle for whatever it is you're doing here with these random people? I'll have you know, I graduated top of my class in herb and pottery making from Fadis. These people were lost, and I have given them purpose. They serve the great beaver, Buchan replied proudly. Hafnar coughed. What are they really doing? Besides creating gigantic beaver statues in the woods, not a day's walk from where vampirism erupted and war spread. Okay, you make it sound so serious. Today we were building up dams in the West River. We were paid a decent amount of gold to help flood the fields for crawfish farming. It's honest work, and some of the swamps have dried out as well. I'm actually working on a few spells of my own, thinking they might come in handy if trouble comes this way, Buchan explained. The tone suddenly shifted, and even the joyful Buchan displayed a more serious demeanor. This bright fire serves many purposes, but it also keeps something at bay. I think they believe it's too foolish to approach, but there are whispers in the woods that I've heard here and there. I've dabbled in druid craft in Fadis, and from what I can gather, there are dark forces moving into the woods, advancing slowly and cautiously. Rumors from Castle Valak suggest direct attacks against the dwarves from the woods to the far west. I've been redirecting rangers as best I can. I've heard of a group of rangers moving further east, and you, heading south, were reportedly attacked multiple times in that sparsely populated area. I think they're trying to corner. Reardon asked, And what about you and your devoted beaver worshippers? Buchan shook his head. No, it's just me and the beaver worshippers. But I believe they are working, testing where the strongest forces lie. Don't worry, I'm trying my best to improve. Like I said, I only have a few bowls a day. Hafnar interjected. What's this about crawfish? What exactly are the crawfish for? Buchan leaned in, taking a swig from the sassafras bottle and coughing almost in Reardon's face. Hafnar, Can you believe this poor boy hasn't even had crawfish? Bushin exclaimed. Well, aside from eating, which is a bit barbaric, they have quite another purpose. Hafnar smiled. Reardon is from a village in the northern mountains. He has never ventured this far south, let alone tasted crawfish. Then, young master, Bushin said, sitting up tall on his barrel, I must introduce you to my commanders. Commanders? Reardon asked, perplexed. He glanced at Hafnar, who had his head in one hand and wore a pained expression. Bushin reached into his purple robes and pulled out 2 small black cages. One had golden circuits, while the other had silver circuits. He opened each cage and set them on the table between them. I present to you Orlean, the commander of the eastern swamps. His forces are many. Bushin tapped one cage. And this is Haust, commander of the western forces. These are my 2 prized commanders. I have taught them the art of battle and magecraft. They are proud soldiers who have led many victories. Hafnar stared wide-eyed at the cages, his knuckles cracking as he squeezed his hands together. He tapped the table impatiently. Have you drunk something terribly bad? Did you get overly dry shrooms? Or maybe you've tried a new concoction and completely lost your mind. You're telling this child that these 2 crawfish are commanders of armies, one leading the Western Army and the other the Eastern Army, and you expect me to believe you haven't lost your mind? Reardon took a moment to observe the crawfish. He had never seen creatures like them before. They appeared massive in his eyes, nearly the size of fish. The width of their bodies alone exceeded the span of his hand. Even in comparison to Hafnar's long fingers, the creatures had massive claws. I knew you wouldn't believe it, Bushin said, working to place the crawfish back into their tiny cages. The truth is, I've been up to some of what you mentioned, but it's more about belief, I suppose. Everyone always expects armies of elves and dwarves, or perhaps battalions of rabid squirrels. Now, an army of rabid squirrels would be rather interesting. But the problem is the rabies. Rabies can be quite hard to deal with. No, crawfish. They are the bugs of the buzzing months. They're delectable to eat, and they make good friends. How many friends can you eat and find delectable? I'm going to assume that the shadowy cultists in the east resort to cannibalism and find their friends delectable, Hafnar replied matter-of-factly. One day, sir, you will see, Bushin retorted. Bushin hasn't lost his mind, for Bushin never quite had the right mind to begin with. But Bushin has gained something. He clapped his hands several times. All right, Mr. Beaver Wizard, with a crawfish army, can you provide me with any useful information as I head further west toward Blavik? Hafnar asked. Once again, Bushin's demeanor became serious, his tone more normal in Hafnar's opinion. I have seen strange figures on the road. I'm not sure who they are, but they don't resemble any of the priests or priestesses of the gods. I find myself mildly concerned, which is why we don't travel until sunrise. That being said, if you're looking to find out who these people are, they only appear at night. But be cautious if you decide to seek them out. Hafnar leaned in. Considering everything that's happening, perhaps now isn't the best time for you to be interested in some strange gold-making scheme involving beaver religion and a group of people crazy enough to follow you like this. Just saying, as an old friend, I'm not sure if this is wise. Bushin stood up, clapping his hands and whistling. The devoted beaver worshippers snapped to attention, forming lines before Bushin. Bushin glanced back at Hafnar and retorted, There's more to us than just crazy fools like me. Each of them is a student in their own right, some young and some old. But age and status don't matter. We have made a commitment to the woods, but we don't rely on bows and arrows like the rangers. Believe me, we are capable of more than you think. We guard the western and eastern woods, and we are skilled at constructing hidden fortifications. Bushin clapped twice more, and the assembled figures went back to circling the gigantic beaver statue. Will you stay the night, or will you be heading out? Would you like some sassafras for the road? Bushin asked, offering hospitality. Hafnar embraced the gesture and tapped Bushin on the shoulder. No sassafras for tonight. I'll continue heading west. Perhaps I'll encounter these strange figures you spoke of and find out what's going on. Take care out here, Buchin. Oh, I'll be careful. The forest has never been so strange in my lifetime. Nope, not aware of any monsters, Buchin replied with a wink before joining the others in the revelry around the colossal beaver statue. Riordan found himself unsure of what to make of everything that had transpired. Buchin was an eccentric man, but there seemed to be a depth of knowledge hidden beneath his peculiarities. As he followed Hafnar, they continued on a westward path, leaving the fire worshippers behind and entering the dense forest ahead. Eventually, they reached a clearing in the woods that stretched out like a great expanse before them. Passing beneath the starlit sky, Riordan began to feel the weariness creeping in. The excitement had worn off, and he couldn't help but feel tired. With the arrival of dawn, they reached the crest of another hill and decided to rest for a while. Hafnar gestured for Riordan to take a break. You can get some rest, boy. It was quite a night. Riordan looked around for a place to lie down, and Hafnar came over and offered a soft spot for him to rest his head. Sleep well. You don't need to worry about keeping watch tonight, Hafnar reassured him. When Riordan woke up the next morning, he felt a slight ache on his face. He sat up and noticed that the sun was just cresting over the hills. Looking around, he saw Hafnar smoking his pipe and gazing out at the rolling fields. How did you sleep? Hafnar asked. Good. Still taste that sassafras stuff in my mouth. Hafnar chuckled and said, Well, I guess you'll get used to it. It was a bit too sweet for me. As Riordan stretched and glanced back toward the woods they had come from, he couldn't help but wonder who or what Buchin truly was. So, is he a friend of yours? Riordan inquired. Hafnar laughed. Yeah, what he said was true. He did save me from a bunch of spider bites. At the time, he was just a first-year apprentice wizard or something in Fadabrin. He was out gathering herbs when he stumbled upon me. He took me under his wing, taught me some things, and then we began experimenting with that strange sassafras. I thought he was just some crazy man, but turns out he was a student. What exactly he is now, I can't tell you. Well, he roams around the woods with people dressed like beavers and wears purple robes. That's a bit strange, Riordan remarked. Hafnar nodded. Yeah, him and those purple robes. Purple seems to be a color of celebration where he's from. He's from a small village filled with odd people on the edge of one of the swamps, although they do have good food. That's pretty much the only reason I ventured down to the south. Food. The people there are strange and a bit loud. But then again, there are cities to the east like Locum, but they have their own quirks. You don't like being around a lot of people? Riordan asked. Hafnar puffed on his pipe and replied, Sure, I like a few people. I enjoy being around people, especially the rangers who wander the woods. But running into strange men in purple robes dancing around giant beaver statues? I tell you, if you had told me that was what we were going to encounter in these woods, I would never have guessed it. What about his army of crawfish? Riordan questioned. Hafnar almost choked on the smoke from his pipe. If Buchin really has an army of crawfish, then I might as well wear brand new leather armor and carry a fine sword. I'll tell you one thing, the man is crazy, but he's a good guy, crazy or not. They resumed their journey from the hilltop at a quick pace. With each passing moment and the rising sun painting the sky, they entered another wooded area. The trees here were tall and dark, adorned with flowering vines that intertwined among the branches. Towering pine trees dominated the landscape, while squirrels leaped from one branch to another. Riordan realized that these woods were teeming with life, more vibrant than any they had traversed thus far in their journey. Chapter 18. Cursed Rangers. Hafnar and Riordan continued their journey through the alienated woods. This vast woodland extended from the plains south of Crystal Lake and delved deep into the pine woods of the southern region. Here their path became more straightforward, leading them beneath ancient branches that reached out like outstretched arms. Hafnar saw this as an opportunity to focus on honing the skills of his young apprentice. It was just past midday, and they had set up a small target made of flat wooden branches about 50 paces away. "What do you know about that bow, boy?" Hafnar asked. Riordan gripped the bow and lifted it, showing it to Hafnar. "It's a recurve, not a longbow. Father said it would be easier for me to handle, and I can shoot it up close." Hafnar nodded. "Indeed, it is a recurve bow, and it is quite useful when you're on horseback or, in your case, of smaller stature. It may lack the range of a longbow, but it serves its purpose well. It is also made of yew wood, uniquely elven wood. And have you figured out its significance?" "When I kill something?" Riordan asked solemnly. Hafnar nodded again. "It is an enchanted bow, yes. Its power comes from a combination of factors, but I can tell you that part of its strength is derived from the taking of lives. With each successful strike, as you diminish the life force of your enemies, the bow grows more powerful. Some would argue that it is too powerful," Hafnar explained in a grave tone. "Do you know this bow?" Riordan inquired. Hafnar nodded once more. "I do, but let us focus on what we need to learn today. I must say you're doing well with starting fires. The more you practice finding suitable campsites, the better you'll become. But archery is something you must diligently practice, especially in the early days." Riordan narrowed his gaze, nocked an arrow, pulled back, and aimed just beyond the target. He pulled back a little more before releasing. The arrow sailed toward the target but struck the ground just before it. "Elevate your aim a bit higher and remember to breathe. Don't hold your breath. Inhale as you draw back, exhale as you release. It's a graceful art to master." "Again," Hafnar instructed. Riordan retrieved the arrow, took a deep breath and held it, waiting until he felt the target in his sights. He released the arrow with a quick exhale. This time, the arrow flew straight and hit the target. "You're getting there," Hafnar remarked. "Remember, you must keep breathing throughout the entire process. Once more." Hafnar and his apprentice continued their archery practice for some time, with Riordan landing a few arrows but still working on perfecting the combination of breath control, drawing and releasing. They took a break, and Hafnar retrieved a pouch of tea. He then fetched a metal container filled with water and placed it over a small fire they had set up. "You did well today. It started off a bit rough, but you seem to understand the importance of breathing. There may come a time when you have to run great distances to gain a better vantage point, or perhaps engage in hand-to-hand combat to escape. Remember, the woods are your friends. I despise being out in the open plains. There's no cover, and it becomes more difficult to hide," Hafnar advised. Riordan ran his finger along the curve of his bow and noticed Hafnar staring at it intently. "You said you knew this bow. Were you there when my father found it?" Riordan inquired. Hafnar nodded, looking directly into Riordan's eyes before glancing back down. "I was there. The elf who wielded that bow went by the name of Aerie. She was a huntress, an elven assassin. I think she must have spent an absurd amount of time hunting baby birds or something, because she had a knack for sneaking up on rangers in the dead of night. She evaded our dogs by staying up in the trees, moving about like a cursed tree rat. Yes, I was there with your father." Riordan couldn't fully comprehend the significance, but he sensed the sorrow in Hafnar's words. It was clear that this bow, once wielded by the huntress, had claimed the lives of many of his fellow rangers. "So, how did it happen?" Riordan asked, seeking more details. Hafnar glanced up at him, swirling the tea container over the fire pit and pouring 2 mugs. "You have your father's insatiable curiosity, I'll give you that," he remarked. "I'll tell you how it happened. She had taken down 10 captains within a span of 3 days. We couldn't pinpoint her location precisely. She had moved deep within our ranks. This was right around the time when another ranger had deserted and taken a bow of particular renown, drawing attention from high-ranking officials. It was just before the end of the war. We received a message that another ranger had fallen, and we immediately set out to search, scouring every dark corner in an attempt to find that elusive elf. To be perfectly honest, it was madness. We knew not where she was or how many more she would kill, but we continued our pursuit. It was sheer luck that your father and I took a switchback in the mountains and climbed to a higher vantage point. There, we discovered her sitting cross-legged on a massive boulder. She appeared to be laughing, leaning over with her belly on the rock, observing our brethren below. She had managed to remain hidden among us for the past 2 weeks. Your father understood her strategy. She was hiding. It was a clever move for someone who had exhausted her primary ammunition and had the entire forest looking for her. The vantage point from which she sat was visible from all corners of the woods, but she blended in like a mere rock when seen from the ground. She found something outrageously funny, laughing even more, and then there was a sudden explosion far below. She had set some kind of wicked trap. We later discovered it was an elven leg trap, but in her exuberance she had been careless. Before she knew it, your father and I had launched arrows into her back. She was still alive when we reached her, gasping for breath. We did what was deemed honorable and ended her suffering, slitting her throat. And then we claimed our trophies. Your father took her bow and I took her knife. Hafnar reached behind his back and pulled out a slender, curved silver knife with a red jewel embedded in the hilt. He tossed the dagger to Riordan, who caught it and examined the blade. He realized how light it was, despite its length being as long as his forearm. Hold on to that and pray you never need to use it. But every ranger should have a bladed weapon in addition to their bow. Some rangers, like your father, may prefer a good sword, while others rely solely on a knife or dagger for cutting or self-defense. I find it useful to have both, Hafnar explained. Riordan smiled and secured the dagger into his belt, noticing that the scabbard had a loop through which he could thread his belt. So, do you have any other bladed weapons? Riordan asked curiously. Hafnar nodded. I do. I have many weapons in my pack. Though I still consider the bow my preferred weapon, I've carried this one long enough to show you. At this point, Hafnar partially unpacked his pack, revealing a long weapon and placing it on his lap, carefully unwrapping layers of cloth. It's called Herothan, a dwarvish term meaning hammer and blade, Hafnar said. Riordan had never seen such a massive weapon. Its silver hilt was adorned with at least 3 dark blue jewels, and numerous other dazzling stones were embedded throughout. If his elven dagger could be compared to this grand weapon, one could say that the width of his dagger was only about 1/6 the width of Herothan. Hafnar pulled it further out, recounting its story. I was given this by the last remaining dwarf of the Lenahan clan. It was payment for killing 3 ice trolls. Not an easy task by any means, especially when my bowstring broke and I lost most of my gear after being thrown off the side of a mountain. I managed to knock 2 trolls senseless with a club and finished off the 3rd with my bare hands. He chuckled. The dwarves thought I was some kind of reborn dwarven demigod or something. They gifted me this sword. I've used it to hammer quite a few who opposed me until I was captured. He pulled the sword out a bit more, and Riordan noticed that the blade was shattered. The broken sword? Riordan asked, raising an eyebrow. Hafnar nodded. Yes, it happened when I encountered a group of mercenaries in the far eastern part of the lands. They mistook me for a hammer song, though I'm a bit tall for one. It is said that hammer song hammers and axes are embedded with special stones during their creation, making them extremely valuable. They were convinced this sword had one of those stones. It was actually their attempt to break open the sword that allowed me to escape. The enchantment on the blade caused an explosion that killed a dozen of them. In the chaos, they left me behind, and by that point, our good friend Clur had come to set me free. I need to get it reforged, and if we make our way as far west as Hardknock, the blacksmith there can do that. But for now, we should set off. We don't have much time. Riordan barely sipped from his cup and handed it back to his master. The 2 of them broke camp, extinguishing the fire and preparing to continue their journey westward. After some time, they reached a road that intersected their path through the woods. By chance, a single horse-drawn carriage appeared on the road. Riordan didn't think much of it and gestured for Clur to stay put. As the cart approached, Riordan noticed that the horse seemed injured, wobbling and struggling with a broken leg. His concerns grew when he saw a figure on the cart. From a distance, he could see blood staining the person's tan shirt, but he couldn't make out the symbol hanging from their neck. He leaped forward, grabbing the reins of the horse. The exhausted beast collapsed, taking its last breath before dying. Riordan motioned for Hafnar to stay nearby and said, "Keep watch. I'll check the cart." Riordan surveyed the woods around them while Clur patrolled the perimeter. He went to the back of the wagon and opened it, spitting as he peered inside. "Out!" A feeble-looking man wearing a necklace with a symbol Riordan didn't recognize stumbled out, lifting his hands in a plea for mercy. "Please, please! Those beasts will come back! They'll kill everyone!" the man pleaded. Riordan kicked him in the stomach, knocking him to the ground. "Who are you?" Hafnar asked. "Just a man who was picked up. They took me. I'm no one important, and I can't offer you any gold. If you release my hands, I can be on my way." "We don't want the beast to come back, do we?" the man begged. The man rushed toward Riordan, attempting to grab his bow and aim it at him. In an instant, Clur intervened, growling menacingly. The man fell back, muttering, "I am a good man, a religious man." Hafnar mocked him, asking, "Where were you being taken, religious man?" "I was taken from my home north of here, but then we were attacked by a cult of vampires. They told my driver that I had to accept their gift, or they would kill us all. But he knew of a place by the water that could cure me. He was taking me there, but I can't remember the name." "My mind is hazy," the man explained. "You look half dead," Hafnar observed. "How long have you been in that cart? And where is your driver? I'm telling you, if you just release me, I can explain everything. That cult will be here soon, and you don't want me tied up when they arrive." "I could be of great use to you," the man pleaded. Hafnar's patience wore thin, and he lunged forward, knocking the man to the ground. "Your driver wears the symbol of the Rangers of the Pine. It's a simpleton move to believe such a warning would deter me from killing you here and now." "Oh no, I wouldn't do that. I wasn't meant for this place." "What do you mean?" Riordan demanded. "I didn't think the Rangers would be smart enough to heed such a warning. It upsets me. We could have had a nice conversation, you and the ugly cat." The man laughed. "My apprentice has been practicing, and I'd like to know if you have anything useful to tell me before we move on. Although I must warn you, there's a chance he might miss his first shot, and it will bring you a bit of suffering," Hafnar warned. Clur continued to hold the old man down. "Oh, you will experience suffering," the man said. "We, the encroachers upon these lands, have endured great suffering for thousands of years. I am but one of many. You must have questioned things when you saw me. I have fulfilled my purpose to delay certain events, but our fear does not lie with the great cities of men and elves at this time. It is the roaming ones like yourselves whom we fear the most. Yes, many within the woods call themselves rangers, priests, or any number of old and powerful individuals. They are the ones we fear, for those locked within the city walls will eventually fall. This is a wondrous truth. We hold these truths as evident of what is to come and what will eventually rule. Our forces are vast, and those loyal to us grow in power, while those who resist will perish. The most amusing truth is that the rangers who captured me sent me on my way toward their cities in the swamps. They had no idea of my intentions. Their arrogance allowed me to tap into their minds and send one of my own to lead them to destruction and lead us to salvation. It will happen soon." Hafnar stormed over to where the man had been, his anger evident. He grabbed the man by the throat, lifting him off the ground, and in that single moment, the man turned to dust. Hafnar remained cautious and motioned for Riordan to back away. "That dust can make you sick. Don't inhale it." Riordan loosened his grip on his bow as he stepped back, watching the silver dust particles swirl away in the wind. "So, he wasn't a real person?" "I'm not entirely sure what he was, other than some form of vampire magic. As much as I know about the woods and mountains, magic remains somewhat of a mystery to me. Perhaps we should consult an elf who can explain it better. What I can say is that our brothers in southern Taria are in grave danger," Hafnar responded. Hafnar set the cart on fire after rummaging through it for anything useful. They left the road and returned to the woods, ascending a hill and traveling westward until it was nearly dark. Eventually, they reached the edge of a marshy area. There stood a peculiar tree, tall with triangular leaves cascading down, and beside it was a crescent moon symbol and a strange lizard-like creature. "Mark of the Southern Rangers, a pine tree with an alligator," Hafnar explained. "What exactly is an alligator?" Reardan inquired. "Nothing you'd want to hug, that's for certain. Though I've heard some people domesticate them in a way that they become companions, much like Klur. But dealing with them is not something I'd want to do. They're water lizards, about the length of a cow or even larger." As Reardan followed Hafnar deeper into the dense underbrush, he understood the purpose of the signs they had encountered. Several slender boats were hidden along the shoreline. Hafnar found one partially submerged in the water and pulled it ashore. "All right, into the boat. We'll cross here and reach Chapel Island. It should be a safe place to rest for the night," Hafnar instructed. Reardan did as he was told, but to his surprise, Klur attempted to join them in the boat. Now, you know you won't fit in here. You can make your own way along the water's edge. We're only a few days away. I don't want any alligators mistaking you for a snack," Hafnar warned. Klur growled, disappointed that she couldn't accompany them. She backed up to the riverbank and disappeared into the woods. "She's been here before. There's a large rocky outcropping to the west that will provide her with a high vantage point. It's better if she stays there given our previous encounter, and I'm uncertain about the wood's watchfulness," Hafnar explained. Using paddles, they pushed the boat away from the muddy bank, gliding across the still waters. The boat broke through the thick fog, causing ripples on the stagnant water's surface. The smell of decay filled the air. "So, these alligators," Reardan asked, "do they breathe fire?" "An alligator that breathes fire? I hope not. The only fiery creatures we have to worry about are dragon drovers. If we keep our distance and stay deep enough in the water, they usually can't reach us. As for alligators, they just look like logs floating in the water until you get too close," Hafnar replied. Now, Reardan stared into the darkness, observing the numerous floating logs on the murky water's surface and imagining each one to be an alligator. The moon rose over the pine trees, and a gust of fresh air filled his nostrils. He continued to paddle, and soon he noticed a rocky outcropping emerging from the water, standing out against the starry sky. The boat came to rest on another muddy shore, and Reardan disembarked. "This is an ancient place, apprentice," Hafnar began. "Once water covered a vast expanse of this land. But that was in the far older days of the world, long before any of our living races set foot here." They walked through a narrow archway and entered a chamber made of stone and timber. "This place was always believed to be elven, but if you look around you won't see anything that looks elven, do you?" Hafnar remarked. Reardan glanced around, observing the angular pillars that resembled trees. The stones, covered in moss and mud, seemed to blend seamlessly with the surrounding landscape. "I don't really know what elven looks like. I've never seen anything elven," he admitted. "Your father must have kept you in the north, I suppose. Let me tell you, there are places that feel elven, but this isn't one of them. If you ask my opinion, I'd say it belongs to a race that no one knows or perhaps has been forgotten. This place is well known to the Rangers, though. It's far away from the usual routes, hidden from anyone passing through the outer waters. All they see are trees. Well, let's find some dry wood and get a fire going. Thankfully, with these walls and whatnot, it should conceal most of the light from outside eyes." As Reardan gathered wood for the fire, Hafnar explored the small island, not so much searching for their vampire enemy, but rather keeping an eye out for reptilian creatures. While Reardan worked on kindling the fire, he noticed something squirming in Hafnar's hands. "I found you an alligator, though it's a bit small," Hafnar said, holding the creature behind its head. Reardan's eyes widened. "That's not a dragon?" "No, boy. This is definitely not a dragon. It's just a small one, not too old at all. But now you see what we were talking about when we mentioned alligators. Imagine a head like this, but much bigger, Hafnar explained, gesturing with a stick to emphasize the size of a larger alligator. For us, this is a small one, and I might as well teach you how to prepare it. Do you have an elven knife? Hafnar asked. With Hafnar's assistance, Reardan swiftly killed the creature, and they opened it up to prepare the meat for roasting over the fire. All life has a soul, and it's the cycle of life that keeps us alive. We are hunters in our land, but we can also become the hunted. It's a delicate balance that one day both you and I will have to pay for as we age and face death. Or perhaps you'll be killed, caught in the hunt of life. But for now, we take the sustenance nature provides and use it to protect those who cannot protect themselves, such as the rangers in the old world. Do you understand? Hafnar explained as they cooked the alligator meat. Byron watched the meat sizzle and nodded. I do. It's all part of the cycle. That's why they are here. Hafnar sighed and pondered for a moment. Who? The vampires. They reject the cycle, refusing to die. They hunt us unfairly, living much longer than they should, Reardan replied, removing the cooked meat from the fire and beginning to eat. The vampires are an unholy creation. They seek to exterminate beings like us, and thus, they are our enemy. But I would argue that they are also a true test. They can see in the dark, fly, and move with great speed. They are apex predators, yet we have survived. Even you, a young boy with little weapons training, made it here by boat. They are cunning. That's what they are. They use tricks and deceit, and ultimately, they underestimate us, Hafnar explained. I fear this will escalate into a greater war, and in other parts of the land, it might already be happening. I've met with others who share the same concerns, and many are mobilizing against them. They are strong. I understand that the vampires tried to breach the walls of the capital city of Micronach, catching the dwarves off guard. But most of the focus now is on containing the vampires and protecting the innocent. I don't see anything wrong with that approach, but I feel that the overall plan is lacking foresight and is too elven, Hafnar expressed. What is the plan, then? You came and got me, and now we're heading back west, but what do we do? Reardan asked. The general belief is that the vampires are trying to breach the dwarven city to gain access to an item hidden deep within. So the Rangers of the Pines intend to build their forces and consolidate. Then they will make a strong push to seal off and disrupt the reinforcements between the Crescent Mountains and the Western Heartland. As for the old Ranger of the North, well, he's doing something deep within the rocks. I personally believe they're delving into things they shouldn't, but they believe there might be a weapon there that could be useful. Do you not think so? Reardan inquired, taking a few more bites of the meat. Hafnar stoked the fire with a stick, thinking for a moment. Or perhaps they don't either. Maybe they just think they can overpower us with sheer strength, and they wouldn't be entirely wrong if they can sustain it. For every soldier we lose, they gain a potential recruit. I've heard whispers that it's becoming increasingly difficult for beings from other lands to come here. Difficult? Reardan asked, puzzled. Hafnar nodded. There's a thick veil enveloping the far reaches of Taria. It seems to drive people mad or crazy or something of that nature. I believe the vampires are cutting us off from outside help. They will lower their veil once they have established control, and by then, they will have amassed an army large enough to challenge any land and its people. It took quite some time for me to become an apprentice, Reardan remarked, reflecting on his journey. Hafnar sighed and then nodded with a slight smile. Perhaps you picked the best time. As Reardan settled down for his half-hour watch, he closed his eyes and glanced up at the moon, noticing a faint shimmer beyond it, as if something else was there. He rubbed his eyes, wondering of it just as Hafnar began to snore. In time, the sight of it was hidden by the clouds, and he didn't think any more of it. Soon, it was his own time to rest. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Reardan was roused from sleep, and he assumed it was time for the watch to begin, before Hafnar instead pointed up to the moon Reardan had looked to before he fell asleep. There was a strange shape just beyond Light Crescent Moon, That's it. That is what gives them power. Reardon squinted, trying to see exactly what it was beyond the moon, as it appeared almost like a second form. What is that? Reardon asked. The Black Moon. Its appearance was believed to be a single occurrence, yet it still remains in our sky. It is a body from beyond the stars, something that left and then returned to our skies somehow. That is what gives the vampires power, and I dare say that it is but the power source of an ancient evil. While our moon has but a crescent that you can see, the Black Moon cycles behind our own. When our moon is darkened, the second moon, the Black Moon, gives its full ethereal power to our enemy. Some think I'm crazy to say such a thing, that there could not be a moon that is seen and a moon that is unseen. But I have not just spoken to tavern mystics but elves, though it pains me to admit they might truly know more of this than others. Anyway, I just wanted you to see it. It's a particularly clear night. Reardon lay back down and Hafnar tapped him on the shoulder. Boy, sleep fast. Your watch approaches. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Morning arrived and they broke camp to return to the boat. They made their way around the edge of the island and further south, still tasting the alligator from the previous night. As they reached the shoreline, the bank appeared clear. From a distance, they could see Clur emerge from the bushes. Good rest, good rest. How about you? Reardon asked Clur. And Clur growled slightly and headed toward the water's edge, watching the boat slip into the mud. He sniffed the water and let out a cough. No, girl, I wouldn't drink that. There should be a river further west. That will replenish our water supply, Hafnar advised. And they parked the boat to the side and headed west toward the water source. This is the Trianti River. It runs from the far north, reaches down to the lake region in the swamps. Here, though, it's more of a tributary. We can refill our water here, Hafnar explained. They filled their canteens and Reardon looked at the barren landscape around them. While there were many tall pines like in the rest of the forest, there was significantly more rock in this area. Reardon went a bit further north along the river and found a large pool within the white rock. He then looked further up the river and could see figures in the water. Hafnar! He shouted, trying to get the ranger's attention. Hafnar hurried to join Reardon. Do you see them? What is it? I'm not sure, but they don't look like rangers. And vampires wouldn't be doing that either, Reardon said, taking a deep breath. Okay, we have to figure this out. They hurried along the river shore, getting closer and closer to the figures. As they approached, it seemed like the figures were in distress, but there was nothing physically there. They drew even closer, able to hear their shouts as they flailed about with their weapons but not striking anything. Stay here, Hafnar instructed. Reardon hurried to the water's edge, realizing that something was clearly affecting the rangers. They were indeed rangers of the pines, but they seemed to have lost their minds. Brothers, sisters, what is wrong? He shouted. One of them, a man, turned with wide eyes, staring. Who are you? Are you with them? Who are you? Were you? I am Reardon, a ranger like you. What's happening? Reardon replied, trying to understand. Old man, not a friend. Everywhere. He is everywhere, the ranger muttered. Hafnar grabbed hold of the ranger, trying to calm him down. All who wander must be brought under control. All who wander must be brought under control. Then the other rangers who were there turned toward Hafnar, using the same phrase. All who wander must be brought under control in the name of the Black Moon. Hafnar swung the ranger off, retreating to the shore as the seemingly bewitched rangers moved from the water toward him. Hafnar motioned for Reardon to stay back. He didn't know what was wrong with these rangers and didn't want to risk the boy at this moment. Suddenly, another figure appeared seemingly out of nowhere. It was a man wearing red and black robes. Perhaps you could take him as a gift on the road, Ranger. You can also decide not to take my gift, but other forms may have been sent out to blend in with those who resist. However, you are not the same. Where's the boy? The man said. The boy died. Alligators. Horrible death. I can show you where if you would like to see. I wouldn't mind, Hafnar replied. At this point, more rangers were circling, staying out of reach. Hafnar had his boat on his back, and his broken sword could still be useful, but was not within reach. He drew a small knife instead. "You afflict my kin with some cavalry. Perhaps you let them all go and we speak for ourselves. Speak of your gift," Hafnar challenged. The man put his hands together, almost as if praying, and walked in an outer circle. "Do you know who I am?" "Someone I don't care about," Hafnar retorted. "I am one of many in the wondrous brotherhood, seeking those who would be willing to take the bite of that which will become the new ruling power of these lands. Those who accept will be granted with open arms into a truly powerful family. Those who refuse will join our ranks in a different way. We do not have room for the unwilling, except within a coffin. Your brothers and sisters here have chosen a path that will lead them to a greater place, a position of power. They help us, and though I was told in previous encounters with strangers that none would be willing to take this path, it seems I am correct, and you and your kin are wrong," the man explained. Hafnar looked at the rangers, noticing marks on their necks. "You betray your fellow kin?" "The elves will betray us in time," one of them hissed. "You know this." "I do believe that you are lost to reason and embrace madness, luring myself out of safety to come check on you," Hafnar responded. The man attempted to punch Hafnar, but the ranger evaded the attack. In a flash, the bewitched rangers were behind Hafnar, striking him from behind the knees. Hafnar hit the water, and Rearden heard a growl. Clur was upon them. "Protect!" Hafnar commanded. Clur went for Rearden, biting at his cloak and pulling him away. Hafnar wanted Clur to clear the boy away. He had walked into this trap himself, and he would have to deal with it. He knelt on the rocky shore of the river, looking around to see if there was any possible escape, or a way to fight back against their assailants. "I do not know much about you, Ranger of the North, but I can say that you seem to be stalwart and would make a great ally to the vampire lords. What say you, Ranger? You have witnessed the speed and agility of your kin. With our power, you could aid in the war against the elves. Bring glory to Taria." "Would you not want that?" The priest sneered. Hafnar scoffed. "You offer me a gift, but it is still slavery to your kind. The elves would simply kill me." "Such arrangements can be made, Ranger. That seems like quite a waste. You see, our numbers within the higher ranks of the vampires are rather limited. But know that a much greater attack is coming. The seeds have been planted, and though many will resist, we will gain more. You can go about much like myself, though in your current form before the effects of vampirism have taken hold. You would be able to harness the gifts and wonders that we offer. You can save the lives of thousands by simply accepting that which you claim to fight. We have acquired much knowledge in our time, though it has been short. We know of all the cities across Taria. We know of Castle Balak in the mountains. We know of the villages in the swamplands. It will not be a long war, Ranger. And I believe they must understand that things could be different with you around. Your brethren, under my power, could be changed. You can be given a gift unlike any other. Over time, we will unlock all the secrets of what once was." Hafnar realized that as the priest, or whatever he was, moved about in a circle, he was floating just above the ground. The necklace around his neck seemed to glow every time he spoke. The glow grew a bit brighter, and it appeared that the eyes of the cursed rangers also became a bit brighter each time the necklace glowed. After Hafnar tried to stand up again, someone kicked him behind the knee. "I'm getting too old for this. It kind of hurts," he muttered, wincing. "So, will you accept the gift we offer you?" the priest asked. At that moment there was a slight whistle in the wind. It was unexpected by Hafnar especially. As he looked up, he just so happened to witness an arrow striking the priest directly in the center of his chest. The priest fell to his knees and hissed, his face transforming as the skin fell away. He pointed in the direction where Clur and Rearden were. "Get them!" he cackled. Hafnar moved to grab one of the rangers, slamming them into the ground while the others charged forward. Rearden emerged from hiding, drawing back his bow and releasing an arrow that struck the priest, who was already disintegrating. Hafnar's boat began to glow brightly, casting a shadow. A third arrow found its mark in the priest. With that, the rangers were nearly upon them, even as Hafnar snarled and ran to meet them, but then collapsed to the ground. Reardon ran toward Hafnar. I didn't know what to do, but it worked. Hafnar smiled, embracing his apprentice, and then looked back at the rangers who were likely already dead by now. We didn't help them. What happened? Reardon asked. I'm not too sure, but I think it has something to do with that priest. His power was contained. Perhaps something around his neck, Hafnar replied, patting the boy on the head. 3 arrows on target. It seems our lessons have been working. Reardon smiled and pointed. I want to go see. He jogged over to the body of the priest, clearing the area near the river and sniffing for any other signs of danger. Hafnar was fairly confident that the threat had passed. Reardon retrieved his arrows, inspecting each shaft and noticing that the arrowheads had disintegrated. Keep them, Hafnar said. We can repair them in time. He heard a noise and looked up, momentarily distracted. When he turned back to Reardon, the boy was holding the amulet that had been around the priest's neck. I think you should put that down, Hafnar said. But just as he gave the warning, Reardon ignored it. The several cursed rangers' bodies began to move about in a strange green hue, with energy flowing from them and shooting back toward the amulet in Reardon's hand before entering his body. Reardon trembled and fell to the side. Hafnar rushed to the boy, pulling the amulet out of his hand. But the moment he did, Reardon started gasping for breath. Hafnar quickly put the amulet back in the boy's hand, and Reardon was able to breathe again. What cursed magic is this? Hafnar wondered. Reardon's eyes opened. I felt weird. Are you okay? Reardon nodded. I just feel a bit sick. I don't know what happened. He touched the amulet again, intending to put it down. But the moment he did, he began to convulse once more. Hafnar swiftly grabbed the amulet and put it back on Reardon. Reardon regained control of himself and looked at Hafnar. What did I do? Hafnar decided to start a fire on the opposite side of the river. They could continue their journey, but he was concerned about Reardon's condition. I feel okay, Reardon said. I don't know what happened, Hafnar admitted. Neither do I, but now you can't be separated from the amulet, and that worries me. Something happened, and I don't know enough about it to know what to do. Luckily, we're getting close to somewhere I know. It's an old woodcutting town called Lucan. I spent some time here as a boy, and I happen to know that there might be someone who knows exactly about this. It was not my intent to seek out such a person, but life has a way of putting you back where people swore you'd never be around again. So we're going to this town, Lucan? Is this where you wanted to go? Reardon asked. I just want to get us there to make contact with the Rangers. It seems our numbers are dwindling even now, but I think you killing that priest helped quite a bit. I have to hope that whatever creations he tried to infect others with have died away. It's unlike him to remain dead this time and not simply turn to dust. This is all strange magic that I do not understand, but we'll learn together. Chapter 19. A not-so-sealed passage. Fadis and the others were now ready for the third chamber. As Fadis sheathed his sword and looked back at the way they had taken into this place, he saw that the metal gates were still shut over the passage. It's like it's all on purpose, he said. Locking us in? Andok asked. It isn't too uncommon in treasure troves in general, Badur said. It's almost something he and I take as a sign that we're on the correct path. And is it always that? Evri questioned. There was that one time in Locum, Andok said, stroking his face. Wasn't it Locum? Beneath the waterfall? Badur asked. No, that was you. On a mushroom high. You got lost in a shallow cave and spun about in a circle. Ah, Andok said, raising his finger. Then yes, Evri. It is always that. A good sign of correct footing. Road goes ever on, you know? Quoting poetry from one of the masters? Badur asked. Might as well. Bardic inspiration abounds from the masters. Coming to the tall entrance to another passage, they took a quick right and then left, entering a long chamber flanked with jagged stone pillars. There was a strange hum in the air, and as they searched the room, Fadis noticed that their path was focused toward a circular tower of the same cruel rocky pillars that he saw randomly erected around them. "Oi, a ladder?" Andok asked, being the first one to get to the tower. There were torches lighting the walls, and though it was difficult to see down the ladder itself, something was glowing further down the narrow hole. "I'll go," Andok said. "First to go into random holes anyway," Badur said. Fadis looked around the room as now Badur followed Andok. "What is it?" Evri asked. "That hum. Do you hear it?" Fadis asked. Evri took a moment looking about and then down to the ground. He waited a few moments, concentrating. "I hear something, more like a ringing." Fadis shrugged. "I didn't hear it before we came in here." "Hey! Are you two coming with us, or are we going in it alone?" Badur shouted up. Fadis sighed. "I don't know," he said to Evri. "Come on." Fadis went ahead of Evri, moving down the stone ladder with haste and feeling a shift in the air. It was cooler down in the depths beneath the first floor. As they reached the lower level, Fadis heard the ringing still. The room the ladder had led them to was much larger than he'd expected. While comparing it to the first floor, he found it less adorned. This seemed intentional versus it simply being unfinished. Like before, they didn't need torches, as a strange orange hue poured from lights within the place itself, situated above their path forward. Andok and Badur led the way, followed by Evri, who kept his hand on the hilt of his sword. Fadis kept checking behind them, even though there was no passage going the other way. He did not trust this place or anything in it. The hallway led them to a chamber with a bridge above a small trickling brook. The room itself had light coming from high above them in the rocky ceiling. There were 3 trees growing here. They were twisted and gnarly, reaching up high into the upper part of the chamber. The path led over the bridge and to a flat white wall. "Of nature yet not natural," Evri said. "A line from an elvish text." "Remarkably helpful," Andok said. They had passed over the bridge and now stood before the white wall. "En keva alun, nakara," Badur said, holding a small parchment up to the wall. Nothing seemed to happen. "Read it again," Andok said. He did, but nothing happened. That elvish text was about places like this, something made to look natural but false, Evri said. "We cannot be too careful in a place like this." "Well, our password for the locked door didn't work," Andok said. "I even see part of the text on the door," Badur said, pointing. Fadis could read Enkeva Alun. "Unfinished?" Fadis asked. "Like the rooms before where things were in place but weren't as they should have been." "Okay now, fish boy. You might have been swimming with the eels for a bit, but that monster was very much as the Rusis had wanted it," Andok said. "It's a small roadblock, but we've got our ways." The two of them began stacking small silver orbs at the base of the white wall. "The line Enkeva Alun, Nakara," Badur said, "means brothers of Kiva, welcome home." It is a common password for Rusis places, but there are few problems that a bit of dwarven dust can't fix. "Dwarven dust in an enclosed place. You're mad," Evri said. "Go now with your father, boy. We are mad." Fadis and Evri took cover on the other side of the bridge as the 2 rangers finished preparing their explosive. In a few moments, the 2 rangers joined them, holding a small white stone box with the detonation cord placed between the silver teeth of the stone. "Click once to arm, 2 clicks to blow." "Oh, I love this part," Andok said. Badur took the box from him. "Yes, me too." Click, click, click. An explosion rocked the room, sending up a plume of stone and rock, blocking the light from high above. The already present ringing Fadis heard became audibly louder. He peeked over the rock they were hiding beside to see an opening in the white wall. There was a strange red and orange undulation in the darkness beyond the white wall. "Let's go," Andok said. The four of them proceeded toward the opening, and after taking a quick look inside, they pushed through the still hot rock, careful not to touch it. And on the other side of the wall, they found strange metal and stone layered as if it were the interior of an unfinished castle wall. The red and orange Fadis had seen before was coming from a long metal tube with some kind of fire within it. The ringing was much more pronounced. Fadis went around the metal tube, and a long hiss let out a tower of steam in the edge of the room. There was a metal tower with many circular knobs of sorts, something Fadis had seen in a form when he was back with Valrin aboard the Ayla Sunrise sailing ship. That ship had been an advanced technology of an old race. This was similar, but not the same. "I have seen this in Dwemhar texts," Evry said, "but it is not exact. There are no crystals either." "There doesn't seem to be a way out of here," Badur said. "It's like we opened a way to nothing. Would this not have been the way? Perhaps the wall was meant to trigger something? Not that we were to go through the wall?" Evry asked. Then Fadis looked at what he could only think was some kind of power device. It was still churning, still working, but it seemed to be powering something beyond where they were. They left the room and went back outside. The two trees swayed in the darkness, but there was a strong hiss behind them. At first, Fadis thought nothing of it, but then came a knocking and a shuddering sound that rocked the ground beneath their feet. He looked back at the device and saw that a large rock had fallen on it. Perhaps it was weakened by the explosion, but he didn't know for sure. The ringing had changed, and now was not as constant. It was as if the source of the sound was somehow tied to the device beyond the white wall. "What now?" Andok said. "We go back, see what we missed," Badur said. "You didn't miss anything," Fadis said, going toward the bridge. "This was some form of trial. You tried to take a shortcut," he said. "We couldn't have known," Andok said. "No, and I think there was supposed to be something that happened before. Perhaps when we entered the room. This hold or dungeon, or whatever you wish to call it, is unfinished. The triggers for the traps aren't set, for lack of better words. When we came in, something should have happened, but it didn't." "Like a spell unsaid and unwritten to its fullness," Evry said. "Exactly," Fadis said. He looked down from the bridge and saw a metal gate beneath the water. He looked on along the riverway and then to the two swaying trees. "Where does the wind come from?" he asked, pointing to the trees. They all spun about before fixating on a large opening high above them. "There," Andok said. They went over to the opposite wall to the right of the passage they had entered from. Andok felt at the wall and found footholds. "I think I can climb it," he said. "No need," Evry said. He became as leaves floating up to the fan. "What do you see?" Fadis asked. "Andok, any more of those dwarven dust orbs?" he asked. "Again with the explosions?" Fadis questioned. "Trust me, father," he said, yelling. The sound of the air coming from where he was likely made it difficult for him to hear his own voice. Andok tossed the orb up to him. Evry leaned off the edge, tossed the orb, and became as leaves again, flowing down to the ground. The orb bounced about, striking something within, before an explosion shot out fire and smoke. The wind stopped. There was a spinning metal device and a small fire of some kind beyond it. The blades or the fire was enough to set off the dwarven dust, but now the wind is gone. Fadis heard a melody in the air, and the water in the river began to rush out, leaving nothing but the muddy ground. "Okay, so whatever was supposed to happen would trigger the fan to stop and—" He went over to the bridge. He saw that the metal gate that was closed before was now open, and there was yet another passageway with a ladder. "And our way is open." "Huh?" Badur said, scratching his chin. The ranger looked back up toward the smoldering fan. "Ice," he said. "Ice?" Andok asked. "Yes, it is a Rusis place. A well-placed ice spell would stop the fan and open the way. That makes sense." "I doubt the trial would be something like that. I think it had something to do with the trees," Evry said. Maybe. But thinking like a Rusis, I don't know." "And how would a Rusis think about a muddy hole?" Andok asked, looking down. They'd send someone else? Every laughed. Looks like you're leading us down, Badur said. What? Youngest first. Ha, Fadis said. You figured it out. Might as well be you first. Fine, Every said. He became as leaves, floating down the opening ahead of the others. Wow, Ondok said. How many times can he do that? No idea, Fadis said. While Every had already reached the bottom of the passage, Fadis, Ondok, and Badur had no such fast way to go down the ladder. As Fadis got to the bottom of the muddy passage, he wiped his hands on his chest. Every laughed, looking at the three of them. And how many times can you do the leaf thing? Badur asked. A few more times, Every said. Starlight and moonlight restored. Not any of that down here. Strange elven stuff, Badur said. Not really elven, Every said. Sailmark was once a Dwemhar city. While from the outer woods into the very central portion of the city, it is wood elf architecture down below in the most sacred places. The Dwemhar structures still exist. Untouched in most ways. These vests and armor were gifts from the Dwemhar to the defenders of Sailmark, a gift to make us more than other elves, even the high elves. I've always hated that term, Andok said. They began down the muddy passage. There was light, but it was faint. As Fadis noticed, there were growths of mushrooms that seemed to feed off their very presence in the place. What term? Every asked. High elves. Like I've been high on mushrooms many times. What are they high on? Themselves, Every said. That's why us wood elves have issues with them. They are powerful and they know it. Best archers come from the woods anyway. Fadis listened, and it was jarring for him to hear his son say, us wood elves. But his son had grown up there. That was his family, in some ways more than even his own flesh-and-blood father. In most ways, I guess, Fadis thought to himself. I always heard there was a great archer in Narisand, Badur said. There are many, but that doesn't mean the best don't come from our woods. I'd put any of those there against ours, though Archons are a bit of a different subject. I always felt elves were full of themselves in general, Fadis said. It's been my experience. Wisdom comes with time, Every said. I can't say that I agree with all they do, but at the very least I can say that they've been right more than they've been wrong. What about that Archon? What's his name again? Andok asked. Riviak, Fadis said. I think about him now and I can say he was more than friendly before to me and the others. I have to think his hastier approach to things is tied to what has befallen our lands. Riviak means well, but I feel as if the Archons themselves have been driven near mad by the Blackmoon. He did not act like this at any other point in my life. He isn't even a wood elf. He's a high elf. His attunement to the moon and stars and ability to cast are without equal in our lands. But he isn't acting himself. So, I'll give him time to come to his senses. Patience is best. Sounding like an elf again, boy, Badur said. Patience is a good skill even for non-elven kinds, Fadis said. The passageway of mud and musky smells twisted and angled up and down, though it never changed or split off. It was a straight path, and one that did not give them any options to deviate away. As Every led them, they kept a hasty pace. It seemed as if their path would never end. As they walked up and down, twisting to one side and to the next, time faded from their minds, and even Fadis felt a bit anxious. The air is not so foul now, Every said. Do you smell the difference? Fadis didn't smell that much of a difference, but he could hear something ahead. It was scratching sounds. He was about to say something when it stopped. This place isn't of the place before, I don't think, Andok said. The dirt seems fresher. Fresh dirt? Badur asked. Like delved newer than the rest of the place. Fadis noticed that the hue of the soil did seem to be off from that of before, where the blackened stone and muddy mixture were evident in both the room before and the entrance, that here was a lighter brown and not saturated in water, or at least had not saturated for as long. He stopped, looking back the way they had come. Every stopped too. What is it? He asked. The ladder led down here, but have you noticed it's become darker and darker the further we've gone? The air does smell as if it has changed, yet we are still going through the same passage. I assume it opens up ahead. This place was unfinished. The ladder was placed, yes, Fadis went on. But I think this passage is a binding of older and newer. But it doesn't make much sense to connect a passage from someplace else to a ladder in a submerged river, Badur said. Fadis shook his head. So far, very little has made sense. I smell something different ahead, but rancid at the same time. Acidic, maybe. Andok sniffed. I just smell dirt. Every was standing with his arms crossed, stroking his chin. I heard scratching before, Fadis said. What spiders? Andok asked. I don't know. Just be on guard. Maybe a bit more than already. I'll be extra observant, Andok said, half mocking them. At that moment, he walked directly into a web hanging across the pathway. Poof, poof, he spat. Damn spiders! Gooing all over the place is not what I expected from those things. Fadis looked beyond Andok, seeing a flicker ahead. There's a torch. How's there a torch? He asked, looking at them. Andok was pulling the spiderweb off him as Fadis and Every went around him. I normally swear. Quiet, Fadis said. The scratching sound had returned, and the ground started to slightly tremble. What is that? Every asked Fadis. Fadis drew back on his bow, nodding for Every to follow him. He hugged the wall, moving carefully toward the flickering torch ahead. This passage was flooded before, or so he believed. While he didn't expect much to make sense all the time, he did not expect a lit torch to remain that way when submerged. Likely an arcane fire, Every whispered. By now, Andok and Badur were following behind, but being more careful to remain quiet. Fadis came to the torch and saw that the path turned to the right. He peered around. He could see a line of torches, some lit and some unlit. The ground turned to carved stone, and ahead, the wall had collapsed, yet the passage remained. He kept his bow at the ready and moved down. Every took to the left side, moving beside Fadis and going to the opening. He peered in as Fadis checked it with his bow bent. There was a dark passage of upturned dirt and glowing mushrooms. A thick web was at the entrance. Spiders. They went this way, perhaps fleeing this place as we arrived. I don't think these passages were flooded before. I think that was an illusion, Every said. But I do not think we should go that way. How far do you think it goes? Fadis asked. Well, Badur said. Iska within the Shadowlands have caverns and caves that stretch from one end of the land to the other. I have to assume these are new veins that connect up to the greater caverns beneath Taria. So, going that way? Fadis started. Bad, very bad, Every said. It was rumored that wild vampires had an alliance with spiders, or, at the least, covered their entrances with their own domains to ensure unwanted visitors didn't come into their lairs. I have to assume the alliance continues. Fadis looked down the pathway of lit and unlit torches. Then this way it is, he said. The rangers proceeded, stepping over a broken wooden doorway split into 3 pieces. Every sheathed his blade and drew his bow. You know, Father, that Eula bow might be useful in this place. I didn't need it then. Don't need it now. Every laughed and Fadis ignored it. To him, that bow had an odd feeling to it. To any other person, it would be a grand gift and a most welcome one. He saw it as a source of memories. He had taken it as a jab against the old king of Taria, and he had given it back when the elf had taken Every into her care, taken him as a young boy. He didn't expect to see it again, but the elves gave it back. Now he didn't know if he could ever bring himself to use it. It would be a question answered in time, but not today. The passage they were following opened into a grand cavernous room with a single walkway flanked on either side by nothingness as far as they could see. The pale light of the torches was their only light source, and ahead there was a triangular platform just below them. The walkway they were on had broken pieces of stone and reinforced pillars littering it. "Unfinished or broken?" Badur asked. "Both," Every questioned. "I don't know." The air was stagnant, but as Fadi looked over the edge on either side, he saw strands of webs rippling upward, as if air from beneath them was blocked and only escaping through wisps of hissing from far below. They were coming to the end of the walkway, and as Fadis passed a small silver pillar, a fire exploded from an altar on the triangular pathway ahead. The flames grew bright before a single red gem appeared, casting light on the cavern. Fadis heard both Badur and Andok draw back their bows. "Father," Evri said. Fadis looked behind him and saw that Evri was pointing behind them. The pathway was gone, and now, with more light, they could see what before was in the black depths but invisible. Webs upon webs as far as the light from the red gem would reveal to them. "I believe we misstepped," Andok said. "We misstepped the moment we came into here," Fadis said. "This being a hold or a dungeon or any source of treasure should never have been our focus, not even for any potential use against our enemy." The red gem began to spin about the triangular platform. Fadis tried to figure out the puzzle to its appearance. There were broken pillars all about the platform. The gem began to vibrate, sending out waves of energy before an explosion of red light shot out from one of its corners, striking the far wall of the chamber. The spiderwebs burst into flames. Fadis spotted a spinning pool beyond the gem. "Moonwell?" he shouted, looking to Evri. "Perhaps it might be a one-way portal," Evri said. The gem floated about the platform, sending out intermediate blasts of red energy, burning more of the webs. "It's a defensive crystal spell, meant to imitate a Dwemer construct, seeking out a Rusis attacker. It is attacking the webs as it is intrusive to the chamber," Evri said. "Then go for the portal," Andok shouted. The rangers ran, passing beneath the gem and sprinting for the glowing knee-deep water held within the circular stone. As Fadis and the others stood there, nothing happened. "Why isn't it working?" The gem turned, facing them now as energy grew around its form. "Evade!" Fadis shouted. They each jumped away as a blast of red energy shot across the platform, creating a black scorch mark that left a small bubbling flame where it had struck. Evri released an arrow a moment later. The elven arrow struck the gem, bouncing off. Fadis looked around for some kind of clue as to the puzzle itself. Andok and Badur released their own arrows, neither doing anything to the gem except drawing it away. Fadis wasn't the type to solve puzzles. It wasn't a ranger quality that any of them really had. He tried to look for some form of switch or stone or anything that might tell him what they needed to do. But with each passing moment, the gem continued its traverse above them, releasing its blasts of destructive energy. "We need an arcane blast!" Evri shouted. "It's why the portal will not work. We must defeat this." "We're rangers, not wizards," Andok said, releasing 2 arrows before diving from another blast. Fadis wished they had more dwarven dust. That might make a difference. As arrows plinked the gem began floating lower. Fadis had an idea, but it would only work once or not work at all. He drew his sword, tapping it on the ground. The gem spun toward him, charging up as it had before. He held up his sword at an angle. "You can't parry that!" Evri shouted. The gem charged up. In all my bad ideas, this might be the worst, Fadis thought. The energy grew before the blast snapped into Fadis's blade, bending around the blade and ricocheting toward the wall behind him. The energy exploded against the cavern ceiling, and Fadis's sword broke with a clang. He threw the hilt as his hand ached from the exchange. "Bounce its attack back! There has to be a way!" Andok and Badur both drew their blades as the gem floated toward them. Andok did the same, but the bolt shot again directly into the ceiling. A chunk of rock fell, striking the platform. Evri drew his sword now as 2 sequential blasts nearly ended Badur in a fiery exchange the ranger hadn't expected. A first blast struck Evri's sword, but it didn't break. Another 2 came, and though he came close, Evri wasn't able to deflect it back correctly. The ceiling took another hit, and more stones fell. The gem moved toward Badur. "Badur!" Angle the blade just as it is about to hit, like if you were fighting a dragon, Every shouted. But it isn't a dragon, elf boy! More stones fell and struck the gem. It sunk lower and seemed to be unable to rise as high as it was. What they were doing was working, and Fadis grinned, thinking perhaps their antics might just be enough. Just do it, Andok said. Badr was the last of them with a sword, and as the gem began to charge again, it turned and released its energy into the webs behind it. Through the flames another foe had come, many foes. The burning webs had given the signal to their creatures, and in a twist of fate, the gem began a repeated blast of energy to strike down spiders swarming the platform itself. Fadis drew his dagger. Even as Evri, Badur, and Andok began to take down spider after spider coming toward the platform, their focus was the gem. Fadis knew they had to take that down and activate the portal. Spiders rose along the far edges, their jaws slamming together in a drumming crescendo of clamor. Fadis ran for the gem as arrows flew past him, and the gem itself charged up and released its energy. The flaming spiders fell around him as he swung his dagger overhead, shattering the gem in an explosion of green dust and silver shards that slid all over the ground. The spiders, seeing their primary foe was defeated, charged for the rangers. Fadis hurried to join the others as they fell back toward the portal, when he saw in the pieces of the gem a single silver shard. He grabbed it before running for the portal, and as they stood in the blue light glowing up and around them, he handed it to Evri. "That makes the final one," he said. Evri laughed and nodded, waving at the swarming spiders as they floated upward and out of the depths of the Rusis hold. Chapter 20. The piney wood town of Lucan. Hafnar had traveled this way many times before, and he was familiar with the surroundings. The tall pines rose on the rolling hills, and the only sound came from the rustling of needles as they fell to the ground. Squirrels played nearby, jumping from bushes to trees, crossing their path. They had journeyed a long distance, and for quite some time, relying on the familiarity of their surroundings. Hafnar noticed that the morning fog lingered longer than usual, a peculiar fact that he pushed to the back of his mind. His thoughts turned to Rearden and the amulet they had come across. Although the boy seemed normal now, Hafnar remained concerned. As they ventured further down the path, the terrain became steeper, the trees thicker, and the sunlight struggled to penetrate through the dense foliage. Suddenly, Hafnar heard something. "Boy, down!" he said, motioning Rearden to crouch. He surveyed the area to his left and then smiled faintly. "If you're going to be eating venison, perhaps you should not spice yourself up so much that I can smell you. It's sad that I can smell you, and you're not even a dwarf," Hafnar said. At that moment, half a dozen figures appeared around Hafnar and his apprentice. One of them spoke. "I didn't reckon you'd be coming down this way. Did you bring any good seal meat from the north? It goes quite well with gumbo. Adds a bit of an oily base. I can make a good amount of gold trying to get people to guess what I put in," the man said. "Beaulieu," Hafnar said. "I didn't think you'd come this far north. I thought by this time you would be working in the crawfish fields." They embraced in a half-hug. Beaulieu laughed, a wide, toothy grin on his face as he looked back at Hafnar. Beaulieu was a captain within the ranks of the Pines, just a few steps below upper leadership. "So, why are you coming this way?" Hafnar asked. "The lady left me in charge. They've been taking a while to get back, so while we have plenty with their digging holes and crocs and alligators keeping a good watch in the southern region, she sent me to investigate some missing rangers." "Can you believe that?" Beaulieu explained. Hafnar nodded. "I can, yes. Vampires have been encroaching up this way." Beaulieu's large smile faded away. "I was worried about that. It isn't like him to go off and just not come back. The piney woods aren't a place to go wandering nowadays. I worry. They say the swamps and woods are getting darker. Busin went this way too. I do hope nothing happened to him." Rearden spoke up. "He's the one with the beaver people. He's okay. At least he was a few days ago." "That crazy fool is still on the beaver worshipping," another ranger exclaimed. He really kept that whole beaver thing going? Well, he was always a bit crazy, Hafnar replied. I guess that's what happens when you go to Fadabreen and encounter wizards, warlocks, and all those new school things. But your assumption is correct. The concern about the darkening of the woods goes beyond just here. I came from a council with Lady Miranda, and others spoke of such dark things. There was a lot of talking, but only a handful said they're not really sure what's going on. That's why I have Reardon with me. After the council, I went after him, and now we're making our way this way to try to sort out everything. Well, we have a tower a good distance away, and after that, we're headed toward Lucan. It will be a good stopping point for you at nightfall. Let's make our way there, and we can discuss things a bit further, Bulyu suggested. Reardon joined the group of rangers with his master. They had an odd look about them. While some of them wielded the weapons he expected like swords, others had large spears with sharp hooks on one end, and their choice of armor varied as well. Some wore pieces of leather, whereas others had a more scaly look, possibly made from alligator hides. Reardon also noticed a vial of red liquid hanging from Bullier's waist. Is that some kind of magic? Reardon asked, pointing at the vial. Magic? This? Bullier tapped the bottle and laughed. No, sir, that's toncha sauce. It's great for spicing up food. It's mostly crushed peppers. But considering what we normally have to eat in the further reaches, or when we find ourselves a bit too far north, where seal blubber is about all the things you can eat, it can save the life of a ranger of the pine. Hafnar, who had already crossed the bridge, looked back and said, There's more to eat in the north than just seal blubber. That's just what you always request. There are deer up that way, as well as bears and plenty of fish. As they continued walking, making their way around several large rock mounds, a straightaway opened up ahead. Reardon could see a massive pine tree, and in the waning light, he could make out several torches high up within the upper part of the tree. And then you have Rahim there. He comes from the Seer Islands. He tried to mix curry in my gumbo, and he learned fairly quickly that if he's going to be doing things like that, he may as well make his own pot. Bullier chuckled. Your gumbo needs stuff. It's good, but it could be better. You just don't take what I have to offer, exclaimed Rahim. None of you listen to me. I just want more peppers, and no one even cares, another ranger complained. Reardon noticed that this ranger was noticeably shorter than the others, with darker skin than Bullier's. Now, that there is Tenok. Tenok is just upset because he couldn't join that little outfit of rangers with the big black hats. I told him he needed more time studying scrolls to get into that group. You want to tell him he's too short? One of the rangers remarked. Too short? That's not what your mother said to me, Tenok retorted. Okay, you say that around the boy here, but wait. You'll be sleeping with a knot on your face if you keep making such remarks, another ranger warned Tenok. Reardon, Hafnar interjected. What you'll learn about the difference between the rangers of the north and the ones in the pines is that we are better, Bullier interrupted, and we don't smell like seals. Hafnar sniffed himself and replied, I don't smell like a seal. What is your position on seals? Reardon laughed. He liked these rangers of the pines. They reached the base of a great tree surrounded by thick bushes and branches. A camera on the side signaled to rangers at the gatehouse, and a portcullis began to rise between two smaller pine trees. In the foreground, Reardon saw at least 36 rangers. Bullier led them to a stairwell near the base of the tree, and they entered the tree itself through a carved passageway that snaked upward. As they reached the upper level and walked onto a small overlook, they beheld a grand expanse of the pines in all directions. So, did the elves just give this to you? Hafnar asked. Give it to us? We won this! We beat them in the Battle of Twin Rivers before the Rangers of the North fell back, Bullier proudly replied. Wasn't that when your general from the southern woods said something like, if I understand correctly, go suck a crawfish head to the Elven King? When the Rangers of the Pines were commanded to fight continuously for the King of Taria? Hafnar inquired. You're missing some words, but that was the idea. Bullier chuckled. Now you two are going to have some gumbo. I'm going to hear a bit more about what's going on in the rest of the world, and you'll sleep easy tonight. Before Reardon knew it, he had a bowl of the gumbo they were talking about and stirred it around with a wooden spoon. It was a thick, dark broth with several pieces of floating meat and other random vegetables that he wasn't familiar with. He hesitated but then took a sip, instantly feeling the strong and peppery aroma tickling his nose and throat. He coughed, and it seemed Beaulieu was watching for this exact reaction and burst out laughing. "Come on, my northern boy. Think of it as training. It'll help you pull back that bowstring even further," Beaulieu encouraged, grinning at Reardon, who was shoveling spoonfuls of gumbo into his mouth. Reardon took a bit more, and though it was spicy, it offered one of the most flavorful combinations he had ever tasted. He took another bite, then another, and soon he couldn't fathom how he had lived his entire life without experiencing such wondrous food. He doubted he could ever go back to simple porridge again. "Look at this! Look at this! You see this?" Beaulieu exclaimed, getting the attention of the other random rangers on the same level. "This gumbo will have them begging for more. I think this boy was lost, but he might have finally come home." Reardon wasn't really listening to everything Beaulieu was saying. He was too focused on the fact that he was running out of gumbo. But before he could say anything else, Beaulieu had already served him another spoonful. After they finished eating, they found a good spot on the balcony overlooking the woods, with stars twinkling above. Hafnar began recounting many things that had happened before Reardon had joined. "The truth is, I'm fairly sure we have a larger fight coming. There's talk of dwarves and elves working together, fighting to protect western Taria from the farmer woodland all the way down to the jagged peaks. Apparently when the vampires invaded the land before, they were contained and cut off from their supply," Hafnar explained. "I don't like the way you use the word supply. They threatened our people, our way of life throughout these woods. I've heard stories of villages and towns that were completely raided and left empty," Reardon replied, expressing his concern. Hafnar nodded. "Yes, I haven't heard much specific news, but I do believe from our encounter earlier with the one by the river that there's a greater threat looming." "Do you think there will be an attack on Lucan, or even the Grand Castle Valak?" Reardon inquired. "I cannot be certain," Hafnar said. Reardon drifted to sleep, and for the first time since the night when everything happened to his mother and father, he felt a sense of home. His mind was still yearning for the woods, however. His entire being felt strange yet comforting, and he couldn't quite grasp why he felt the way he did. As his eyes began to close, he felt a peculiar tingling and burning sensation on his chest, prompting him to touch it. Then it seemed as if he had fallen into a deep sleep, and he saw rolling mist over the mountains with darkening clouds forming above. Suddenly, a great and radiant moon ascended high into the sky, and then he witnessed something he had never seen before, a massive figure unlike any other emerging from behind it. It had a curved, angular gray face and bright white eyes with a red center. But then, everything faded away. He opened his eyes to find Hafnar snoring right beside him, and the other rangers gazing out from the balcony into the serene and tranquil woods. It was just a dream, he reassured himself, realizing that he had drifted off for some amount of time. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. They awoke the next morning, and many of the camp members, including Beaulieu and the others who had arrived with Hafnar, had already departed. It seemed that they were on patrol, as Hafnar's conversation with Beaulieu had emphasized the need for heightened security. As they set out from the tree fortress, they followed a dark, rocky road that led directly to the main fortress further down in a southern direction. On either side of the road, Reardon noticed towering pine trees, and despite their journey still leading them toward Lucan, Hafnar appeared more at ease. "The borders of this land are well guarded, but what we saw last night was just one of the many fortresses that comprise the greater range of the Pine territory. I believe there are several others, although the details elude me. They are scattered throughout the woods, even beyond the main road, forming an interlocking perimeter. Some stretch eastward, closer to the city of Blazek, while others extend further west and south, near the mountains and the borders of the Great Swamp," Hafnar explained. So, are there more rangers in the north or the south? Riordan inquired. Hafnar shrugged. I can't say for sure. During the war against the elves, the rangers of the north numbered at least 3,500. But at that time, many who joined our ranks did so because they were not part of the king's official army. They were villagers defending their local areas. Our influence spanned from the Riverlands region in the south to the Varmark woodlands, all the way up to Dwarven territory and Castle Taria, and extended toward the border of the far north near Tarmena. But the Rangers of the Pines, he continued, they have a smaller territory. During the war, I imagine they had more than 1,000 archers, but their forces are comprised of various warriors. It's difficult to determine who is an official ranger and who is not. You might have rangers and others who are just militia, and then those that are like rangers but consider themselves mountain men and unaffiliated with anyone else. There was a group of swamp warriors called Gator Roaders, a peculiar bunch. They preferred to stay in the swamp and couldn't really be considered part of the Rangers of the Pines. Then there are rangers who aren't officially part of the Rangers of the North, but don't claim to be part of the Pines either. They're more like wayward elves lost in the woods, provoking the ire of random strangers in the region. In the North, we strive to remain unseen and protect those who cannot protect themselves. Down here in the South, it's better if you avoid trespassing in certain areas. In most cases, they would rather take care of you themselves, making you disappear in the swamp without bothering to ask too many questions. Frankly, apart from their somewhat hostile nature, they have a deep distrust for people who talk excessively and too quickly, Hafnar explained. Riordan nodded. So, like highborn elves? Hafnar chuckled. Exactly. Highborn elves who just can't stop talking. They're the worst. As the day progressed, nearing sunset, Riordan spotted a stone tower in the far distance. He could see people coming and going through an open gateway, and smoke rose above the woods. In the distance, he could hear axes chopping wood, and men and women hauled large trees toward sawmills situated along the rushing river in the lower valley. There are many lumberjacks in these woods, and Lucan itself borders the swamps. It serves as a hub for the wood industry, and you can find almost anything you might need in a town like this. The sense of thick pine filled the air. In the sunset's fading light, one can observe the thick smoke lingering over the city of Lucan, giving the buildings an ashy prominence. It appears that darkness is approaching, and many workers are returning from the woods, making their way to the large meeting hall, Hafnar remarked. They entered the city, and Riordan took in the surroundings. Most of the structures here were single-story buildings made of sturdy pine wood or log cabins. The roads were simple dirt paths, and the air carried the distinct scent of pine. The sunset painted the sky, and the thick smoke hanging over Lucan added an eerie atmosphere to the buildings. As night descended, more workers returned from the woods, heading toward the bustling meeting hall. Riordan wasn't sure where Hafnar was taking him. As he heard frogs croaking, he realized there was a strange mist in the air, and they were drawing near the fabled swamps of the south. They climbed a hill and passed through a small gate. Before Riordan was an ever-reaching expanse of swamps that seemed to go on forever. In the midst of it, all stood a small shack constructed haphazardly from various pieces of wood. A window revealed a faint light, and a chimney emitted black smoke. Approaching the house, Hafnar knocked 3 times, and a turtle emerged from a small opening beside the door. "It's Hafnar. I need to speak with you," he said. At that, the door opened, and a small, gangly man appeared. He was skinny, and most of his teeth were missing, except for one large tooth prominently sticking out from his mouth. "Do you really need to speak?" the man asked, disappearing back into the house. Hafnar motioned for Riordan to follow, and they entered the cluttered house, closing the door behind them. The room was filled with stacks of scrolls and parchments, and there were random metallic cages housing strange lizards and creatures with multiple legs. Hafnar guided Riordan to a small circular table where the peculiar man sat, rolling something between his hands that appeared to be red sticks. "It has been a long time since an elf of the north visited me, and yet you arrive in Lucan and seek me out so quickly," the man said, leaning forward on the table his eyes shifting between Hafnar and Reardon. His gaze fell upon the amulet hanging around Reardon's neck. The man continued to roll the reddish sticks in his hands, shifting them from one hand to the other. Reardon couldn't make sense of what they were. "We need your help, Ogar," Hafnar said. "Oh, my help? Well, isn't it good that Ol Ogar is willing?" He looked on to Reardon. "It is," Reardon said. "Before we proceed, let me tell you a tale of a crawfish." "They say you've already seen what I've come for," Ogar said. "And what about the boy? What brings him here? Surely it's more than just the amulet. I sense questions and sadness within him. Perhaps we should seek the truth beneath the surface," he added. At that moment, the man placed what was in his hands on the table. As the strange sticks fell before Reardon, he realized they were actually crawfish legs. "These are crawfish legs, right?" Reardon asked. "Yes, they are. But you still haven't answered my question," Ogar replied. "I do not know, sir," Reardon admitted. The man grinned, a glimmer in his eyes reflecting the candlelight within the small hut. He clapped his hands. "Then allow me to tell you the tale of the crawfish before you. It is in pieces now," he said. "It was a time long ago when elves and dwarves did not know what crossed these lands. There was a great crab that sat upon a rock in the oceans far south, before the southern lands were flooded. The crab was discontented with its place in life, constantly complaining about its circumstances and yearning for a more beautiful existence. One day a lobster emerged from the depths and challenged the crab for the rock. The threatened crab, realizing it needed to defend itself, fought back." Ogar slammed his hand on the table, scattering the pieces of the crawfish even further. Reardon flinched. But the lobster devoured the crab, for the crab did not appreciate its own life. And so life became even worse for the lobster as the seas shifted, and it had to fight across changing lands to reach the southern shores. But the weather there was different, not like the turbulent oceans from where the lobster came. It sought shelter in the soft mud and began to dig tunnels, making its way as best it could. Yet, it never complained about its circumstances. It found warmth, safety, and even new experiences beyond its own. Eventually, it was blessed with the changing rivers and winds, finding itself in the very swamp where my grand house stands. Ogar leaned back against the wall of his barely standing abode, closed his eyes, and continued. "I was but a young boy when I ventured to the shores in search of a better place. But there, a lobster appeared, and I only caught a glimpse of it amidst the smokes of the swamp. Just as I bent down to grab it, a gator flew over me." He paused for a moment, then continued. "You see, the small crawfish saved me without my knowledge. Above me, on the fallen log, there was a gator waiting to devour me. I hadn't eaten well that day, and it would have been a satisfying meal for the alligator." Suddenly, Ogar began to snore, and Hafnar nudged him to wake him up. Ogar opened his eyes and stared at Reardon, but instead of the strange dark eyes he'd had before, his eyes were now glowing bright white. The scattered crawfish pieces began to swirl, forming the shape of a life-size crawfish that rose on its tail, its pincers pinching in unison with every inhale and exhale, seemingly alive. Then it fell back down, and the pieces returned to normal. "It is indeed a dark truth that the amulet you wear around your neck is connected to the greater darkness of the Order of the Blackmoon. To remove it would mean the death of the boy," Ogar explained. "But with every passing moment, the amulet draws on his life force. It gives him an advantage over the vampire lords, but his life is shortened with each passing moment. You will need more than my magic to save him, but I do believe my magic will be needed for the boy. He must travel further south and seek counsel with my own teacher, Master Ugulion, the one who possesses knowledge of voodoo magic beyond my own." As a bell began to toll, Reardon and Ogar stood together. "It seems my dream has come true," Ogar said. "What do you mean?" Reardon asked. "I dreamt that I would see you and that your arrival would bring others in need. It appears that it has come to pass, and there is no time to discuss it further. I must prepare myself through sleep, but your fellow rangers require your assistance. A great creature has been stirred within the depths of the swamps, and I believe it was. No, mind it. Do not worry. I will summon him. Reardan didn't fully understand what Ogar was talking about, but he followed his lead. Check your bow, boy. The bells toll for a reason, and the rangers need our help. Chapter 21. Black Doors of the Sun. The portal had brought them back to the original room they had come to. Every held up the shard to the other fused pieces, and in a flash of white light, they became one whole piece. Good, Andok said with a clap. Now what? They were before the great door again, and as Fadis looked again at the silver panel to the right that he had seen before, the others noticed something else. Nothing about this place is right, Andok said. No, Every said, and the spiders seemed to be looking for something and disrupting everything that was this place. What they did in the depths below seems more than merely intrusive. It's like they're searching for something. Peculiar, Badur said. It is. No, he said, look. Where before they had gone to the left and toward the first trials they had faced, it seemed that there was fresh mud on the ground. We didn't do this, he said. Badur knelt, as did Fadis. Boots, Fadis said, not rangers. Fucking elves, Badur said. They're here somewhere. Well, if they followed us, they'll be in for a horrid time with the spiders. Andok laughed. If they followed us, they may not be so friendly to us either, Badur said. If these are elves, Every said, perhaps we should warn them. Oh, no, Andok said. They're more than capable of fending for themselves. If they get into trouble, I won't say we won't help, but it's best we leave them be and avoid them. Fadis knew his words had to be careful. He didn't care much for elves himself, but Every did. Andok is right, Fadis said, and I do feel it better to avoid them for now. While Reviak is not at all a bad person, even you said he was acting strange. Every nodded much quicker than Fadis had expected. Okay, then what now? Fadis turned his attention back to where he had been looking before, the flat silver panel to their right. The shards. I think it might just fit in the box, he said, walking to the right of the great door. Every took the object and pushed it up against the box. It began to shift, glowing brightly, before becoming as a prism and pulling away from Every's grip. It sank into the box, and a passage opened up before them. This passageway was much narrower than the other, but had simple glowing red torches inside. Every drew his blade and motioned for the others. They were entering a much smaller room, and here they found what seemed to be the simplest of finds yet. Wooden desks lined one wall with stacks of candles and empty inkwells. There were scattered parchments and dozens rolled and stacked against a far wall. Andok and Badur immediately began looking over them. Their plans, drafts, construction notes, Badur said. Fadis picked up one of them and looked it over. It looked like the level they were on and was stamped at the top, right with a golden bolt of lightning. Beneath it were others, and as he followed a trail of charred parchments on the floor, he found a small and long cold fireplace that held more of the parchments. Some of these seem to be older than the others, Andok said. They have markings of oceans and mountain ranges I do not recognize at a glance. Every went to Andok. I don't know, he said. I've seen many elven maps, but not Rusis. I can't say either. Fadis put the parchment back down and turned to their left. His eyes had adjusted, and now, seeing a bit better and not hyper-focused on the immediate mysteries to be had looking at the parchments, he jumped at the sight of a large black dragon head with massive incisors. Whoa, he said. The others looked, and Every shuddered, gasping. That isn't, he said. That isn't right at all. What? Badur asked. Afraid of a statue? That is no mere statue, it is of something else. That is I think an Itsu god. Okay. Fancy words there. You said Itsu? Itru? Those are Rusi's words for rock, and that's no god of rock. There isn't one of those, Andok said. But some words in ancient Rusis are of simple elements. Even, as one might say, dumber words, Badur said. The gods of the north were seen as those of high places, clouds, the tops of mountains, the power of the oceans and the tidal forces. Itsu were seen as more grounded and thus stone or rock. And? Fadis asked. An odd finding here, Badur said. Make no doubt of that. Evri went toward the statue and Fadis put his arm out. He didn't want Evri getting too close to it regardless of what it was or wasn't. It's fine, Evri said. This isn't sentient. It is mere stone, but it also is missing that which it should have to be Itsu. He pointed at it, moving his fingers up striations in its mouth and to its head. No markings, no runes, yet it is a volcanic stone and very much in the form of a deity. Evri placed his hand on it. I can sense the vibrations of energy, the feelings focused on it. He turned, looking down to the ground. Look at your feet, the carpets. Fadis looked down and kicked the ground. There was a hardened carpet atop the stone floor. Many of potent power meditated and prayed toward this stone, he said. I do think this is part of the original caves here, before it was more. Fadis went up to the statue, noticing something in its mouth. It was dangling from the back of its elongated mouth. He pulled it out and looked at what he had found. It was a large golden key set with what appeared to be a red jewel. Odd, Evri said. A key? A key, Fadis confirmed. Andok and Badur both were beside him now. A key for the door out there? Fadis drew in a breath and then shrugged. Are we sure we want to chance this? There are already elves looking for us. And if we wait any longer, they'll find us, Badur said. Fadis looked to Evri. Itsu are the evil gods, he said. This is not Itsu. I'd stake my life on it. It isn't. Those aren't the odds I like or gambles I want to make. I don't want to either, but I know about this. Oddly, it was Master Riviak who taught me about such things. He'd be rather upset if I messed this one up. They went to the door, and Fadis looked at the key in his hand. There was a reason the trials before were set up the way they were. The gathering of the shards, what should have been complete one after another tribulations. Now they had the key. He wondered if the Rusis had never finished the place, if the key would even work. Perhaps on the other side, they'd find nothing but a dirt room, more unfinished floors or passages. Fadis wondered of the elves. He knew they had to be not too far behind them. Fuck it! He pushed the key into the hole and twisted it with ease. The door shook and opened, revealing a narrow box of sorts with a pale blue light shining back at them. Some kind of trick? Evri asked. Some sort of inscription marked the wall beneath the light. He and the other stepped closer to try to see what it said. But as Andok stepped in, being the last person to do so, the door shut, and the entire box shuddered. Fadis grabbed onto the wall as a thin layer of metal shut, and they began to move down from the doorway they had passed through. We go down, Evri said plainly. Andok had a look of terror on his face, and Badur seemed unsure of what was happening. Fadis looked to Evri as they began to be able to see faint light in the darkness, and the box they were in stopped some distance below where they had been. As the door opened, they were not met with a similar room as they had entered from. There was no dirt other cavernous surroundings. It was plain stone and silver in color. The floors were smooth, and though made of stone, they had a unique sheen to them. Fadis stepped off, not sensing any danger at all, but feeling as if they had stepped into another world of sorts. It was such an odd place compared to any place on the surface. Even comparing it to Dwemhar ruins he had seen with the Stormborn, this place was different. A passage with glowing white light opened before them, and he could see a large glass structure of some kind ahead. Where are we? Andok asked. Where's the treasure? This may be the treasure, Badur said, but I have no idea if it is even Rusis. Evri spun about as they entered and laughed. An Arcanum Starforge. You have seen one before? Fadis asked. No, Evri went on. They were rumored places across the lands, a place of creation. I saw drawings of the ones in Kiva, but I guess the rumors were true. Fadis had never heard or seen anything like this place. The chamber they were in now was unadorned, but as they took the only route toward the glass ahead, the sheerness of the walls gave way to intricate designs and writing. Badr slowed to try to read some, but it was the glass ahead that had everyone's attention. As they passed into the room, there was a melodic sound and a rush of air from somewhere above them. The glass structure was filled with water, and bubbles rose from the bottom of it. Beyond the structure were several small silver doors and a large door made of black rock. There were inscriptions on it. Every went toward the black rock door, and then turned to look at the others. "This isn't Rusis." Fadis glanced at it, but he already knew he'd likely not know what it was if Every did not. Badur rubbed his hand across the inscriptions but shook his head. "It's not a language I know." Andok went to one of the walls, feeling along it and a serpent-like structure that ran from the black rock door down into the ground. "This is strange," he said. "It forms around the door itself, like it is meant to keep the door shut or something." The glass chamber continued to bubble and illuminated the room. Fadis felt for an arrow as Every pointed his sword at it. "This is what you called an Arcanum Starforge. Is this the forge?" Fadis asked. "No," Every said. "I do not recognize this from the drawings." The water suddenly shifted violently. Something was thrashing about as the light grew brighter, and the water became like fogs within the chamber. From behind the door, they saw a hand not too unlike theirs appear on the glass. "What is that?" Andok asked. Both Badur and Andok drew their bows and backed away, moving toward the way they had come through. Every stood in front of Fadis, keeping his sword angled as the glass withdrew, sinking into the floor, and the fog within the capsule, as it could best be described, dissipated. A blanched figure was squatting, its form grasping its own head. It looked up at them. It was a man. His skin was beyond wrinkled, and he blinked, looking around. "And is it," he said, stammering, "is it a good moon?" "A good moon, friend?" Every asked, kneeling to the man's level. "What do you mean? It is the year of—" "No," the man said. "The moon, does it rise in solitary silence, or is it flanked by that which is black?" "The black moon rose some time ago," Fadis said. The man curled back into his own arms. "I have slept for too long. I must prepare." He stepped toward one of the walls. He was nude, but did not seem to give any attention to that fact or any other. He moved his fingers along the wall, and the stone itself began to glow with strange symbols. "You are the ones who awakened me?" he asked them, looking to each of them with gray eyes. "We are. Who are you?" Badur asked. "I am the Keeper of Life. I have been here. Others came. All have gone. I remain to fulfill passage to that which shall be the ones who come and go toward the light of the Blackmoon." Fadis looked to Every and then the others. "This is a Rusis hold, a place of treasure, we hear." The man stopped whatever it was he was doing and turned to Fadis. Behind him, the symbols continued to move and then spread out over the walls, illuminating other random portions of the chamber they were in. "Treasure for some are books within a library. Others find it in our natural world atop the mountains looking out over the valley. Still others may find it sailing across the eastern seas. As I will say, I've been sleeping, but no doubt the oceans still roll with the waves of the tides and give life to the lands." "They do," Fadis said with a nod. "Then treasure means what to those who are here before me? The ones who would reach into the Arcanum? Do you seek that of knowledge, of gold, or of life?" "Our world suffers," Every said. The man turned to look at him. "All worlds suffer at some point. What makes yours different?" "The Blackmoon," Fadis said. "Vampires." "I see," the man said solemnly. "Then it shall be I, the Keeper of Life, who shall lead unto the next way of doing." "And if we want to leave?" Andok asked. Fadis looked to Andok, surprised. "Leave?" the Keeper of Life asked. "Like, go back up? Leave the hold?" The Keeper of Life responded. "You were not given unto me for my own doing?" "We sought the secrets here to hopefully find a way to stop what befalls our world," Fadis said. Ah, yes. War is terrible, and the loss of life horrid, no doubt. He looked at Fadis. If what you seek is a path to end that, then I can help. A treasure indeed, within the way of the black doors of the sun, the one whose father is eternal and whose mother remains the blackness. I can open that way, for the way that you have come is no longer accessible to you. The Keeper of Life went to the door of black rock. Here, he said, pushing a portion of the door before backing up. The door opened with the sound of rustling stone, leading to a cavernous passage that snaked downward. Where does that go? Badur asked. To the treasure you seek, that which can end the war that happens beneath the Blackmoon, and with that, I can rest. But first, those who claim, though I wish to have seen with my own eyes the ones who would come. Time has been cruel, and my science has failed me. Let me hope not all my experiments were failures. That would be most negative. Evri and Fadis both peered into the passage as Andok joined them. Badr walked toward them with his arms crossed, and his eyes met Fadis's. You are a Rusis scientist? He asked the man. I once worked for those of Kiva, yes. I am Rusis, yes. But my time has been stretched out far beyond that which is natural. I am the Keeper of Life, and the mother and father shall dictate who is truly worthy for that which is ahead. Come on, Fadis told the ranger. Fadis knew Badur was thinking about what all this meant, but as it was, they could not go back. Fadis wasn't sure if the others had noticed, or if they had been distracted by their strange scientist, but the way out of the place had been sealed with stone, and he had only just noticed it himself. They passed through the black door known as the Black Doors of the Sun. As Fadis stepped through the void, he could no longer look back and see the Keeper of Life, only stone. Evri, Andok, and Badur stared at him as the four of them wondered where exactly they had ended up. Don't stare at me like that. We wanted treasure. Let's go find whatever is hidden here, for good or ill. The Blackmoon has some form of relation to this, and I'm not sure if that is comforting or horrible. Chapter 22. Haunted Swamplands. Dorian and Zeno had kept on guard, moving east with haste. Now they were getting into the thicker areas of the pine woods. Many times they had come upon a large and snaking river and continued to try to make their way, considering they had no way to cross the water. What? We're going to go all the way east to Lucan? That's a bit further than we need to go, Zeno said. We can't risk going north right now. That way is not guarded, and if a host of guards can be overwhelmed in just a few seconds, we were lucky to be able to get out. Much to Mimi's happiness, even with all the chaos, all of her cats had managed to escape, and though there had been several missing for a time, now all the cats had found their way back. But while they had seemingly escaped the one horror, they were drifting closer to the edges of the swampland, and here they'd begun to hear a faint cry just before the sun had come up. It sounded as if it were an animal whimpering. Where before Mimi had told her scary story to scare the guards, she had a look of concern. We should not stay so close to the water, but we need to make camp. I say we stay away from the water, though. Well, we can keep going. The rising sun will make it easier to see in general. There's no reason to make camp now, Zeno said. Oh, I agree, Mimi said, but I think I need to sit down. Maybe do something about this leg. Dorian turned to see that in everything that had happened, she had taken some type of wound to her leg and was bleeding. At some point in their flight, she had tied a tourniquet on her leg, but now the wound was festering and seemed to be afflicted with some poison of its own. Why didn't you say anything? Dorian asked. It's just a bit of a scratch, and we were being hunted by things that I saw literally kill a man in less than a second. But it's getting kind of numb, and I can't really walk with it like I should be able to. They moved away from the water's edge and did exactly as she had wanted, setting up a camp as Zeno looked to clean the wound as best he could. They were running low on fresh water, and though there was water nearby, it would not be considered fresh. Then she rested, keeping the foot elevated. Zeno sought out fresh water to restore things. He had taken both of their pouches and soon returned just after she had awoken again. The rangers worked to clean the wound and found a bit of healing herb and told her to chew on it. You got grazed by something, but with the wound open, you're prone to infection. I'm gonna need to... Don't tell me what you need to do. I know what you need to do. I'm not chewing on this herb for my health. She laughed. Well, I am doing it for my health, but not just to chew on it for flavor. Now heat up that dagger and get this thing sealed up. We need to get going. Thankfully, in his search for water, Zeno had made a point to also get more berries. They tended to her wound. As soon as they were done, they prepared to leave again. It was then they heard someone else approaching. But before too much of an alarm could be raised, he heard a strange and familiar sound. It was a bark combined with the strange call of an eagle. He could hear its flapping wings and at once signaled for Brutus to calm, whistling several times. I'm surprised I can't see you and your red hair from here, he shouted. I see your companion. Where are you, Mirian? And I figured I could smell you, she said from afar. The ranger seemed to have someone else with her of a much smaller stature. You bring a kid out here with you? He asked. Met up in northern Taria. His fate isn't like the others. Been trying to get this way, but I've been having to dodge attacks, she said. After I kept hearing there were worsening attacks going this way, I knew you and any other rangers who went after the Lord's mom might be in need. But as I understand it, my little companion saw yours from afar, so we made our way to try to reach you here. Shouldn't be so close to these waters. Oh, I know, he said. They were going to make their way toward Lucan together. The strange ranger, as Marian was calling the cat figure, was beyond awed to everyone there. Except for Mimi, who absolutely adored the non-speaking ranger. Now, if you had shown up, I would have followed you by default. I gave those rangers absolute trouble on coming this way, and I have continued to give everyone trouble but you, an adorned cat with weapons. Now that is a treat. If only you could speak. What's with the cat? Zeno asked. The best we can guess is he pissed off a wizard. I'm hoping the elves might have something to help him, but we haven't been able to do that. So, he's with us. We haven't had to deal with too much ourselves, but he is a rather decent shot, except he can't talk. I think once we figure out a way to help him communicate, he can tell us more, but as it goes, he's a decent ally. They stood upon the shores of the swamp. Lucan is north of here, Marian said. Ghost and I saw far too many shades in the woods, and though they didn't mess with us, with the fall of night I'd rather risk the passage across the water than going around that way. But we've got to go a bit further south to reach the boats. We're close, just not close enough. With the songs of frogs filling the air and a pale yellow moon rising in the east over the waters, Dorian spotted fairy lights over the stagnant water as the rangers, Mimi, her cats, and Brutus bringing up the rear moved along the water's edge. In time they passed from the cover of trees to the open sky and a mix of tall grass and reeds. The wind cut over them, and the unmistakable stench of soured mud that you could only smell near a swamp filled Dorian's nose. The cats were the first to start acting strange, hissing and growling. Something is close, Mirian said. But then Brutus seemed erratic, moving right up to Dorian's hip. What? He asked. Something laughed to his right, and Dorian's hand went to his sword. He stopped, looking into the darkness as Mirian shouted, Come on, don't listen to them! The laughing continued, creeping up closer sometimes and then falling away. As the moon rose higher, Dorian glimpsed something white and stubby peering out from between the reeds. Creeping gnomes. They're like white dwarf things, but they've got the lower parts of a goat. Do not pause. Keep those cats closer, Mirian said. Mimi stopped, picking up 3 of her cats and suddenly turning to Dorian. Here, young man. Hold these for me. Zeno ran into Dorian from behind, not paying attention that Dorian had stopped and looking behind him as he hurried. Something else is here, he said. In the water. Here, take a cat, Dorian said, pushing it to him. Almost to the boat landing, Mirian said. Keep moving. Suddenly, one of the cats squealed. Mimi tried to grab it as it was pulled into the reeds. Master Mouseface! Mimi shouted. Shh, Mirian said. Dorian looked off the path, trying to see where the cat had been dragged. Then, Ghost pounced from the road and into the reeds. Hissing and pieces of broken reeds filled the air as Master Mouseface was soon returned. He was covered in mud and had cuts on his body, but Mimi was tending to it. A few moments later, Ghost returned holding the short and stubby form of one of the creeping gnomes. It was dead. Dorian nodded. "Mirian, you were right." It was white as she had said. While its top half looked dwarven, its lower legs were like that of a goat or other small hooved animal. "Curse things," she said. "But come. You killed one so the others should stay away a bit. They're cowardly unless you're alone. Must have thought the cat was easy prey, but they didn't expect Ghost." They were moving again, making their way through the reeds and emerging to a barren bank with several crossed tree limbs. "This is it," Mirian said. She had led them to a hideout on the southern shore of the swamp. "I'd forgotten about this one. We lost some of the boats. We've only got 3, but I think that'll work." Dorian took Mimi with him and Brutus, the cats now fitting wherever they could. Zeno went alone in one boat but ended up with more cats as they worked to avoid Brutus. Mirian and Ghost had the third boat and pushed off first. Dorian gripped a quant pole, pushing against the muddy bank. Zeno was the second to follow after Mirian. They were already making their way across as Dorian heard something moving between the reeds behind him in the shallow water. At first, he thought it one of the cats. "Get us going," Mimi said. Then he heard it. It was like a child's pouting. The deeper water stirred near him. He pushed hard into the silt and got them away from the shoreline. "Did any of you hear that?" he asked the others. "Quiet. Ignore the sounds, ignore your eyes. We are not in a good spot to be delaying now," Mirian said. Dorian kept his head on a pivot, looking behind and around them. Mirian lit a small lamp on her boat, but outside of that, fairy lights continued to bounce on the distant shores. There was a thick fog over the water, and every so often they began to run into a shallow point in the swamp. "Deeper water coming. Keep cutting across," she told him. "Do not let yourself get in a current. If you do, jab the pole into the water." Dorian looked behind him and could tell something was following just behind. He felt something hit up against the boat, causing Brutus to jump. "Just a gar," he said. "I hope it's just a gar." They had made it to deeper water, but the fog was so thick he couldn't even see across. For now, he kept Mirian's light ahead of him as the water swirled at their sides. Now, as they moved through skeletal trees reaching up through the water from their resting places far beneath, the scratching of their slime-entombed branches created all sorts of thoughts in Dorian's mind. As much as he was confident he knew and could explain the sounds, his imagination was running at full force. He brushed away moss from low-hanging trees as they moved into shallower waters. "Keep moving. Keep the shore to your left. This is Lorna Moor Point, edge of an island. We're past halfway to the other side," Mimi shouted. Slaps struck the bottom of the boat, tossing them from side to side. Brutus growled as Dorian swore he saw something grab the edge of the boat. He took his quant stick in hand, driving it into the mud beneath them and then bumping something. For a second, it was stuck. He jerked it back and then stabbed several times. Another thump against the boat and they began to spin. The front of the boat was caught. Mimi shouted in surprise as water shot up over the edge. Brutus barked and growled. Dorian drew his sword, stabbing at something in the darkness on the front of the boat. He withdrew his blade, noticing a slightly orange-hued color. A moment later, Zeno cut across, jabbing his stick into something. The water exploded and pushed Dorian's boat away. "Don't engage! Keep moving!" Mirian shouted. Above, Dorian saw something flying. "What is that?" he shouted. "My friend, guiding us to shore! Keep going! Keep going!" Dorian pushed off, as it seemed Zeno and his boat full of cats had managed to scare off whatever had grabbed them. Ahead, the fog was clearing, and above them he saw what he guessed was Mirian's familiar. They were coming toward shore, though they were now passing through many more lily pads, making their egress to shore from the deeper water much more difficult. He tried to steer behind Mirian, who was nearly on shore, when, on the edges of the lily pads, he saw the water splashing at random. Dorian could hear children crying, a distinct sound in the air. An ominous one, for there were no children near. Then, what looked like a child's body emerged from the water, flopping wildly as if it did not have bones in its body. This was not the creature's form, but a mere distraction. It exploded beneath the lily pads, retracting the small, childlike lure it would use to attract passers-by to the water's edge. No, this creature stood so tall that it towered above the boats. It roared, and in the pale yellow light of the moon, Dorian could see nothing but its teeth and dripping swamp water. Miriam shouted, but Dorian couldn't hear her words. It shot through the water toward Dorian, but Mimi's hammer was fast, striking the creature in the face. It recoiled as Dorian jumped from the boat, having just struck mud. He pulled the boat toward shore. Ghost jumped from his boat to Dorian's to defend the other cats, but Zeno, who was still in deeper water, struggled to get closer to shore. He had drawn his sword, but the boat was overtaken by slimy hands. He began throwing the cats before the boat fractured, pulled beneath the surface. "Zeno!" Dorian shouted. The ranger pushed his boat with Mimi and Brutus into shallower water and drew his long sword. The cats were swimming toward them. Ghost, leaping into the water, gathered them up and made for the shore. Dorian stood in the water with his sword at the ready as they watched the water for Zeno. There were several other spots of movement in the waters before the water stilled. Both Miriam and Ghost now stood in ankle-deep water with their bows bent. "Letitia, spirit of a child lost to the swamp, raised by gator shamans, strange folk I've never seen. They say they don't kill you, but instead turn you into one of them. Nasty creatures. They steal babies from the shore, overturn boats and—" The water exploded and Zeno emerged, grasping for the surface. Dorian jumped forward, grabbing his fellow ranger, who was bleeding from his face. Dorian pulled him to shore as he realized the Letitia had grasped him with some form of tentacle covered in thick scales like an actual alligator. Zeno had managed to cut himself free, and had it not been for that, he would still be beneath the depths. "Damn mud, fool!" Zeno spat. "Damn!" "Man!" They scurried together toward the shore, but there wasn't time to stop. The water erupted and 3 creatures emerged. Each stood at least twice the height of Dorian, who was the largest of their company. Brutus charged, biting one of the creature's scaled arms, but was thrown back. Miriam and Ghost both loosed arrows, striking but not slowing the creature's advances. Dorian had never seen such terrible-looking forms. While their bodies were like that of a turtle, pale and smooth, their backs and limbs were covered in alligator scales, and their mouths were like a dog's, but larger and gaping open. They stepped from the swamp, which itself seemed to follow them, the lily pads and mud spreading out from them in a disgusting growth spreading with each step they took on to shore. "Run!" Miriam said. "Get to Lucan! Go north! Go north! They shouldn't pursue us too far from the water!" Dorian turned and ran, but kept his gaze looking back. The creatures were not fast, but they were not falling away either. Mimi and her cats were struggling to keep up with the more agile rangers. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Hafnar could see the rangers up ahead. He then saw what was coming for them. 3 monsters of a type he had never seen before. It was like a troll, but of the swamp, to this northern ranger. "Letitia, arrows and fire now! Push them back!" Miriam shouted. Hafnar had not seen the leader of the Rangers of the Pines since she was much younger, actually in the woods in a fight as of now. But he had heard of her tenacity. Now he could see it firsthand. The other Rangers who had followed him had done so with many torches, so her command was easily followed. Streaks of fire struck the creatures, who while slowing now had not stopped. Hafnar saw an old woman and many cats running past. Then, a figure he had not expected to see again, that cat-like one from back in Castle Taria. 1 creature fell, but 2 more pushed on. The rangers were loosing arrows and now flaming spears, but the creatures were gaining ground. Then from behind them came many strange albino creatures that looked like some kind of strange dwarf-goat hybrid. "Creeping gnomes!" one of the rangers shouted. They were keeping their distance from the creatures. Gobs of green web exploded toward them, and Hafnar was unsure if this was something from the Latish monsters or the creeping gnomes. "Volleys! Sound alarm! Wall defenses!" Horn calls went up, and now great torches were lit behind them. Lucan was moving into a much more defensive stance than Hafnar had ever seen. The rangers fell back further, and Hafnar stood with bow bent as the other rangers lined up with Mirian. "Volley! One on the left!" she shouted. Some arrows had fire, others did not. The volley of bolts struck the creature, and it recoiled. Then the other creature stopped, grabbing hold of the first. "Get into the walls! Get more fire! More fire!" There was now a large line of flaming spears set up on the gateway of timber and stone behind them. Hafnar followed behind the rangers as the two Latish became as one, its followers of creeping gnomes gathering behind it. "Mirian, these grizzle monsters think they can breach the city?" a ranger shouted. "I'll have them as crackled pigskin cakes before I'll let those gnomes in here." Hafnar wasn't sure what the ranger meant by that, but the creature loomed even taller than it was before. The arrows struck it, doing nothing but catching pieces of its scaly skin alight. Now it was almost like some kind of walking tree spliced with alligator and on fire. But much to his surprise, he looked out toward the water to see Ogar. He was dancing strangely, shaking a small shaker and smoking at the same time. He began to clap louder and louder before howling oddly and cackling as he did. The Lycha stopped, looking out at the deep, mossy woods around him. It turned its body, moving slowly toward the water's edge. "The old fool is at it again," a ranger said. "Plant more arrows. Release. Release," Mirian said. They continued their volleys and the creature kept going toward the water's edge. Hafnar did not think it was retreating. It was going after Ogar. Then came a loud howl unlike anything ever heard by Hafnar in all his travels. The rangers, including Mirian, stopped their attack as a thunderous commotion came through the trees. The Lycha jerked to look behind itself. In a dark flurry of broken limbs and moss, a beast slammed into the creature. Hafnar tried to see in the tumultuous swamp water and broken branches what it was. Further behind it, the albino creatures fled as the Lycha was thrown backward and slammed onto the road. "Hold!" Mirian shouted. The rangers drew back but did not release any more. The Lycha snarled, its body bleeding as it circled back away from Lucan with a limp. Hafnar saw the beast that had come. Whether it was a true friend of the rangers or just an opportunistic hunter with an eye on a larger prize, the creature stood almost like Brutus would if Brutus could stand. It was wolf-like, but standing as it was not a dire wolf or any other kind of dog. "What in the gods is that?" Zeno asked. Brutus was cowering behind Hafnar. "It's okay, boy." "Do not release an arrow. Do not anger it," Mirian said. "What is that?" Hafnar asked. "Guardian of the swamps. Rougarou, but he is just likely to turn on us if encouraged. Just let him do what he does." The Lycha growled, charging at Rougarou, but the beast grabbed hold of it. The Lycha slapped and clawed at it, but Rougarou bit down on its neck. The creature grasped hold of Rougarou, pulling him on top of him before rolling toward the water. Rougarou grabbed hold of a tree, kicking at the leech over and over, with one hit clawing into the leech's face. The Lycha cackled, slapping the top of the tree, shattering it. Rougarou was pulled into the water, and it seemed the tentacles of other Lycha were grasping it. Mirian grabbed the bow of one of her kin and a handful of arrows. "Mirian!" one of them shouted. She ran within a few paces of the monsters, pulling back and striking the leech in the eye. It hissed bubbling water when Hafnar planted an arrow in the creature, drawing back again as Rougarou managed to roll, throwing the creature from himself. It grasped a log, striking the Lychee before at last the water began to still. Rougarou howled long and deep before turning and looking at Mirian. "Captain!" one of the rangers of the pine shouted. Hafnar watched as Mirian bowed. Rougarou stood, the moon above him a deep orange. He was breathing heavily. He looked over at the defenders of Lucan and growled. Hafnar and the others joined Mirian in bowing. He howled again and then turned, vanishing into the fogs, rolling off the swamps into the mossy trees, and with that, it was quiet. Chapter 23. Down in the bayou. Well, that was a first, Marian said. Hafnar shook his head. Not what I expected coming to Lucan. She blew him a kiss. Not always just a fun time. She looked to the others. Set roving patrols. No smaller than groups of 6. Send word to all watchtowers of the attack. At this point, Reardon had come to the gates with several other children. Mama, we didn't get any good hits, a boy said. Well, Gadia, you'll have to try harder. Now get ready for bed. You need to be up early. Your son? Hafnar asked. Yes, and yours? She asked, pointing to Reardon. Apprentice, he told her. My name is Reardon, Reardon said. Well then, if you'll be sticking around, you can learn a bit from Gatia. The village of Lucan was well awake at this hour, but it was none other than Ogar who stood silently with his hand raised. Hafnar looked at him. He was shaking. Are you okay? He asked. Marian, Ogar said. Marian went to him as he fell to his knees. What? No sleep in the swamps tonight. No sleep. I have seen old Rougarou, and his eyes have seen others. He did not come to Lucan to fight the Latish, and the Latish did not flee just because of Rougarou. They are coming. They are coming. Just then, a single flash of fire lit up the sky to their east. Perimeter breach! To arms! To arms! A shout went out. Gatia! To the tower! All children to the tower! Mirian shouted. What now? Dorian questioned. About that time, a half-dozen figures came from the swamps. They were rangers atop large alligator mounts. Captain, we've got Icarn coming from the southern road and more filling the forests. Send word to all southern watchtowers to fall back to Lucan. What of the elves? One of them asked. Just us for now, boys. Now get word to the others. A duo of owls landed just near Mirian. She took a message off one of them. They are falling back north. They can't get here. Who? Hafnar asked. Eastern watches. All they wrote ways flee. This is my home. Damn them if they think we'll flee. Just then, bells filled the air. Seal the city! Shut the gates! A guard shouted. Well, we all got here at the right time, Mirian said. The captain led the other rangers toward the wall as Mimi was taken with all her cats to a central hall. She was injured and had no business fighting. Ghost, Zeno, Dorian, Hafnar, and Mirian were on the walls, making their way around to the eastern side of the city, where one by one massive torches were lifted from behind the walls and lit up the darkened woods. Hafnar could see the white forms of the Icarn gathering in a mass just outside bow range. He looked back up to the central tower where Reardon and at least another dozen children, as well as other, older rangers, looked out with bows ready. Not sure how I feel about children with bows above me, Zeno said. Those kids can hit a target just as well as you or I can, but sword to sword, they're not as strong. They are fine, though Hafnar here has a young one. Not too sure about him. Her jab was a half-tease, and Hafnar could tell. He took down a vampire lord, so he's somewhat okay. That almost sounds like confidence, Dorian said. Almost was. Hafnar laughed. For a few minutes there was absolute silence when a single black form emerged from the white Icarn. People of this sheltered city, it said, I am a lord of Elria Sonia. I offer you but one chance at committed solace in the shadow of the Blackmoon. Do you? An arrow struck the ground just near the figure. That's a good answer, Hafnar said. Marian pulled back another arrow. The only answer we can give. Without horn call or audible command, the Icarn attacked. The defense of Lucan was based around denying advance over the palisade walls and holding not only the northern gate, but the southern one. While the hills on the northern part of the region meant most of their attackers would have an advantage if they were using bows, the Icarn were not warriors of such skill. At least, not the Icarn before them. Gig 'em! Gig 'em! While arrows flew in repeated barrages, the first of the Icarn had reached the palisade and were scratching upward, attempting to climb. Hafnar looked back to Reardon and the other children in the tower high above. He nodded to Reardon as he watched his elven bow lighting up in the darkness. "More fire! More fire!" Dorian shouted. "Light up the fireflies," Mirian ordered. While there were already great torches glowing along the walls, Hafnar watched as bundles of glowing grass were launched from slings in the city street up into the trees. Sparks flew off the great pines as whimsical embers rained down over the forest. They were not flames, though. "More fireflies!" someone shouted. Another barrage and then another. The forest glowed from the flames, which made each of Hafnar's arrows easier to land on an Icarn, but even an arrow released into the blackness would have landed without difficulty. Their foe was great, and with large sticks seemingly more useful for fishing, rangers stabbed the ones attempting to climb up. But now their foe was wrapping around toward the southern gate in haste. A host of warriors wielding many different melee weapons assembled on the road just outside the gate. "Militia assemble," Mirian said. "Where will you have us?" one of them shouted, running up to the wall. "Reinforce the gates. Gig them off the walls. They're not too smart, but there's a lot of them." Zeno and Dorian were still in their original positions, releasing arrow after arrow. Dorian turned and whistled. "They've gotten some change in command. They're beginning to turn toward the swamp." About that moment, a shade flew into the lights of the fireflies and slammed into the palisade. Rangers were thrown about. Dorian flew backward onto the ground, and a vampire thrall hissed. Zeno drew his saber, dropping his bow in motion and lunging forward. The blade split the thrall's skin, but glanced off its shoulder. The vampire grabbed him when the ranger drew his dagger and shoved his foe against the wall. Zeno stabbed it over and over before throwing him over the top, just as Icarn crested the wall. Hafnar pushed back along the wall, sending arrow after arrow as the tower defenders too focused their barrage. Just then, a great light lit up the eastern sky. It rose, launching high over the pine forests. "What is that?" Hafnar shouted. "Our sister city is overwhelmed. They call for aid." The gate shook, the massive timbers splintering. Lucan was not a place like Valak, and it was not one of the great dwarven or elven cities. It was a town of woodcutters and woodsmen, defended honorably, but not as defensible as what they needed against an enemy such as this. Ogar suddenly emerged from his happy abode into a furious grouping of Icarn. An orange smoke flowing from his pipe wrapped whimsically around his arms and head. The Icarn scratched at him but could not harm him. Other Icarn, not wearing armor and bearing weapons, struck at him, but he was fast, jumping behind and amongst them, lighting some type of strange fire in their forms that engulfed them from the inside at the center of their chests. Ogar went toward the gate as the militia worked to reinforce it with hastily hewn logs. Elsewhere along the wall, the Icarn were beginning to lift ladders. The rangers would kick them down. The Icarn seemed to have different attack groups, and Hafnar could see more of the hooded vampire thralls moving in with the heavier armored Icarn. "Reports in!" a ranger shouted to Mirian. "Northern watches are falling. Nothing from eastern watches." Suddenly again, the night sky was split by a great fire in the east. "A second call for aid," someone within the militia said. "Surely no ally would just abandon us." The gates shuddered, and Ogar stood atop it. His smoke had all but dissipated, and out all along the grounds between the gates and the swamp, melted masses of Icarn still glowed from the fire he had placed in them. Mirian and Hafnar hurried to join him along the wall as Dorian and Zeno returned to their positions. Hafnar had loosed all his arrows and took one of the spear-like sticks the rangers had been using. "Never thought we'd be using gigging poles for fighting Icarn," Mirian said. About that time, Ogar's eyes glowed white. "He's attempting to call for aid," Mirian shouted. "Defend him!" Not that we're not already doing that, Hafnar thought. The Icarn were coming across the swamp with a large barge of sorts. In the distance, a small gathering of rangers also came across the water. They were from the Southern Watches, hurrying to aid Lucan. They were suddenly pulled beneath the surface in an explosion of water and tentacles. The Latish had returned. And now that a barge of the enemy had made it to the muddy shores, Hafnar realized the Ikarn had some type of large timber fashioned with a curved metal tip. "Ram! Ram!" Rangers shouted. "Bless their damn hearts! They're making me use my dwarven gifts." Mirian pulled out several small stone balls. It was dwarven dust, an explosive Hafnar had seen used before. She flung 2 of the canisters at the ram. There was a spark, and then a shuddering explosion of fire and mud. The Ikarn carrying it were massive forms, and were only slowed even as their bodies burned. She threw 2 more, these blasting the timber itself. Arrows plinked around it as it continued its advance. Something snapped nearby. A loud crack shook the entire wall. Hafnar saw that near Dorian and Zeno, the wall was leaning in. Ikarn were jumping through the gap. The militia sounded horns, advancing to plug the gap in the walls. The battering ram was still coming. Now more of the armored Ikarn were stacking up around it, shielding it from arrow fire. Beyond that were more vampire thralls. Then Hafnar saw it. A singular figure riding some form of bat-like beast that swooped down over the swamps and landed before a small host of hooded riders. This new foe wore a crown of silver atop its head. The bat it rode was gray and black, with webs on its wings. It was like the creature had just emerged from some long slumber and simply took to the sky, coming all the way to Lucan. "Mirian," Hafnar said, pointing. She drew back her bow, not caring what it was, but attempting to land a hit. Though it was dark and her arrow flew with the power and accuracy of a ranger of the pines, nigh unseeable in the blackness, the rider parried the arrow and gleamed directly at them. "It's one of the highborn," she said, "though I wish it wasn't. I'm no elf, but I think we might need a bit more than iron and pine wood." A series of arrows flew toward him from the tower, and each of them were stopped, hovering mid-air before him. "Well, I'd call that a bit of a problem," Mirian said. The figure made a motion with a large white sword and sent all the bolts back toward Lucan. "Do not release arrows toward them!" In that countered volley, multiple rangers along the walls took hits. Hafnar thought of Reardon. He knew his bow might make some difference. That said, he couldn't even get to Reardon. The battering ram was nearly at the gate, and Hafnar knew it would not take much more to knock it open. For the moment, the militia was holding the line in the small breach to the east. As more rangers attempted to send arrows toward the vampires on the banks of the swamp, the arrows returned with a vengeance. Mirian had took to standing just near Ogar, and using her staff, she knocked back Ikarn. The gate shook as the ram struck into the wavering timbers. Hafnar drew his sword, smashing down a ladder just as it had come to rest on the wall. Another breach was somewhere to the north. Now Ikarn had made it into the inner streets. Much to his surprise, he saw a group of cats and, of all people, the old woman who had come with Dorian, Zeno, and Mirian. The woman was holding a small axe and a hammer. While she was limping as she did so, she attacked the Ikarn, who were more focused on the rangers and attempting to sneak up behind them than an old woman. 1, 2, 3. Bet you thought you were going to just walk past Mimi and not say a thing. As she hacked at them, the cats pounced, a furious but miniature show that Clur would be proud of. Then he saw Clur, the animal having returned from his jaunt north to attack the random stragglers fleeing from Mimi. "That's what I thought. And wow, look at that little kitty! Come on, kitty girl!" Kitty girl. Ghost, the ranger cat, joined the hissing match as he had seemingly gone to the meow-like calls of the cats. For a moment, Hafnar wondered if he was in just a strange dream and he'd awaken in Ogar's hut. But as the night went on, it was only a wish. A howl cut across the southern swamps, and Hafnar looked toward the upper gate. Mirian made a double hit, knocking back 2 Ikarn from Ogar. Their pale faces, shattered and splintered by her staff, hissed as she kicked them out of Lucan. Militia finished them off. The howl came again. Ogar lifted his hands. Rougarou the Great returns to us! Tearing through the trees, the great wolf beast of the swamps returned in a furious and tumultuous show. It took the battering ram and pulled it from the walls. The Ikarn defenders fled, but not fast enough, for two of them found themselves clawed apart in wide, slashing swaths from his claws. The Ikarn attacking the walls fell back, swarming the creature. Rougarou turned, looking toward the swamp, and then back at his encroaching foes. "Reinforce the gates!" Mirian shouted. They only had a few moments to try to reinforce. Even now, Dorian and Zeno were moving toward Mirian's position. They released arrow after arrow, attempting to help the wolf beast. Brutus and Clur paced back and forth near the gates. "Let them out!" Dorian shouted down. "Clur," Hafnar said, "these aren't rabbits. Get back into these walls when I whistle." Clur growled. "You too, Brutus," Dorian said. Mirian directed militia to open the gate, and Clur, alongside Brutus, charged into the Ikarn to assist Rougarou. The firefly lights were going out. The forest churned with Ikarn, and while their companions fought outside the walls, what reinforcing could be done was. Though how long it would last, no one knew. A shrill call went out, and all who heard it clenched their ears. The highborn atop his bat mount took to the air, rising high above them. Then, in a fluttering flight upward, it turned and dove upon Rougarou. The beast howled, biting at the bat. Clur and Brutus swiped at it before both of them seemed to speak to one another, breaking into a sprint to get distance before both charged, leaping from the ground, attempting to dismount the rider. They missed. Ogar cast green smoke, somehow invigorating Rougarou, but the beast was shoved down into the ground, scrapping in the mud in a horrible attempt to push off the bat. The screeching continued, and even drawing back a bough or lifting their weapons became difficult. It was like the air around them was vibrating and putting pressure on their bones. Hafnar felt an old break in his right leg surge with pain. The bat and its rider flew upward and then dove back down again. Brandishing its silver sword, it struck Rougarou, causing him to yelp. Then, as if working with the vampires themselves, the tentacled Latish emerged from the swamp. "Flee! Flee!" Ogar shouted. Rougarou made a final attack, spinning about and knocking back the encroaching Ikarn. It pointed to Clur and Brutus, growling, and the two companions ran for Lucan, leaping through the open gates before they were sealed again. With a last howl, the wolf beast leaped from the ground, attempting to take the rider from the bat. With a last bit of luck, it did, pulling the vampire down to the ground. It grabbed hold of it, slamming it into a tree before dozens of vampire thralls were upon them both, protecting their master. Rougarou broke for the protection of the dark woods, having done what it could to protect them. A fresh cache of arrows had been brought up, and rangers were restocking. The distraction given to them for the moment had allowed the defenders some time, but that was over. After a few more seconds, the bat took to the air again with a renewed vigor. While the vampire could stop the arrows when on the ground, it seemed that when flying it either couldn't use that power or simply was evading. Most rangers were trying to hit the creature. It began to swoop low, knocking down defenders and, most importantly, forcing holes in the defensive line. The Ikarn were swarming the walls again, and in multiple places they were over it much faster than any of the rangers had expected. Zeno drew his short sword, dual-wielding his two weapons, as it was simpler to strike to his left and right as more came over the walls. "Fall back! Fall back to the inner town!" Mirian shouted. The inner town in this rather small town was a ring of buildings that were just below the tower where Hafnar's apprentice and most of the children, including Mirian's son, were. While Zeno and Dorian held the outer defensive circle, slowly backing up, other rangers moved to get into the upper windows and roofs of the buildings. Those hiding in the buildings had temporarily removed barricades made in the lower parts of the houses, but as more Ikarn came, many simply shut the doors back, even with rangers and militia still outside. Hafnar saw Reardon moving down from the upper part of the tower as the bat and its rider swooped down again. "Your bow," The rider! Try. If it stops at any point, put an arrow in that vampire. Your bow may be the only one that can take it down." Reardon nodded. Hafnar followed Mirian into a large hall. Clur and Brutus had made it just behind them, a welcome surprise for any who would breach the door that Dorian, Zeno, Ghost, and Mimi were working to block again. "Come now. Don't let this old woman do more than you farmer boys," Mimi teased them. Hafnar about tripped on one of her cats, a brave cat in his opinion, as it was moving up the stairs with them. Then it jumped onto a rafter and hid in a dark spot. "Hey, cat, might want to save room there." He was only halfway joking. As he reached the roof, climbing up to the edge, he looked at the fallen gateway and the armored Ekarn making their way in. "No more surprises?" Hafnar asked Mirian. "Just one more, sweetie." She laughed with a wink. While the more numerous and wilder Ekarn weren't converging, given some order by their master, it seemed, to not attack the inner town, or perhaps to look for stragglers, the heavier troops went directly for the last bastion of Lucan. But as they did, Mirian whistled, and across the different buildings, some sort of system of switches was enacted, breaking timbers and causing a reiterated click all around the base of the buildings. In an eruption of mud and pine needles, alligators beneath the buildings surged outward, taking down the closest Ekarn as the defenders cheered. Now, more heavily armored foes were coming through the gates. Massive beasts, trolls of some breed. Hafnar didn't know. They had deep, glowing white eyes and disfigured faces, even more disfigured than a normal mountain or hill troll. The only good thing was well-placed arrows and spears seemed to slow them, but as Hafnar looked around, there was no other place to go, and though valiant, he kept looking at the bat flying above. "That's the key. We have to kill it. That's our only hope, but he's too damn fast." The bat and its rider would sweep in, vanishing nearly as fast as he appeared. There was a high point on the roof. While many rangers had been there, as it gave a good vantage point of the road coming from the breached gate, most had been knocked off now. Ogar was standing on the roof with them, looking around and petting a strange statue. It looked like the wolf beast, Rougarou. "Ogar, is that how you called it?" Ogar nodded. "Rougarou is a friend to the swamp, but I was able to control him, to some degree. This is old magic, friend. Old magic. Yes." "What about that bat?" Hafnar asked. "Think you could control that?" Ogar looked up, shrugged. "Not that I'd want to, but old Ogar will try." He put the statue away and reached into a bag. Ekarn were beginning to ram the doors beneath them. Ogar took mud out of a bag and began to form a bat in his hand. "I need a hair, or something from it. That is the way this magic works, Ranger." Hafnar looked at the spot he had seen the bat swooping down before. "I'll get you something." He ran across the roof, thinking back to the time he'd had to fight 3 adolescent dragons. Can't be too much different, except for the fact that it's a bat and has an unholy abomination on it. Not too much different. He reached the point and saw the bloodied legs of one of the rangers. The bat had torn their torso off. Not too much different. Nope. He angled his sword, watching for his foe. As the sounds of battle kept filling the air, he wouldn't be able to hear the swoosh of the beast until it was nearly on him. Then it came. He ducked, trying to slice upward at the same time, but the creature was gone. "Foo," he said, stopping short of cursing. He took deep breaths in, steadying his sword. It would be back. He kept watching over the distant swamp. The deep fog was disturbed every time the creature passed over it. That should tell me when the bastard is about to come over. He watched, seeing the wisps of fog rising. Then it was split, running away from a blackened ball of a creature as the bat came again. He knelt before jumping up and taking the creature's wing from the tip of his sword down to the hilt. It snarled and, in the force, ripped Hafnar's sword from his hand. The creature fell upon the roof, and now the vampire lord was upon him. "Fell, my friend? You try such lunacy!" the vampire screamed. In a flash of silver, the vampire drew his sword. Arrows pelted him, but each stopped just short of hitting him, halting in motion and dropping onto the roof. Hafnar drew out his hunting knife, holding it in a reverse grip. The rangers of the north, of the riverlands, of the pines are all rabble, not deserving of any form of mercy in the shadow of the Blackmoon. Hafnar lunged, sidestepping to feint and bracing the repose of the vampire. He had only just caught the tip of his foe's sword on his knife. Such fury. Perhaps you changed your mind. Suddenly, Mirian and Dorian were upon them, but their weapons were stopped just short, both of them thrown backward. Whom do you have to live for, wandering ranger? The life of such is so low when you have but none to call your own. We can give you family, true brother, and sisterhood. A golden bolt pierced the vampire's shoulder from behind. Hafnar pushed off his foe to see Reardon with bow in hand. The children around him were cheering as the vampire staggered from the roof, its bat following it to the ground. Reardon drew back again, but this time, the vampire leaped from the ground into the tower. Hafnar slid from the roof, going for the bat and his sword as Ikarn swarmed him. "Reardon!" he shouted. The vampire, though injured, sent the children fleeing as Hafnar saw the glow of Reardon's bow. Reardon had gotten to the far edge of the tower. The others were sliding down ropes, and many had simply jumped for hay bales below them. A plan that he and the others had talked about in case the bat and its rider, or anyone else, forced them to flee. Reardon drew back the bow as the vampire staggered toward him. He released the arrow, and the bolt stopped just before hitting its mark. Elven weaponry. Not a common thing we have seen here. Your magic was surprising, but now that I know of it, means nothing. Reardon could hear Hafnar shouting his name. He assumed his master was coming up the tower. "Child, you may not have heard that what we offer is a gift, one like no other. Your kind killed my parents. You can kill me. I don't want your gift." The vampire paused. His bat had climbed up the tower and was sitting just on the outside of the outer edge. Its wing was bleeding, obviously to Reardon from Hafnar's sword. "So, you all just die for nothing upon this disgusting swampland?" "We die fighting your kind. We all die sometime. Might as well do it not on our knees, but with weapon in hand." He drew back his arrow. "So as a ranger, young one?" Hafnar was nearly upon him. He was coming up the ladder, perhaps only a few rungs down. "As a warrior of the race of men, living and breathing without your filth in my veins." The vampire laughed. "So be it then." But then, before the vampire could reach him, or Hafnar could come all the way up to defend him, fire fell upon the tower, and the bat and vampire both shrieked. The vampire left him, leaping for his mount, which had been taken from behind by something Reardon could not quite make out. "Reardon!" Hafnar shouted, reaching his apprentice. "You're okay!" Reardon nodded, and both of them went to the edge where the bat had been. A great flaming bird had dragged the bat into the ground, and a woman atop the bird fought to try to kill the bat itself. "It's a phoenix," Hafnar said. "Kirla!" Reardon didn't know who Kirla was, but her bird was furiously pecking at the bat. A handful of others were on the phoenix itself. They looked like elves in flowing robes of blue and white. In a few moments they lifted a great glowing silver orb over the inner town. The orb was somewhat transparent, and Reardon watched as the bat and the rider took to the sky and fled. The phoenix rose, spreading fire with each flap of its wings. But its duty had been done, and it continued to fly upward. Then there were horn calls. Elven horns, if Reardon could guess. A furious rain of arrows struck all over Lucan, and both beasts and Ikarn were struck dead, yet those under the shielding of the wards were untouched. Reardon even noticed that many of the alligators that were released had somehow survived. Though some of them seemed to have injuries and no doubt needed help, they were not dying to the elven barrage. Reardon began to feel strange. He dropped his bow and almost collapsed, but Hafnar caught him. "Are you okay?" "Weak. So weak, he muttered. Hafnar grabbed his bow and slung it over his shoulder before doing the same with Rearden. He wanted to get him off the tower in case their enemy somehow returned, but for now, he saw only more elves on horseback now riding into the northern part of Lucan. Their allies had come. Chapter 24. Mudcrawlers. Dawn was approaching, but in the thick clouds coming from the south, there was no sign of light as of yet. The smell, however, was fresh, a spicy pine blowing off the trees mixed with the fires wrought by the phoenix on its descent. Kirla had brought both a company of rangers of the north and elven allies from Sailmark under Archon Rallier. In total, there were 75 of them. All around Lucan, work was done to find the injured and the many, many dead. Hafnar was surprised by just how many had fallen once they had fallen back around the central tower. It seemed that 2 of the 4 structures where most had hidden were breached and furious fighting had in the lower halls and stairwells. The alligators were chewing on the Icarn bodies, but many more than could be eaten would have to be dealt with. Icarn are still in the woods, a ranger reported. Chase down the stragglers, the rest have fled, Zeno shouted. There were acclaims and shouts, which was a clear sign of a morale boost with their new allies. Kirla and Mirian shook hands as Hafnar stood off to the side. Thank you, honey. We needed a bit of a boost, and you saved us, Mirian said. Vampires caught us a bit out of place. I fear we've lost many good men and women defending the outer watchtowers. Our sister city called out, but we could not get to them. I'll need to check on them faster than a gator on fire. High Archon Rallier bowed. Owl scouts report Icarn spread out from the length between your 2 cities going all the way north to the Crescent Mountains. We came in haste, and in luck. Her phoenix was reborn along the way. But I suggest we do not wait. We must get moving toward Valak. Its walls are old and much more defensible. Don't think you can tell us to leave our homes, a ranger said. The enemy will not stop, and we cannot protect a circular fence like this with so few, especially. Our wards protect us as a temporary casting. The enemy will return. That bat and rider were their commander? Kurla asked. That bat is Ugloy of the subterranean temple city of Nerduna. Its rider is Veshel the Silver, a high lord of Elria Sonia, a foe not easily faced. Our enemy is great, and I fear they are not yet done, Ogar said. A swamp wizard here, an elf said. Ogar is a good friend, and this is his home. That you have managed to defend your home then from a great evil. Vishal is not a lowly foe. No, I sensed him, but it was not I. It was an elven bow, a ranger said. About that time Hafnar came with Rearden, the bow in question slung on his shoulder. An old bow of the first wars against the vampires, Rallier said. Mirian, Hafnar said. He's not responding anymore. They laid Rearden on the ground as a host of rangers and elves departed to scout outside the protective ward. First, Ogar looked him over and grumbled something to himself. This is beyond my own skill, I say. He's still breathing, Mirian said. What is that on his neck? Rallier asked. Hafnar lifted the amulet slightly, but then put it back down. He got it. Before. Killed a vampire himself before we got here. That is an Ordside amulet. How did you come across this? Hafnar looked at the elf. I just told you. These are not common, but he is just a boy. The power of it will allow him to kill vampires with ease, but at the cost of sapping him of life force. How long has he had it? Not even a day, but he cannot remove it. Rallier kneeled, speaking words in his own language and placing his hands over Rearden's chest. At first, nothing happened. Then the amulet began to glow before Rearden's eyes opened. The child is fine, Rallier said. Rearden sat up and looked to Hafnar before glancing at Rallier. Oh, wood elves! But what I have done will only work so long. That amulet is accursed, more so than normal. I fear there is a greater hex on it, and it needs more than we can provide here. He needs to get to Sailmark, but I fear the road may be too long. Then Balak, and then we decide, Hafnar said. I suggest Fadabrin, Ranger. It is closer and takes you away from the war. The boy needs not to stay where the powers of the amulet are so strong, not when I believe it accursed as I do. The ward surrounding Lucan was lowered. The archons who had been casting it were sweating profusely as many elves with high helves and white longbows formed ranks around the outskirts of the inner town defenses. Many injured either were walking or were carried to the main road. Mirian, you are the commander of the Rangers of the Pine. You must fall back to Balak, the Archon told her. I've still got boys and girls out there defending us. I know it. I can't leave them. You have children, including your own. You must not ever risk them for mere stragglers in the woods. First off, Mirian said, thank you and bless your woodland elf hearts for coming to our town. But don't tell me what I will or will not or should not do. I will protect the children of this town, and I will go after my brothers and sisters who may or may not be alive. But we will see. She snapped away, talking amongst her own rangers. She needs to leave, Kurla said to Hafnar. I know. We were overwhelmed, but with dawn we will have some form of luck. If ever it comes. They both looked up at the billowing black clouds. No light, not even a bit, Kurla said. Fate is cruel this morning, Hafnar said. Elf horns called, and ranger ones followed. In a hasty retreat, the ranger and elven scouting groups returned with arrows notched, releasing bolts into the blackness. The screech came again. Vishal atop Ugloy had returned, and with it, the Icarn from before. Kurla unslung her bow. Damn, she said. We've lost the window. We have to fall back north. She whistled, and her phoenix came toward her. Burn the perimeter, gives us light. Watch out for that bat. The phoenix took to the air, beginning her own low passes to try to light the ground between the inner town and the fallen walls. Fall back! We fall back north, Kurla shouted. Mirian, Hafnar said. Get my son out of here, Hafnar! I've got rangers down! I'm not leaving them! I'm staying with you, mother, her son said, running up. The younger ones need protection. I'll stay with you. Come on, boy, listen to your mother, Hafnar said. Reardon motioned for his bow, but Hafnar shook his head. No, we have to run. And I don't want what happened to happen again. Help get the others north with Kurla. At this point, Brutus and Clor were pulling carts full of injured, including Mimi and her cats. Dorian and Zeno stayed close to Hafnar as the elves sent a massive onslaught of elven arrows at their enemy, piling them all along the walls and the gateway. In a few moments, the sheer number of fallen enemies was higher than the walls were tall. The brutish trolls punched through the dead, bearing large shields. Then, lightning flashed and the tumultuous downpour began. The rangers fell back to the road as Icarns swarmed all parts of the town. Archons cast mage light, illuminating the road as Raylier lifted his staff, sending up arching bolts of green lightning around the perimeter. Elves of Sailmark, Eglia! Eglia! The elves fell back along the road, forming a wall with their bodies and drawing their swords. The winds gusted as the survivors tried to move up the northern road. Now Kurla's phoenix had gone from attempting to engulf the ground to covering those retreating north. It seemed, for now, the slow-moving host was breaking from the envelopment coming upon Lucan. Hafnar knew it didn't matter that they had a slight delay. There was no escaping the numbers upon them. Their only luck was that their foe's great commander seemed to be letting his vast army overwhelm the enemy. Hafnar's wound upon his bat and Reardon's bow had done its work, but it wasn't enough and meant even less in the face of falling odds. Sailmark! Eglia Naka! Eglia Naka! Rallier shouted. The waters from the swamp had seemingly begun to inundate the lower portion of the town as Hafnar drew his sword along with the others who were there. Never seen the swamp flood this fast, Mirian said. Perhaps we can drown and not be stabbed to death. Wondrous, Zeno shouted. But even more so, their enemy came at them on all sides, and the near-100 warriors acting as the vanguard for those fleeing fought Icarn by the dozens with elven swords singing in the storm. Hafnar heard a faint call in the air that sounded like worsening rain coming from the swamp. Ogar clapped his hands. The swamps shall be our salvation. Push, push! Eglianaka! Hold, Eglianaka! Rallier shouted to the elves again. No, push! Push for the swamp! Mirian said. I was just joking about drowning, Zeno shouted. But Hafnar could see something in the distance. Their foe was in chaos further away. Advance, Rangers! Push for the swamp, Hafnar said. Our enemy faces more than arrow bolts and sword edges. With me now! The Rangers pushed out from the elven defensive line and clamored their enemy. Trolls fell in the distance as alligators broke across the surface, snapping into the fiends before them. But it was not alligators that troubled the grand army of the vampire lord. As they made it to nearly the swamp's edge, now standing in waist-deep water, a great wooden barge floated through the red sky, clearing in the dark clouds. But even the sun would not have been as bright as the burning beaver hoisted up by none other than the strange beaver-worshipping cult, and what had to be tens of thousands of crawfish enraged and glowing as they attacked the unexpected flank that no vampire lord would have thought to have protected from an army of tiny crustaceans swarming the Icarn. By Etha, I never would have expected this, Rallier said. The crawfish were all around them, clawing and tearing at the Icarn, covering over them like ants and dragging them into the muddy swamp. Their enemy was falling back on all fronts, but even so, the crawfish of Buchin were breaking them further. Hafnar looked up into the sky. With his army defeated and injured himself, the vampire lord and his bat fled from where they had come from. For now. Dawn was upon them as the dark clouds gave way, and Hafnar and the others greeted Bucin. I sensed what had come to pass. They tunnel much. I first relieved the eastern city of Naulu. The city stands still, Mirren of the Rangers. Then chasing our enemy here, we found you all. My numbers are broken, but we have protected our swamps from this fiend. Thank you, Mirian said. Yes, thank you, Rallier said. But our enemy is growing constantly. We must not delay in taking advantage of this victory. We must go north and west. We need to move our people to the safety of Valak now, Mirian said. Kurla nodded. As it was, it seemed that they were all to scout out to the sister city and surrounding watchtowers before moving the population to Valak. Dorian and Zeno would rejoin Mimi, and Marian and Kirla would work to get those who needed it to the safety of Valak. Hafnar, however, took 2 horses and headed south. His apprentice was okay for now, but Rallier had warned him. It had been a long time since he had been to Fadabrin, but he was to seek out the Archmage himself with the wishing of Rallier of Salmark. He had never cared much for the wizards, but it seemed for his apprentice he needed to. But what would fall on them on the road to Fadabrin, he could only guess. You ready, Reardon? Yes, master. The Rangers of the Pines and those with them had earned their rest. But elsewhere in the lands, Rangers fought on as their battles were still ongoing. Chapter 25. Scouting. Josmus managed to get several hours of sleep. He didn't expect it, but when his eyes opened at a slit of light high above and the chirp of a bird, he thought he had somehow slept through his own death. The inner hall smelled of fresh rain and pleasant pipe smoke, and there was laughing somewhere near. As he made it out to the main gates, he realized it was about midday, and the gates of Halfiren were open. The stonemasons were hard at work reinforcing it, as others who were able-bodied enough were cutting down trees and fashioning spiked contraptions to put on top of the walls. Telnor, too, seemed to have not been awake too long, and was holding a steaming hot mug of something in hand. Yes, more arrows, he told the dwarf. Collect them and ensure rangers have both arrows and a stockpile on the walls. Josmus, he said, staring at him. You look like pig feces. Thank you. Josmus laughed. Pitsavanku, we both do. Throka better accept us as we are if we don't get allies soon. But I'd at least hope we'd be a bit more put together. Here, take this. He pushed his mug to him. Bit of coffee? Josmus asked, sipping it. Last of it I could find. The storms blew off, gave us some light. We're taking advantage of it. Have we found any more survivors? No, Telnor said. Just dead stretching from here to the river. We tried to push west toward the gap, but no. He shook his head. They hold the forests. Allies? We haven't seen any. Josmus gave the coffee back to him after a final sip. I'll scout a bit while we have good light. Scout only. I don't want to have to explain to your king why you got yourself killed. Josmus laughed at the thought. King Turgon knew this was exactly what he'd be doing if Turgon was here, and Telnor wasn't. He went to a barrel of reclaimed arrows and filled his quiver before binding his cloak around him and moving through the open gates. Other rangers watched him, and in normal circumstances he might have asked them to join him, but they were not rangers he knew. And while allies, rangers typically didn't outright trust others even of their own name, at least in his experience. He was just about to the edge of the woods when such an understanding would be challenged. You are Josmus of the Sands under the kingdom of Ekinidor, a ranger said behind him. Josmus turned to see not only this ranger but 3 others. Yes, he said. Then we will go with you. He looked them over. One had dried blood on his face, and another had a wrapped leg. The one who had called to him was pale. Have you slept, Ranger? Some. Then sleep, Josmus said. The fall of night will bring them again. Pardon, the ranger said, but these are our woods. If you're headed this way, you go toward the road of 2 trees. A troll lives there, not a friendly one. We know a way that goes north of it. It'll give you a vantage point to the valley, but it's a narrow path, and you'll miss it if you don't know where it is. Josmus wasn't sure how true this was, but he did know he wouldn't be able to dissuade the company who wished to go with him. He nodded. Lead on then, stranger. Havel, he said. This, the one with the hurt leg, is Nabir and his uncle, 2 tall Trell. Josmus nodded slowly. Havel and Nabir led on as Trell followed behind. While it was clear that the first 2 were younger, Trell was old and quite tall, as his nickname might suggest. They entered the woods north of Halfjeren and passed through thick tree cover where there were signs of the battle, but most of the woods had been undisturbed. Red flowers grew on the trees, and birds broke from high boughs, taking to higher limbs as they moved over fallen trunks and rocks. While Josmus was not of this land, he moved just as quickly as the rangers who, while injured themselves, kept up a pace almost faster than him. They were following just as Josmus would have gone by himself, but then they took a path over several large rocks and to a vine-covered fallen tree that looked to go up and to nothing else. Up, Havel said, pointing. They went up, Josmus keeping a firm grip on the vines as they ascended to a split in the rocks and a narrow passage just as he had been told. I would have never seen this. The rangers led him through the passage into a rocky wall. You 2 can go with him up there, Nabir said, tapping his leg with his hand. I will stay, Trell said. Take him up, Havel. Come on, Havel said. While the others waited below, Nabir not wanting to risk the climb, Josmus followed Havel up. The rocks were jagged and sharp, but had just enough surface that they could climb up, and soon they had ascended at least 25 feet above the ground. Here Josmus and Havel followed a series of passages through fallen rocks of sheer white stone to come to an opening that looked out over a darkening valley. From here he could see the fires of scarred land and the glint of broken armor and shields as far as he could see. Elven, Josmus said. Legions of Sailmark, Havel said. I can see their banners, my kin. At this point, Josmus realized the slight pointedness to Havel's ears. You're an elf? Half-elf, he said. Those weren't there before. They'd gotten our message and tried to come but were routed, I guess. Above them, the sight of the moon visible in the later part of the day took their attention. The Blackmoon, Havel said. I've heard the stories of the vampires and their power. The darker tales of creation said there was an evil within the skies that came but every 100 or so years. I had thought it just a tale, but it seems there is more to it. Well, evil within the skies or not, it is sharp swords and the keen eyes of your kin and mine that will prevail. He nodded. While Havel was half-elf, he didn't look that old. How old are you? Josmus asked. 17 moons, he said. And you've decided to be a ranger versus remain with the elves already? If you're a ranger, you know it isn't a choice. It is something you just know. Could never see myself in flowing robes, singing to the trees. Not enough smoke meat in elven halls. Josmus laughed. Yes, well, I've had my issues with elves, but dwarves are where the smoked meat and fine ale is always welcome. Come, let us get back to Halfiron. The companions returned to Halfiron as the sun was setting, and the light of the many torches on the walls flickered orange and red. Telnor was leaning on the gate smoking a pipe as they approached. And? He asked. Elves tried to come. Signs of battle in the valley to our north, Josmus said. Well, that's nice. He tapped his pipe out on the rocks as a group of bats flew out from the woods and began passing over the tower of the keep. That is too. Thank you for your conversation, Josmus, Havel said. I'd like to see those dwarven halls I hear exist in Akinidor. As the rangers went into the keep, Telnor looked at Josmus. Young, old, not the best in a situation like this. Though I'd take a few more hammer song and more of your king's house here. Yes, Josmus said. There was a shrill call in the air. With darkness, they would return. Those few souls outside the gates returned to the keep, and Telnor shouted his one command. The day has given us rest, but the night will curse us for having it. Defend this keep, and let not one of those bastards that dare encroach on this dwarven ground keep breathing. Shouts and jeers came from the walls of the defenders who still remained. The night would surely test them to their limits. Chapter 26. A last stand. Get fuel for the iron smelters! Telnor shouted. The forest surrounding Halfiron was crackling, sending up embers in towers of fire against the black sky. Their enemy had made 3 advances. The first failed. The second made it to the walls, and the third was in progress with multiple ladders up. Bows twanged in the pale light. Josmus and Havel carried Nabir from the wall. His right arm had been bitten by an ekarn that had made it up. This one was different, not wielding weapons like the others. Its flesh was aflame. It was sick, and its entire purpose, it seemed, was to infect those defending with some type of illness. "Let me go! Let me go!" he shouted. The wound was already festering, the flesh bubbling green. A rock struck the keep in front of them as they were nearly in, sending a plume of broken bricks and dust down in their path. "Incoming!" a voice shouted. Josmus looked back to see another rock, this one striking in the center of the courtyard. 3 rangers were struck, as well as a dwarf. "Breach on the northern wall!" a dwarf shouted. Injured were emerging from the hall. The dwarves there were bleeding and broken, but regardless of their wounds, they knew they were needed, and they would not be held back. Nabir was different, but the young man didn't know it yet. "Let me go! Let me go!" He tore at Josmus's hand. Then he rolled from both of their grips, causing them to drop him. Josmus took a few steps back as Nabir swiped at him. The ranger did not stand, but instead hissed. "You need medicine!" Havel shouted. Before Josmus could react, Nabir was atop Havel, grappling him as he tried to bite him. Telnor was there. The hammer song ripped Nabir off of Havel, slamming him against the wall. His body was broken, and his skull, smashed into the rock, bled profusely as the shamble of a ranger twitched before simply staring out. The ranger was dead, but in truth, he had already been lost to the sickness before. "Back on the wall," Telnor said. "Dwarves," he shouted to the others as he spun his hammer. "Rally to the northern wall." Havel was shaking. Josmus understood. He was young, inexperienced, and life had come quickly for him, stealing what small amount of innocence remained. The man exhaled, trying to take deeper breaths but staring at Nabir's body. I, he said, unable to form more sentences. Josmus slapped him. Havel took a single breath and just stared at him. At this point, Josmus felt 2 tall Trell behind him. "We need you, Havel," he said. Josmus looked back to see Trell holding a double-headed axe, clearly dwarven. Havel looked to Trell. They killed him. They killed him. They did not. The demons of the woods did it, Trell said. They killed him. They killed him. They'll kill us. Havel's eyes widened more. I'll take him, Trell said. He is no use to us now. Josmus nodded. As Trell pulled Havel to his feet to take him inside the keep, Josmus looked toward the northern wall. Multiple hooded forms shot up and around the dwarves who were there. Vampire thralls. The advantage the dwarves had was their lack of care in what their enemy was, and the simple but effective tactic of smashing and cutting things, and then questioning very little except where their next target was. Telnor had taken down the ladders, and the breach was contained. Josmus went to one of the smelters, grabbing hold of a stone jar, as now many of the dwarven engineers had fallen. He used the metal tongs, taking a stone full of molten fire and following some of the others to the top of the gatehouse. He looked down at the scorched and blackened ground. The Icarn were en masse, clawing at the rock. He poured it into their flesh, their bodies sizzling and a pungent smell flowing up toward him as he did. He looked out. Another mass of shields of the more heavily armored Icarn was forming to the west. Now, 3 additional figures wearing silver armor with black cloaks had gathered. Bats swarmed the walls from the north and south. The creatures were more of an annoyance than anything, but as the rangers were no longer able to use their bows, Icarn horns sounded, and their enemy made their 4th advance. This time, however, their captains had come. The silver-armored foes were more than vampire thralls, and even as some arrows flew their way, none landed and most were stopped short in mid-air. Telnor, Josmus shouted. Vampire lords approaching the gates! He drew back his bow, sending an arrow at one of them. The creature turned, staring directly at him. The arrow, halted mid-flight by the lord, fell to the ground. Josmus felt a cold ache in his chest. Off the walls, into the keep, Telnor shouted. They did not cede the walls so simply, for as Josmus looked around, he saw why Telnor commanded what he did. Vampire thralls were forming up, waiting for their master's command. A small host of dwarves, the Hammersong, and 3 rangers lined up at the gate to the keep. The rangers had loosed all their arrows. One held a long sword and the other 2 had maces. Josmus formed up with them as injured warriors hurried into the keep. The trio of vampires leaped suddenly before Telnor. You have fought valiantly in the name of your gods and people, one of them began. Have no fear, for your deaths shall not be in... Telnor smashed the ground with his hammer, sending a shockwave of rippling energy and rock into them. There was to be no discussion, and the vampire thralls joined their masters. Josmus parried one of the thrall's blades, breaking its guard before drawing out a hunting knife and stabbing it in its neck. It hissed, but fell, its life sapped from its body and flowing toward its master. Another thrall grabbed Josmus, and he brought the pommel of his sword up, cracking its fangs. 2 more grabbed him, both trying to bite his neck. He slashed at their stomachs, sending them staggering back, before dropping to his knees and cutting at the back of one of their legs as he tried to get away. He pushed out from them, seeing a dwarf eviscerated, his bowels pulled from him, even as his short axe cleaved into an Icarn. Josmus spun his hunting knife into a reverse grip and grabbed at a ranger who was bleeding from his leg. He pulled him back toward the keep. 2 tall Trell grabbed him, bringing out a handful of warriors. Fall back, he said. Telnor was engaged with 3 lords at the same time, 2 males and 1 female. The first one that he had smashed with his hammer was bleeding from its face. Telnor circled around, jumping from one place to the next, and never giving his foes time to make contact with him. The remaining 2 smelters had gone out as Icarn toppled them, sending up massive fires and smoke. A cold wind blew in from the north. By chance, Josmus saw a single white owl flying high above, but then, in a flurry of blackness, bats overtook it, and it fled. There was a sudden shrill scream, and Telnor shouted, He ripped a broken skull from the body of one of the vampire lords and threw it to the ground. Ikarn all over the keep collapsed. The two lords, one male and one female now, reached out with their hands. A shimmering, wisping blackness flowed around Telnor. He retched, brought to his knees as Ikarn around the courtyard flailed about. Their energies were drawn into their masters to attack the hammer song with whatever magic they used. Josmus engaged 3 thralls, pushing toward the hammer song. He slashed high, cutting across one of their faces. Another jabbed with a spear. Sweeping a parry, he spun down the spear and thrust his hunting knife into its skull. The third grabbed him, kneeing him in the stomach before Ikarn grabbed him, pulling him to the ground. He released his sword, blocking a thrall bite with his gauntlet. He flipped the blade of his knife up and stabbed, piercing through its eye. Josmus stabbed over and over, seeing nothing but darkness over him, when a sudden white blast of energy overtook them. The Ikarn nearest to him fled, and he looked up to see a single form atop the gatehouse with a burning white staff. Flanking him were 2 red blades. As the light lessened, he saw Silra, and then also Rosur and Jeren, the blades of Urlas. In a flash of fire, both blades were within the courtyard, and Silra engaged the vampire lords. "What fire is this?" one of the vampire lords screamed. Josmus was to his feet, checking the Ikarn around him. The blades had killed all their enemies that were near, and were moving to the southern and eastern portion of the keep. "That of light beyond your darkness," Silra said. The vampires hissed, fleeing. They did not seem to want to mess with Silra. Josmus, knowing much of Silra, knew this was a wise decision. Silra lifted his staff, sending up 3 blasts of white. "Open the gates!" There were numerous Ikinidor dwarves coming over the walls, and as Silra commanded, they opened the gates. Horn calls went out a few seconds later, and a host of gold-armored dwarves came riding into the keep. King Vurdar and King Turgan were with them, then a great stag with an elf atop it. Josmus noticed the elf had the owl that he had seen before on his shoulder. "Halfiron is secure," King Vurdar said. "Drive them to the river." And Josmus made a point to get to the walls and through the woods. In the north and the east, a great thunder of elven cavalry had retaken the ground between Halfiron and the river. In a few more minutes, troops coming from Micronach had reinforced Halfiron. Josmus and Telnor wasted no time in getting to the riverside, where Josmus saw ships of Ikinidor releasing a continuous barrage into the badlands of the eastern side of the river. The many stags of the elven cavalry were swooping south along the river, and from what Josmus could tell, were coming back west and ensuring their enemy was not hiding in the woods. The elf from before with the owl stood with the 2 dwarf kings. "Ruach, I believe you can tell your master that we have retaken our hold." Ruach nodded. "Word has been sent already, but King Suvasel will not wish to allow our enemy to simply retreat." The ground rumbled beneath their feet. "And I do not believe that is their intent," Telnor said. Explosions of white light preceded an eruption of silver webs in the charred grounds, still being battered by the Ikinidor ships. Spiders, massive forms, came from below with a host of Ikarn seemingly unending. There were others, strange pale figures with elongated, almost spider-like arms. They cast wards, shielding their forces from even the powerful cannons of Ikinidor. Their enemy was preparing after everything for yet another charge into them. "Prepare for combat," Telnor shouted. Ruach mounted his stag, signaling his subordinates. He spoke in his elven language, then looked back to the dwarf kings. "I have archers coming from the north. We will help you defend this ground, and then we'll rally for a second charge. Dawnbreak cannot come soon enough." But though the elf hoped for something Josmus and all of them knew to be a strength for those who weren't of the Blackmoon's curse and power, the black smoke would simply blot out any sunlight, as thick and continuous as it was. Josmus looked about at the dead dwarves and other defenders of the wall along the river. Even with so many elves now reinforcing, their enemy had broken them before. Their forces were massing on the other side of the river, and there were no more tricks or hope. Behind them, the dwarven lines of Micronach and the High Guard with their golden armor were forming up. Still, their enemy was vast, and more creatures of horrendous form and size emerged from the grounds beyond the river. Finally, a good fight. The hammer song laughed. Josmus was rather sure that Telnor was a bit mad at this point, and at the very least, the dwarf was on their side. Turgon and Silra stood at his side, staring out at their enemy. They all knew it would not be long. Chapter 27. Awakening the Nightmare. Fadis was leading them deep into the cavernous reaches beyond the black doors of the sun. He did not know how much time had passed, but many times he had felt more sluggish than before. It felt to him that time itself was stretching and contracting, and he didn't know why. They came at last to a silver door that opened as they got near. "Keep a keen eye. We may be the first visitors here since this place's construction," Every said. Fadis stepped in, drawing back on his bow as he saw a single stone figure standing in the center of a circular room. He moved from the door to the right as the others filed in. Every kept his focus centered, his sword out as he checked the statue and kept moving. Here there was another door with yet another passage that followed a circular path, but instead of a cavernous passage, it was made of sheen stone. Fadis kept up with Every as they went around and around, coming at last to a landing and a bridge that passed even lower than they had descended, cutting back under the tower of stone above them. For as far as Fadis could see, he saw illuminated walls glowing with white fire. "Anyone want to take a guess as to what this treasure is?" Every asked. "No," Andok said. Fadis wasn't the only one who noticed Andok's demeanor had changed quite a bit. "Not what you expected. Not what we expected," Badur said. "But we'll figure this out. It wasn't supposed to be related to our outside world. We thought it was our big break," he stuttered. Why is it about the damn Blackmoon? We only wanted a bit of gold for ale, and we had the whole thing with the vampires and the attack, and all of that led to going to Sailmark and—" Fadis realized Andok had stopped walking. Badur had stopped with him. The two of them spoke in whispers. Fadis whistled for Every, and he walked back to him, having gotten quite a bit ahead of them all. Looking up, Fadis and Every looked at crystals floating above their heads. "That looks Dwemhar," Fadis said. "Not a Dwemhar place at all," Every said. "I know, just trying to find something that makes sense." "What of them?" he asked, motioning to Andok and Badur. "Don't think they expected something like this at all," Fadis said. "And you're fine with it?" Every asked. "Not my first time being surprised by what I thought was coming. Not saying I like it. I just know I don't have much choice. Any elven advice?" "Heh!" Every laughed. "Not particularly. Maybe don't die?" "Sounds like sound advice." Fadis laughed. Andok and Badur rejoined them. "My apologies," Andok said. "Don't mind us. We're just here and ready," Every said. "Huh! Like that bar wench when I get done here. Oh yes." Andok clapped. "I had to inspire him," Badur said plainly. "Consider him inspired." They laughed and turned their attention back to the task at hand. Fadis was leading them as they crossed back under where they had been descending from before. Above them there was a web of interlaced red lines. The lines themselves were shifting back and forth, first running long ways like perfectly raked sand, but Fadis realized it had formed 4 figures in the web. "Do you see this?" he asked the others. They each looked, and Andok waved his hand. The webs matched it. "It is watching us," Every said. "But what is it?" Andok asked. Fadis had never seen anything like this himself, and this was just added to the many other things he had so far been a part of in this strange place. The path underneath the tower, which was the best word for the stone above them that housed the stairwell and labyrinth they had come from, was taking them to an expanse of columns and a circular doorway. As they came to the doorway, 4 red gems rose from the ground along the edge of the door, each of them at the approximate height of each of those who had come. "4 proceed," a scratchy void said in the air. Fadis and Every stepped forward, with Badur and Andok following in turn, as now the door began to spin about, vanishing into the stone. "It knows there are 4 of us," he said. "Yes, it can count. Good job. Random voice. I am the mother. You seek that which you will be gifted. The Blackmoon has shown the way, and you will embrace it. The hallway before them was lit every few paces with a standing torch and several floating red jewels producing the light and warmth. It was very warm, more so than the previous passages or that which was up above them. The way was narrowing. At first, they could have all stood abreast with room between them, but rather quickly they found themselves walking single file. Fadis felt it was getting even tighter, when then he went to step and couldn't move. Next, Every jerked but also couldn't move. Back, back, Fadis said. Rock has my foot, Andok said. Me too, Badr said. Now both of Fadis's feet were caught. It wasn't stone but soil, soft against his skin. Yet it was rigid enough he was caught. What kind of trap is this? Every said. Now the soil was building up their legs and to their chests. Deep breaths! Deep breaths! Fadis commanded. He felt it going against his lower stomach and his chest. His arms were not solidified in the mass, and he kept moving his head to keep from getting caught. Damn, Andok said. Fadis could no longer hear the others. Something had moved against his ears, and the light, though still visible to him through his narrow vision, was only faint. He felt several pinches along his arms and legs, and then he felt himself becoming faint. The mother holds you, embraces you. The father will not be so kind. But you are servants of the Most High to be, and you will be given much for your pain, even though it is so faint and broken, and feels not like that of the final pain. You have surpassed all that which was before, and you shall be as you have ascended. The voice was like smelling a rancid smell. The words bit with each echo Fadis heard in his head. There was no comfort to be had, and the very voice gave him a deep chill. He felt the grip on his body lessen, and he collapsed into the open space of the hall. He couldn't move. He could see but only the red glow of the crystal lamps above him. Remind me to never drink again, he heard. It was Andok. That wasn't a drink, Badr said. Fadis could turn his head now and saw the others. Every was trying to sit up. He had marks on his arms. He looked at his own arms, barely able to lift them. He had painful marks directly at the top of his forearms. There was a bit of blood, but he wasn't actively bleeding. He managed to sit up and then, shaking, to stand. He held himself up against the wall, which had opened back up to the point it had been when they'd first started this way. Now, the passage ahead was open and obvious to them, but the way they had come was sealed. What'd it do to us? Every said, feeling his arms. Fadis wasn't sure. The walls kept us still. I heard a voice, then pain in my arms and legs. Andok checked his legs as Fadis also felt small whelps on his thigh. Took our blood? Badr questioned. How would they? Fadis asked. What purpose could that possibly have? There was bloodletting amongst some elves, Badr said, but I have never seen such from Rusis. But this isn't Rusis. This place is something else. The purpose is hidden from us, yet the words in my head. About the creepy mother embrace stuff? Andok asked. Fadis nodded. I don't know. The voice, it is strangely familiar. Like I'm hearing a voice I've heard before, but just in a rawer form. Doesn't matter. Let us not tarry any longer. We'll find out the rest as it happens, Every said. Come this way. I don't want to risk the walls doing that again. Fadis felt more at a loss now to their situation than he had before. Thankfully, the weariness he had been feeling before was gone. They came to a circular doorway, smaller than the one before. As they entered, there were multiple undulating lights running up and around them. Here they saw 4 misty platforms and a fog-like substance falling from somewhere above them and solidifying on the platforms. The voice from before spoke aloud. 4 to receive. Take that which is yours. Prior to the Father, you must be not of the world alone, but also of the new world to come. Fadis could not explain it, but he was drawn to the far left platform. Without thinking, almost without any conscious control, he placed his right hand on the stone. As he realized what he was doing, he went to pull away, when his hand was grasped from within the fog. A silver web extended up his arm and began to burn. There was a snap, and the four of them withdrew their arms. Fadis saw what seemed almost like a hardening liquid set into his arm, and a bit of burning flesh rose and flowed away from him and into the fog. Then, the fog vanished, and the room was lit by only a solitary white fire in a torch basin near a previously veiled door. As Every rubbed his arm, Fadis saw he had a similar mark as Fadis. It seemed that the four of them had all received it. What is given takes some. What is taken becomes part of another, bound in form and purpose. Mina rulisk persnisk. With the spoken words, each of them was suddenly holding blades in their right arms. Fadis struggled to catch his breath, looking at his arm and the hilt of the sword, now interwoven into a gauntlet-like tattoo on his arm. He could manipulate the blade, spin it, but he could not release it. Grasping it with his other hand, he found the blade a part of him, and he couldn't even switch hands. Menarulisk Rushnik. Their blades withdrew, and they could use their hands again. Such blessings of the new world. You were sent with purpose. You are now not of the world of before. Rejoice. There was no peace or joy in Fadis's mind. He was disgusted. He looked to Every, who seemed just as baffled. Menarulisk persnisk, Every said aloud. His blade returned. He looked to Fadis. They are words of a language I do not know, yet now the words feel imprinted into my mind. Not the treasure I hoped for, Andok said. No, Fadis said. Perhaps the trials we were to complete were to prepare us for this, but even that was incomplete. So how is this portion of the system in place? This Rusis hold was a ruse for something else. Black doors of the sun, Every said. Whoever the sun is. Fadis had never experienced something quite like this, and he was getting rather sick of feeling that way about almost every experience he was having. Let's keep going, he said. It wasn't like they really had a choice. Every passage had closed to them just as another had opened, and what they had started now, they had no option except to continue on. If what they had gone through in the levels above were meant to be a form of trial, regardless of their completion, not passing through the doors of the sun, they were to the goal or award of passing the trials. Though the voice they had heard before spoke of the Father, and not in a way that gave them any sense of comfort either. When at last they reached the end of the passage they were in, they found themselves staring at an oblong skull with large teeth. It was not a dragon as Fadis had first thought, but something unnatural, in his opinion. The Father's bite is but a place of power for those who have mastered that which was given. You will be masters of the new world. While there are those who before were stronger than you will find your new weapons can kill those both of the physical and ethereal world with ease. You cannot pass from my embrace without meeting that of the Father's. It takes both parents to ensure the son has all he needs, a balance of energies both masculine and feminine. You will understand soon. I was happy to have embraced you for this time. I don't like the creepy voice, Andok said. Neither do I, Every agreed. Fadis stared at the large skull and the obvious opening in its mouth that led to a stairwell that ascended beyond their sight. Andok, I do believe we are done being treasure hunters, Badr said. Speak for yourself. I'm just avoiding Rusis places. They proceeded forward, and Fadis wondered if there would be another voice talking to them as before. The stairwell beyond the skull ascended around 30 or so steps at a steep grade. There wasn't much in the form of headroom, but they were all still short enough to fit without needing to crouch. Coming up to the top of the passage, they stared at a simple square white doorway flanked on either side by glowing white fires. As they crossed the middle of the floor that was no more than a few paces from the edge of the stairwell, a bluish glow formed around them for a short moment before vanishing. An ethereal mist appeared before them, taking the form of a bipedal figure with long and flowing hair. It took no solid form, appearing as a transparent, energetic smoke. Fadis and the others each went for their weapons, but the figure blinked and looked at each of them. Let not your souls be troubled, For the gifts you have been given have not been given to the weak. Such assurances were made to ensure you were worthy well before you came into the mountain." "Then perhaps you care to tell us of our purpose here?" Fadis asked plainly. "So it has come to pass that the lost have wandered here versus the chosen and known ones. Perhaps those of the hierarchy failed, that bounds of the High Lords were not enough." "We're good enough," Andok said. "That is to be seen, but you have come here and are known to the Mother, so I cannot judge you of your worthiness in that form. Your gifts shall serve the Sun now, but it takes some time for all to be as it should be. Now you must go forth into a place prepared for you. Your environment shall be as you know, and not know all the same. The bite awaits." The figure vanished, and the white doors opened inward, revealing only a blinding light. "Follow me," Fadis said to them. He stepped forward but didn't even have to cross into the void of the door itself, and he found himself standing on a grassy knoll beneath a dark sky. Andok, Badur, and Evri appeared beside him, and each of them glanced around. Fadis knew where they were. The pointed crag visible in the moonlight was glowing within the river ahead. He gripped his bow, twisting it in hand. Northern Taria, 20 years ago. "Not the battle of the damned Drig Rock," Andok said. Badur placed an arrow to string and looked at Evri. "You see what we see, right?" Evri nodded, drawing his bow. "Green grass, dark night sky, trees. You said Drig Rock. That was an elven victory. I've heard the songs of—" He paused. "Yes," Fadis said. "An elven victory. Not quite song-worthy for us." "Where's everyone else?" Badur asked. "And why this place?" "It knows us. This place we're actually in knows us, and—" He stopped. Dozens of glowing red entities appeared around the Drig Rock. "It knows what happened. Evri, if it goes as we did it, we launch an attack on the red entities from this exact angle. But then in the counterattack coming from upriver, we can't hold. We're driven south, and then they drowned us with spells. Then clearly we press up, cut their throats before the attack can roll forward," Andok said. "But why is this part of any of this?" Badur asked. "It's called the Bite," Fadis said. "I don't suspect it to be anything but horrid." As they went to step away, to take a northern path and do as Andok had suggested, Fadis noticed cloaked forms behind them quite suddenly. He turned, drawing back his bow. "Master," one of them said. "Why do you call me that? Who are you?" Fadis asked. "We are nothing. We only serve. You have said to work for the greater form. The war continues as you wish, but we cannot do as wanted." "And what was that?" Fadis asked. "To strike with the map in hand, kill the elves to the north, and leave the parchment. That which we took from the men killed a fortnight ago. The attack, the rangers go to kill the elves. Take the stone. You said it would be glorious to drown them. An amusing thing, but we are weak from not feeding. We do not need to kill any more this night." "You are our enemy," Fadis said. "You kill rangers. Who is your master?" He drew back on his bow, and the figure raised its hands. "We serve the Black, the moon of the broken hand." Fadis released his arrow, but it did nothing but pass through. "He killed rangers," Andok said. Both Badur and Andok released, but their arrows did nothing. Fadis looked to his own hand and wrist. He looked at the tattoos on his arm, and the words came to mind. "Mena Rulisk Persnisk," he said, and his bladed bound weapon appeared. The figures before him fell to the ground, groveling. "We only wish to serve." Fadis struck him down, and then in quick fashion came Andok and Badur. The figures were killed in quick succession. Evri was breathing fast. What? What were they? This makes no sense." "Servants of vampires, not us," Fadis said. "The Black, the moon of the broken hand, was a small sanctum of bloodsuckers that was believed to exist, but that we could never find." "I feel so alive!" Badur exclaimed. The blood from their foes poured over their bound weapons. "I need to kill more. I feel it overwhelming me. and I don't know why. Fadis looked down to his blade and to Evri. It's part of this place, not real. But we could attack the elves, stop the loss of the rangers. They are in the northern reaches where the falls of the river are, just upstream from here. I don't feel this is right, Evri said. Something is wrong here. Revenge, Ondok said. That's how I see it. Be good for me, better than 1,000 ales to darken the pain in my mind. My brother died here, Evri. I can stop it. I must honor him. Fadis was overwhelmed with vigor. He felt youthful again. A deep energy was growing in his chest, surging toward his arm, and the blade now held in it. Fadis laughed. Let us right the wrongs of our younger years, at least in a way. Follow me, brothers. Fadis could see Evri's resistance even as he turned away and looked toward the riverway. Not this time, we won't fail this time. The Rangers of the North will have victory. This had been one of his final fights of that war, one of the last times he would see so many rotting bodies of his kin. He hated all that had transpired, but this one was the single event that broke his resolve and set him on the path he took. I will live in this moment. As he led the Rangers and Evri, he looked back, and any resistance his son had felt before was gone. He had his second blade drawn and was following just behind him. Andok was to his left and Badur to his right. They came up to the edge of the woods, and Fadis signaled for them to slow before pointing up the river with a finger twice. He made eye contact, and they each nodded. Now, moving through the woods and up the hills into the high rocks that overlooked the narrow valley and the site of the battle and the fall of so many, Fadis leaped across boulders and felt the blade seemingly pulsating in his grip. As the blood from their foes before dried and hardened on its surface, the blade seemed to gain a further sheen. The moon split through the clouds above, and for once he felt almost like an elf. His blade caught the moon, and a reddened hue surrounded it. The blood seemed to begin to burn, releasing a fume that he smelled in the back of his throat. Then, with that inhalation, any weariness in his body fled. Fadis could run faster, push up through the sliding dirt and fallen leaves, and ascend directly into the highlands. The falls of Riddick-Wa were to their right, a once holy site to an old elven wizard, one that would soon run red with the blood of his descendants, and that fact consumed the ranger. They crested over the hill, and like an angry maelstrom in a shallow bay, the many glowing blades of their enemies' forms rising through the green woods were unaware of their approach. They were moving across the river. They would move down the southern bank and then take a pass that would bring them onto the flank of the Rangers, awaiting further below. At least, that was how it was going to be here before Fadis. With some form of ironic fate, the High Archons and the General of the Elves were on this highest point, watching over their armies. No doubt they'd observe them, then move in at the end of battle. These were Sailmark elves, and though they were stalwart warriors, their generals were nothing like the Fickmarkian brothers. No, not like King Suvasel and his battle zeal. They were an ally like none other in Fadis's world, but at this time, any ranger would rather deal with a Sailmark general over Fickmark. Even better, as they moved toward the command line and the great white elk they'd set upon, Andok and Badur dispatched the outer guards with ease and silence. Fadis looked back to Evri, who trailed behind him. I don't expect him to understand. Fadis saw the dark black hair of the general and the white armor on his back. His helmet sat on his saddle. As starlight bathed the wooded glen, Fadis tore through the trees, lifting his blade. 2 black owls stirred on his approach, calling out as they tried to alert their masters. The elf turned just as Fadis jumped upon him with his bound blade shredding through his armor like hot fire, melting the arcane enchantments and adornments. He pulled the elf from his mount, sending the elk running and knocking down the other generals. An elf went to sound a horn, and Andok was upon him, driving his bound blade in his face. He ripped it out, sending teeth and bone upon the ground. The blade seemed to revel, sending up a reddish-hued dust, and Andok went for the next general, hacking him. Fadis and Badur engaged the elven high guard, parrying through each of their long axes and piercing their forms. The rangers then moved on to others, slashing their foes down one after another. Fadis moved toward a curved tent that was down from the hill. He knew these from a time when he had gone to an elven camp for a parley early in the war. This was the moon color, the highest of the archons in the deployed army. It seemed in the commotion of battle she had emerged. As she lowered her staff to attack those who had come upon her kin, Fadis slammed his bound blade through it, shattering it into the ground. He grabbed her by the throat as she drew a short dagger from her waist. He was faster, though, thrusting the tip of his blade into her stomach. "Cast your call, your breaking call!" he shouted to her. She gasped, pushing at his blade, but as her hands touched it, her skin began to burn. "You are not," she gasped. Fadis pushed the blade in deeper. I will. The breaking call was an elven retreat signal, something sent out by either horn call or spellcraft. "I am too weak." Fadis withdrew the blade a bit, and she kicked his shin, pushing back. She drew a sword and short wand as Andok and Badur attacked. She parried Andok as his blade began to eat through hers. Dropping her sword, she put 2 hands on her wand, spinning it into a fireball that she sent into Badur, knocking him back and engulfing him for a moment. The ranger fell to the ground, rolling to extinguish the flames as she grabbed hold of a whistle at her neck. Just as she went to blow, an elven arrow pierced through her hand and into the side of her face. The arrow had pierced through her mouth and just grazed the outer portion of her head. An accurate placement, and Fadis looked back to see Evry pulling another arrow to cheek. She fell to the ground and Evry went to her. He took the whistle from her neck and blew into it. It was a high-pitched screech. He did it 4 times. Too short, then too long. "There, the call," he said, throwing the whistle back down. "Of course you knew that," Andok said. "Well?" In the distance, fires shot up amongst the elven lines. They halted, and though it was difficult to see for sure, Fadis soon saw more and more spells flying into the air. The elves were following their doctrine and falling back. Thus the battle would never go as it had. Evry looked around at the dead elves and to Fadis. "It is done," he said. "And your rangers?" Badur looked to Andok, and Fadis nodded. "To the rock in the river." They hurried to the river and, upon arriving, were met with the drawn bows of at least 35 rangers and many more in the trees. Dead enemies of theirs were in the river, but the battle did not go as it had in the real world in the least. Within only a few seconds, the bows were lowered. "Vanku's breath," a ranger said, going directly toward Andok. "Little brother, if you're going to come up on us like that, you might want to add a bit more armor. Thankfully, I do have the best of the Riverland Rangers. We would not want to waste an arrow on such a puny target and—" Andok embraced him, and while at first the ranger found it odd, he did the same back. "The elves are retreating. We managed to kill a general or 3. "Ha!" the man said back. "Well, I better watch myself. At this rate you'll be going for command. But come, brother." He looked to Fadis, Evry, and Badur. "Bring your friends. Let us go have a morning ale and talk a bit more." As Andok reached out to his brother, the image of him waned, and their surroundings became a hazy fog before they were met with cold black surroundings. "Most excellent," a voice said. It was the same one from before they had stepped through the door. It was the ethereal energy form. "You dispatched the disobedient, destroyed those who were stronger in energy, and secured that which could be useful for us and the cause." "The disobedient?" Fadis asked. "The ones who served and doubted, much as your purpose. You then destroyed the wood elves, and in glorious fashion, I might say, embracing that which you have been gifted. Now proceed forward." They were standing in a long and empty chamber that Fadis could see no end to around them. But there was a small circular platform in the far distance with a glow that beckoned them forward. Andok was tearful but laughing. "I wish my brother was as real as that still. But I won't ever forget him. To see him for a moment, wondrous." Badur embraced him. "I never met him, but I am happy I got to see him, even if just a memory contrived by this place. I think, Every started to say, but it can't be that. What? Andok asked. Fadis looked at Every. I think we must understand our place in what happened. The disobedient. They were vampires. They were, maybe. There were not vampires in the war between us and elves. What if there were? What if atrocities made by both were made to cause further war and chaos? There would have been signs, Fadis said. Your war was costly for both. It weakened the race of men, made strife between elves and men. As the voice said, dispatched the disobedient, destroyed those who were strong in energy, and secured that which could be useful for us and the cause. Meaning, killed the disobedient and weak thralls, killed the elves, saved the cattle, or men, for feeding. Fadis's stomach sank. He already felt a strange oddness over what had happened. Sure, the excitement of revenge, the zeal for it. He knew it was not something they would understand. But now this. Then what is all this? Andok asked. Who is the sun? Fadis felt sick. We have been taking steps of doom this entire time, and now we cannot stop what we started. This was never a Rusis place. This is why it came alive when the Blackmoon rose. It may have started as Rusis, but it is not now. What really is this all? As with so many other trials and troubles before, there was only a single path for them, and they followed it. Standing in the circle of glowing light, Fadis felt an unnatural glow upon him, as in a mere blink, they stood in an oval of stone with glass before them. Many glowing runes moved about the stone, and just as before, the keeper, the strange Rusis who had started them on their journey, appeared before them. The path of the mother and the father, leading to the son. All is done. All has happened, as I was to do. The keeper paused. Well, as much as I could while keeping to that which I believe. He looked at them with a smile. What did you do? Fadis asked, a concerning tone to his voice. I was to guide the ones who would come, and you were not them. But still I allowed, for I swear fealty to my own and where I come from. They took this place over. They forced me to do what I did not want to do. Oh, his form, his broken form. She wanted me to heal him, and I could not. So I did what I could. She did not want him lost again. Said she'd send some in time. And while I know somewhere, somehow she still watches. It has been a game to deal with the Iska and spiders and their arrival. No, not part of the plan. Nor the shambles, but at last perhaps I can rest. He drew a knife, and Fadis reached out. Wait, what are you doing? Dear Ranger, oh Ranger, you have taken oaths to protect life as I did when I was but a young boy and man. I made mistakes, but I hope in my own trick here you can stop the horror, the terror, and the malice that I can do nothing but unleash. From blood to blood, one soul for another. The sun shall return, but it will not be as they wanted. Let your oaths not fall to ruin, Rangers of men. The Rusis stabbed himself in his throat. Gargling, he fell forward on the stone he was standing on. His body quivered, and blood ran from his form, igniting a glowing red fire that spread out from the stone, and suddenly red flame turned white, and then black on the other side of the glass. Fadis and the others made their way to the glass, looking down and into a strange chamber with multiple ropes, chains, and other tubular-like contraptions that all ran to a center black stone box of sorts in the center of the room. There were markings of many kinds and silver etching along the walls. What is this? Fadis asked Badur. Did your books reveal anything like this? Is this part of the Arcanum Starforge? He looked to Every. None could answer him, and all stood with mouths agape, staring forward as the black stone began to glow white, and then crack. An explosion rocked the room, shattering the glass of the chamber, and sending Fadis and the others into cover from it. Then, Fadis realized it had gone dark. The fires from before were gone. The body of the keeper lay as it had fallen, and a single door slowly slid open to them. Fadis pulled Every to his feet, and Andok and Badur pushed themselves up. They made their way to the open door, yet another path before them, as whatever folly and trouble the keeper had wrought was soon to be understood. They walked out of the chamber, Fadis catching sight of the sky above them for a moment. "We're not deep like before. We're up high," Every said, looking up. Fadis followed the pathway as it turned back toward the room where the black box had been, and he smelled a strange burning aroma. Yet, that of blood permeated his senses. As they came to a long balcony of sorts that looked down into the pit they had seen from above, a lone figure stood below them, shrouded in shadows and fog. Its back was to them. It was wearing a long flowing cape, and had horns that curved from either side of its head and downward to points along its shoulders. It turned to them, and its face was almost like a man's but odd, curved just a bit more than Fadis had expected. It wore little actual clothing, and most of it was shrouded in fogs, but it appeared male in its muscular stature. "I smell that which I should not, yet I sense that which my mother promised, and my father assured as I slept for many thousand years. Tell me, my brothers, how long has it been? Has the second moon returned to our lands? Tell me." Andok was shaking, and Badur held him. Every held his hand at his sword as Fadis stepped forward. "We do not know you, for it has been a very long time since this place was created. That which was prepared was broken. Are you of the Rusis?" "Of the Rusis," he laughed, slamming his hands together. "Can I control the power of elements? Call fire forth from my fingers and smite the ground? Perhaps even use that against metal and forge as a dwarf, or spin my fingers about in the trees and create light with the elder woods of old? I am none of that, and yet all of it. I breathe. I live. I once thought dead, now rise to the embrace of my family, though I do not sense them upon you, and I smell impurity." He stepped forward and spoke the words, "Mena Rulisk, Persnisk." Their bound weapons appeared. "So, you are my servants, then," he said. "We will not be betrayed, and no ethereal form will hold us bound, no elves to burn away our homes and our children as they sleep before rebirth. But I am weak. You hold power yet over me, and for me for a time. Yes, in your very arms. I sense the webs beneath this place. Yes, this is where the broods have hidden, far below the mountains. Yes, I sense it. My mother remains, my way and path prepared. I must feed, must gather my powers. Then, my brothers, we shall go upon the world in fury. What world do you seek to destroy? The ones who fight against those the gods forgot, and those who find power in the Blackmoon." There was a moment of resonant understanding. Whatever they had come across was no treasure or ally of Rusis, elf, dwarf, man, or Dwemhar. It was an abomination. Every stepped forward. "What is your name?" he shouted. "Elria Sonia, Lord of all, and I sense upon you that I was not found by the children," he shouted. "What meaning can this have? The High Lords do not come. What is this?" The Dark Master rose in shadows, and Every drew out a stone of some kind, throwing it in the air. "Light of Ether, shine forth!" The shimmering stone burst with white fire, and Elria Sonia fell back. "He is weak! Arrows! Arrows!" Every shouted. Fadis drew back, releasing a bolt, but Elria had fallen back. Smoke rose in a growing cloud as the ground trembled. In a sudden rupture of hissing gases, the chamber around him erupted in broken stone, and Elria Sonia, Lord of the Vampires, roared. "Come to us!" voices hissed in the darkness. Fadis drew his blade and stepped forward as at least a dozen spiders swarmed him. "Mena Rulisk! Persnisk!" he shouted. His bound weapon appeared, and he swung, taking down multiple spiders in a single slash. They seemed to have an extreme weakness to the bound weapons, and the others realized this too. Andok and Badur soon joined him, as did Every, who was holding both his elven blade and his bound one. They pushed into the room as though they didn't fully understand what was transpiring. They knew their enemy seemed weak and was fleeing. They reached the spot the Lord of the Vampires had been and found only Webb. Now, there was a great passage leading downward. As the smoke cleared, the faint light off the webs was all they had going forward, and hundreds of red eyes looked up at them. Then, in the webs, they saw 3 great forms rising. "Iska!" Every shouted. "Spider Queens!" The Spider Queens were upon them, rising over the broods and coming upon Fadis and his companions. But much to the Iska's surprise, the bound weapons cut into their flesh, turning their forms, and without further questioning, the queens fell back, nursing broken flesh and bleeding cuts. Fadis and the others were pressed by dozens of spiders, and even though their weapons were effective, they had to fall back. But then a great light came from behind them, and a familiar voice shouted over the roar of the spiders. Fadis could not understand the words, but they were elvish, and as he looked up, he saw Reviak, the Archon, and a half-dozen other elves. As Fadis and the others fell back toward them, he brought a great white fireball of arcane energy, and the mountain itself down into the passageway, sealing the way. There was a shrill sound that expanded out from the mountain, and in a rumbling blast, Fadis saw the starlight above suddenly appear as the mountain itself was sundered into the depths below. The ground quaked beneath them, rumbling until in the far distance, there were multiple flashes in the darkness as more shrill screams went out, before silence befell the mountain. Reviak was on his knees with his staff to his side. 2 Archons stood with their hands on his back, and as the dust settled in the air, Fadis realized the other elves had their weapons pointed at Fadis and the others. "Your greed," Reviak said with an exasperated voice. "Your greed has led to this." "We sought a weapon," Badur said. "Weapon, treasure. And what did you find, O Ranger of the North?" he asked, looking back to them. "Every. Did not our teachings give you any sense of direction?" At this point, Fadis realized his bound weapon was gone. He had not said the words to do such an action, but outside of the faint tattoos, there was no sign of it on any of them. "I have sealed this place, sent a sundering spell that followed into the depths to severely weaken that which was within. It has nearly killed me to do so," he shouted. "The Woodland Empire has stood for thousands of years, and yet a few rangers and a knight seeking their own advantages may have unleashed something only whispered amongst my order." "It is Elria Sonia," Fadis said. "This place was some kind of Rusis hall, we believed repurposed, but once we were within and passed through the great door in the front hall, we saw it through in the hope of some advantage. Your advantage still is with you, your Eula bow, yet you do not use that. Are the elves still so low within your mind that even raising your son while you are off on your own life is not enough?" Fadis became quiet. "My father did not know what was here." "None of us did," Every said. "Even you within the council sought to come here, and had you, you would have sought out the wisdom here for no other reason but to secure it. We were to be the protectors or servants to this entity. We resisted. We fought. There was one called the Keeper. I doubt the elves of Selmark would have been allowed through as we were, and the Iska and their spiders were trying to find the chamber that we found here. In time they would have. Then we'd have no knowledge like we have now." "Young one," Reviak said. "It took dozens of Archons to slow Elria at his peak form. He was long thought dead. Now, somehow, his form remains. I could feel it as we came upon you." "Yes." He nodded. "The spiders were close to finding him. After we found ourselves overwhelmed in the bowels of this place, we forced our way through the rocks and found even more tunnels. We followed them winding and winding through the mountains, as we knew you were somewhere within. Once we sensed a change in the aura of this place, we came as fast as we could, but not soon enough to stop it." He looked down at the ground. "I have done what I could. Those, and by faith, hopefully the demon himself, have been weakened for a time. He has not gained his full form, and I will speak to King Suvasel himself to ensure we push into the Iska territory and hunt him down. We have time, but only so much." The Rangers of Taria will do what we can to help, Andok said. I do believe the Rangers of the world have done enough, Reviak said. Let us get off this mountain. While the Archons making a small land bridge from the top of the mountain down to the pathway below made it rather simple to get on their way back home, the air between them was horrid. Andok and Badur were silent. Every walked ahead of Fadis, attempting to get closer to Reviak, but the moon color cared little to speak to anyone. Mounting their horses and stags, they made their way all the way back to Castle Taria, and while most said little before going for a needed rest as the sun began to rise in the sky, Fadis and Reviak spoke atop the castle. You should not have gone, Reviak said, stirring honey into his tea. The elf had used such a significant amount of power. His face was scarred and dry. His fingers trembled as he held his mug. Andok and Badur were going regardless. I chased after them and did what I could to assist. Reviak sipped the tea, closing his eyes as he did. I did what I could to assist too, Ranger. But in the end, our enemy will become a greater threat. Another king may very well fall attempting to quell that which rises. King Suvasel is powerful and cunning, but he isn't good at backing down when needed. Fadis took a sip of his coffee. I feel his way may be correct, to be fair. To be fair, as you say, I am less than optimistic of any of this. I tried to stop you partially out of jealousy and my own greed, wanting whatever it was. But the moment I realized the true purpose of that place... Which was when? Fadis cut him off. When did you figure it out? The elf stared at him. I have a feeling you are saying what you are only after it was discovered by us that Elria Sonia was held in that place. Before you just sought what we did. Tell me I'm wrong, elf. Tell me you saw something before. Reviak stood up, trembling. I will not admit anything except that the race of men continues to amaze me. A dwarf would not have said that as you did. With conviction? Without looking at a long and troubled past between our races and looking just at what is before me? We both fucked up, elf. If it had been you or I who had first looked upon the awakening madness and the literal god to the vampires, the same result would have come to pass. Then we are of an understanding more than I knew, Fadis. I return to my kin and my king and the battles to come. May Etha be with you. With that, the elf departed and left Fadis. Only a few moments later, Kurla came up. He didn't look happy, she said. We made a mistake, a big one, he said. Chapter 28. Resolve. While the armies of Akinidor and Micronach, as well as the elves of the Varmark woodlands, were assembled and prepared, a strange quietness fell upon them. Josmus expected this to be like a prelude to a grander song, a final battle to strike them and for chaos to come in the symphony of battle song. But then there was a shrill and long call that split the air. It was not some magic of the elves or some dwarven weaponry, but their enemy fell back, sinking into the grounds and fleeing. No sun had broken the clouds, and no spell had been cast at all. It was something else. In a few moments, even the barrage of the Akinidor vessels had ceased, as their enemy had fallen back into the earth. Josmus looked to Silra. What could have happened? I don't know, but let us count the favors we were shown. Many were not so lucky. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Fadis sat atop Castle Taria, looking out at the sea. The Eulabo sat before him. He had long found peace staring out across the rolling dark blue water as he thought back to his younger years and what seemed simpler in his mind. His love, Kurla, was soon to join him for a walk to the sea. Reports were coming in from the southern reaches all the way to the west and dwarven lands with some level of good news. Their enemy had withdrawn even with the peak of attacks and breaking of lines on multiple fronts. Fadis wondered if the emergence of their supreme master, Elria Sonia, had changed their intentions in full, or if there was some form of power struggle deep within the subterranean realms of Taria. For now, their enemy was waiting, but he knew it wouldn't last. Fadis expected the elves would press their attack, and likely dwarven allies and other rangers would leap to assist. But the wall stretching from southern Taria to the low dales just beyond Castle Taria was complete. It was a monstrous feat in such a small time, with more than a little dwarven and elven magic involved, no doubt. Beyond that, the Kalia of Iaclo had worked with the Archons of Sailmark, and many stars of Etha were using the power of the Blackmoon itself to ward off their enemy all along the wall. They had done what some said were impossible, but it was not time for rest. All defending the living of Taria were in a constant state of reinforcement and ever-watchful wariness. They had won a careful fight, but be it more than a mere breath before a plunge into chaos, they could only guess. Fadis had gotten his alone time with Kurla, and while they had brought the sun up together, they walked together on the shores of the glacial seas, with blue skies in the morning sun. Every surprised them, and with him a black-haired woman in a blue dress. "Fadis, Kurla, this is Valilia. I wanted you to meet each other." Fadis stood up, smiling. "Valilia, I have heard a bit about you. It is good to meet you." Fadis smiled, bowing slightly. Kurla did the same with a nod. "Kurla," she said. The two of them grinned to one another. "We are getting married," Evri said, a smile crossing his face. "Oh?" Fadis asked. "There is a lull in the fighting, Master Fadis," Valilia said. "We want to take advantage of it." "Well, that's a surprise, but the kind I like. Kurla and I were just about to get some coffee. How about we go and talk further of things?" Fadis said. As Fadis, Kurla, Evri, and Valilia went to enjoy the morning together, Fadis smiled. He had always wanted family, and to get to enjoy what he struggled so long for in the years before was something that truly brought him joy. Now, he had it, and the happiness he felt within himself could only be outshined by the light he saw in his son's eyes, walking with his elven love. For this Ranger of the North, he finally could enjoy what was most important to him, and that made every fight and struggle before worth it. Epilogue. "We are in elven lands, not dwarven. Here, we've got to the mining ourselves," a man said. "And bring more torches. These are nearly out." The rangers along the most isolated portion of the border wall tried reinforcing the upper portion of the structure. There had been a cave-in below, and while their new elven allies were helping, the argument of who needed to be doing the repairs had resulted in the rangers working and the elves watching over. "Damn elves. I see now why we had a war with them," a ranger said. They could hear a sound in front of them. The rangers were running low on torches still. Their last two were nearly used up. "Hurry up!" they shouted to the elves. Soon a trio of elves came holding the unlit torches. "Well, bring them over," he said. "We've got something here. I think it's a hollow point in the subsurface. We'll need to get some engineers here." The elves dropped the torches. "Is this some power play you pointed here, fairies?" the ranger shouted. "'Twas but a darkness, and now a deeper one is upon you," the elf said. "What?" the ranger asked. The ground beneath them erupted, and the legs of spiders gripped the rangers. Two of them saw what was happening, drawing their blades, but the elves were upon them, thrusting short blades into their stomachs. Now, the elf from before said. He leaned into the ranger. "Don't die. A taste, and you shall be healed." The ranger could see glistening fangs in the sundering darkness. "Someone! Vampires! Within the walls!" "Shh," the vampire said, biting into his neck. The ranger gasped as the vampire fed, the warm blood running down his neck. It did not hurt like he'd imagined it would. He tried to move his arms and legs but could not. He could smell the salty sweat of the creature. "You are like the others above. We are empowered by the Master, and no wall or blackstone of Etha or elf or dwarf weapon can slow us. Only in the slow expanse of our Master shall we be hindered, but soon none shall stop us." The ranger's eyes slowly closed, but his hand still gripped his weapon at his belt. He could feel some control of his own extremities. That was it. He could do it. He drew the dagger, thrusting up, but the vampire moved. Slow. Far too slow. Like any who try to stop what we're doing. The ranger gasped as he felt lightheaded. Cease the ranger! Embrace the Blackmoon! Thrall! The ranger's vision cleared, and he hissed, no longer one of the North. Soon the Blackmoon over Taria would cover all, and while there were many watching and guarding, it was a hopeless wish that would not be enough. The rangers of Taria had no idea what was coming.